Chapter 161. East, the capital, the army of orcs, the mysterious man. That morning, Levi and Faladane gathered together and told these pieces of information at the same time. There is an army of orcs gathering in the capital of the Dongi people, seemingly to help the Dongi people deal with some force. It is said that the leader of that force is a hateful traitor who spreads rumors that are detrimental to the unity of Dongi and Mordor all day long, and there is an evil wizard behind him to support him. Faladane said the intelligence he got from various places. Unlike previous armies, this army is quite brutal. Not only are there orcs, but there are also some species called uruks that are almost as tall as humans, and there are many terrifying beasts. There is a homeless man who was. The house collapsed under the giant beast, and his family members lost their lives. No one stood up for him, and no one cared about it. In order to stay away from those tyrannical guys, and that sad area, he fled here from the capital. It's similar to the information I got. Levi said calmly. Well, it's almost the same, just a little less detailed than your information. Is that so? Faradin believed it immediately, and asked, what should we do next? Levi was the initiator and leader of this adventure, and all he could do was to try his best to help. Let's go to the capital. That place is not too close. Since the smuggling method does not support taking horses with you, the fast horses brought out from the territory have been deposited in Dorwinion. But it doesn't matter. As an important trade port of Dongi and the border with Dorwinion, this town will regularly send vehicles to the capital to transport various supplies and fine wines. Of course, this kind of car is definitely not allowed for ordinary people to ride. But there are exceptions to everything, especially when the exception is very rich. Listen, you are not allowed to show your head, and you are not allowed to make any noise. Get off immediately when you get to the place. With the help of the way found by Faradin, the two also took the direct train to the capital. Just like this, they went and stopped along the way. A few days later, when the glorious palace and city appeared a little corner on the horizon, the horses pulling the carriage made uneasy restlessness. Through a little gap, Levi peeked out. The city was golden and dazzling, and even the city walls reflected a certain halo. Unfortunately, the surrounding scenery was too gloomy. Outside the city wall, there were orcs wearing black armor everywhere, and there were giant beasts wandering around, grabbing a sheep and starting to eat it raw, without even removing the hair. One carriage after another continued to drive forward, passing by the orc army stationed outside, and the movement soon attracted a lot of attention. Several trolls and orcs stared at the supplies, and the horses and drivers responsible for transporting the supplies, drooling. Snap! A taller orc, or uruk, slapped an orc on the head and scolded him condescendingly, so the orc withdrew his hungry gaze. Even the trolls next to him became more obedient. The Uruk tribe of Mordor, a new kind of orc. Faradin recognized the creature and said, it is recorded in the history books of Gondor that they first appeared in 2475 and caused the fall of Ithilien in their first battle. They believe that they are higher than the short orcs, and the Uruk tribe usually calls the orcs. You stinking snagas, slaves, all of you, be quiet. The roar was almost in my ears. These Uruks have a high status among the orcs. Not only can they command the orcs and use them as slaves, but some of the stronger ones can also command ogres. It looks even harder to deal with them. Levi couldn't help but frown. These guys, judging from their size and appearance, can be said to be the youth experience version of Azog. Although their individual qualities are far inferior to the latter, they are outnumbered. 1,000 orcs wielding machetes and spears may not be considered a strong army. But 1,000 strong Uruks wearing fine steel armor, holding butcher knives and battle axes, and with stronger execution and discipline, that's something you have to think about. Levi licked his lips, and had the urge to cut out his weapon. These bigger, stronger guys must be more exciting to chop. But no matter how impulsive you are, you still have to distinguish the situation. It's not the right time yet. Somehow, the Uruk who was suppressing the restless orcs on the side of the carriage felt a tightness in his heart, as if a knife had just cut through his head, but was just dodged. Go back. The roar replaced the fear, and the Uruk stood in front of a troll, baring his fangs and shouting fiercely. The troll sucked his saliva, looked at the Uruk captain in front of him, and then looked at the carriage that had gone far away, and finally chose to turn around. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why are you roaring so loudly? It muttered and walked away. With the maintenance of many Uruks, the convoy passed smoothly, and the restlessness of those not very sensible orcs and beasts was quickly suppressed. If you can't tell whether you're full or not, you don't need to live. In a corner of the capital, the driver was alert and knocked on the board twice to make sure there was no one nearby. It's a mess outside. Levi came out from under the opaque cloth and gave an evaluation of the situation outside. This is the first time I've seen Oak so well behaved. Faladane followed. That's right here. The driver kindly reminded, remember, don't run around in the middle of the night, especially don't run out of the city. Most of those Oaks are still well behaved, but you can't guarantee that there will be one or two who can't help themselves. Civilians are in danger in this situation, unless you have enough skills. The driver looked at the two people in front of him. One looked like a homeless man, his face was a little blurry, and he couldn't recognize where he was from, but he was strong enough and carried a dagger, and he looked hard to mess with. The other one looked much more pleasing to the eye. He seemed to be wearing armor under his robe, and his temperament was so strong that no one would believe him if he said he had never seen blood. Forget it, just ignore what I said. Good luck to you. Good luck to you too. A pleasant transaction was completed. Faradin couldn't help but sigh. I have never been so smooth in my life. Oh. Why? Because I have no money. The driver just now, the reward you gave him is enough for him to live a dissolute life for several months, even if he did nothing during these months. In the past, I would definitely think of other ways. Levi smiled. Don't worry, he said. Our future operations will always be so smooth. Chapter 162. If you ignore the large area of orcs outside, just look at the magnificent palace in the center of the capital, this place is still very good. However, although the architecture is magnificent, and the kingdom looks quite rich, the poor are still very poor. Just like the old man walking on the street, who looks lonely, old and helpless. The tattered robe draped over his body seems quite ill-fitting, and he holds a wooden stick in his hand, perhaps so that he can continue to travel when he has no strength. His face is covered from the nose to the bottom of the cloth, which seems to be to prevent too much exposure to the sun. Such a person must have traveled to many places. If we give him some rewards, he will definitely be willing to say something. Faladin made suggestions based on past experience, and was the first to go over and talk. After a conversation, the old man frowned, and he looked carefully at the tall vagrant in front of him, as if he was recalling something. I'm not a beggar. But you look familiar. Shaking his head, the old man said, What do you want to ask? If I know something, I can tell you. At this time, Levi also came over. The old man looked to the side, and he couldn't take his eyes off. At this moment, he couldn't care about talking to Faradin anymore, and walked towards Levi with his cane. You don't look like someone from here, he said. Maybe you and the people here have some similarities in facial features, but fundamentally speaking, you are different from them. Most civilians can't find this, but as long as a noble comes, you will be exposed immediately. What? Levi's heart tightened. Exposed? If you don't want to be besieged the next day, follow me. Faladin looked at Levi, holding the hidden dagger tightly in one hand. Levi shook his head at him and followed him. He lowered his head and walked through the group of houses until he came to an empty pavilion. The old man turned around, pulled off the cloth covering his face, and took off his hood. Is it you? Faladin exclaimed. Along with his exclamation, the old man continued to take off the ill-fitting cloak on his body, revealing a sea blue robe inside, and a wide hat hanging around his waist, the same color as the clothes. Everything suddenly became clear at this moment. Formally introduce you. The old man bowed and said, My name is Alatar. As you can see, I am a wizard. Of course, you may be unfamiliar with this name, after all, I rarely mention it to others. But you can match this name with many rumors here, such as evil conspirators, rumor spreaders, or Marinatar, Dark Slayer, and the like. I didn't expect you to come back, a wanderer from the west. Actually, I don't really want to come back. In response, Faradin turned sideways and introduced to Levi. This is the old man who helped me leave the ferry. After speaking, he took a deep breath and introduced to the old man. This is the legend in the wilderness of the west, the master of cube magic, the founder of the free city state, and the dragon slayer, omitted, Levi. After saying this, Faradin took a breath and recovered after several deep breaths. Since I set foot on this land, I have never been to the west. I didn't expect that such a great man would appear in these thousands of years. The old man, with a rather heroic face, couldn't help but stroke his upturned beard. Are you also a Dune? I'm not. Levi replied. Can I ask who sent you here? The blue robe looked to the west, and it was obvious that this sentence meant something else. I came here by myself. Okay, great. I always feel that I have been misunderstood again. Levi didn't want to dwell on this topic. He said, I was asking about your news. I heard you say that you can't go back? Yes, it's difficult. When this was mentioned, Alatar couldn't help but sigh. In a previous battle, The enemy left an indelible mark in my consciousness. That mark corrupted my soul and brought me closer and closer to darkness. I can no longer remember what my homeland looked like. I only know that it was a beautiful place. I don't have much time left, Legend Levi. At most a few decades, or 100 years, I may no longer be myself. Why do you say that? Alatar did not answer, but shook his head. You don't understand the horror of that power. It cannot be dealt with by ordinary means. Let's talk about you. Why are you here? I heard that Sauron's power here is quite huge, and the situation here is not very good. Levi did not rush to dig into the meaning of these words. He followed the blue robe's question and said, So I came to see what was going on. By the way, if possible, I hope to suppress Sauron's power. He has not been very peaceful recently. It is indeed urgent. Alatar said, The army I have managed to raise is about to be attacked by the orcs and the Easterlings, and we don't even have a decent defense. Army? Where? There are our own people in this place? To the east of Mordor, not too far from Mordor. Alatar recalled. Although everything was not going smoothly, it was at least moving in a good direction, until the enemy suddenly appeared in Mordor and called on the entire eastern region. Even if it is weak, the enemy's power is not something that mortals can resist. Even if there are some strong people, they will soon be wiped out by the power of Mordor. Now, there is still a little bit of pure land built by the rebels in the east. I hope it will not disappear with the arrival of the shadow. Although there are many riddles, and it is not too detailed, the blue robe has made the general situation here clear. You said you were worried about the last piece of pure land, so why are you in the enemy's base camp? Theoden also understood, but the only thing he didn't understand was this. Wizards are wise men or military advisors in many camps. A military advisor, instead of thinking of ways in the rear, ran to the enemy's hometown? I have a hunch that I should come. Alatar glanced at Levi and said, This is the hunch of the wizard, and even if I didn't have this hunch I would come. You are a Dúnedain from the west, a descendant of Númenor. You don't know what wizards can do. Sometimes, a person's power and methods can exceed your imagination. At this point, Alatar smiled confidently. That's true. Theoden didn't refute. After all, there is an example around him. I will go to the palace to find their king now. As long as we can remove the erosion of the enemy, even if they are still hostile to the free kingdoms in the west after the control is lifted, or they still want to eliminate the last pure land in the east, it can at least buy some time. The orcs outside are enough for them to deal with for a while. Do you need help? Levi seemed eager to try. No, young legend and new power lord, although I don't know why you are risking your life to go to the battle in person, and you only brought a Dúnedain companion. But you better wait here. As I said before, if a noble sees you, they will see your difference at a glance, and then call the army to rush forward. I will bring back good news. After speaking, the blue robe nodded to the two of them, and turned to walk towards the palace. Chapter 163. He said so. Alatar left a word and walked towards the palace with a solemn oath. Near the pavilion, Levi and Theoden, one leaned to the side, and the other sat on the steps, waiting there. This blue-robed wizard may indeed have some special skills. Yes, after all, he is a wizard. The two gave the blue-robed wizard considerable trust. But he didn't come back until dinner time. Seeing that the hunger value dropped by 1 bar, Levi suddenly took out a basket of crams spread with butter and honey, took out 2 pieces from it, ate one himself, and handed the other to Theoden. A specialty of River Valley City, can't be seen in this place, try it? Theoden took it and took a bite. Sweet and delicious, the person who invented it must have put a lot of effort. I think so too. This is a cake given to me by the owner of a pastry shop. I have been carrying it with me, and I haven't eaten much yet. In the warm sunshine, the two chatted as if they were on vacation. The scene looked quite peaceful and harmonious, until a gust of wind blew by. Whoosh, a sea blue shadow flashed past. A moment later, the blue shadow slipped back. Run! He shouted and continued to run far away. What? Thaladain chewed cram, and was still a little unresponsive. Levi looked in the opposite direction, swallowed the bread, and ate a piece of jerky very calmly. In the direction where the blue robes were running, a golden army of hundreds of people was moving quickly towards this side. Yes, it was the golden army. Those people were strong and serious looking, wearing well-made gold-plated armor, and their helmets had some exquisite and gorgeous decorations, making them look like elite soldiers. At this moment, they were chasing us aggressively. Should we run too? Theoden looked at the army, and his legs were about to fall. Hiccup. Swallowed the dried meat. Levi said without looking back, It's okay, they are not chasing us, as long as we don't panic, They will probably not suspect. After all, it was only the blue robes who were running from the beginning, and they were only chasing the blue robes. And we are just two ordinary civilians passing by, and we don't know him at all. Makes sense. Falodin nodded. The so-called most dangerous place is the safest place, and this method is indeed feasible. Just as the two of them were eating bread in the pavilion with peace of mind. What are you still doing here? They are coming soon. Why don't you run? The blue-robed man suddenly came back and shouted, so loud that he could vaguely hear the echo from somewhere. Levi looked up at the blue-robed old man, who looked like he was doing this for your own good, and then looked at the army that changed direction and came this way. Finally, he looked at Faradin. Now we should run. I agree. With a whoosh, the two of them immediately got up and ran without any warning, leaving Alatar behind. Wait for me. The blue-robed old man panted and chased forward. Levi, think of a way quickly, I know you must have an idea. After running for a while, seeing the pursuers surrounding him from all directions, Faradin's feet moved left and right, sweating profusely. The city was full of enemy troops, not to mention the outside of the city, where tens of thousands of orcs and a group of giant beasts were stationed. No matter how you look at it, it is not wise to start a war here directly. At this time, Alatar ran over panting with a cane. Two not very friendly eyes pressed on him. The old man smiled awkwardly. You'd better come up with a good idea, otherwise I won't be able to take care of you when I draw my sword later. Levi has already determined that this guy is doing it on purpose. The dense footsteps are getting closer and closer. Alatar suddenly knocked his cane on the ground, and a white light flashed, and the figures of the three people disappeared from the spot. The belated Imperial guards looked at the empty space in front of them, confused. I clearly heard the sound. A silence. Bang! Not far from the city gate, on the inner side of the city wall, three people appeared. Is this the power of a wizard? Faradin looked around in surprise, and there was no trace of the pursuers around. Not only Faradin, but even the blue robe himself was surprised. When did he have such great authority? The danger has not been eliminated yet. The city gate is full of orcs. We have to find a way to get out. I remember someone said that we can leave everything to him. Faradin stared at the old man in blue robe. Believe me, this is an accident. For various reasons, after I temporarily expelled the darkness in the heart of the king on the throne, he still chose to cooperate with Sauron. Now there is good news. The king here is a little more sober, and no longer blindly obeys the command of the enemy. The bad news is that he is still hostile to us. If you are going to deal with a big enemy like me, then you have to deal with the Donnie. Hearing this, Faradin looked embarrassed. After briefly describing the current situation, Alatar looked left and right and asked, Where is Levi? Falodin pointed in the direction of the city wall. There was a 2-meter-high hole there. Oh, destroying the city wall like this is really not what an orderly people should do. But this is not a place of order after all. Alatar walked out naturally. Cube magic. He looked at Levi, who was still digging out, and said, Any city wall is as fragile as a piece of paper in front of this method. It's a pity that we always play the role of the defender. How dare you assume that it can't be used for defense? Click. The city wall was sealed again. Alatar stayed where he was. Very good, simply amazing, this kind of power. Now I know what the title of the Master of Magic Cube Magic means. Don't be curious about me first. Outside the city wall, Levi asked, I want to know more about the situation of the army you mentioned. What happened to you? That's a long story. Alatar held the rough protruding wall next to him with one hand and said, The tyranny of the enemy has been going on in this land for a long time, since I came here. Except for the last alliance war at the end of the Second Era when the enemy was defeated. When he was defeated, the people here were temporarily free from the tyranny for a while. However, although the enemy has left temporarily, the influence he brought has not dissipated for a long time. There is still darkness in people's hearts. This darkness, even if it is just to drive out a corner of it, it takes a lot of time. As he spoke, Alatar suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground. What's wrong? Is it too much consumption? No. Alatar steadied himself and raised his head. I saw a pair of big eyes looking down at him. Chapter 164. Not only was Alatar surprised, but the thing looking at him was even more surprised. Is this what I pulled out? The giant beast widened its eyes and turned around quickly. At this time, the three people realized that the wall that Alatar had just supported was actually a squatting giant beast. 3 large parasites. Bang, bang, bang. The giant beast fled in a hurry, making a frightened cry. If such a large insect is allowed to come back, I'm afraid its stomach will be eaten empty. In front of the city wall, the giant ran away in fear, and the defenders on the wall were soon attracted by the panicked giant beast. What is it doing? It's just a stupid giant beast that is going crazy. Don't worry about it. Under the mocking eyes of the soldiers, the giant beast's pace gradually slowed down, and it finally plucked up the courage to look back when it could no longer run. I saw that the 3 parasites had disappeared from the place where it was squatting just now. Are those really parasites? The beast scratched its head, and the small brain inside its huge head couldn't figure out when those things appeared. Why are you running around? The beast made a lot of noise, and of course, such a loud noise couldn't be hidden from Captain Uruk, who came up and questioned the beast. There are big parasites over there. The beast answered not very smartly. Just chop them up. Captain Uruk looked at the place where the beast pointed. Nothing. Lift me up. Okay. The beast grabbed the captain and lifted him above his head, and the captain's vision also rose with this action. I saw 3 people. Wait. Blue robes? It's that damn wizard. Chase them. They are not parasites at all. What? The beast was shocked and angry, and without thinking, it threw the captain aside and chased after him. How dare you pretend to be a bug to scare me? Poof. Uruk captain coughed several times on the ground. Idiot. But he just cursed and walked towards the army. We found the wizard. Follow me. A group of Uruks, whose height was almost as tall as humans, responded and chased after them in the distance. A smarter oak saw that the enemy was so far away, so he started the catapult on the spot and sat on it himself. Ah! After a moment, a long scream passed through the sky. Paw! What is that? Levi turned his head and took a look. The blue robe seemed to be used to it. Don't worry, just keep running. Boom, boom, boom. The vibration sound came from behind, and the blue-robed man looked back, holding the wooden staff tightly in his hand. If there is only one, let me try. He stopped, raised the staff in his hand, and chanted a mysterious spell. Suddenly, a flash of white light passed, and the giant beast suddenly fainted and stopped in place. Aladar quickly drew out the longbow behind him, and pulled it to full length with ease. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the giant beast's eye socket. Roar! The giant beast was furious, so it woke up from the shock and explosion, put its hands on the ground, and rushed over with a clang. At this time, another arrow shot from behind. Although it penetrated the skin of the giant beast, no blood was seen. It was obvious that it only barely broke through the skin, and could not even penetrate the fat. But it was enough. The sky-high flames ignited, and a black figure rushed towards the beast, pulling out the sword in his hand. Be careful. Seeing the beast raise his fists and smash down in panic, the blue robe hurriedly warned him, and without hesitation, he raised his staff and began to chant. But the unpredictable lord went up by himself. Bright amber runes appeared on his body, wrapping up the whole person, and the rune ring on his hand flashed like the sun. The blue robe stopped chanting, and his eyes fixed. Ring, regardless of whether the blue robe helped or not, the beast's attack did not cause any damage, so much so that under the protection of the rune ring, Levi, who was hit hard, did not even take a step back. And after this, armor break was also charged and completed, and the long sword cut through the skin and fat, directly touching the flesh and blood inside, and even hitting the bones out of thin air. The beast, with dull senses, fell to the ground in pain, the fat on its body crackling as it burned. After 7 or 8 more strikes, it was silent. It is easier and safer to fly a kite with a bow and arrow, but how can it compare to the collision of swords and force? The beast fell? The Uruk army chasing behind stopped for a moment. The fighting power of the beast is obvious to all. In the battlefield of Ithilien, it took at least dozens of well-trained and well-coordinated human rangers to bring down a beast. Something is wrong, 9 out of 10. These 3 people are very unusual. I am afraid each of them must be treated as a unit equal to the beast. Can't just go straight in. The Uruk captain's brain was working at the speed of light. But Oak didn't think so much. While he was thinking, a small team of Oak vanguards had already rushed up. A moment later, they flew back like a meteor. Stop, stop! The captain quickly suppressed the team coming from behind. Wait for the Oleg to come, let them act as the vanguard, and the orcs will surround them from the back. No matter how powerful the 3 people are, they can't escape. Theoretically speaking, if the Olegs, who are harder and more powerful than the iron golems, really come up, the 3 people will be in great danger. They are one of the few soldiers who can beat several iron golems, break the defense of nether alloy armor, and have a certain degree of intelligence. Oleg. Levi looked at the approaching big guys wearing full steel armor and said, in my opinion, those guys are more threatening than the larger behemoths. Seeing that the orc team had separated from the pursuing army and went around, Levi took out 2 ender pearls and handed them to the 2 people around him. Throw it out, this thing can teleport you to where it lands. Okay. Faladin took it carefully. By the way, eat this before you throw it. Levi handed him another golden apple. Using pearls to teleport will cause some damage to people. This golden apple can protect you. What about me? The blue robe stared at the apple and couldn't help asking. You must be fine. At this time, Oleg was getting closer and closer, and Oak gradually circled around, forming an encirclement, and the whole scene was dark. Suddenly, 3 pearls passed the encirclement and fell on an open space in the back. Clatter. A group of purple particles floated up at the original place. Captain Uruk rubbed his eyes and ran over to check. Where are the people? Click. 3 figures appeared on the open space. Most of the golden shield on Faradin's body was consumed. Levi had a fall protection of 4, plus the rune ring, so this little fall damage was not worth mentioning. In theory, he had to throw dozens of pearls in a row before he started to lose blood. Ouch, my foot. Alatar followed, cried out in pain, and stumbled several steps. Taking advantage of the fact that the pursuers had not reacted, the 3 of them immediately began to move as soon as they landed. How about letting me have one of your apples? The wizard asked as he ran. Levi glanced at the health bar above his head. Not a drop was dropped. Do you think the golden apple is rice? Wait until you really need it. Chapter 165. Endurance always affects the progress of the journey. But it happened that the 3 people present did not lack it. This run lasted for a whole day and a night. In an open space near the main road, seeing that there were no more pursuers behind them, the 3 finally had a chance to rest for a while. Now it's time to explain what happened. Levi lit a bonfire, set up an iron pot, and asked while cooking soup, your battle with Sauron and the corruption. I think you should first explain the 2 rings on your hand. As far as I know, most of the rings with strange powers in this world are not good things. The last time I saw such a ring was thousands of years ago. At that time, there was a human named Comer. He relied on a ring to become the most powerful warrior in the entire East. He had great wealth and power, and also mastered some magic. Some people called him a black wizard. Before Levi could respond, Faradin was attracted by these words. A powerful warrior, mastering magic, and being said to be a wizard. Why does this process sound so familiar? But in the end, he was corrupted by the ring and became a servant of the enemy, the ring race. I have explained to you the seriousness of the matter, Levi. If you have that kind of ring, it is not too late to take it off now. I can help you even if it will make my situation worse. You have too many doubts. Both rings were made by me. They only contain pure protection power, and have nothing to do with Sauron's one ring. So that's how it is. This is the best. It's your turn. What's wrong with you? Levi said, and took out 3 wooden bowls, scooped out some freshly cooked broth, and shared them with the 2. Alatar took a sip and felt that all his senses were cheering for this bowl of soup. You want to know what's going on? Levi nodded. Okay. As if he was afraid that he would never get to drink it again, Alatar drank the whole bowl of soup, then slowly put down the wooden bowl, stood up and walked away. The moment he raised his hands, the clear sky above his head suddenly became dim. The sea blue robe moved without wind, and darkness burst out from his heart. The wise light in the wizard's eyes disappeared, replaced by coldness and indifference. Just like this. His words were unclear, and stung people's eardrums. Boom! Everything suddenly disappeared, as if it had never happened. Faradin woke up from his trance, and Levi had no fluctuations from beginning to end. This symptom is a bit serious. Want a glass of milk? This may make your condition better. Hearing this, Alatar reached out to take the milk without any doubt, and drank it in one gulp. Thank you, it is indeed better, he said. After a moment, he added, although it only lasts for a short time. Yes, it is a beacon-type permanent corruption. Very effective milk healing magic, but it can only work for a short time. Alatar commented. That evil power has been affecting my mind. There is only one way to solve it, which is to solve its root cause as well. He shook his head helplessly, but I'm used to it. Before that, I will try my best to arrange everything. Clang. As they were talking, some unusual noises came from the road. Faradin immediately put out the bonfire and covered the soup pot. Alatar quickly protected his wooden bowl. The 3 hid and looked at the road, only to see a gorgeous carriage galloping, occasionally hit by small stones on the road, making noises. There was also a small team of guards around the carriage, riding armored horses. The carriage of the royal nobles. Those around are the most elite guards. Alatar recognized these guys at a glance. The three of them exchanged glances. A moment later, three daring masked bandits rushed out from the middle of the road, one of them wearing black armor and powerful. Even if the guards charged on horseback, they could not shake him at all. Another man was wearing an ill-fitting tattered coat and holding a wooden stick. He could knock people unconscious through their helmets with one blow. He was suspected to be an old warrior with many years of combat experience. The third man was agile and extremely difficult to catch. He could play with a dagger and a longbow in his hands. The untouched sword on his waist showed that his swordsmanship might not be simple. When the casualties reached more than half, and the three bandits were unscathed, the remaining guards hurriedly pulled the noble out of the carriage, dragged the man onto the horse, and ran away. The noble pointed at the carriage with his eyes wide open and wanted to say something, but the guards covered his mouth with a hand, and his eyes were about to burst into fire. The three bandits did not choose to chase and silence them, but stopped where they were and searched the carriage in a rather unfamiliar manner. They left the scene only after they were sure that nothing seemed to be left behind. In a wasteland far away from the main road, I found a letter with the royal seal. Alatar took out his gains. I found a rather luxurious gilded dagger and some gold coins. I believe these will be useful. Faradin also put his gains on the ground. I found some food, snacks I have never seen before. Levi brought out a plate with a few small cakes of rather novel shapes on it. Don't look at me like that. You took away all the useful things, and you don't allow me to take some food with me? Okay, that makes sense. Alatar picked up a small cake, chewed it while opening the letter, and began to read it. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. A mobilization order mentions three main areas: the winding seaport in the north, the pass city in the south, and the armed town group on the eastern road. Each of them has a good power. If they are allowed to successfully unite with the power of the capital, I am afraid that there will be no force in the entire east that can resist them. Alatar frowned deeply, and was not in the mood to eat the small cake. Faradin comforted him. At least there is good news. Didn't we stop the messenger? No. This is just one of them, and even the most insignificant one. 3 other groups are already heading towards those 3 areas. Alatar shook his head. It's too late. I don't think so. After finishing the cake, Levi put the plate aside, leaned over to look at the letter and said, "Doesn't this mean that the other 3 groups have just set out? That means they are still on the road like this group. I think it's not too late for us to chase them now." Thalodin thought for a while, and said, "We can only catch up with one group at most. But even if we can only catch up with one group, it will be useful. Which way should we go?" No one responded. "We have 3 people." Levi stared at the letter and said this. "Yes, 3 people." Alatar quite agreed. 2 of them must be crazy. Thaladain looked around and took a step back. 2 pairs of eyes slowly moved over. Chapter 166. Me? Go and kill a team of guards? That's crazy. On the road to the north, Faradin rode the horse that the 3 of them had stolen from the messenger and galloped all the way. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't see any messengers or guards on this road. This made Faradin feel relieved. At least, he didn't have to worry about how to deal with a team of guards. He remembered the scene of the previous discussion. Okay, it's okay for the 3 of us to get together to deal with the accompanying guards, but it's a bit of a stretch for everyone to deal with a team of people. Let's do our best. Even if the army's transfer order cannot be intercepted, we can also get some intelligence. This will at least let us know what the enemy is going to do, instead of being like a blind man without a cane, who can only rely on luck to walk. That's what the 2 people said. Sigh. The horses stopped not far from the city. In order to prevent the messenger from having any special marks on his horse that he did not recognize, before entering the city, Faradin released the horse on the spot. Then, as usual, he covered his face, put on a local robe that he bought from somewhere, and walked into the city openly. Compared with ordinary residents in the city, this look is still a bit conspicuous. Some people don't care, some people walk around after seeing it, and some people look at it with contempt. Wilderness hunter, tramp, beggar. No matter what he is recognized as, no one doubts that he is a foreigner. This is already half successful. It is said that every foreigner in this port city built on the inner sea of Run will be troubled by the noisy market and winding alleys here. That's true. In the alley, Faradin looked up at the sky. If only he could fly. The people in the east are in trouble. While walking, some discussion from a tavern on the side of the road made Faradin stand still. I saw those imperial guards from the capital. They went to the city lord. Someone said while drinking a little wine. Just some rebels, our golden cavalry will soon trample them flat. The last kingdom that provoked us was called Rovanian. What about now? There's no comparison, that's a kingdom after all, and the place built by these rebels can only be called a bandit camp. Drinking and discussing current affairs, whether in the west or the east, this is a kind of entertainment that residents can't avoid. It can be seen that these people are regular customers of the tavern, and even the boss is agreeing with what they say, and the scene is quite lively for a while. But with the joining of someone, there was soon a discordant voice. I don't think so. I heard that the traders have a lot of troops. Faradin strode into the tavern and refuted with a look of I am well informed. That little army is nothing. Paw. Immediately, a dongy man wearing leather armor put down his wine glass and said, What kind of people are we dispatching this time? The Imperial Guards, each with gold inlaid on the armor, and the commander of them is the commander, with the white horns of Alawu on his helmet. 10 wilderness hunters, like you can't beat the commander's hand. I don't believe it. The wilderness hunter, whose face could not be seen clearly, was obviously angered by this remark. He said, What do you know? I have some gossip. It is said that the rebels took a large number of people away, and there is also a very strong commander. Bullshit! Another person interrupted him and said, I think you, a dishonorable hunter, have had your brain damaged by the horns of the wild bull. We have powerful Imperial Guards and golden cavalry, led by a great commander of 2 horns. What are those people? The hunter argued excitedly, but I heard that they also have an evil wizard, who is very scary. He can release lightning with his hand, and knock down several people at once. Puff. This remark quickly caused several people to sneer. What a lousy wizard. Where did you hear this unreliable rumor? Besides, even if this rumor is true, what if they really have the help of the evil wizard? I heard that the capital has recently developed a new weapon called Fire Bomb. One thrown down can set several people on fire. No matter how powerful the evil wizard is, there is only one, but we have hundreds of bombers. How can he compare with us? The hunter said weakly, Well, even if you say that we can't win, won't they run away and run to the stronghold to guard it? Can the fire bomb burn the wall? You really have little knowledge and shallow experience. Someone pointed at him and cursed, You hunters with bows on your back, when you can't catch any prey outside, you will come back to spread rumors heard from somewhere, so that you can seem to have face. They can't escape. The hunter wanted to make more arguments, but every word would be countered by the residents in the tavern who liked to discuss current affairs, and they all said it in an orderly manner, with very detailed evidence, even saying where a certain team went out of the city, and what they might be doing. In the end, the hunter had nothing to say, and the voices in the tavern were all directed at him. Well, you are right. He ran out in a hurry. Obviously, he could not stay any longer. He finally knows how to repent. The people in the tavern clinked their glasses. In an alley somewhere, as soon as he left the tavern, Faradin quickly took out a pen and paper and wrote down what those people had just said. There was no embarrassment on his face. The first intelligence he got when he came to the port city was obtained just like this. Sometimes, if you ask for intelligence, others will probably not tell you, and they will have to suspect your purpose. But if this information is voluntarily said by the other party when they are unconscious, then the credibility will be greatly improved. The commander-in-chief, the cavalry, the army that walked out of the South City Gate, the fire bomb that can ignite people. Faradin wrote down these things, and continued to walk to the center of the city. The larger and richer the city is, the more shadows it often hides. Hundreds of years of life experience have proved to him that as long as one is a human being and has emotions, there will be weaknesses, and these weaknesses are common most of the time. The gold coins looted earlier will come in handy. Don't let them look down on you. For a vagrant, it is common to lurk in the deserted wilderness for a long time or mingle in the bustling crowd. But this is also the same for wizards. It's still too late. A town in the east of Doni. Alatar watched a carriage drive into the city wall, and after a while, he walked in. An old tramp in a tattered robe. The guards didn't pay much attention to this old man who still needed a cane to walk. However, arrogance and laxity always bring destruction. Chapter 167. A flourishing market was opened at the entrance of the city, welcoming the merchants and guests. Blacksmiths were hammering tools in the house, jewelers were fiddling with necklaces, and batches of vegetables and fruits were brought in by farmers and workers to be sold. There were also a lot of wood piled in the open space nearby, used to build new houses and defense projects. It looked prosperous and safe. However, a town with a large population could never make everyone rich and happy together. Under the appearance of prosperity and wealth, there must be oppression and shadows. Unless that town was Levi's territory. Obviously, this was not it. Hurry up. An armored guard shouted loudly, driving a group of workers to pull up wooden stakes, or dig deep pits for construction somewhere. This scene was in sharp contrast to the prosperous scene not far away. It was difficult to move here. Alatar sat down in a corner of a house by the roadside and looked up at the scene on the street. Teams of guards shuttled through the market, coming and going from time to time, and the nearby city walls were also full of alert soldiers. For such a fully armed town, it would be quite difficult to make an impact from the outside. Here they come. After sitting in the corner for a long time, several people finally walked out of the garden in the center of the town. One of them was wearing golden armor and was quite tall, and the other was wearing gorgeous clothes. The two were walking together towards a carriage. Alatar stood up and walked in the opposite direction to a construction site. A bunch of lazy guys. There is no time for you to rest. Hurry up and work. The soldier angrily scolded the group of laborers carrying heavy objects, as if the laborers would become stronger if he shouted loud enough. You continue to watch. I go call someone to take over. Another soldier said something to him and left temporarily. Now there is only this soldier left at the construction site. Huh? Where did this homeless person come from? Get out of here. Bang. The soldier fainted on the spot after being hit by a stick unexpectedly. I hate it when people call me that. Alatar moved the fallen soldier aside with his foot and walked towards the group of laborers. He cleared his throat and shouted, Are you willing to be enslaved for the rest of your life? Those nobles and their guards enjoy the life of the upper class, but you, who live in the same town, are treated like slaves, and a few coins buy your time and health. Just a few coins that they don't care about, such low wages. You may not be able to eat a full meal after working for a day. Do you know how much a piece of dark and hard bread costs now? The wizard quietly used his magic. A moment later, a cheer broke out in this area, and the honest farm workers seemed to be controlled by something, picking up the things in their hands that could be used as weapons. Hey, what are you doing? At this time, the guards who came to hand over arrived. Do you want to resist those nobles? Alatar asked him. Why do I want to rebel? The soldier seemed a little puzzled. You will think so. A hand suddenly grabbed the soldier's head, and the soldier froze up, and could not move immediately, and breathing became difficult. A huge shadow loomed in his heart, and the shining eyes of the old man in front of him gradually became cold. The color of his robe changed from sea blue to dark blue, and it became darker and darker, until it was stained with a touch of black. Obey me! His consciousness was in a mess. When the soldier came to his senses, he found that he had somehow picked up his weapon, and there were several comrades, who were also a little confused around him, and the laborers behind him. At this moment, they were standing in a beautiful garden, surrounded by screams and scolding. A nobleman in gorgeous clothes was lying on the ground, crawling back uncontrollably, and next to him was a tall warrior in golden armor, holding up his long sword and slashing at the soldier. Wait, that's not our city lord. My lord, I... Before he finished speaking, the soldier fell down. The city was in a mess, and blood flowed from the side into the small pond in the garden. The old shoes stepped on the blood and left marks on it. But the owner of the shoes turned a blind eye to the chaos around him, and the people lying on the ground, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Alatar walked up to the gorgeous carriage that was smashed by the angry laborers, took away the letter on it, stopped a noble who tried to escape, knocked him unconscious with a stick, and searched his body. That's all. All the news that should be delivered is now in hand, and those laborers and soldiers who were about to rebel as if possessed were also quickly suppressed by the armed forces in the city. There is no reason to stay here any longer. Alatar suppressed the violence and darkness in his heart, and walked quickly out of the city. This is all necessary. He murmured to himself, power, in order to resist the enemy, I need power. Only by having enough power can we make the enemy retreat, or even make him surrender. Increased corruption. This year, a Dongi historian recorded, a riot broke out in one of the many armed towns in the east. The laborers were dissatisfied with the low wages and slave-like treatment. They persuaded the soldiers guarding them in some way, and attacked the central garden. The city lord, who was walking with the royal envoy in the garden, immediately reacted and organized people to suppress this small riot. No one knows what happened to those guys. The matter came to an end for the time being. When the envoy, who was frightened and collapsed on the ground, hurriedly climbed onto the smashed carriage, he felt only panic. There was nothing on it. What is it? The city lord asked anxiously. I don't know. Please forgive me. I have no right to check the letter. I will return to the royal capital to apologize. No matter how the process was, Alatar's goal was achieved. He successfully delayed the enemy's footsteps, even if the means are a little difficult to evaluate. On the other side, the Ica city in the south of Dani. Located at the highest point, the most conspicuous and the largest hall, someone huddled in the upper room dedicated to entertaining VIPs, tremblingly picked up a pen and wrote the first sentence on the paper. When I wrote this line, my spirit was on the verge of collapse. I'm tired of such a life, and I don't want to continue like this. Some thoughts keep lingering in my mind, making me unable to fall asleep, and I can't even feel the sweetness in the cake. It all originated from one thing. A few days ago, I obeyed the king's order and sent a letter to the Aiku. On the way, a daring man stopped me and tried to snatch the letter from my hand. I took out the letter and challenged him. If you want it, you have to come and get it yourself, and then ordered the accompanying imperial guards to arrest and torture him. Something I didn't expect happened. I obviously underestimated the man's strength. His black armor was invulnerable to swords and guns, his weapon could spit fire, and there was a terrifying golden light flashing on his body. After a while, all my guards were lying on the ground, burned to a charred corpse by the flames from his weapon. It's hard to tell whether the flames came from his weapon or his mouth. I prefer the latter. After all, is he really a human, or a monster in human skin? There was no time to investigate. I was so frightened that I didn't care about anything. I immediately jumped off the carriage, cut the rope, and rode my horse as far away as I could. Everything was getting farther and farther away from me, like a nightmare. I don't know how I got back here. I only remember that several guards helped me down from the horse. They were all frightened by my terrified look. Although I have left that place and completed my mission brilliantly, everything that happened that day is still tormenting me, and I will never forget it. I prayed and asked the missionary sent by the great demon Eye. Although he comforted me, his words were full of sarcasm. He didn't know what I was talking about. I don't know anything. He knows nothing, yes, nothing, because he has never seen or heard it. It's like a sound from hell. The black armor seems to blend into the night, always appearing in my dreams. He is like a nightmare that will never end, always following me behind. Even now, there seems to be some footsteps outside the door, and it seems that something is knocking on the wall, causing cracks in the wall. When I looked over, the knocking sound and the cracks on the wall disappeared immediately. I think I have been tortured by hallucinations for too long. Whether it's a human or a monster, I won't let him find me. Magic Eye. Window. Someone. Chapter 168. Lightning flashed across the sky, heralding the coming of a rainstorm. Boom. Ah! The guard who was cleaning the room trembled and collapsed to the ground. The papers with some evil things recorded on them were scattered by the wind and stained with blood. The candle suddenly went out, and the last light in the room disappeared. The guard couldn't help but turn his head to look at the missing window. There was a whimpering sound of wind, pouring in the humid air and darkness. The mouth opened wider and wider, and the fear of some indescribable things climbed onto his face. Ah! The heavy rain came closely after the thunder and screams. Quick, quick! The captain of the guard received the news, and quickly gathered a team of guards, marching towards the highest hall in the rain. Wah-la-la! The neat footsteps woke up many people who were not asleep yet, and the armor made a sound under the bean-sized raindrops. What happened? The residents asked anxiously, but never got an answer. All they knew was that since that day, the city lord moved out of the luxurious and solid hall with his family and all the guards, as if there was something terrible inside. The next day, a carpenter was summoned to the city lord's residence, and it was said that he was ordered to nail and seal a room in the hall. Save us, messenger sent by the great magic eye, there are evil creatures entrenched in that hall. In the luxurious villa, the city lord prayed to a missionary sent by Sauron. This time, the missionary finally took it seriously. The prayer of the missing messenger could be attributed to nightmares and cowardice. But the one who came today was the city lord, and something really happened in that hall. Let me go and have a look. The missionary followed the city lord to the room with courage, and ordered people to violently split the newly sealed wooden strips with an axe. Crack! Dust flew everywhere, and the sun shone through the square gap above the window onto the clean desk. There were several pages of notes sorted out on it. That's it. At the urging of the city lord, the missionary picked up the pages of blood-stained notes, and read them from the beginning in order. His breathing gradually slowed down. After a while, he put the pages of notes on the table, coughed and asked, "Are there any suspicious people recently?" "No, we haven't found any suspicious people in the city." For some reason, the city lord always felt that the missionary's voice was slightly trembling. He pointed at the notebook and asked, "Excuse me, what is that?" "It's full of evil words, have it burned." Although he was quite unhappy with the missionary's tone of command, after all, he was sent by the great being of Mordor, so he could only be unhappy. As the flame slowly rose, the pages of the notebook were soon devoured. Looking at this warm flame, the missionary who always believed in darkness felt a little relieved at this moment. I will report this to the master. That day, the missionary set out from the pass and headed straight for Mordor. At the same time, a terrifying rumor enveloped the city. The messenger from the capital disappeared along with all the items on his desk. It was said that he was devoured by an indescribable monster. As soon as the missionary set out, the city lord sent his most capable subordinates to deliver a message to the capital, indicating that he needed to wait for the missionary to bring back the news from the demon eye, and also had to guard against some kind of terror that might exist in the territory, so it was not convenient to mobilize too many people for the time being. A few days later, Mordor Barad-dûr. The missionary crawled in front of the evil Black Tower, and told the ringwraiths about the rumors in the east. Foolish. The harsh voice came from the shadows that loomed in front of him. It's just a rumor. Most of the ringwraiths didn't take it seriously. Except one. But Hamel walked out of the ringwraiths, looked down at the missionary who came from his hometown, and said, "Tell me everything you know." The missionary thought about it, and regretted it. Why did he burn those pages of notes? But no matter how much he regretted, he still had to say what he should say. He recalled with great effort and answered with a stiff face, "It is said that it is a monster that can breathe fire, wearing black spiked armor, and a golden light protecting him. No one can get close to him or hurt him. And he has a mysterious power that can make people have nightmares, and come out of nightmares." A messenger was killed by this power. Camul and another ringwraith looked at each other. "Are you sure it's not the master? I check it out." Camul responded lightly and disappeared. A few days later, a black horse broke through the pass, and the most powerful legend and leader of the Dani, Cahamel, returned to this land again. He first came to the scene where the messenger disappeared and searched carefully, but the conclusion he came to was that there was indeed no sign of any special power here. Then, at the city lord's request, Hammer searched the entire hall inside and out, but still found nothing. The only suspicious thing in the whole scene was the square window gap. Fong. Some clues flashed. No, he should be west of the Misty Mountains, and it is unlikely to appear so far away. This possibility with a very low probability was ruled out. But Hammer announced on the spot, "The so-called monster is just something you imagined out of fear. Believe in my lord, believe in the magic eye, the master will protect you from the invasion of strange things." Seeing that the ringwraith said so, the city lord was relieved. He knelt down to pray, and asked people to send a lot of treasures, and at the same time strengthen the territory's vigilance. The messenger of the magic eye brought the will. Don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors, there is no monster in this world that will come out of nightmares. The magic eye will protect us. In a small town far away from the capital, 3 people gathered in a secluded alley. "I brought a lot of intelligence from the port city, I believe it will be useful." Faladane took out a stack of notes from his pocket and said, "Unexpectedly, Dani still hides a lot of power. Fortunately, some people are not very tight-lipped, otherwise we may not know what they have until the war starts." "Well done. All are praised. The best spies can only do this." "What about you, how is your side?" Faradane asked. "Some goals have been achieved. At least the pace of the army's assembly can be slightly slowed down. I know wizards always have some magical methods." Hearing this, Alatar smiled in an ambiguous way, looking quite gentle. "Yes, a magical method. Now there is only one person who has not reported the results of the battle." The two looked at Levi. To be honest, it wasn't very smooth. Levi said somewhat awkwardly, "At first, I caught up with the messenger's team, but he escaped without my noticing. Later I chased him all the way to their past city. I originally planned to sneak into his room and catch the messenger so that I could interrogate him. But the messenger was very alert. He would look over whenever I made a move. I was frightened several times by his sudden turn of head. After several failed attempts to sneak in, I broke the window and went in directly, and then he jumped out of the window. His movements were very clumsy. He even tripped over a chair when he stood up, hit his nose, and bled all over the table. I thought he might have some mental problems, so I didn't chase him, but I took away everything I could take away from the desk, including some open letters and records of the number of each type of soldiers. I think it shouldn't be considered a loss." Chapter 169. Firebomb? Levi flipped through the information collected by Faradane. The more he looked, the more curious he could not stop. This thing looked similar to the dwarf's flash bomb. At least there are some gains. With Faradane's detailed information and the statistical data Levi got, the 3 of them now have a certain understanding of the Dani's military strength. If we say that the most effective action among the three is Faradin. Although he could neither intercept the news nor stop the army's advance, he has almost all the information about the port city. Which army is going where, how many people, what kind of army, and when to start, are all clear. The military movements in this area are almost transparent. A captain of the Imperial Guards fell in love with the elves of Dorwingen, and fled by boat privately, trying to sail to the other side of the inland sea. This kind of information is also to be found? What if it is useful? Faladin said. Well, no matter what, the capital army can't be assembled in a short time, and their route of action has been basically found out. I have to pass the news back quickly. Our forces don't know about this yet. Actually, I've always been curious. Levi asked, which force are you talking about? Faradin recalled the news he heard in the past few days, and said, they call you traitors and collaborators. It seems that this army is not just a rebel army, but also involves a bigger enemy, or force. I said it at the beginning. The Blue Robe replied, it's east of Mordor and south of Dongi. Konda. The land after the rain exudes a fragrance, and the withered grass indicates that the rain is bone-chilling. The three of them galloped all the way to the past city in the south of Dongi. It's different from the last time I came. Aladar looked at the city, which was obviously filled with a strange atmosphere, and was a little confused. On the road, pedestrians hurried past, finished their business in silence, and hurried home. Excuse me, what happened here? He stopped a passerby and asked. But the man just shook his head, and made a gesture to keep quiet. What's so secret? Let me do it. Faladin took 2 steps forward and talked to the resident. After a while, a terrifying rumor. It is said that a monster that can walk out of nightmares has appeared here recently. Nothing can stop it. Not even the ringwraiths can find his trace. It is said that the messenger from the capital was attacked not long ago, and he is still resting in a closed windowless room. Monster? Alatar looked at Levi. This past city happened to be the place where Levi was in charge. Do you have any clues about this rumor? I don't know. Levi thought carefully. Maybe the messenger was attacked by something while jumping out of the window to escape, and I didn't chase him at the time. It's a pity. If there is such a weird thing, I will definitely let him taste my sword. Maybe some new materials can be revealed. Is that so? Aladar thought for a while, and said, in my opinion, all such weird things are most likely related to the enemy and his minions. Maybe it is a method he came up with to consolidate his position. That makes sense. But he certainly didn't expect that his actions would delay the gathering of the Dongi army. No matter how smart you are, you will always make mistakes. Without delving too much into the rumors of the abnormality of the pass, the three of them quickly passed through the area, bypassed the opening of the mountains behind Mordor, and crossed a wilderness. Until they arrived at a slightly desolate place. This is the most bordered area of Run, Kund. Aladar introduced. There is a desert to the south of Kund, and after crossing the desert and continuing to the south is near Harad. On the surface, Harad and Kund are still allies, and there are often caravans from the south passing through here to Dongi. What about the reality? Actually, Alatar smiled slightly and raised his head. You will know soon. Kund, an arid borderland separated from the wilderness and desert by a river, is sandy and has plenty of sunshine. Although the overall area is not large, it is relatively wealthy due to frequent trade exchanges with the north and the south. That was true for a while. As they hurried on, Aladar explained, in the earliest times, the Kund had a lot of conflicts with the Dongi in the north and the Harad in the south. The land area was small, the population was small, and they were sandwiched between the two major ethnic groups. Their lives were quite difficult. The Wainriders went all the way south and forced the Kunds to Harad. In the end, in order to resist the Wainriders, the Kunds had to form an alliance with the Harads, and the three parties started a big melee. There was no winner in this war, because the enemy was in Mordor at that time. He sent envoys to force an end to the chaos. He first conquered the three major ethnic groups by force, and then forced them to believe in him for generations. That belief is deeply rooted and difficult to eradicate. After briefly explaining the situation here, Alatar changed the subject and said, but even a powerful enemy cannot take care of all places. Whether it is the Dongi in the north of Mordor, or the Harad in the south, the power of these two major ethnic groups is quite large, and their lands have a large amount of wealth reserves. Even if they are forced to pay a large amount of treasure to Mordor every year, they can still maintain their wealth. But the Kunds can't do that. Their land area is too small, and their wealth is quite small. Of course, they can still exist as an independent country today, in fact, thanks to our great enemy. If he hadn't forced the three parties not to go to war, Kund might have become history long ago, and been annexed by the other two major eastern ethnic groups. At the beginning, Kun did usher in a period of peaceful development with this order, but the good times did not last long. As Mordor's demand for war increased, this nomadic people was forced to hand over a large amount of supplies and horses every year. Mordor doesn't care whether they can afford it or whether they are poor. They only care about when the supplies arrive. However, even so, the Kun people's belief in the great enemy has not wavered at all. It is simply stubborn. At the beginning, my friend and I, Palando, and our leader Saruman came to the east together. We have been active here and in the mountains further east for thousands of years. Saruman felt that all the races here were hopeless, so he returned to the western part of Middle-earth alone. Only the two of us were left to continue to deal with the enemy's forces in the east. Later, Palando also left. He is now operating in the southern Harad region. Although they both left one after another, fortunately, before leaving, Saruman taught me a magic that can free people from the control of the enemy. Oh! Levi, who had been listening nearby, looked at the blue robe with some curiosity. Would Saruman be so kind? Chapter 170. Alatar did not mention much about the magic that could free people from Sauron's faith, and Levi did not delve into his little secret. As the three of them continued to rush, a city soon appeared at the end of the horizon. The capital of the Kun people. Compared with the capital of the Dongi people, this city is really a bit simple. The city walls are built with a mixture of wood and earth and stone, and many houses are covered with hay. This may be related to the local climate. As Aladar said, the sun here is very hot, and the land is covered with a layer of sand. Wait, what is that? Levi quickly approached a piece of sand. Cactus? Oh yes, this is a local specialty species. Do you like it? I like it very much. Snap. This cactus was pulled out by the roots, and after passing through the synthesis platform, it was standardized into a square cactus. Do you want me to help you find more? Seeing Levi's excitement, Faradin said. No, one is enough. Apart from anything else, this trip was worth it just to find the cactus. However, when he officially entered the city, Levi realized that he had thought too little. What is that? He pointed to a group of people who covered themselves tightly with white sheepskin towels. A caravan from the southern Harad region. They crossed the desert just to get the wealth of the east. Levi approached and took a look. This one look made him excited. Rum. The merchants mentioned that there was rum in their goods. The main raw material for making rum is sugar cane. Do you want to try our premium rum? No, I'm more curious about the taste of sugar cane than rum. You want sugar cane? The merchant asked curiously, and said, we don't usually sell this kind of thing. It's not valuable and hard to store. The road to here is long. Even if we load the freshly picked sugar cane onto the truck, it will go bad before it's transported here. Like this. The merchant took out a small piece of sugar cane that looked a bit off in color, with a piece missing, obviously having been bitten. You reminded me, I was just about to throw away this garbage. As he spoke, the merchant took out several more pieces of sugar cane from the truck. Hey, this piece seems to be edible? The merchant was about to peel off the piece of sugar cane. Wait, sell it to me. Levi stopped him quickly. You want to try it? The merchant stopped and said, how about this? Just give me 2 cents, or if you buy something else, I give you this as a gift. Considering the long distance of transportation, this request is not excessive. A moment later, Levi met the two with a piece of almond candy, a specialty of the South. Luckily, among the several pieces of spoiled sugarcane given by the Harad merchant, there was a good piece, which could be used to standardize it into a special sugarcane that can grow by the water. Cactus, sugarcane. 2 very useful things were obtained at once. Levi was increasingly looking forward to this city with yellow sand everywhere, and Harad merchants or nomads coming from the desert from time to time. I've gained so much just after entering the gate. There must be more special crops from the southeast that are not available in the western part of Middle-earth. Are you done with the chore? Alatar said hello and took Levi and Faradin to the center of the city. Are you curious about the information in the south? Faradin asked. One thing, I'm mainly interested in the special products there. Special products? Falodin recalled and said, I heard that there is a prairie further south of the Harad Desert, and further south of the prairie is a jungle, where jungle people live. There are many animals and plants we have never seen on both the prairie and the jungle. Levi's eyes lit up. That's great. But it's far away. Falodin reminded. According to what those Harad people said, the distance from Harad to the jungle they mentioned may be several times farther than from Roadside Castle to Lonely Mountain. That's really far. Levi opened the map and took a look. Middle-earth, to completely light up this continent, Even he would have to ride a fast horse for many years without sleep. Wait, what are you doing? Faradin suddenly said while thinking. Levi looked to the side. Alatar took off the tattered cloak used for camouflage, revealing the sea blue robe underneath, walking openly on this land. If it was in Dongi, the guards and people nearby would have surrounded him long ago. But here. Don't worry, I said, this is our territory. The residents around were not very curious about the old man in the blue robe, and some of the guards even saluted slightly to greet him when they saw him. But it was only a part of them. The other part passed by with their eyes closed, as if they were pretending that they had seen it. Alatar did not care too much about these people. Not long after walking, he led Levi and the other two to the largest hall in the city. My lord. The guards at the door bowed and saluted to Alatar. Alatar nodded and walked in with big strides, but the two people behind him were not so smooth, and the guards stopped them. You need to put down your weapons in front of the king's hall, he said. But before he started to loot, his action was interrupted by the voice in front. That is my distinguished guest, don't be rude to them. The guards took a deep look at the blue figure in the hall and retreated silently. Levi and Faradin looked at each other. Even if they were slow, they noticed that the atmosphere here was a little unusual. It's been a long time since we last met, King of Khund. In the hall, Alar greeted the rather strong leader of Khund on the throne. Ah, wise wizard, you've come just in time. I have some questions that I need your answers to. The king's face was pale. He tried to get up, but it was quite strenuous, which formed a sharp contrast with his strong body. Anyone who saw him for the first time would think he was sick. However, Alatar looked accustomed to it. He stepped up the steps leading to the throne step by step, stood beside the king, and asked softly, "What's the matter, my respected king?" The king gave up getting up. He shook his head and almost lay on the throne and said in a weak voice, "Sauron. He sent an envoy to tell me that if we don't surrender, he will kill all of us. Don't worry, my king. We have slowed down the pace of the Dongi and Mordor armies. They will not be able to successfully gather in a short time." Ah. So. Very good. A hint of excitement flashed in his turbid eyes. Although, he himself didn't know what he was excited about. Alatar. In the hall, Levi couldn't help it. He called him by his name and asked on the spot, "Is this the way you said that the rulers of this area can get rid of Sauron's control? This method doesn't look very glorious, and it's really not that good. Why do you think so?" Alatar opened his arms and answered as a matter of course, "Look, Levi, the king of Khand, after my arrival, he no longer surrendered to the enemy, but mustered the courage to resist those forces that dared to oppress them." Levi shook his head. "So, what you call getting rid of, is to make him change from being controlled by Sauron to being controlled by you?" "Control? No, no, no. Please don't use that word at this time, at this moment, in this scene. All I did was to make him more obedient to his heart." The long sword cut out from the inventory, and Levi stepped forward. "You are terminally ill. Maybe you need someone to help you wake up. I really shouldn't expect Saruman to teach you something good." Alatar obviously didn't agree with this. He raised his head and looked down at the figure under the steps proudly, and said, "Legends of the West, in your opinion, what is good and what is bad? Do you have to give up its power just because you are afraid of something? In my opinion, that is a cowardly act." A cloud covered the scorching sunlight, and the king's hall fell into darkness for a short time. In the shadow, the blue-robed wizard's voice was sonorous and powerful. "This is just a reasonable use of power." Chapter 171. So what are you going to do now, Legend of the West? Alatar stood on one side of the throne and said condescendingly, "Knock me down for your justice? If you want to try, then come over. But I want to remind you that even if you knock me down and awaken the King of Khund, it will only make things worse. Now we only have two enemies, Mordor and Dongi. When you finish what you did, we will have three, and no one will be able to escape." The king slumped on the throne and had no reaction to these remarks. Levi held the sword in his hand, and it was hard to tell what his mood was. You really have the same teacher. Among the 5 wizards who came to Middle-earth, only Alatar and Saruman asked to come, and the other 3 were either invited or forcibly sent here. Do you think you can succeed by doing this? No, I never expected this small tribe caught in the middle to achieve anything. Alatar said expressionlessly, but Khund also has its role. It can help us consume the power of the enemy, and the Dongi rebels who surrendered to them. It's worthless. Levi shook his head. No faith, no ideals, no goals, just some people who are controlled and deceived by you. It's meaningless to do this. How can you say it's meaningless? Alatar said seriously, you don't know the difficulties of this land. People are ignorant, and don't know how to adapt. They shout the name of the demon eye all day long. It's like this everywhere. How many people have torn their families apart in order to worship the demon eye? Don't you see that after I came, the residents here no longer have to endure the oppression of the enemy, nor do they have to transport their wealth and resources to Mordor in batches. The enemy will suck their blood and flesh, and I don't want anything. Who is more noble, and who is despicable? Can't you see it as long as you open your eyes? The belief in the magic eye is deeply rooted. If the means are not strong enough, how can you fight him? Levi took a deep look at the blue-robed wizard. You are too deeply affected by that power. Drink some milk and wake up. I will never touch that thing again in my life. Alatar refused decisively. Then I can only force you to drink some. You can try. The atmosphere in the hall gradually became tense. Theoden clenched the ancient tomb sword in his hand. He took a step forward, but was pushed back by Levi. Leave this to me. You go guard the door. If anyone asks, just say there's a party going on inside. A party? Thaladain glanced at Alatar, who looked rather gloomy, and then at Levi, who looked calm. Okay, I be the security guard for a while. He shrugged and went out. Stupid, I thought you were a reasonable person. Alatar, holding a magic wand, slowly walked down the stairs. When a person is overly confident, he will think that everyone except himself is stupid. Levi answered and drew out his long sword. Boom, without any warning, a thunderbolt struck out of thin air from Alatar's hand, instantly crossing half the hall and landing at Levi's feet, blowing a big hole in the floor. I don't want to be your enemy. This is my last warning. Alatar stared at Levi. But Levi just stepped over the big pit and said lightly, Before coming here, I have seen 3 wizards. They all use some spells, but you are the first one to use spells against me. You don't want to know what it feels like. No, actually, I would like to try it. As he spoke, Levi took a step forward. Alatar's face became even gloomier. Mortals always try to challenge the existence they don't understand. The wizard knocked his cane on the ground, and his sea blue robe moved without wind. His figure gradually rose, as if he had turned into a giant. Suddenly, Levi came to his senses, and found that it was just an illusion caused by the huge pressure on the soul. Whether it is a wizard or an elf, the most essential difference between them and mortals is the soul. Those with strong souls can use their will to influence the outside world, and arouse all kinds of magical powers. People usually call it magic. Unlike those magics that are covered with technology, their magic is truly spontaneous, using consciousness to interfere with reality. For wizards or some powerful elves, magic is just a natural creation that comes with a heart, and whatever effect you want can be achieved. Flames rose from the hall, and they gathered around the blue robe, surrounding him to become a giant surrounded by flames. Are you imitating the Balrog? Levi drank a bottle of fireproof potion. However, the expected flame eruption like the Balrog did not come. The next moment, lightning appeared around the huge flame phantom, and the two entangled and surrounded each other, and they smashed over with a bang. Levi's pupil shrank, and he immediately cut out a wooden shield. Boom, the wooden shield was broken and cooled, and the rune ring, necklace, and belt flashed golden light, blocking the huge impact. The thunder and fire seemed to hit an indestructible shield, and seemed to be cut by a black blade and spread to both sides behind him. With one blow, except for a small area under Levi's feet and behind him, all places in the hall were covered with flames. The rune shield was broken, and the emergency shield was activated. Unexpected. Levi looked up and saw that the figure in the blue robe was still thin. The so-called giant he saw just now was just an illusion caused by the oppression of the soul. Indeed unexpected. The long sword slashed at Alatar mercilessly. Clang! A crisp collision sounded. Alatar raised his staff high, and immediately a solid white barrier surrounded his body, blocking the nemesis. Levi swung his sword again, and Alatar stopped defending. His staff burst into dazzling light, becoming like lightning. He swung it, and used his staff to collide with Levi's sword. The force was so strong that it made people feel as if they were facing a heavy hammer. If it were an ordinary human or an orc, they would probably be knocked away. However, Levi stood there like a nail without moving a step. He locked the wizard in front of him and slashed with sword after sword, each time with greater force and higher damage than before. When the damage was superimposed several times. Boom! Alatar finally realized that something was wrong. He drew a sword from his waist, and suddenly there was a hot flame wrapped around it, and the sword suddenly became hot and red. With a lightning staff in one hand and a flaming sword in the other, coupled with the fighting skills honed over thousands of years, Levi was suppressed by this skill, and could not stop retreating. Swish! Levi dodged and jumped back, swinging a white sword to force Alatar back. If this is all you can do, I'm afraid you will never be able to defeat me. Alatar took a step forward. Not only that, Levi took out the Malong staff, which had the 9 Hells core installed on it. Now both of them had a staff in one hand and a sword in the other. As Levi waved the Malong staff in his hand, a group of red little bats appeared out of thin air, and hundreds of 9 Hells flame bats gathered together and rushed towards Alatar. Too evil. Looking at these hideous little red bats, even Alatar, who had been corrupted to a considerable extent, couldn't help but say this. Bang! A bat was roasted by the blazing flames and exploded on the spot, shocking Alatar back a step. However, this was just the beginning. After scratching the barrier created by Alatar, the 9 Hell flame bats showed their unstable nature and exploded on the spot. For a moment, it was like setting off firecrackers, except that the firecrackers were tied to large double-kick firecrackers. After the elements in one staff were emptied, Levi cut out the second staff. After a while, hundreds of bats were rampaging in the sky, and Alatar had to devote some of his energy to dealing with these hateful little things. Gradually, he became more and more irritated. At this moment, the Western legend who summoned the evil bats came over again and chopped down fiercely with his sword. Boom! Alatar was knocked back several steps. Such a strong force, stronger than before, he drank a bottle of level 2 strength potion. If this is all you have, you will never be able to defeat me. Levi returned the words intact. Alatar was sweating profusely, dealing with the suicide attacks of hundreds of 9 Hells flame bats while dealing with Levi, who was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, when Levi's combo reached its peak, and he was even planning to do a jump slash, Alatar took a deep breath and shouted, enough. Boom! He slammed the staff into the ground, and a huge circle of light burst out from it. The huge impact directly cleared all the bats at once, and Levi was blown back and almost fell out of the door. What's going on? The 2 guards outside the door turned around quickly. There's a banquet going on inside. Faladane stopped the 2. The guards picked up their weapons with a stern look on their faces, and Faradin put his hand on the sword. Then a new battle took place. A strong white light flashed in the hall, and everything was eclipsed for a moment. When the light disappeared, Levi quickly bit a golden apple to make up for the lost blood. Looking again, Alatar was panting. The cane in front of him was still standing on the ground, but the flames around the sword disappeared. Seeing Levi approaching again, and even waving the elven sword in his hand, he quickly picked up the cane. Snap! The moment the sword and the cane met, the cane broke in the middle and turned into a pile of sawdust. The long sword passed over the cane and really hit its enemy for the first time in this battle. Wait, this feeling. Levi was a little confused. He looked forward and found that the wizard's health bar did not move at all. This is not right. He must have hit it just now, right? Plop. Alatar fell straight to the ground, but there was no fire on his body. At this moment, his eyes suddenly became much clearer, no longer dark and cold as before. Something disappeared under that sword. You won, he said. His tone was more relaxed than ever before, as if he was freed from something. Levi put away the sword in silence. I don't know if it's an illusion. The speed of falling doesn't seem very natural. To say that this battle is still quite dangerous. The wizard or Maya, even if they are trapped in mortal bodies, and the authority of divine power is tightly locked, their abilities are so powerful. If it is an unrestricted and fully open battle, maybe they will be killed in one encounter. Ugh! When the cane completely turned into debris, the Khan on the throne groaned. The paleness on his face gradually faded, and the king slowly stood up, opened his eyes with difficulty, and looked around, looking at the hall full of flames. The wizard fell to the ground, and a strong-looking black-armored warrior was standing silently in the hall. His own guards were knocked down outside the door, and there was a tall foreigner next to them. The king took a deep breath, his body gradually straightened, and his face became ruddy. He slowly said, My memory is vague, as if I had a very long dream, and many phantoms walked in front of me in the dream. Wise wizard, tell me, what happened? Alatar responded, As you can see, King of Khan, I was knocked down. Is that so? The king picked up the sword in front of the throne and walked down the steps. A foreigner, a stranger, you broke into my hall, knocked down my guards, and knocked down the wise wizard who assisted me. The situation seemed to be like this. But many vague and illusory memories in his mind reminded the king that something seemed to be wrong. However, no matter what was wrong, there was only one thing to do now. Kill. Alatar, I have something to ask you later. He crossed the blue robe lying on the ground and pointed his sword at Levi. But now. I want to let these two foreigners know the price of breaking in here. Levi's eyes were a little helpless. I said I came to help you regain consciousness. Do you believe it? You mentioned sobriety. The king stopped moving and suddenly laughed. Yes, awake, I am more awake than ever before. The dark voice that was hovering in my head finally disappeared. It was like a poisonous sore attached to my bones, which had always made me live in a daze. And when all this disappeared, I finally thought of the answer to that question. I knew what our country was missing. Oh, what is it? Levi asked with interest. That is a true king, he shouted. In the past, those who sat on the throne were always incompetent and cowardly. The people followed such a cowardly king and believed in a hypocritical so-called Dark Lord, allowing him to drive them, which led to our country's weakness. I have understood that only a truly powerful king can lead the people to resist this undignified slavery. Now, I will first use you, the outsiders who have entered the hall without permission, to verify my power, and then restore our past glory. Feel honored. You are about to become the first stepping stone on the road to the revival of the great Khan. Bang! Levi kicked the Khan king to the ground and carried him to one side to lie down. He still doesn't look sober. He has been corrupted for too long. Aladar got up and kindly carried the king back to his throne, so that he could at least sleep on the seat. Give him some time to relax. Maybe there is still room for negotiation. What about you? Levi asked. It's not very good. Can you give me a glass of milk? Gulp. After a moment, Alatar handed the cup back. Thank you. At least my mind will be clearer for a short time. I still have a lot of milk. How many more cups? I've said it before, it can temporarily drive away the haze in my heart, but it can't solve the root cause. Alatar shook his head. Then keep drinking. Cough cough. Alatar coughed. No, don't worry, I can hold on. I still have to thank you. You didn't hit me with that sword just now, you hit someone else. Do you want to talk for a while? A voice floated from outside the door. Paladin stood at the door, looking at the flames in the hall, and said helplessly, My suggestion is to put out the fire first, otherwise this hall will burn down in a while. Wow, a few buckets of water were poured in, and the flames were all extinguished. Much better. Faradin was finally able to walk in. The three gathered in the hall. So what are you going to do now? Alatar asked Levi. The armies of Mordor and Dani are on the way, and their pace will not be much slower than ours, maybe in a few days. And now? He looked at the still sleeping King Kund. We may even lose our only ally. It doesn't matter. Levi comforted. I'm here. Are you going to help Kund fight against that army? To help a possible future enemy? Faradin asked. Even though he had been away from this matter, he could understand the situation at the moment. The King of Kund was only temporarily out of the control of Sauron and Aladar. He was awake, but it didn't mean that he was on his side. After the wizard and Levi leave, this area may still be dominated by Sauron, and march westward with the Dani or Harad people. This is the general trend, and it cannot be changed by one or two people unless they stay here forever. I need to remind you. Aladar said, the people here still believe in the enemy, it is belief, not control. I originally planned to eliminate this blind belief through violent methods, but now it seems that even if my methods are more violent, the rumors and beliefs that have lasted for thousands of years cannot be eliminated in a short time. Don't think that everyone here is a friend just because we came smoothly. Their cold eyes are just because of the king's order. Once he wakes up and cancels this order, the street vendors and passers-by will immediately take out their daggers and machetes and swing them at us fiercely. Especially you, Faradin. You don't want to know what the attitude of the Eastern humans is towards the Dune name. Don't expose it, otherwise even the king's order can't protect you. I know. Faradin responded lightly. The two looked at Levi, asking for his final opinion. The survival of a country, and the recent development trend of the entire East, may be determined in one or two sentences. Aladar finally reminded, we may face a large number of enemies from all directions, and even the city we are in now is an enemy city. There is no retreat, and no way out. He sighed and instinctively wanted to pick up the staff, but after reaching out his hand, he only picked up a pile of debris. Oh, as a wizard, it is really uncomfortable to have no staff in hand. Forget it, the bow and sword are also very useful. No. The voice of Vito sounded. Levi shook his head and said calmly, there is no real dead end in this world, only people who can't find the way. If there is no way, then dig it. If everyone here is an enemy, then I will face everyone. Chapter 172. It sounds simple, but it is still difficult to implement. I don't know how you are going to do it. Aladar said, Can you conjure a giant dragon out of thin air to fight for you? Not yet. What? It's okay, I mean, I have some other ways. Looking at Levi suspiciously, Alatar used a piece of cloth to collect the broken pieces of his staff and said, although if you need help, my bow and sword can still be used. Faradin said on the side, and me, my bow, sword and dagger can also serve you. Alatar glanced at him. Do you have to mention the extra dagger? It would be great if you could help me control Khand, especially the Awake King. That's easy. Alatar put away the broken pieces of the staff and said, I know him well. When he wakes up, I will have a good talk with him about what happened during this period. Persuasion and conversation are the wizard's strengths. What if he doesn't want to talk to you? You know, I know some swordsmanship. Okay, then I leave it to you. Levi nodded convincingly. Apart from anything else, this guy has been in Middle-earth for thousands of years. Even if he doesn't use magic, his skills are not to be underestimated, comparable to the most warlike elves. Are there mines here? I have never been here. Faradin shook his head. There are some, not too many. Alatar said, after leaving the city, go north, there is a small mine over there, but the metal output is not ideal, there are always some associated impurities. Impurities? Yes, impurities, but they are not useless. The Dongi people's new weapon, fire bombs, is made of this impurity. They directly formed a brigade of grenadiers with this. I have seen those grenadiers before. In fact, I was studying this new weapon before I went to Dongi, but the progress has been slow. Wait, the impurities you mentioned, are they easy to burn, and the powder will explode? Hey, how do you know? Alatar complained. There are so many things that the temporary warehouse can't hold them. If it weren't for some other uses, and it seems to have great development potential, sometimes I really want to throw them all away. Don't throw it away, give it to me. How much do you want? Levi approached and stretched out his hand. I want them all. The north of Khanda is a wilderness, and beyond the wilderness is Dongi. And to the south, across the river that surrounds Khanda is a large desert. Desert means it has a lot of sand, a lot of sand. So much that you can't dig it all. The desert merchants who came to Khanda in the past 2 days brought a terrifying legend. A huge worm seemed to have awakened on the edge of the desert near this land. It lived by devouring sand and soil. Once it woke up, it dug a huge, wide, bottomless pit. Every nomad or merchant passing by was terrified and sweated profusely in the hot weather. How big a worm must it be? As big as me. In the storage warehouse, near the mine, Levi kept opening and closing boxes, taking out materials from them for synthesis. Well, let's not talk about the rumors outside. Are you sure it's appropriate to put this thing here? Faradin looked at the torches on the wall, and the dangerous things in Levi's hands, and the memories of a few years ago came to his mind. The wolf cavalry team of hundreds was destroyed by this thing. This red, strange block that can be ignited by a little flame. It's okay, it won't explode. Okay, how much of this have you made? A lot, a lot. Levi rolled out another set of TNT and said, who would have thought that there would be so much sulfur and saltpeter in this place? They also regard this thing as impurities. When I was in the roadside fort, I wished I could dig impurities every day. With sulfur and saltpeter, gunpowder can be synthesized. Although the principle and proportion are not clear, it doesn't matter. The workbench will solve all this. What's the situation over there in Alatar? Levi asked while busying himself. He and the king get along well. That's what he said, but I didn't see the king. Anyway, it's fine as long as the situation is stable. Even if it's temporary. Clang. A metal collision sound came from the next room. Faradin looked in the direction of the sound vigilantly, and Levi waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to care. What is that? Some small props that may be used in a few days. Small props? He walked around curiously to take a look. I saw a dwarf smelting array arranged in a square space that was obviously opened up temporarily. Stones were melting in the smelting furnace, and iron buckets were placed at the exit to collect the orange-red liquid flowing out. Lava. Okay, that's enough. At a certain moment, Levi suddenly stood up, rubbed his hands, knocked down the workbench, and took out a lot of TNT from the box until his backpack was full. It's time to move on to the next step. In front of Khan's royal city is a large flat land full of sand and soil, with a few cacti occasionally. But it doesn't matter. On this day, an order was issued from the king's hall. No one is allowed to leave the city for 1 day. There were countless nobles, and the king's relatives and friends, who came forward to ask for the reason, but they were all rejected one by one, and there was no answer. This incident did not cause much disturbance. After all, it was only 1 day. Some traveling merchants speculated that it might be to hunt down some fugitives. Although such things are not common, they have happened before. Everyone still lived their own lives. When the city gate was opened the next day, someone stepped out of the city gate. Is it my illusion? Was this land so flat before? Looking at the land in front of them, which seemed to have become much flatter, the residents always felt a little uneasy. The peaceful days lasted for another 3 days. During this period, everything developed as usual, and the residents lived as usual. Levi. Early in the morning, Aladar came hurriedly and almost shouted, "They are coming! That army, they are not far from the royal city, and you can see it directly. The city gate has been urgently closed, and Khan's soldiers and guards are quite restless. They are asking the king for his opinion whether to surrender or fight. I want to remind you that at present, most people choose to surrender." "What does King Khan mean?" Levi asked. "He has no opinion," Alatar answered vaguely. "But I'm afraid it will happen soon. When the army arrives at the city, the magic in my words will lose its effect, and he will no longer believe what I say." Magic sound. Levi looked at Alatar, smiling. Gandalf once said that Saruman's words were magical, which could make people feel convinced unconsciously. This change in cognition could sometimes even affect a person's life, unless the person was stimulated or had a very strong will. He called this ability magic sound. To say this kind of magic sound, wizards should all be able to use it, but some people like to abuse it and use magic sound as soon as they open their mouths. But some people don't like to seduce others in this way, and at most they just use it to calm the situation when a quarrel occurs. Now it seems that Blue Robe also has some magic sound, or the kind of magic sound that can change people's cognition. Then let him wake up completely. Buzz, when these words were spoken, a horn sounded in front of the city. Alatar and Faradin climbed up the city wall, and saw the densely packed orc and Dongi golden army below. The giant beast and steel-armored Oleg were the vanguard, the orc and Uruk were the main attacking forces, and there were a large number of Dongi cavalry and grenadiers in the rear. Several siege ladders and catapults were neatly parked on the flat land, ready to go. And Uruk rode a wolf out of the formation, and ran all the way to the city wall. Just as he was about to make the last attempt to persuade them to surrender, suddenly, the city gate opened. A figure walked out of it. "Bug, are you ready to surrender?" Uruk came up and spoke foul language. On the city wall, Faradin drew the longbow behind him, but was held down by Alatar. "Surrender?" Levi looked at the dark army on the flat open ground in the distance, and then looked at the messenger who came out on the wolf to persuade him to surrender, and said, "I have some new insights about what you said. Now I give you a chance." He said, "If you surrender and retreat, you may live a little longer. If you choose to go to war, then only destruction awaits you." Uruk, who came to persuade him to surrender, was silent for a moment. "Ha ha ha." After a while, there was a loud laugh. "It's even stupider than those stinky orcs." He went back. Not long after the Uruk messenger who persuaded him to surrender joined the army, the horn sounded again. "Attack!" So the army moved forward. Clang, the city gate closed. Levi still stood at the city gate, looking at the army advancing forward, without moving. Faladin tightly grasped the ancient sword in his hand, and couldn't help asking the wizard beside him, "Are we just going to watch like this? Then do you think you can help?" Aladar was sweating at this moment. "I hope the red blocks he buried underground can work." In order to make those things, the entire mine used to store impurities was empty. Click. When the army advanced to a few hundred meters away from the city wall, an orc suddenly lowered his head in confusion, and saw a flat wooden board under his feet, which made a click when it was stepped on. That was the wooden pedal. The only function of this pedal is to activate things below or nearby. Hiss, a strange sound came from the ground, but compared with the movement of the army, this sound was so small that it was quickly drowned out by the footsteps. No one cared. Until a few seconds later. Boom! The first TNT was activated and exploded on the spot. Before the orcs charging in front had time to look back, there was an explosion under their feet. This momentum could not be stopped from the beginning. It was like it was contagious. One after another, big pits appeared on the ground. The white explosions and impacts directly plowed the entire battlefield from left to right, and from east to west. No one was spared, whether it was orcs, behemoths, steel-armored Olegs, or the Donnie army behind. At the same time, flowing magma emerged from the ground with the explosion. As soon as it appeared, it began to spread around. They burned the orcs above, and dyed the entire area red. The dense explosions continued to sound, and there were screams in the open space outside the city. The commanders and squad leaders in the army shouted at their soldiers to retreat, but most of the sounds were drowned out by the explosion, and could not be heard. An army that was sent to the Pelennor Plains to compete with the White City directly, but before the battle started, it lost nearly half of its troops, and the losses were still increasing. In an instant, both the armies of Mordor and the Easterlings fell into chaos, and no longer had the idea of rushing forward. Explosions, magma, unpleasant smells, scattered giant beasts lying on the ground, and a large number of orc corpses, whimpering wargs and horses under the crotch of the cavalry, all of this was like hell. At this moment, the army of the Easterlings was extremely fortunate that their assembly was slowed down by various accidents, so that they could only follow the army of Mordor that set out first. Some cavalrymen fell off the horses that were extremely frightened and tried their best to crawl away. When he looked back, he saw a black figure standing quietly in front of the distant city gate. All this was his masterpiece. That figure was deeply reflected in everyone's pupils, becoming everyone's lingering nightmare. Stand up. The sky suddenly darkened, and a sound like crying and a strong wind blew on the battlefield, followed by a heavy shadow that covered the soldiers' fear. Levi looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw a black horse galloping towards this place. The figure on it was sometimes transparent, and sometimes condensed. The explosion and impact could not affect him at all, and the magma flowing on the ground was also lightly passed over. Ringwraith Lieutenant Cahamel, this powerful ringwraith, who had been hiding in the dark from the beginning, finally couldn't bear it at this moment. If he didn't show up again, even with the will of the Magicae as support, I'm afraid that this army with heavy losses would collapse, and it might all be defeated here. Huh? The black horse suddenly stopped, and the demonic shadow on it dissipated like the wind, and suddenly crossed 100 meters away, and condensed directly in front of Levi. Cahamel waved the Morgul blade in his hand, flashing the afterimage, and swung it at the human in front of him, and Levi was well prepared and fought with him directly. Dang! A crisp collision sound was heard, and sparks splashed. When the stalemate was just about to start, Cahamel suddenly became a virtual figure, and together with the Morgul blade, he was about to penetrate the armor and directly cause damage to the flesh and blood inside. Levi's mouth corners rose, neither retreating nor defending, but directly taking advantage of this gap to accumulate armor-breaking power. Amber-colored bright runes condensed on his body, directly blocking the Morgul blade that was followed by a virtual piece. Almost at the same time, when Hammer appeared and swung the Morgul blade, the nemesis rushed out, pierced through the black cloak, and hit the spirit inside. Wow! The flame shot up into the sky, and Hammer screamed and disappeared. Even the weapon in his hand was dropped. Rune shield, flame attachment, 1 defense and 1 attack, all are things that restrain the ringwraiths and dark forces. Ah! A very sharp scream sounded, and everyone who heard it fell into fear. Many soldiers on the city wall directly covered their heads, and fell to the ground. Some of them couldn't stop coughing, and breathing became difficult, as if they had a serious illness. Not only on the city wall, but also the residents in the city were affected. They fled around with their heads in their hands. In the hall, the king was startled, and shame and anger broke out at this moment. This was an indiscriminate large-scale range attack, toxic. 5 swish. At some point, the Morgul blade that was thrown on the ground disappeared. When it reappeared, a broken black shadow took it in his hand. The rune shield lit up, helping Levi to offset the poison on his body. He drank a mouthful of milk and quickly cleared the pollution. If it was 2 years ago, there might be an extra fear buff on the status bar, but now, not afraid, just not afraid. But although Levi is not afraid, not everyone is afraid. Theoden covered his chest, half knelt on the ground, and took deep breaths. The fear brought by the ringwraiths is like having a lucid dream. Although the consciousness is clear, the body cannot react, as if it is just a cage to imprison the consciousness. Take courage. Alatar helped him up, his voice deep and powerful. I'm fine. Theoden struggled to stand up, staring at the ringwraiths, with hatred in his eyes. This time, I was not scared. I won't be scared in the future. Huh? Seeing that the spread of terror did not work, mainly because it did not work on the enemy in front of him, Hammer was about to hide and retreat for the time being. Levi chased forward, but no matter how fast he moved, he was still a moment late. However, he was not the only one fighting here. Seeing that Hammer was about to disappear, Alatar raised his sword to his head, and a circle of light suddenly swung around his body. He shouted, "Make all shadows appear here." So the demon had no way to retreat. Boom! The nemesis hit something hard, and the flames rose wildly with one sword strike. Hammer rolled on the ground with painful wail. After a while, the armor that was his living possession fell to the ground, and the cloak turned into ashes. High attack, but fragile, that's what the ringwraiths are all about. Of course, if it were just that, it would be fine. The real trouble with the ring race is that as long as Sauron still exists, they can be resurrected infinitely. He's back in Mordor. Alatar took a deep breath and put down the long sword in his hand. This is not a good thing without a staff. Levi picked up the Morgul blade dropped by Hammer and held it in his hand to examine it. But this action seemed to the orcs and the Dongi army behind him like picking up the relics of their own commander and showing it off as a trophy. The Eastern Shadow, deputy commander of the Ringwraiths, Black East Ikahamel, who has been famous since the Second Era, was defeated by a human on the battlefield for the first time today. The commander was knocked down, and the army suffered heavy losses. The soldiers of Mordor and the Easterlings had no intention of fighting again, even if the enemy had only one person. The leader of the Easterlings took the lead in retreating, not because he was afraid of the man in front of the city gate, but because he was afraid that there would be an ambush if he continued to move forward. At least the attack in front of the royal city was very fierce. Even if he had to continue fighting, he had to go in another direction. The leader of the Easterlings thought a lot, but the orcs thought less. When Hammer, the second most powerful existence among the Ringwraiths, was knocked down, the shadow of domination he attached to him also disappeared. At this moment, the orcs looked at Levi and the sword in his hand again, and they felt as if their eyes were pierced by needles. The sharpness was too strong. The behemoths and Oleg didn't know what fear was, but after experiencing a bombardment, most of them were injured, even if they didn't die, and they seemed a little timid. Waste, a bunch of waste. Uruk, the leader, was furious, but when his eyes met that man's, and he even saw him take a step towards this side, he trembled all over like the orcs, and quickly retreated several steps. Great, we may have avoided a war, and successfully weakened the power of the enemy. Aren't you surprised, Pharaoh? Puff. As Alatar was talking, suddenly a sharp sword pierced through his back to his chest, with bright blood on it. Thalodin, who noticed something strange, turned around quickly, and saw a tall Khund in gorgeous armor drawing his sword angrily, and kicking Alatar off the high wall. A heavy fall sounded below. You damn bewitching wizard. The king of Khund completed his revenge. Levi quickly ran over, first pried open Alatar's mouth, took out a bottle of regeneration potion and poured it into it, and then took out a golden apple, and stuffed it into his mouth. This time it was not fake. This guy really lost blood. You should eat quickly. MMM. Alatar rolled his eyes and struggled. I'm going to choke to death. How dare you do this? Farad'n drew out his sword suddenly, and his companion was pierced by the sharp blade beside him, but he didn't notice it at all. Anger erupted in the eyes of the wanderer, and this anger collided with the sight of the king of Khund. Oh, anger! The king shook off the blood on his sword and shouted, Can your anger compare to mine? I was controlled and manipulated by you like a little bug, without any dignity. I didn't even know that the army had reached the city gate. As a king, you live so humbly that even revenge is criticized. Farad'n was speechless for a moment, and the anger on his face disappeared a lot. Not because he agreed with the king's words, but because he found that Alatar seemed to be fine. After all, Levi is here. Ahem. Under the wall, Alatar wiped his mouth, covered his chest, and stood up again. He shouted, King of Khund, if it weren't for me, how could your country be as rich as it is today? Even if you don't mention the development of the border, even you yourself, if I hadn't come a few years ago, you would have been killed by your own brothers. Shut up. The king was surprisingly angry. You should accept the reality, kid. Alatar said calmly, Among all your brothers and sisters, you have the worst willpower. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen to this point, let alone been helped up. Shut up. No longer caring about Farad'n beside him, the king rushed down the city wall, and walked out of the gate to hit Alatar again. Boom! A moment later, the burly king who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside was knocked to the ground by Levi, and he no longer had the strength to pick up the sword. When Levi raised his sword, Alatar suddenly stood in front of him. That's enough, Levi, it's my request. Okay, I won't interfere in your private affairs. There are enough people who have fallen under my sword, and this one is not enough. Alatar bowed slightly, and the king behind him clenched his fists and remained silent. Boom! Huh? Several people suddenly turned their heads and looked in another direction. Behind the royal city, in the south of Konda. Boom! The sound of war drum sounded, the horns hummed, and the earth kept shaking. The three of them looked at each other, and without caring about the autistic king on the ground and the two armies that collapsed in front of the city, they hurried to the back of the royal city. Huge war elephants, various siege equipment, a large number of soldiers, and the mysterious ringwraiths leading the army in front and the generals behind them. Herad. Alatar's heart tightened. The Third Army. Why? Do you still have those red blocks that explode? No, they are all used up. Levi spread his hands. What should I do? This is really out of the frying pan. And into the fire pit. My intelligence has never had any traces of this army. There is no sign. They just decided to come here suddenly. Maybe they are coming for me. Levi pointed at himself. You? I actually always wanted to ask. I didn't cut you before, right? Yes, what you repelled was never me, but the shadow of the enemy. He saw you. He saw me. That's why we had to send more people. For Levi, he was not afraid of having many enemies or few friends, but was afraid that the enemy would come suddenly, and he was not in the territory, had no resources, and had no time to prepare. So what? Under the gaze of the two, Levi walked out of the south gate, drew his sword, and faced the army. The three leading ringwraiths broke away from the team and ran over, and suddenly disappeared in the distance. Alatar raised his sword and shouted again in the back, "Show your form." Then three figures appeared beside Levi, and three mortal blades slashed at him at the same time. Dang! The long sword blocked one of them, and Levi took out the wooden shield and blocked the second one with a clang. And the third attack was blocked by an ancient tomb sword and repelled. The ringwraith screamed, but did not affect Levi or the people around him at all. I said, I will not be affected by fear again. It's time for revenge. Faradin raised his head, and stared at the ringwraiths fighting with him. On the other side, Alatar finished casting a spell, took a deep breath with great effort, and raised his sword to fight a ringwraith. Boom! The next second, there was a flame rising, and Levi stepped on the ringwraith's armor to pull out his nemesis. Then, he grabbed the mortal blade that pierced his chest, stuck the hand of another ringwraith, and turned around suddenly to cut off his helmet. His momentum was so fierce that even Alatar was stunned for a moment. The ringwraiths can be strong or weak, and their specific strength depends on whether the person fighting them is afraid. When a person does not have the slightest fear in his heart, the ringwraith's black magic will be completely ineffective, and they will be just some stronger warriors to that person. Faladin swung his sword vigorously, ignited the ringwraith in front of him, and then pressed on, and ended it with another sword. All three ringwraiths were killed. It's amazing. Alatar couldn't help but praise. Any one of these ringwraiths can crush the mortal army, because mortal weapons cannot pose any threat to them, and they can only wait for the slaughter in fear. But, he looked at the barrow's sword in Faradin's hand. It was a relic of the blessed ancient kingdom. Without this special weapon, ordinary attacks can't touch the ringwraiths at all. But effective weapons are one aspect, and the courage of this Dundane is another level. As for the other person, I still don't want to see it. The remains of the ringwraiths dissipated with the wind. Having lost the shadow and protection of the ringwraiths, Harold's army seemed a little confused, but this confusion only lasted for a moment, and was dispersed in the roar of the generals in the blink of an eye. The morale bonus brought by the ringwraiths is just a guarantee. It does not mean that the army will immediately collapse without the ringwraiths. Those who can kill the ringwraiths are powerful, but those present are all warriors who have seen blood, not to mention that they have an overwhelming advantage in numbers. What is there to be afraid of? This mood continued until the black-armored warrior took the initiative to kill. Whoosh! An ender pearl crossed a long distance and landed precisely at the feet of the general. At the moment of landing and completing the teleportation, Levi immediately raised his sword and knocked Herod's general and his horse away. The surrounding soldiers were startled and found that there was an enemy around them. But it was too late. Whether it was a horse or a man, when the flames burned on their bodies, their fate was already determined. How dare you! Caught off guard, Herod's general fell down quite abruptly. There was no time to mourn. The deputy immediately took over the command. At his signal, the surrounding soldiers immediately dispersed. A war elephant from the back trampled on the ground and galloped over, raising its huge front legs to crush the air and smash down. Boom! The rune shield was broken, and the emergency mechanism of the belt was triggered, bursting out with a powerful impact, directly overturning the war elephant to the ground, and the surrounding people were knocked out far away. With a sizzle, the nemesis broke through the thick skin of the war elephant and slashed from head to tail. The dazzling and powerful flames ignited the war elephant lying on the ground, and the collapsed tower full of archers and spearmen on it. Levi drew his sword, which was still smooth and without any blood on it. He walked out of the flames. Evil eye. Demon monster. Monster. Shut up. The deputy commander of the Herod army immediately stopped the shouting, but he couldn't help but retreat. What was that? The invincible mammoth war elephant was actually killed by a sword by a person, and in such an incredible way. The ringwraith can fight a large army alone, but the one in front of him can fight several ringwraiths alone. Levi took a step forward, and the deputy commander immediately shouted, "Kill! Kill him!" The soldiers rushed towards the existence they could not understand in panic, with a pale and powerless urging behind them. At the end of the Second Age, when the coalition of humans and elves rushed towards Sauron, would they also feel the same? No, each of them knows what they want to do, and they all have the determination and courage to die, and you are just deceived and driven to the battlefield by the despicable man to achieve his shameful goal. Damn it, I will never allow you to insult our gods. As if they heard what Levi meant, the surrounding Harad soldiers were surprisingly angry, even so angry that the fear caused by the unknown person in front of them disappeared. They rushed forward. An Eastern historian recorded, an unrecognizable warrior came to the east, destroyed the armies of Mordor and the Easterlings, killed the Eastern Shadow Hammer under the city of King Kund, and killed all the ringwraiths who came to support him. The giant elephants and army of Harad tried to stop him, but obviously they also failed. In the end, all the armies gathered here withdrew, and no one knew where the warrior went in the end and how he left. By the way, he also defeated the king of Kund. Chapter 173. Boom, boom, an unprecedented thunderstorm swept into the capital of Kund. Raindrops as big as beans fell down. They gathered together to form a stream, which washed away the red magma, turning it into stone or condensing into obsidian. The strong wind swept the sand and buried the pits on the land. The terrain in front of the capital of Kund changed forever. It was no longer just sand everywhere, but also mixed with obsidian and round stones that were usually found around obsidian. The warrior left. But everything here reminded all the forces in the east, and even Mordor, that he had been here. Some people wanted to transfer the title of the Eastern Demon Shadow to the warrior, but they felt that the title was too weak. So people called him Shadow of War. He caused wars one after another, and ended them with his own hands. Do you want to go back with us? In the wilderness between Kund and Doni, Levi asked Alatar. Where to go back to, the land west of Mordor? Alatar shook his head. No, there are enough people there, and there are still many problems here. He looked further east and said, further east than Doni, there is a huge red mountain range and a wild forest close to the mountain range. Some dwarves and elves live in that area. They have not been corrupted by the shadow brought by the enemy yet. It's been a long time since the last visit. I should go and take a look. Okay. Levi didn't say anything more. After thinking for a while, he took out a Malong staff from his backpack and handed it to Alatar. This is a staff made of the branches of the Malong tree. I wonder if you can use it. Malong tree? Alatar's eyes lit up. He didn't look at it carefully during the fight before. Now that it was mentioned, this thing seemed to have the same roots as the tree in Valinor. Of course I can use it. Alatar stared at the staff, especially the core on it, and said, this workmanship is not ordinary. Although it is not as good as my original one, it is enough to guide some things with it. Do you want it? Levi pretended to take it back. I'm giving it to you, and you're still disgusted with it. Of course I want it. Alatar grabbed the staff and quickly put it in his robe. It's better to have it than not. The staff I made may be different from your previous one. Just like the one you are holding now, it is equipped with an ice core. It can be used to make some, stone-sized ice balls, which are good for cooling down in summer. A gust of wind blew by, and both of them felt a little cold. Autumn is about to pass. Oh, that's okay, I can do more with it. The power of a wizard is not in the staff. That's good, I hope this can help you. Thank you very much. Alatar bowed slightly. It's time to say goodbye. Levi said, I hope we can meet again, and then maybe it's time for you to return home. Home? Alatar sighed, with a complicated look. I hope so. He changed the subject. There are many doubts in this war, especially in the south. The news from Palando has been interrupted. Palando, the other blue-robed wizard. What happened to him? We haven't been in touch for a long time since he went south. I invited Palando to come here with me. If he gets into trouble, I won't be able to return home. Do you need help? I don't mind going south. Levi asked. No, the responsibility is on me. Alatar shook his head and said, we are not as fragile as you think. Looking at Alatar deeply, Levi said, then I wish you the best. Faradin, who had been listening for a long time, sensed the arrival of a certain moment and came forward to say goodbye to Alatar. Alatar smiled and said, even though we were together for a short time, I think I will never forget that I once met a Dúnedain who was good at fighting and courageous. After that, he searched in his sea blue robe, but he couldn't find anything after searching for a long time, and finally he could only sigh helplessly. I wanted to give you something as a parting gift, just like the story says, but unfortunately I have nothing. So I can only send you my blessing. May your tribe not be cursed, and may the wind and courage always be with you and me." After the last farewell, Alatar stood there for a long time, just looking at the two figures going away. Especially the black one. Some illusions of the future flashed in his eyes. "Yes, courage," he murmured. "I hope I have the courage to face everything." The figure in the distance gradually disappeared. The blue-robed wizard turned around, feeling lost. In a trance, there was a strong palpitation, and the seeds of darkness jumped in the shadows, trying to climb up. Boom! Alatar jumped up and stepped hard on his own shadow, like a naughty child. So the shadow settled down. The wizard walked eastward with the gift in his hand, along with his shadow. I always feel that things are not that simple. In the darkness, Faradin whispered, "Alatar, he is not as relaxed as he looks." "Oh! Why do you say that?" Levi widened his eyes, and responded in a low voice without looking at him. "Intuition, he doesn't look like he has just recovered from a serious illness, nor does he look healthy, nor does he look like he is suffering from a disease. We should believe him, he can handle it." Clang. While chatting, there was a vibration under my body, followed by a sense of imbalance. The fairy started. "Do we have to sneak across?" In the dark cabin, Faradin complained. "Hasn't the ban on the ferry been lifted? With the permission of the elf, we can go through normal channels." "I don't want to either." Levi sighed. "But have you forgotten what happened a few days ago? After those soldiers recognized me, they didn't even want to say a word. They turned around and left with a very cold attitude." "I don't think that's cold." Faradin couldn't help but said, "If it were me, I would turn around and run." Levi didn't reply. A few days later, a wine estate in the easternmost part of Dorwinion welcomed two guests. Two people, one looks like those wandering rangers, and the other one? When the butler of the manor looked at the second person, his hand suddenly trembled. "No, that's not right. That's a rumor from the east. What does it have to do with us Dorwinians? The war has nothing to do with this land of wine. Welcome." When the owner of the manor, the Dorwinian elf Orather, who had lived for at least 2 epochs, saw Levi again, he felt a sense of trance. "How long has it been since we last met?" he asked. "Less than half a year, probably." "Half a year? Listening to the recent news, I thought half an era had passed." Levi said, "I really didn't expect that the spread of news would be faster than my pace." Orohir shook his head. "Before you came, there were always some news about the invasion of Dami in the eastern area of Dorwinion. A shadow was hanging over people's heads, and no one knew when this shadow would fall. Of course, it's gone now. The shadow and rumors that shrouded the border of Dorwinion disappeared, because a new shadow covered the east. He brought war and dispersed the war, like a shadow. Shadow, or the shadow of light. Who knows, they can say whatever they want." Levi didn't care. Exaggerated stories always spread faster, not to mention that this story is true. In addition, Orohir suddenly said, "There is one thing I have to mention. Can you please go and see the 2 horses you entrusted me to take care of? They are a headache for the grooms of the manor." Chapter 174. I am almost certain that he talked to me for a long time just to tell me the last thing. After all, no matter how many rumors there are, they can't cure the headache of the groom. In Changhu town, Levi locked up the 2 horses and didn't ask anyone to take care of them. He just left them there. All elves are like this, especially those who have lived for so long, but to be honest, elves like Orather are still rare. As Faradin spoke, bursts of white mist rose. The weather was getting colder. The wanderers and the lords ended their journey. "Don't you want to stay here for a while?" Levi asked. "My compatriots still need me. I have to go back." "Then you are really busy." Falodin couldn't help but turn around and said, "I am definitely not as busy as you even if I have twice as many things to do. Look at the rumors flying around in the past few years." Levi was speechless for a moment. As Faradin said, not long after he sent him away, another person came to find him. "You are finally back." Bard looked at the construction site outside the town and said, "The road has reached a critical point. There are some things I can't make a decision on." "What is it?" "It's about the Misty Mountains." After a while, the two sat in front of a warm stove. Bard made Levi a cup of tea as usual, then spread a map on the table, pointed to the line Levi drew and said, "The project is going smoothly, and has now been built to the vicinity of the Misty Mountains. But this mountain is the problem I want to talk about." Bard pointed to a point near the pass and said, "If you want to continue the road, you have to dig up the mountain. Of course, this is not difficult. After all, the residents can use the great block magic you shared. It's just that there was a small accident. While advancing along the route you drew, the road workers in front accidentally dug a huge cave. Is there anything wrong with the cave? Yes, and it's very big. Bard said, because that place is called Orc Town, there are too many goblins in it, and we almost caused casualties. Levi said immediately, then I will kill them all, or drive them away. These goblins have occupied the area near the pass for a long time, and many pedestrians have been harmed by them. Even if their front hall is blocked, it is only blocked after all, and they still live deep underground nearby. Goblins are good at digging in caves, and no one can guarantee that there will not be a side hall suddenly one day. It just so happens that since it has been proposed, let's take this opportunity to clean it up together. Levi looked at Bard, but Bard did not respond to what he said for a while. What's wrong? Nothing, I just think, this is not good. Bard sat down and looked at Levi very seriously. Not good? Levi didn't quite understand. Are you feeling pity for those goblins? I've told you a long time ago, Bard, your pity shouldn't be used in useless places. No. Bard interrupted Levi very rarely. I never felt pity for those goblins or orcs. I just want to say, you don't have to do this yourself. If all the troubles of a territory have to be solved by the Lord, it will only make everyone look like babies in a cradle. Oh! Levi couldn't help but chuckle. So I came this time mainly to report some of the territory's development achievements, and to seek your opinions or approval on certain actions. Remember what we discussed before? You mentioned it every time when we met the last 2 times. Listening to Bard's words, Levi was a little stuck for a while. There was no way, there were really a lot of things happening recently, and my memory was confused. What did you say at that time? Seeing his lord in a daze, Bard was helpless. He reminded, you said to strengthen border defenses and appropriately expand the army. Later, when discussing education issues, you said that you should also pay attention to sports. Yes. The memory gradually recovered, and Levi said, I said so. I hope that residents can take up weapons to protect themselves when facing danger, instead of just waiting for death to come. So how did this guy understand it? What are the results? Levi asked. Bard replied, according to your 2 instructions, I convened a meeting with representatives from various communities and relevant practitioners. The final result of the discussion is, everyone is a soldier. In the past 6 months, all healthy people, regardless of gender or occupation, have been taught combat skills in their spare time, and now there are initial results. We can form an army at any time to attack the Orc Town and completely expel the goblins there. You don't have to do it yourself. Just nod. Bard said the thing he wanted to seek approval for. A certain string in Levi's mind was finally connected. With the current production capacity of the territory, there is no shortage of weapons and equipment, and logistic supply is not a problem at all. In addition, in the Battle of 5 Armies a few years ago, almost all adult males took up arms and participated in the defense of the city. They already have some practical experience, and then follow up with subsequent training. In other words, in theory, all people who meet the standards in the territory can immediately put on armor and fight, and they all have some experience. It's really a national army. How? Bard said again, the new army needs to be tempered, and those goblins who are weaker than oaks but fierce enough are just right. Well, thinking about it, it is indeed necessary. Levi nodded. He said, I will go with you. Bard's expression suddenly became serious. We will do our best, and will not let you down. He said so. Although he could handle the goblins in the Orc Town by himself, or even just walk around without taking any action, Levi still chose to listen to Bard's advice for various reasons. In the discussion in front of the fireplace, Levi was the commander-in-chief of the expedition to the Orc Town, and Bard was his deputy. After a while, Levi walked out of the mayor's office and scratched his head after listening to Bard set the date and route of the attack, leading the army to the expedition. Me? Levi was still a little unresponsive. This matter is actually quite embarrassing. From the time I came to this world to now, I have fought many battles, big and small, defended the city, killed enemy generals, and destroyed the army alone. But it seems that most of these things are done by myself. This is the first time I have led the army as a commander in person. In the Battle of 5 Armies, although the humans, elves, and dwarves all agreed that Levi was one of the commanders and had the right to command and mobilize the army, he never used this power because it was unnecessary. On the battlefield, Levi was the freest one from beginning to end. He was neither commanded by others nor commanded anyone. The former was because no one had the right to do so, and the latter was because he didn't want to do so. The only exception was Oak. Yes, that time when he made random flag signals on Azeg's command platform. In any case, what Bard said made sense. This time, Levi decided to leave the matter to the people of the territory. So, when everything was finalized, new news came out. The Lord personally led the team to attack the goblins in the Orc town. Warfare, restlessness, faith, some inexplicable emotion swept through the streets and alleys. Then, they gathered together. Unbeknownst to Levi, Bard quickly formulated a temporary decree to limit the total number of people going out. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Chapter 175. How many people responded to this call? No one can give a specific number. But what is certain is that the number of people from the valley who finally went to the battle was exactly 3,500, no more, no less, and all of them were wearing high-quality full-body armor with full defensiveness and exquisite workmanship. It was so tough that Levi himself had a headache looking at it. Let alone the combat quality, this army was at least on par with the dwarves and elves in terms of equipment. What's going on? When the army began to gather, Thorin hurriedly ran out of the hall of Erebor. On the wall of the lonely mountain, looking at the slightly awkward hard-armored army gathered not far away, not only Thorin, but also Balin and several members of the dwarf royal family ran out to look. Balin squinted his eyes, and stared at a certain place, and said, "That's the army of River Valley and Long Lake Town. I recognize it." The third soldier from the left to the right in the first row asked me about the fighting style of orcs 2 years ago. Then how did you tell him? Knock on the head. No, I think this statement is too vague. If an orc rushes over, we should first. Stop, we should discuss that army now. Seeing that the topic was getting more and more off topic, Philly hurriedly stopped these guys. Is Levi going to attack somewhere? Coming back to their senses, several dwarves turned their heads and looked at each other, and they all saw the emotion of surprise in their eyes. How powerful is this person? He still needs to gather an army to fight, and if the target of the crusade can be solved by this army of several thousand people, it means that this army is not needed at all. It may be training. The logic is easy to understand. What's the target? They are heading towards the direction of Long Lake Town. Thorin thought, I heard that the road has been built to the vicinity of the Misty Mountains. Near the Misty Mountains. Orc Town. Several dwarves said the place name in unison. Gloin stared and said, they didn't tell us they were going to attack this place. That's it. A shouting sounded. The members of the expedition never forgot that they had been tortured and abused by the goblins in the Orc Town. If they were not thick enough, those thorny whips and sticks would definitely leave a lot of scars. Thorin, I want to go with you, you won't stop me, right? The youngest and most impulsive Philly was the first to make a proposal. Thorin's eyes slowly moved over, and then his body turned. He said, of course. And it's not just you, or you all. I want to go too. Oh, several people cheered, as if this was just an outing and not a war. When this activity was finalized, even Thorin's steps became much lighter. They all walked towards the armory. Wait. Thorin suddenly thought of a question. It seems that we haven't discussed it with Levi yet. A moment later, in front of the Valley City, looking at the fully armed dwarves in front of him, even Levi scratched his head. Ahem. Thorin took a step forward with his helmet and said, I heard that you were going to attack the Orc Town, so I came to ask if you need help. Where did you hear it? From my own mind. But this cannot be said. Anyway, I just heard about it. After all, with such a big move, there will always be news. Okay. Levi nodded convincingly. No need. He refused. It's just some goblins. I can handle it by myself, not to mention these soldiers who are in high spirits. The goblins in the Orc Town can just bring them some growth. Hearing this answer, the dwarves were obviously a little disappointed. Thorin walked over quietly and whispered, Levi, of course I know what you said, but I hope you haven't forgotten the winding cave, the dangers of the suspension bridge, and the secret door. Hearing this, Levi also paused suddenly. It's easy to fight head-on. According to the goblins' small size and shabby equipment, they can just rush over and beat them up. But the cave terrain is equivalent to fighting in a street battle. If they are ambushed, there may be some losses. That makes sense. I blow up the cave and fill it up. They have nowhere to hide. Thorin felt choked as he said this. He sighed softly and confessed, since the recovery of Erebor, matters have piled up. I have been sitting in the hall for many years. Now my body is rusty. Levi stared at Thorin for a few seconds, who said these words calmly, and finally said, well, maybe we do need some guides. In terms of familiarity with the underground environment, the dwarves can be called experts. In the final decision, the dwarves still joined the crusade. However, they did not send troops directly, but only sent some guides. Plus most of the royal family and their king. They will witness this battle. Rumble. In the open square, the soldiers turned around neatly, and looked up at the direction where Levi was standing. Their discipline was strict, and the will to fight was boiling in their bright eyes. As for morale, as long as the existence they swore allegiance to had not fallen, it would be close to infinite. A gust of wind blew some sand, and fell not far away, as if it was suppressed by this fully armed army. The scene seemed a little strangely quiet, and there was no movement for a long time. The soldiers stood there motionless, looking at the black figure, who was also standing motionless in front of the army. After a moment, Bard couldn't help but secretly poke Levi's armor from behind and whispered, "It's your turn." "What?" Levi turned his head slightly. "Speak." "Ah?" Bard was silent for a moment, took a breath, and said, "There are many people who responded to the call these days, so many that I had to persuade some people to go back. When the call was issued, whether it was the pastry chef in River Valley City, or the fishermen in Changhu Town, the road workers, or the boatmen, they all put down their work, and even the maid serving dishes in the hotel, and the women who cooked at home came to ask if they could help. And all this is because of you. You carry the faith and will of the people. I don't want to put pressure on you, but everyone is watching you, and everyone knows who they are because of to have the life they have now. Don't worry about messing up, even if you just say a few words, no one will mind." Hiss, Levi's face became serious, and he began to carefully examine the young and mature faces below. Although Levi has hardly been active in these territories all day, he is not seen all day. As someone said, he is more like an adventurer than a lord. However, even if he is not seen and seems to be offline all the time, all the changes in the territory are inseparable from the ability he shares. All the magical scenes that happen around him every day remind the residents all the time that the Lord is around. He is not there, but he is everywhere. "My people," Levi said the first sentence, and there was a subtle tremor in his voice. Facing tens of thousands of enemies, he can shout loudly and look down on everything. But if the target is changed to his own people, this attitude seems too gentle. A plain but loud enough voice sounded in front. "I know what you are thinking at this moment, and I can truly feel the burning fire and fighting spirit in your hearts. You are willing to obey my orders and follow me to fight the enemy, no matter whether the enemy is strong or weak, because I will bring you a better life than before. But what I want to say is that all the prosperity here is not created by me alone. It is built by the common hard work of everyone, and all the wealth and beauty are created by you, by everyone in the territory with your own hands. Now for a better life, for a greater goal and a longer peace. Go forward." The ordinary speech had neither the slightest praiseworthy poetry and literary talent, nor any passionate emotions and tones. But that day, the valleys and mountains were shaken. Chapter 176. A large army set out from the wide square and marched quickly along the flat road to Changhu Town. Among them were a few dwarves, who happened to be able to help. Why didn't they call us? Just a group of goblins. Maybe they thought it was unnecessary. That's true. In the lonely mountain, the dwarves were discussing the earth-shaking and passionate call, speculating when the joint army of the valley towns would be able to return. It was quite lively for a while. But some people didn't think so. "I need to report something to the king." A dwarf in charge of various matters in the industrial zone walked towards the conference hall. "The king is not here." Balin, who was guarding the door, stopped him and said, "Let me do it." "But," the dwarf hesitated, "our king has temporarily handed over all matters to me before going out. Just tell me if you have anything to say." Balin, who was still wearing armor, had a rather resentful tone. "What about the king? Your curiosity can be reduced a bit. I'm glad to fight with you again, Levi. I wish there were more times like this." Under the huge supporting pillars used to decorate the skyway, or the extremely high viaduct, Thorin looked at the soldiers who were orderly transferred upwards on the elevators, and sighed. "Haha, my accuracy has never been bad. I hope those guys can make me happy." Dwalin waved the two throwing axes in his hand. Billy echoed, "Me too, I've been training for too long, and there are no orcs to chop nearby. If this continues, my sword will rust. Aha, my axe can't wait." "Okay, don't be so excited, Gloin." Levi pressed his hand, signaling the dwarf in front of him to calm down. "What's wrong, Levi?" Gloin asked from behind. Levi turned back in confusion. "Why are you here? Where else can I go if I'm not here?" Gloin was confused. "Then who is this?" Levi turned around and pointed to the dwarf in front of him, who was so excited that he almost jumped up. Gloin slapped his head. "Oh! Look at my memory. I forgot to introduce you. "That's my boy, Gimli. He just moved here from the Blue Mountains recently, and heard that you were going to attack the Orc town, so he came to serve you no matter what." "I see, quite energetic, and will definitely achieve great success in the future," Levi said to the young Gimli. Upon hearing this, Gloin burst into laughter and shouted, "Gimli, come and say hello to your Uncle Levi." "Stop!" Levi quickly stopped him and changed the subject, saying, "Let's talk about the attack." Gimli, although he was still a young boy to the dwarves present. "But the problem is that this kid is over 60 years old this year, so he can't be called uncle. What else is there to discuss? Isn't it agreed that there are only a few main passages in the Orc town? You and Bard are already clear about it. Let's just kill our way in and chop those goblins into pieces." "Ahaha, I know, of course, this is not difficult. Routes, passages. These are certainly not a problem. Even if there is no need to blow up the mountain to open the road, there are other ways." Levi glanced at his map. There is an option on it called Cave Map. The so-called Cave Map is a record of the terrain under the surface. Not only the Orc town, but also the Route of Moria is now recorded in the Cave Map. It can ensure that at least the places you have passed will not be lost again. And the Orc town was where I ran more than half of it when I chased the Goblin King there last time. "Did you all bring enough food?" Levi casually talked about other topics. Of course, no one will lack food. Everyone brought enough rations for many days, the kind that will hardly go bad. "That's good." Levi reminded everyone again, "Remember to come to me if you are injured. We are not short of things for treatment. As long as all the people in this army are not dead, they can be rescued." The trivial matters were quickly skipped. Judging from the map, if we march towards the Misty Mountains from the ground, considering various obstacles and possible problems during the march, it will take at least 10 days, or even a month. That is already in the past. Maybe it didn't feel much when the road was being built, but when it really started to work, the efficiency surprised everyone. A pure road that crosses all rugged terrain and obstacles, and can eliminate any unexpected factors. It was not very urgent, just moving at a constant speed, and the distance of nearly 500 kilometers was completed within a few days, and this was without using transportation tools such as mine carts, otherwise it would be even faster. Boom! The soldiers lined up neatly at the end of the road. It had only been a few days since the orcs were dug up and the army assembled at the gate, so the goblins inside hadn't reacted yet. Levi crossed the army formation and connected the road to the mountain. A moment later, boom! Explosions sounded. On this day, the goblins suddenly found that they could see light from the outside world underground. When they woke up, the sky fell. "Get up, you rubbish!" With a command, the goblins, who were still in a daze, immediately recovered and organized a counterattack. They crawled out of the cave roof, underground, and from various caves, densely packed like ants, holding up the broken copper and iron in their hands to block the road. At a glance, the number was at least twice that of the army in the valley. The battle happened quite abruptly. Facing the fierce goblins rushing over and making sharp cries, many people who went to the battlefield for the first time couldn't help but hold their weapons and shields tightly, for fear that they would slip. Unlike previous training, this time a slight mistake would mean the difference between life and death, and no one could remain calm. A tense atmosphere was brewing in the formation, until a black figure stood with a sword at the huge gap in the mountain, dividing the light and darkness there. He raised the long sword emitting azure light and shouted, "Prepare to meet the enemy." So people found their anchor. "Follow me!" Levi shouted and rushed forward. Bard was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He turned back and shouted, "Wait, don't. The timing is wrong, don't rush in. They all came out by themselves, don't run in." However, it was too late. The soldiers raised their weapons excitedly, roared at the top of their lungs, and charged forward closely following the figure. Their anxiety and fear turned into fighting spirit and faith. Bard gritted his teeth and decided that he would capture his lord and give him a good lesson even if he risked his life. Seeing that the momentum could not be stopped, he had no choice but to draw his sword and rush forward with the army. "Okay." Thorin spread his hands helplessly, and drew the sword he had forged himself from his waist. "We go too. For peace and tranquility." Boom! A goblin flew up in the front. When Levi showed his sword, the goblins had already recognized the man in front of him, and when he collided with thousands of goblins alone, some of them had lost their footing and could not stop retreating. Their momentum of charging was stopped by one person, and there were even signs of collapse. "A bunch of trash. If anyone dares to take another step back, I will chop him into meat sauce." At this time, the voice that organized the goblins came again from the back. After this, the goblins could neither go forward nor backward. Finally, after thinking about it, they could only bite the bullet and bypass the black figure, hoping that the army behind him would be easier to deal with. So a vacuum zone with an extremely exaggerated radius appeared around Levi. Like magnets repelling each other, the goblins were pushed away and could only pass through the edge. Levi ran several steps into the cave, but he could not find the existence that gave orders to the goblins. Whoosh! At this time, suddenly an arrow shot from behind, past Levi's side, and went straight into the depths of the cave. So the voice never appeared again. "Done!" Bard shouted from behind. "Well done!" Levi waved his hand and responded. Sharpshooter Bard once again verified the authenticity of his title today. At this time, the large number of goblins who bypassed Levi finally crossed the distance that was neither long nor short, and officially collided and handed over with the army in the valley. For the Lord! The soldiers raised their weapons and shouted at the enemy. How could it be so hard? The goblin vanguard looked at this elite army in full armor in horror, thinking that the airborne commander on their side was definitely a big fool. It was really a bit reckless to come out of the cave rashly. Boom! The first wave of the goblins' attack ended, and the two sides fell into a melee of hard power competition directly after the first handover. Ah! A soldier was surrounded by more than 5 goblins, and was pressed to the ground with a bang. His armor clanged, and he felt a tingling pain all over his body. Is he going to fall? No! For our Lord Levi. Courage echoed in his heart, and the soldier stood up with a shout. When Levi's name sounded, the goblins trembled all over, and fear spread to their hearts, making their bodies stiff for a moment. Even if that person was not nearby. Chapter 177. Esther. In an open space in the valley, Elrond called Aragorn, who was swinging his sword vigorously, and said softly, "You know that there are many elves and humans who are good at fighting in history. Their achievements are incomparable, and their names will make the enemy tremble just by reading them. There is a name that you must be familiar with. Ecthelion. He is the lord of the ancient Spring family. In a war that no elf wants to mention, he killed 2 orc leaders and 3 Balrogs with his own hands. Therefore, his name has been passed down from generation to generation as the war cry of the elves. Every time this name is heard, it will make the orcs feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. When you face the orcs in the future, you can also use this name as a war cry to weaken their ambition before the battle." Aragorn listened very seriously, and nodded at the end. "I remember it." But after saying this, he seemed to think of something again, and his face was a little hesitant. "What's wrong? Do you have any questions?" Elrond gestured. "Just ask." So Aragorn said, "If anyone who can scare the orcs is fine, can I call out some other people's names before the battle?" "Of course." Elrond gave a positive answer, but after answering, he felt a little curious. "I want to know, who are you referring to?" "Levi." "Levi." Bard chopped down more than a dozen goblins along the way, and rushed to the cave entrance. "Promise me, discuss it with me next time. This temperament operation can be said to be more human than human. When the computer makes a decision, it knows that the weapon distance is not enough, and it should switch to a long-range weapon first. This guy is good," he went straight in. Fortunately, nothing happened this time. Looking at the army behind him, Bard was also relieved. Under the demonstration of some veterans, those recruits, who participated in the battle for the first time also quickly adapted to the rhythm, and began to kill the enemy bravely and efficiently. Bard couldn't help but say, "It's a miracle that no one fell down in such a fight." Although the charge seems a bit child's play, think about it, it is still effective. Levi, he is like a fear bomb, thrown forward, and the formation of those goblins is directly scattered. It's right to throw it to him, before the battle in the future. "Of course not, and there won't be," Levi said without turning his head. "I've been watching." Bard was stunned. Indeed, since Levi rushed over, he didn't go deeper, but kept watching the overall situation of the battlefield. With his care, it is indeed difficult to have casualties. From the result alone, it seems to be unexpectedly good. That won't work either. Bard shook his head. "You must go to class after this. I will arrange the best teacher I can find for you." Levi's heart suddenly tightened. "Class? The wind is a bit strong." "You? Levi." At this time, Thorin also ran over. "Beautiful, you are braver than the bravest dwarf I have ever seen. You are also braver than the most reckless dwarf." Like seeing a savior, Levi hurried over and said, "You too." At this moment, the goblins pouring out of the cave had been almost wiped out. They were already at a disadvantage, and their commander was shot dead by Bard with an arrow. The remaining goblins were immediately like headless flies, and were cleanly cleared out in the chaos. When the goblins in the cave saw the army, that was in full swing, they did not dare to rush forward and retreated. Although it was somewhat unexpected, after this time, the soldiers had some experience in sudden close combat, and also experienced the cruelty of the goblins. Everyone's sword was stained with goblin blood. They retreated. At this moment, there were no more goblins standing on this extremely wide road. The soldiers regrouped and waited for follow-up instructions. Bard looked at the restless shadows in the cave and said, "The next step is the key. It's our turn." Thorin came forward with a group of dwarves. Except for a few relatively wide passages in the orc town, other places are all winding and often not high. To be honest, these places are not suitable for human soldiers to fight. At this time, combat methods and strategies are very important. If there are dwarves in the tunnel, then this army will definitely be in danger if they go in, and it is estimated that not many can come out. But, no matter how fierce they are just a group of goblins. Dwalin raised his axe and said, "At the beginning, we only had a dozen people fighting inside, and now we have 3,500 people." Although it was true, this guy completely omitted the presence of Levi and Gandalf at that time. In front of the cave, several people began to discuss how to fight. The goblins are not very smart. Maybe the environment inside the cave has become complicated enough because of their excavation, but the structure is definitely not too clever. We have seen it with our own eyes. Smoke, fire, and water will always work. There was no time for the goblins to buffer and rest. The elite army marched along the road towards the orc town. To be fair, although the number of people in this army is not too large, its composition is quite luxurious. Let's not talk about the equipment, just the commander and deputy who are responsible for leading the army, and the dwarves who serve as guides. None of them are simple, and each of them can lead an army to fight alone. The gold content is extremely high. So what about the opponent? They don't even have a leader. Next, they will either be expelled, flee in all directions, or be completely annihilated. This has become a foregone conclusion, and there is no other option. This place, one of the important bases of the orcs, which has harmed countless pedestrians and looted countless human villages, will usher in its doom today. Dongsong, deep underground, with a huge vibration, a pair of big eyes suddenly opened. "What's that noise, Gulu?" The thin claws subconsciously touched the body, but did not touch what he wanted. "Oh, that's not a dream, my baby, it's really gone, damn it, Gulu. Damn thief." While cursing, Gulu suddenly sniffed. "There's a strange smell, blood, and a burnt smell. What are those skinny, dry, and unpalatable goblins doing, Gulu?" Swish, swish. A sound of footsteps came, and the sound was a little heavy, not like goblins. Gulu's eyes widened, and he became alert. "We should go and take a look," he said to himself. Snap. Suddenly, several goblin corpses fell down, and Gulu was so frightened that he quickly stepped back and hid behind a stone next to the pool. Food falling from the sky? Gulu. No, that's not right. Gulu didn't come out rashly, but continued to hide behind, occasionally peeking out. After a while, a voice approached. "Just as the Lord said, there is a natural cave inside. It's amazing. Could it be that our Lord can see through? Stop chatting, don't let your guard down, report the situation." No residue. The vanguard soldier scanned the cave, and skillfully called the people behind him to retreat. After a long time, there was no movement in the cave. Just when Gulu breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to come out to see the situation, a figure suddenly walked in. As soon as he saw the man, Gulu felt a chill inexplicably, and his breathing became cautious. "Why do I seem to feel a sight?" Levi looked around, suddenly raised his head, and found a bat hanging at the top of the cave. He walked forward a few steps until he reached the edge of the pond, and suddenly drew his bow, and shot the bat down with an arrow. Bats in Middle-earth are born with evil and dark attributes. Who knows, it's better to get rid of them if you meet them. Thump thump. Gulu suppressed his rapidly beating heart, and didn't dare to breathe until the man left for a long time. "We can't stay here any longer. It's too dangerous, Gulu." "Where are we going?" he asked in a somewhat timid tone. "We can go anywhere, but we can't stay here." Another voice from the same body replied, "I can't bear it any longer. We should go find the thief, the damn thief who stole our treasure, Gollum. Even if this didn't happen, we should have gone to find him a long time ago. Yes, go find him. Find the hobbit, the guy named Baggins." In the year 2944 of the Third Age, out of fear of the army of the valley, and the desire for the supreme Lord of the Rings, Gollum overcame his fear of sunlight and the outside world and left the Misty Mountains. Chapter 178. The battle lasted for several days. The entire orc town was searched carefully inside and out, and most of the goblins were wiped out. Only a few escaped and headed north, either to Gundabad or lurking in the mountains. In any case, it can be expected that their footprints will become rare, and there will be no need to worry about goblins nearby coming out to harm people. The first expedition of the joint army of the valley achieved miraculous results in all aspects, especially the speed of marching, which almost broke the record of Middle-earth. You know, this army didn't even have mounts. No one stayed inside. Looking at the soldiers carrying out boxes of spoils, Bard seemed a little dazed. "I never knew you had this talent," he asked. "How did you manage to remember all the routes clearly?" "Maybe this is a talent," Levi said shamelessly. "As long as I have walked this road, I will never forget it. Coincidentally, I have walked here once before. That time, I wandered underground for a long time to hunt down the Goblin King, so I have a deep impression of this place." Okay. Bard accepted this statement. People are always three-dimensional. When you look at them from a different angle, you may find something different. "What are you going to do with the spoils?" Looking at the various treasures and precious jewelry piled up, like a mountain on the road, Bard asked. "Whatever you do with it." Levi walked over and looked around, and picked up one of the silver plates. It said "Made in the Valley." How could they have such things? Did they steal them from the elves' hometown? Hearing this, the dwarves who were celebrating just now suddenly fell silent, looked away and whistled. Thorin's mouth twitched. Ahem. He coughed, attracting the attention of the two. "If you are willing, I want to buy all the tableware, candlesticks and various decorations with the Rivendell logo." "Oh," Bard asked curiously, "what does the Dwarf King of Lonely Mountain want these elves things for?" "I want to return them to the elves of Rivendell." This sentence really made Bard stun for several seconds. Did I hear it right? The dwarves took the initiative to give things to the elves? It's really strange. He walked over and greeted Thorin. "As a king among dwarves, I feel sincere admiration for your demeanor." Thorin looked at him and nodded slowly, accepting this compliment without any modesty. "I took it with my own ability." A dwarf muttered quietly, and was immediately kicked by another man. So he shut up. "Forget it." Levi smiled and waved his hand, saying, "If you think so, just take it. We don't lack such things, and you also contributed to the attack on the orc town. This is what you deserve." With Levi's permission, Thorin immediately turned around and said to the dwarves behind him expressionlessly, "You must know which ones are from the valley, right? Find them yourself." Several dwarves suddenly felt as if a cold wind was blowing behind them. "We go right away." The dwarves began to search. Gimli looked at his uncles and scratched his head in confusion. They are so knowledgeable, they know everything about elves. Thorin sighed, patted the dwarf on the shoulder, and said, "Remember to be an honest dwarf, Gimli. Don't pick up things that are not yours." Although he didn't know what was going on, this was the king's personal guidance after all. Gimli patted his chest excitedly on the spot and said, "I swear, I will." The army returned triumphantly with a full harvest. The soldiers withdrew to the city solemnly, with a stiff face, to greet the cheers of the residents. The town was unprecedentedly noisy that day, with celebrations and laughter everywhere. It was lively during the day, and the lights were still on at night. Even the dwarves of Lonely Mountain heard the news, and came to celebrate with the residents of the two towns. "Are they back?" In the meeting room of Erebor, Balin, who was doing the king's work, suddenly stopped. He pricked up his ears, and listened attentively to the noise outside. After a moment, the work at hand was slammed on the table, and Balin stood up and walked out. He shouted angrily, "Why didn't anyone notify me?" His gray beard trembled. Some are happy and some are sad. Located hundreds of miles east of the White City, the capital of Gondor, Minas Morgul, a magic cave directly controlled by the Ringwraiths. The Witch King looked to the north, and the darkness on his body seemed a little restless. Through the side of the bat, a solid viaduct that was at least 100 meters wide was exposed. It was built in the sky, crossing all obstacles and possible threats, connecting directly from Long Lake Town to the Orc Town in the Misty Mountains. That elite human army, through this road that was obviously not yet completed, actually crossed such a long distance in just a few days. This speed of assembly and marching was too shocking. "My lord, the latest news is that the Orc Town no longer exists." An orc came to report in fear. "I saw it." A harsh voice came from the armor. The Witch King paced back and forth in the hall, looking quite uneasy. "The threat of the road that has not been built yet is too great. Once it is completed, it will connect the northern regions of the east and the west. At that time, it will be a solid iron wall that no one can invade. The possibility of the revival of the kingdom of Onmar will also be directly cut off by this road. For such things, either destroy or occupy." But, thinking back to the last scene sent back by the bat, the arrow in the cave, especially the person who shot that arrow. It seems unrealistic to do both. Should we just sit back and do nothing? No. If the east side of the mountain can't do anything, then we can try the west side. Although Onmar had long been lost, there were still some orcs and mountain people lurking in that dark land, and there were also a large number of trolls in the Eden wasteland close to Onmar. These forces, together with the whites in the ancient tombs, could barely gather an army, but there were more hostile forces in that place, including Linden, Rivendell, Wanderers, and nearby humans and hobbits. It was not wise to do this. Just as he was troubled, a figure appeared in front of him. It was another ringwraith. "The master knows what you are thinking," he said. "Don't act rashly, stay dormant for the time being." "I know." The Witch King nodded, and he breathed a sigh of relief, and the pressure in his heart was relieved a lot. Now the pressure shifted to Sauron. Under the dark land of Mordor, there was a leap of fire. "What is that?" Gandalf took a quick glance in the wilderness area east of the Misty Mountains and west of Mirkwood, relatively close to Dol Guldur, and saw a thin figure. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the rather unique-looking little thing for a long time. "It's a creature I've never seen before." "Forget it, it's nothing to worry about." Chapter 179. Gollum, who was galloping in the wilderness under the scorching sun, didn't know that he had escaped a disaster invisibly. Compared to him, the old Gandalf on the fast horse, at this moment, was obviously more concerned about the movements in the lonely mountain and the river valley. You really can't bear to be quiet for a moment. It's very rare for Levi to take the initiative to lead troops to conquer a certain place. If he is not curious, then he is still a wizard. "I can't bear it. I must go to see what's going on." Early in the morning. In the River Valley city, Gandalf tied the horse to the manger of the hotel, habitually fed a handful of wheat, patted the horse's head gently, and walked towards the palace at the highest point of the city. "It's Gandalf." From a distance, the sharp-eyed dwarf Fili saw the gray-clothed old man climbing up the stairs. As if he heard this exclamation, Gandalf waved his hand upwards. Fili also jumped and waved in response. Gandalf walked up slowly and asked with a smile, "How have you been recently?" "It couldn't be better, God, Gandalf, you don't know what you missed, a perfect battle, and a lively banquet." "That's a pity, I have been traveling around trying my luck all this time." "Try your luck?" "Yes, try your luck," Gandalf said happily. "There are countless coincidences happening every moment in this world. Maybe one of the coincidences will be encountered by me at some point. Don't you think this is interesting?" Fili listened carefully and felt a little confused. He shook his head and said, "Then you will definitely miss many coincidences." "Well, don't talk about these twists and turns. Levi and Bard are in there, and Thorin will come over soon. We have the last celebration dinner tonight, and Levi will cook it himself. Don't miss this coincidence." Gandalf raised his eyebrows and responded, "That's great, but I don't agree with your first sentence, Fili. What's important is not coincidence or inevitability, but the process of personal participation and exploration. Just like eating, you must not come here just to fill your stomach, right?" Fili understood now. "Of course, there are not many times when I can meet Levi cooking. It's hard to understand that he likes to eat dry food so much with such good cooking skills. If it were Bombur, he would definitely stay in the kitchen all day and not go out." "Who knows?" Gandalf answered casually and walked into the door with Fili. Soon, he saw two people at a conference table. Levi and Bard, also the Lord and his deputy, seemed to be discussing something. "I agree with this," Levi said. "Since the road has been repaired and there is no threat nearby, why not build more houses to spread the town? Then it's settled." After the simple meeting, Gandalf and Fili just came over. Gandalf smiled and was about to say hello, but when he met Levi's meaningful eyes, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately shut up. Levi didn't say anything either. The scene was silent for a while. Ahem. "On this sunny morning, isn't there anyone who says something to me, an old man who has come from afar, like a greeting?" This vengeful old man. Levi smiled and said, "Well, the weather is indeed sunny. Have you eaten?" Old Gandalf really didn't expect to use "have you eaten" as a greeting. I'm afraid he learned this from the hobbits. He had to swallow the words he had prepared. "I ate it." "Then remember not to eat too much at noon. There will be a small banquet in the evening." "Of course not. I'm not the kind of person who can't hold back my stomach." "I heard that you are going to attack the orc town." Gandalf, who failed to take revenge on Good Morning last time, went straight to the point and said, "As a lord, you really can't rest for a moment. It's only been a year since we last parted, and the orc town, a scourge rooted in the mountains, has been eliminated. Those who are still in the vicinity, especially the Bjorn family, will be very grateful to you. Who let them block my way? Levi shrugged. This is absolutely true. The road is really blocked by them in a physical sense. After a simple reminiscence, Levi asked, any new news recently? A wizard never visits without a purpose. Unless he really comes to travel. No big noise. After saying this, Gandalf thought for a while and added, but if I have to say something, there are still some things worth mentioning. I saw a strange creature on the way here. It ran out of the misty mountains. It crawled on the ground with its limbs, like a degenerated goblin. Could it be a runaway goblin? Bard expressed his opinion. No, although it is as thin and small as a goblin and has a similar body shape, they are definitely not the same species. I can see that. Gandalf shook his head. It might be Gollum. Levi thought of that guy first. Gollum? Gandalf frowned, looking thoughtful. After a moment, he suddenly said, Oh, I seem to have some impression of this name. He is a weird bad guy who did evil everywhere, and was finally driven out of the town. He has many secrets, and seems to have lived too long. Shaking his head, Gandalf said, maybe he was cursed or black magic, anyway, it is definitely not a good thing. He is also a poor guy. Probably. Levi did not discuss this topic too much. Gandalf also chose to skip Gollum, and he continued, I went to Gondor not long ago. Recently, the situation in Gondor is not bad. The pressure from Mordor has suddenly decreased a lot. They have successfully recovered some territory during this period and continue to advance. One commando even reached the gate of Minas Morgul. But they didn't go in. Gandalf deliberately reminded, the territory where Minas Morgul is located is shrouded in deadly poisonous fog and curse. It is a torture for mortals to breathe there. Even if they cover their mouths and noses, as long as they stay in that land, they will get seriously ill soon. That place is full of despair. Even 10,000 well-equipped soldiers will die if they go there. Don't worry, I won't let my subjects attack that place. At most, go and see it yourself. But you mentioned that the pressure on Gondor has decreased. Levi said along with the previous words. Yes, the southern Harrods suddenly stopped their offensive, and the Mordor army also withdrew a lot. I suspect something went wrong within them. Indeed, something went wrong. You know? I know. Levi nodded and said, the East and Mordor formed a coalition to attack Khund and the traitors who defected to Khund. The Harrods also participated in this battle, and they also sent out mammoth war elephants. Gandalf showed a look of understanding, and then narrowed his eyes, and stared at Levi. How did you know? I just came back from there. Chapter 180. You mean you went to the East, and back in a year and participated in a war? When this question came out, Bard couldn't help turning his head. Philly, who was about to leave, retreated. Although it's a bit one-sided, it's okay to say that. Okay. Gandalf couldn't help lighting his pipe and asked, then can you tell me what happened over there? You participated in that war, right? Levi nodded and said, this matter is a bit complicated. I don't know if you still remember one of the blue-robed wizards over there, Alatar. Alatar. Gandalf frowned and tried to recall. Oh, it's him. The last time I heard this name was a long, long time ago, so long that I almost forgot it. I have never asked about the news of the Far East. Is he doing well there? It's hard to say. Levi slowly told the story of how Alatar found him, and Farad'n blocked the gathering of the East army, returned to Khund to prepare for defense, and how he fought against Sauron and suffered a certain degree of corruption. Gandalf and the two people at the conference table pricked up their ears and listened carefully, fearing that they would miss any details. He has mastered a kind of magic that can bewitch people's hearts. The king of Khund has been controlled by him for many years. Hearing this, Gandalf commented, maybe his starting point is good, but his approach is just like what you said, it is indeed not very just. He went astray. Gandalf sighed, and suddenly thought of that kind of bewitching magic. It's a bit familiar. It can use words to distort people's minds, and even cause lifelong cognitive effects. Why does it sound so much like Saruman's magic voice? He learned it from Saruman. Levi reminded. Gandalf bowed his head, and fell into deep thought. Sure enough. Saruman shouldn't have taught him this thing, he must correct it. It has been corrected. The King of Khand has returned to normal. Don't worry. In addition, Alatar has also awakened. He has broken free from the shadow of Sauron. That's good. I knew there wouldn't be too many accidents with you. Levi had some other ideas about Alatar. He asked with a different meaning, will wizards also surrender to the enemy? This possibility exists. Gandalf replied, they, including Saruman, came to this land many years earlier than me. In the long life of the mortal world, no one can guarantee that they will not get lost. Our memories of our homeland are already vague, and the remaining yearning is always challenged in various ways. Gandalf empathized with Alatar's experience. There are still many free camps in the land west of Mordor, and there is enough space to maneuver between the camps to fight against the darkness. In contrast, the far east is almost entirely full of enemies. You can imagine how difficult it would be to resist in the enemy's rear surrounded by danger. They are worthy of admiration. Let me guess. Gandalf said, in the end, did you use Khund as a base to help them defend the royal city and repel the three-party coalition? I guessed half right. Oh! Several people pricked up their ears and waited for the next step. At that time, the king of Khund had already woken up, and Khund had also become an enemy, so... Mordor, Doni, Khund, Harad. I beat everyone present. Bard couldn't help but turn his head to look at Levi. He had a new understanding of his lord. Although it was unclear how powerful the dark human forces outside Mordor were, it sounded like the total number was at least tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of troops were repelled just like that. Bard suddenly thought of the expedition against the Orc town a few days ago. At that time, a total of 3,500 soldiers wearing the best armor and carrying the sharpest weapons in the city were dispatched. This force cannot be ignored in any country. But compared with the war in the Far East, it really seems a bit less. If these people were thrown into the battlefield with a three-party coalition, I'm afraid they wouldn't even make a splash. The armor has high defensive power, but it can only bully the goblins and the poorer Gunda-bad orcs. The orcs, Uruks, and the group of giant beasts and the steel-armored Ologs, who are not afraid of the sun, are not vegetarians. This does not include the bombers and cavalry of the Doni and the mammoth war elephants of Harad. The scene, just thinking about it, makes people despair. Beside Bard, Philly's big eyes suddenly stopped blinking. Obviously his brain was a little overwhelmed. The man and the dwarf looked at each other, and they saw a message from each other's eyes. If this three-party coalition attacked not Khund, but the valley and the lonely mountain, it would definitely be difficult to defend. Even if they relied on the dozens of meters high solid wall in front of the valley city, it would be hard to say. By the way, there are also the Ringwraith Lieutenant Hammer and 3 other Ringwraiths participating in the battle. One of them was killed by Farad'n, and he shared some pressure for me. Well, now it's completely useless. Without Levi or the wizard present, any Ringwraith's roar would reduce the morale of his own side by half. For ordinary people, there is no solution. Alright. Bard understood. No wonder this guy fought so casually. It turned out that he had fought too many large-scale battles, and didn't take the miscellaneous soldiers in Goblin Town seriously at all. It's certainly not good to underestimate the enemy, but... Bard continued to be distracted, recalling that in the whole battle, although there were some small accidents at the beginning, and the words were all contemptuous of the enemy, but in terms of tactics and actual actions, when he and the dwarves proposed a plan, he adopted the most stable and unconditional approach. He was contemptuous in words and attitude, but paid great attention to actual actions and details. It seemed that Levi didn't notice Bard's distraction, and continued to talk about the details. Gandalf listened quietly. His expression was quite focused, and his mood was not disturbed. However, his pipe, which had burned out, but he forgot to refill, showed that his heart was not as calm as it seemed. Good, very good. When Levi stopped talking, Gandalf finally noticed that his pipe had naturally extinguished. No wonder it was tasteless. Ahem. He attracted everyone's attention and said, "Okay, I have understood. These things are not surprising at all. I thought you would stay in the territory all the time and focus on business matters. Now it seems that I underestimated your enthusiasm for adventure." All at RN. Gandalf seemed to be stuck for a moment, and took a puff of pipeweed before recovering. And Palando, yes, that's the name. I hope both of them will be successful. I asked out of consideration for the unexpected. Gandalf leaned forward. Where else do you want to go recently? I want to go home, I mean roadside fort. I brought back a lot of new crop seeds from the east and the south, and now I just want to plant them. Sugar cane, cactus, grapes. Sugar, paper, dye, experience, wine. Each of these is a new output item. Chapter 181. Gandalf, long time no see. At night, a group of dwarves climbed the high ground of the river city, and walked into the reception hall one by one to attend this rare gathering. "Oh, I'm so glad to see you at this time," the gray-bearded Balin said, as he hugged Gandalf. "You don't know, I've been so depressed these days. I've always wanted to go out. When I heard that Levi was going to attack the Orc town a few days ago, I even put on my armor, but unfortunately my luck was really bad. When I drew lots, I was the only one who got the option to stay." "That's a pity, Balin." Gandalf thought for a while and said, But when I'm done with my work during this period, you can go with me on the next trip. Great. Hearing Gandalf say this, Balin felt much better. Come on, the food is ready, and there's good wine that Levi brought. Bofur came over and called, and the two of them went over immediately. Not long after the dwarves took their seats, the hall became noisy, with singing and laughter, and occasional clanging sounds. Buzz, the remaining wine foam danced in the air. It was a special wine horn of the dwarves, which could be used to hold wine and blow after drinking, which was quite interesting. Let me toast to your victory. In the venue, Gandalf found Levi, and clinked glasses with him. Levi also took a sip of the wine glass. What are your plans recently? He asked. Me. At this moment, Gandalf had not yet recovered from what happened in the east, especially what happened to Blue Robe. The magic sound he used, and the experience of almost falling sounded a wake-up call to Gandalf. Thinking of this, Gandalf whispered, I always feel that this matter is a bit weird, maybe. Maybe Saruman will have some clues. My hunch tells me that some things must not be over yet. This matter is not good, and I don't really want to do this, but I think I should not ignore some of Saruman's movements. Is that so? Levi nodded. As an auxiliary role among the wizards sent to Middle-earth to deal with Sauron, he thinks so. Gandalf's attitude has always been stable and gentle. Therefore, when Lady Galadriel proposed that he be the leader of the White Council, he chose to give in because he was worried that his wisdom was not enough to bear such a heavy responsibility. Perhaps out of jealousy, or a competitive mind, the position of the leader of the White Council was finally proposed by Saruman. He was eager to prove that his strength and wisdom were greater than Gandalf, although the latter didn't care about these things at all. The more a person lacks something, the more he tends to emphasize it. But the facts and what happened always prove that some things cannot be obtained by emphasizing and shouting. When the wizards came to Middle-earth, Círdan, who had the Ring of Fire, chose to entrust the ring to Gandalf. When the White Council was formed, Lady Galadriel, who had the Ring of Water, chose to recommend Gandalf as the leader. Even before coming to Middle-earth, another Vala of the same level as the Vala served by Saruman said, although Gandalf was chosen later, it does not mean that Gandalf's importance is ranked behind. From all these, Saruman's mentality can be imagined. His desire for strength and power grows year by year, and his jealousy and desire for control become stronger and stronger. Gandalf has always chosen to ignore and retreat from Saruman's overt and covert targeting. As long as things can be done, he can do whatever he wants. He plays the role of a submissive person. But now that I know something, I can't just turn a blind eye and pretend it doesn't exist. Gandalf said, I have to pay attention to some of Saruman's behavior, even if I can't influence anything. It's exciting. Oh, I mean, you can come to me if you need it. Levi agreed with Gandalf's attention. Gandalf narrowed his eyes, and was about to say something when a clang sounded from the table not far away. Bard rolled his eyes and fell down, with some beer foam still in his mouth. Oh! The dwarves cheered. Winner, Bombur. Apparently, when it comes to drinking, the dwarves found that Levi couldn't knock them down, so they had a new target. So someone suffered. No, I have to get back at him. Levi walked over with a barrel of wine. You got my deputy drunk. What about tomorrow's work? Wouldn't it be me who should do it? Looking at the table that became increasingly chaotic due to Levi's joining, Gandalf shook his head. But it's good too. If only this peace could last forever. Will it last forever? No one knows. The next morning, Bard got up with his head covered, and walked to the palace meeting room after packing up. I really shouldn't drink so much. Compared to other areas, there aren't many things going on in the valley towns. After all, the bottom line is there. Even if there is a lack of management or even a complete abandonment, it can still prosper day by day. But because of this unprecedented prosperity has brought many new challenges to those who want to take it further. It is not difficult to maintain the bottom line, but it is difficult to make progress and stability. When Bard walked to the place where he usually handled affairs, he suddenly found that someone had arrived before him. It was Levi, who had been waiting here for a long time and took over some affairs. Have a glass of milk. While looking at the map of River Valley City, Levi pointed to a glass of milk on the other side of the main seat of the table. Bard drank the milk in one gulp without hesitation. Then the headache and dizziness disappeared, and he regained his spirits again. Much better. Bard only felt his whole body lighten, and the soreness and fatigue after excessive drinking completely dissipated. I see there are plans to expand farmland. Levi also said without hesitation, but I think there are enough wheat and potatoes. We can grow something else. What to grow? Sugar-cane grapes. Levi stood up and walked with Bard past the banquet hall, where the dwarves were still sleeping, and walked into the golden wheat fields outside the city. They planted the first grape seed in the newly opened wet field, and planted a grape rack on it. The river valley welcomed two new things this year: grapes and sugar cane. It wasn't long before white sugar flowed into the market, and then into every household, becoming a common seasoning. Pastry chefs and chefs in hotels began to try new recipes with a lot of sweetness. At the same time, the production of paper also increased significantly. Perhaps many foreign merchants or travelers will be surprised by the new things here. But their degree of surprise must not be as great as those of the Dorwinians. Isn't this our grape? When did they plant so many? Chapter 182. One of the most important reasons why Dorwinian can grow grapes on a large scale is that the terrain and climate there are quite suitable. The merchants from Dorwinian, who come and go, can't figure out how the towns here can grow grapes of such good quality. After much inquiry, several people got a piece of information. The Lord found grape seeds on his journey to the east, so he brought them back to the territory to cultivate and plant them. There are similar records in the chronicles of Dorwinian. Some merchants who came here from Dorwinian for the first time discussed this matter quite seriously. Who is their lord? Levi. It sounds familiar. The last time I heard this name was at the port of our hometown. Someone who crossed back from the east brought back rumors from there. The legendary shadow of war. Wait. Some clues are connected. Is it one person? But what good lord would not stay in his own territory and run around for adventures every day? If this idea was known to Bard or the project leaders of Roadside Castle, they would definitely show a very helpless expression. Levi is still not in the territory today. But he is not going out to play or go on an adventure. The scale of this road is really amazing. It will become a solid barrier for the free forces in the north. On the High Sky Road, Levi and Gandalf rode slowly on the right side of the horse. As they walked, Gandalf couldn't help looking down through the guardrail. The location of this bridge is very clever, he said. Although you can see the location of the Palace of the Woodland Kingdom to the north, this road will neither block their activity area nor allow people to peek into their privacy. The tall trees with red and green leaves growing in the woods will block the sight of people with ulterior motives. But under the reflection of the sun and the moon, people who simply like to enjoy the scenery can also be satisfied. The sunlight reflects the shiny red leaves. Standing on the bridge and looking into the distance, the scenery of this sea of trees is really hard to describe. Levi stopped for a while, just looking at the scenery, and sighed. This is what I want, he said. When I first saw this scenery that is more beautiful than any painting, I felt that everyone in the world should come here to see it. So there was a plan for this road. The leaves rustled, playing a long interweaving music. Both Gandalf and Levi felt comfortable from the bottom of their hearts at this moment. No matter spring, summer, autumn, or winter, there are beautiful scenery here. Agree. Gandalf nodded, then shook his head. But the other side is different. From the Sky Road, looking north, you can see a sea of glossy red trees, and looking south, you can see a dark mountain range. Its name is Eamon Nu Fuin, also known as the Black Mountains or the Mirkwood Mountains. The slopes of the Black Mountains are covered with a dense fir forest. Under the fir trees, there is a darkness that is difficult to remove. If you say that the Black Mountains are a spoiler, they have blocked the expansion of Sauron's black magic from Dol Guldur to the north. But if you say that it is useful, it has also provided cover for dark creatures. There are still many orcs and big spiders living in it. It is because the river valley has been unprecedentedly strong in recent years that they dare not show up. Although the threat is not great, there are still some hidden dangers, Gandalf commented. That's why I asked you to come with me. Levi said the purpose of this trip was to visit the great eagles living in the Misty Mountains. The heavenly road passed through not only the orc town, but also the mountain where the great eagles lived. The destruction of the orc town was obviously beneficial to the great eagles. The most direct impact was that there would no longer be goblins running out from time to time to harass the mountain where the great eagles lived. But who can say that this road itself did not disturb their lives? I think we have a lot of common goals and cooperation to discuss. It's just that I'm not very familiar with the eagles, and we haven't communicated, but I believe that with you, our conversation will go much more smoothly. Gandalf just smiled at Levi's rather cautious statement. If you ask me, you really underestimate your influence. Eagles are eagles, but they are not ordinary beasts. Whether it's the Eagle King or other eagles, they are all wise and compassionate, and are willing to help those kind people. Rather than saying that the goblins in the orc town harass the lives of the eagles, it's better to say that the goblins are quite helpless about the eagles stopping them from doing evil, but they can't threaten the eagles, so they can only rely on harassment from time to time as revenge. In a word, it can be summed up: don't bite the eagle to bother the eagle. In fact, I don't need to do this at all. I dare say that even if you go by yourself, nothing unpleasant will happen. Gandalf made such an assertion. Levi certainly knew it. After all, his reputation in the Great Eagle camp had already reached a level above respect, and what the two sides lacked was only communication. This time, Chun was dragged here by Gandalf as a witness, or Chun dragged him here just to join in the fun. At sunrise, the two set off from Riverdale on fast horses. At dusk, the mountains were already blocking the way. There are many temporary houses here, with all kinds of facilities and places, which are used for the frontline workers to rest. Usually, wherever the construction is done, these buildings will follow. Such temporary buildings that can be moved in directly are especially common at the starting point of the Sky Road and the Misty Mountains, and almost all of them can form a smaller town. Needless to say, the starting point has a large flow of people, and it is also a place where various important facilities gather, and various places are definitely indispensable. As for the Misty Mountains, because the road is connected to the mountains, there is enough space to build some additional buildings, and even if they are not demolished, it will not hinder traffic. This is also within the plan. After all, the road has been built so far that it is too far away from Chenghu town, and many people simply live here directly, rotating every once in a while. In fact, at the last meeting, Levi had already designated this place as a new habitable development zone. If this continues, there may really be one or more prosperous towns in the middle of the road in the future. Put the horse in place. The man and the wizard walked a little north and began to climb the mountain. The overall terrain of the eagle's nest is a pile of irregular boulders, which can only be reached by flying under normal circumstances. This is also one of the reasons why the eagles are not afraid of goblins or orcs, because no matter how good they are at climbing, at most they will make some noise or call under the boulders to affect their sleep. As for climbing directly to their homes, that is impossible. Just when the climbable road came to the end, Levi was thinking about whether to change his elytra and fly up with Gandalf, when two eagles landed. They took Levi and Gandalf to a flat boulder at the top of the mountain. Rumble. The huge air currents swirl on the ground, and a large eagle with a golden crown slowly descends and nods slightly to Levi as a greeting. Its identity is self-evident. The Great Eagle, the King of Birds. Chapter 183. The Eagle King folded his huge wings, squatted on the rock, and looked at the person in front of him carefully. The Great Eagle is the messenger of the Vala, driven by Manwë, the head of the Vala. Manwë is the master of air and wind, and is also the world supervisor and manager designated by the creator god of this world, Eru. He maintains the order of the world, and uses his power to correct those disharmonious things. As the messenger of the king of the world, the great eagles have a very long lifespan. Many members are not younger than the elves. They have witnessed countless history. I hope my project has not disturbed your life. As soon as they met, Levi got straight to the point without any detours. No one can disturb our lives. You worry too much, Legend Levi. The Eagle King's attitude was quite gentle. The human beings in front of him were too strange. It was rare to create so many legends in a short period of time throughout history. Moreover, legend is one aspect, and even for the Eagle King and the Great Eagles, this aspect does not account for too much. The main thing is that his attitude towards life is really familiar. If anything, it's a bit like Gandalf next to him. Before coming to Middle-earth, Gandalf, or Olorin, liked to walk around in a gray robe, witnessing various things and learning the wisdom in them. Sometimes he would turn into an elf and use his power to give other elves advice and help them develop. Many elves' flashes of inspiration were actually because of him, but those elves would never notice this because the person who reminded them would always disappear after doing so. Olorin did this without asking for any reward, because all rewards were meaningless to him. That attitude was like the gods playing with the world. No, it should be said that it was indeed the gods playing with the world. Although they were somewhat similar in temperament, I was still not sure. After all, the time this lord appeared was too short, only a few years, and nothing could be seen in such a short time. After another 100 years, or even 1,000 years, some things would be revealed. That's good. Levi nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, in fact, I have noticed that many enemies have bad intentions on this road, including spiders and orcs hiding in front of the Black Forest, and enemies still wandering in the wilderness. Some spiders tried to climb up from the decorative support pillars, but because the pillars were too high and too smooth, they all failed. Even if some climbed above the woods, they would be discouraged by the dazzling sunlight, and they would only move at a height below the woods at most. Spiders are not to be feared. What is more difficult to deal with are the orcs and various beasts that remain in the Black Mountains. They all escaped from Dol Guldur. In addition to Dol Guldur, there is Gundabad. Although the Battle of Five Armies directly reduced the density of orcs in Gundabad, it is still one of their bases after all, and it is also connected to many evil creatures in the north. Even if Levi goes to plow several times, it is difficult to completely eliminate it. Some precautions are still needed. I know that no creature in this world can compare with the vision of the eagle. Levi stated his purpose. If there are any unusual movements, please let us know. The eagle's nest is located on the eastern peak of the Misty Mountains. From here, you can directly see the entire forest, the river valley, and even the peak of Lonely Mountain. As long as it is within sight, nothing can escape the sight of the eagles. If they can help, anything that happens in this large area will be as transparent as if it were transparent. This is not a big deal. The Eagle King raised his head proudly. We have been conveying information to our friends around us. At this time, Gandalf stood up and explained. The eagles often help the elves of Rivendell and Radagast to collect information. Sometimes, I would ask for the help of the eagles, and they never refused. But the humans in Rovanian. Gandalf shook his head slowly and reminded Levi in a low voice. They are not very friendly to the eagles. Some unreasonable people raised their longbows to them because they were afraid that the eagles would catch their sheep. Since then, the eagles have not had any communication with the humans here. Levi's mouth twitched. The humans in Rovanian. It's just short of saying the names of Dale City and Long Lake Town directly. In fact, it's not their fault. After all, humans are not as long-lived as elves and wizards. Their ancestors may know what the eagles are, but after a few generations, it may not be certain. I apologize for the recklessness of those people. No problem. The Eagle King responded, We will continue to watch this area, and if anything noteworthy happens, you will know it. And the price of delivering the message. Just ask your people to put away their bows. The Eagle King said something that was quite surprising. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The legends that have been circulating everywhere have long confirmed that the valley is no longer what it used to be. I believe that under the leadership of you, the new Lord, the people of the valley will no longer do stupid things. I'm glad that the unpleasant things that happened in the past did not affect our interactions today. Levi said, I hope we can always live in harmony. Witnessed by Gandalf, Levi, and the Eagle King reached a consensus. The barrier between the great eagles and the northern humans was broken today, and the two sides returned to friendship. In addition, as a reward and compensation, the great eagles no longer have to go to the wilderness every day to find prey and food. Just like thousands of years ago, they have providers again. Levi's territory has never lacked meat and various foods, and a little bit of it can be used to support the entire Great Eagle clan. It's worth paying such a small price to let the eagle help collect information and alert the spies in the sky, such as bats. However, in addition to the food reward, Levi looked around and shook his head. He felt that the eagle's nest was a bit simple. Maybe he could take the time to renovate it. There is always a style they will like. Flipping through the various building plans in his mind, Levi was a little itchy. On the eagle's nest, some things about cooperation were initially decided. The two people and the eagle were talking about the future development of this area and some trivial matters. Suddenly, the Eagle King raised his head and looked north. It just stood there, staring into the distance, and there was no movement for a long time. What's wrong? Gandalf couldn't help asking. It's Gundabad. The Eagle King warned. Some beasts and orcs are out. There are quite a lot of them, at least thousands, and they are running down the mountain. Are they going to attack Dale City or Long Lake Town? Gandalf looked at Levi. Ah? Is this something that comes to your doorstep? Levi rubbed his hands, also feeling quite curious. Have these orcs finally gone mad after losing their leader? However, thinking about it carefully, it doesn't make sense. It is unlikely that the orcs will attack those two places. Take a step back and say that even if they want to attack Changhu Town or River Valley City, they shouldn't go this way. According to this route, do they want to go through the Black Forest? Then, there is no need for the army of River Valley City to take action. It is estimated that as soon as they step into the Black Forest, they will be annihilated by the woodland elves. Chapter 184. You are not the only humans living in this area. The Eagle King reminded. Gandalf reacted immediately and slapped his head. Look at my memory. Levi, do you remember that we drove out the orcs and evacuated the residents in the Anduin Valley a few years ago? Of course I remember. That was the starting point for the name of the nemesis to spread among the enemy. At that time, the orcs had not noticed what they were facing and still dared to fight against them. Then you must remember where all the humans here went. Some of them traveled around and joined nearby kingdoms and settlements, while others listened to my advice and went north, uniting in the north of the Anduin Valley. Gandalf stroked his beard and said, I happened to pass by there recently. They did listen to me, and gathered in the north to form a tribe. That tribe has a name recently. What? The Bjorn clan. Bjorn? Sounds familiar. Could it be the skin changer Bjorn I know? Yes. Gandalf explained. At first, those people gathered in the north, and their lives were still not good, but they could barely protect themselves by sticking together, and no longer had to flee when they saw the orcs. It was probably not long after the Battle of 5 Armies that Bjorn's name spread, and his brave performance on the battlefield was remembered by some people. About 3 months ago, I visited Bjorn, and he told me about his situation there. When he returned home from the lonely mountain and the rumors of that battle spread, many people came to his residence and asked Bjorn to be the leader to lead them to resist the orcs. The reconstruction of River Valley City had not started at that time, and Long Lake Town was also in a depression after the relocation. Well, if it was later, perhaps many of them would choose to join your territory. It's not too late now. Levi said this, and immediately put on his elytra. I'd be back in a while. The familiar sound of fireworks sounded, and Gandalf was suddenly stunned when he saw the figure that suddenly flew up. Come back in a while? No, he's already back, all back. Old Gandalf complained helplessly. I thought he would be more restrained after becoming a lord, at least more stable. This adventurer has never changed. Listening to Gandalf's mumbling, the Eagle King was speechless. This legendary lord is indeed a man of temperament. He was still talking in the last second, and suddenly flew away after making a decision in the next second. He is really a bit more active. How did he fly? Was that thing that suddenly grew out of his back a wing? I don't understand. Let's go too. The Bjorns are currently outnumbered. This may be a tough battle. The Bjorns were not formed too long ago. Although all members of the tribe are brave and good at fighting, they have not been developed for long. Moreover, the war came in a hurry, leaving no time for preparation. But, a tough battle? Gandalf shook his head. He didn't seem to agree with this statement, but he still accepted the Eagle King's proposal. The next moment, the Eagle King flapped his wings and jumped off the huge rock, carrying Gandalf and flying closely behind the black figure. Everyone who can take up arms, take up arms. In a village located on the west side of the Mirkwood, in the upper reaches of the Anduin Valley, Bjorn gathered all the adult men and strong enough teenagers in the village and ordered them to arm themselves. But even so, there are not many people here, only a few hundred. If it were the army configuration of the Dale City, these few hundred people would definitely be able to crush the thousands of orc cavalry. But the problem is, it's poor. Not every place is the territory of a legendary lord. The Bjorn clan was established only a few years ago, and it was the blessing of the recently built Sky Road that ensured that everyone gathered could hold weapons. The construction team opened a lift in the area where the Bjorn clan lived. Yes, a lift specially opened for the thousands of Bjorn clan members. When Bard and Bjorn brought up this matter, Bjorn was really surprised. Such a large project, but they were willing to open a separate lift for our small village. This passage is obviously useful. It promotes communication between the east and west sides of the Black Forest, and brings a lot of honey and wild fruits to River Valley and Long Lake Town. But they can't go to such great lengths just for our little honey and wild fruits, right? In any case, this is indeed a good thing. It is precisely because of the great convenience of circulation that hundreds of young and strong people present can all take up weapons, but that's all. Everyone has good weapons to use, which is the limit of the village's operation in the past 2 years. As for armor, most people wear leather, which is basically made by themselves. After gathering all the available combat forces, Bjorn gave a pre-war speech. As a strong and warlike skin changer, Bjorn's speech style is also quite direct. I believe that none of those who are called here are cowards. Those orcs dared to challenge us and tried to plunder something from us, so we will do as they wish and give them death. The tribesmen roared, and there was a burning desire in each of their eyes. Looking at the white air exhaled from his nostrils, and then slowly rising, Bjorn suddenly realized. It's winter. Yes, it's time. It's also at this time that the orcs will start plundering. They are not the kind that can peacefully manage their territory and store food. Just thinking about it, there was a whoosh in the air, and a black shadow fell quickly and plunged into the small pond next to it. Huh? Levi swam out of the icy pond and put on his armor. It seemed that he couldn't feel the cold. Fortunately, it hasn't frozen yet. Good afternoon, he greeted. Good afternoon. Bjorn opened his mouth after seeing who was coming, but couldn't say anything for a long time. After a moment, he gave up on investigating Levi's actions and said in a rather calm tone, "You came at a really bad time. As you can see, we are about to have a war. The enemy is the orcs in the north of the Misty Mountains. They want to attack us without knowing their own strength. Bjorn had no intention of hiding anything from the legendary friendly figure in front of him. He told him everything he knew right away. It's indeed a bit too arrogant. I fight this battle. Levi patted the sword at his waist. Then please. Bjorn wanted to ask him to take care of his own life. After all, if something happened to the man in front of him, it would be a serious matter. But think about it carefully. Judging from his performance in the last battle of 5 armies, the probability of him being killed by a goblin in the form of a giant bear is greater than that of him getting into trouble in a battle of this scale. Bjorn changed his words halfway and said, "Please don't refuse our thanks. Of course, I'd be happy to take some souvenirs back." Levi nodded slightly, but at this time, his mind was no longer on the conversation or the upcoming small battle. His eyes had already fallen near Bjorn's hull, staring at the large beehives. The bees in there were not ordinary big, so big that even the dwarves of the expedition were shocked when they saw them for the first time. Because the demand for honey was not very large, Levi had always ignored bees. But, although it doesn't matter if there is no honey, it is still good to have some. Honey, like milk, has special effects when produced by Levi. Milk can remove all buffs, whether good or bad. Honey is different. It is a directional removal, which can remove poisoning buffs alone without affecting other effects. And compared to milk, honey has another important point: it can be stacked. One inventory can stack 16 bottles, which is equivalent to 16 powerful antidotes. This thing, bring a few sets when you go out in the future, and when you meet a ringwraith again, no matter how hoarse his voice is, he will not be poisoned. I do have something I want. Chapter 185. Hearing Levi say this, Bjorn felt more at ease. If there is something you want, it means that your tribe is valuable, and then all kinds of cooperation can continue for a long time. Even so, Bjorn was still a little confused. I don't know what our small tribe has that you are interested in. Just a few years ago, Bjorn was the only one living in this place. He watched this tribe develop, and he knew every family. If there was anything worth mentioning, including crafts and some products, he would not be unaware of it. Your specialty is actually mainly in your family. I am very interested in beekeeping technology. Beekeeping? Bjorn didn't speak for several seconds. I didn't expect it was because of this. This is not a secret. It's just that the bees in my family are a little special. The breeding methods may be a little different from those in other places. As he was talking, there was a commotion outside the village, and the howling of wild beasts enveloped every corner of the tribe. They are coming. Bjorn turned his head and said, I promised this, we will talk about it later. Now, I want to let those orcs know that the new tribes in the Anduin Valley are not soft eggs that they can plunder at will. Prepare to meet the enemy. The hunters raised their longbows, and the warriors drew their weapons. Fire! A round of arrows was shot, and dozens of wolves fell to the ground immediately. The orcs on them fell on the cold and hard ground and rolled several times before they stopped. The orc riders who were lucky enough to be alive quickly got up, waving their weapons, and continued to rush forward with a large army. The second round of arrows was fired, and some more vanguards fell to the ground. At this time, the orcs finally rushed to the front of the village. They raised their butcher knives and sticks with strange cries, and looked at the militiamen who couldn't even put together a few sets of armor, with a grim smile on their faces. Just when the orc cavalry was about to rush over, a deafening roar suddenly sounded, and Bjorn suddenly jumped down from the high platform. The next moment, he had transformed into a giant bear with thick skin and thick fur. He just held the sharp spears and blades and directly broke through the front orc vanguard squad. This move immediately gave enough confidence to the residents behind him. They held their weapons tightly and rushed up, bravely fighting with the orcs. So shouting and clamoring suddenly arose. Under the leadership of Bjorn, even though the number of orcs was several times that of their own side, their offensive was suppressed for a while. Ugh! A hunter holding a bow suddenly felt a pain in his back and fell forward. Oak, who had successfully attacked, raised his spiked club and was about to smash it down. Dang! A sword shining with azure light blocked the front. Oak turned his head angrily, wanting to see who dared to stop him from getting the results of the battle. The next moment, his eyes suddenly became clear. Although the new tribe needs some training, I can't watch a warrior die in front of me. Especially, all this could have been avoided. Ah! Oak screamed in fear and turned to run. Whoosh! An arrow hit the back of his neck accurately, and the oak's body stiffened and fell straight to the ground. This arrow was not shot by Levi. He turned around and found that the hunter, who had just been rescued, had already climbed up. The hunter saluted Levi solemnly, then immediately turned around and returned to the battlefield. The wounds on his body did not slow down his movements. Like the ones in his own territory, this is also a fierce army. Don't worry about the bear, there are not many of them, kill them all first. The leader of this cavalry team thought about it with his orc brain and immediately decided to change the strategy. No matter how strong you are just a bear. At most, I won't fight you. Rush into the village directly, rob and run. The order was issued, and the warg jumped away, carrying the orcs on his body, to greet those relatively vulnerable tribesmen. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Bjorn did not even turn his head, but continued to concentrate on slaughtering the orcs in front of him. Stupid bear. The orc leader cursed, secretly happy in his heart, and quickly led most of the orcs to the rear. Hey, the soldiers holding weapons were not afraid of the orcs' charge again. After the small-scale battle just now, the confusion of many tribesmen who went to the battlefield for the first time had been dispelled, and now was the time for fighting. But the orcs were not vegetarians. The battle had just begun, and both sides had just warmed up. Whether they succeeded or failed depended on what happened next. The wargs with relatively good eyesight suddenly howled from their throats. They stopped suddenly, and almost threw the orcs off. What? What the hell? The leader of the orcs was about to scold the leader of the wargs under him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his intuition told him that things seemed not simple. He raised his head, and followed the line of sight of the wargs. Behind the soldiers to the right, a man pulled out the sword stuck in the head of the orc on the ground, turned around and swung it, and just opened the wide linen cloak, revealing his armor and face, facing the orc army. As the orcs looked over, Levi's line of sight also moved over and fixed on the orc leader. The two lines of sight met. He said, "Found it." The leader shuddered violently, and his whole body stiffened in an instant, and his scalp felt numb as if it had exploded. The warg under his crotch couldn't help but take a step back. Why is he here? If you come, you should show up earlier. Why are you watching the show for so long in the back? Kill! No matter what the orcs think, the soldiers of the Bjorn clan will not care about these. Taking advantage of the moment when the orcs paused and dazed, they immediately seized the opportunity and took the initiative to attack. But at this moment, the orcs' minds were no longer on the soldiers in front of them. As they retreated, they couldn't help but look back every 3 steps at the dark figure, fearing that he would suddenly run forward. They didn't even care about the Bjorn clan in front of them, and didn't dare to stop and fight back. It was raining all night, and they had no intention of fighting again. At this time, there was another passionate cry in the air. It was the Eagle King who came late with Gandalf. It swooped down and stretched out its sharp eagle claws to plow over a large area of orcs. Taking advantage of the moment, when it was closest to the ground, Gandalf raised his staff high, and a dazzling white light lit up from it. He jumped directly from the Eagle King's back into the pile of orc spears, sweeping away a large area of them with one staff, but he was unharmed, and even his robe was not torn. The orcs' retreat was completely blocked. Levi rushed over and chopped down their leader with a sword. Without a leader, the orcs and wargs rushed around for a while, but after a while, they lost their strength and were quickly wiped out. Boom! Bjorn, who was still in the form of a giant bear, ran over panting. As he ran, his body gradually shrank, from a ferocious giant bear that could break a tree with a slap back to his original height of more than 2 meters. Chapter 186. After putting on his clothes, and giving a few simple instructions to his tribesmen to clean up the battlefield, Bjorn came over and looked at Levi, the Eagle King, and Gandalf in front of him, and was also a little confused. I didn't expect that just a small battle would alarm the lords of the free cities, the king of birds, and the wizard to come and check. I'm really flattered. We just happened to discuss something in the eagle's nest. Gandalf stood up and explained. This was beyond our expectations. The Eagle King was the first to discover the movement here, and then Levi couldn't wait to come over and left us far behind. His tone was quite helpless. I think these orcs now know that the new tribes in the Anduin Valley are not easy to mess with. The ground was full of evidence of this statement. Gandalf used his cane to dig the orc corpses on the ground twice, and moved them aside to make way. Peace was restored in the tribe of Bjorn. The residents dealt with the bodies of the orcs and the wargs, while Bjorn moved a table to the yard next to the hall made of pure wood. After all, the Eagle King was there, and we couldn't just leave him outside with 3 people inside. Levi waved his hand and said, "No need to entertain us too much. We don't have anything to do. We just helped out when we saw it. Your help to us is more than just a help in my opinion." Bjorn looked at the huge sky road whose outline could be vaguely seen and said, "Through that road, a lot of wealth has flowed into us. This help to us is real and unquestionable. Let's continue the topic before the war. If there is any need, we are happy to do something. Nothing special, you have done everything you can. Thinking about the information and reports he saw in the mayor's office of Long Lake Town a few days ago, Levi said, and you have done a lot of things. When the road was extended and connected to the territory of the Bjorn family, they took the initiative to assume the responsibility of maintaining the road from the Black Forest to the Misty Mountains. This is beneficial to both parties. By the way, the beehives, and the huge bees inside, I want to take some back to raise myself. Speaking of the bees raised by Bjorn, they are also quite magical. First of all, they are huge, almost half a fist, and their personalities are relatively gentle, and they don't sting people. And from the appearance, they are quite cute, yellow, round, flapping their wings and flying in the air a bit like Bomber. Yes, we have already discussed this. Where do you plan to raise them? I will send them to you. Bjorn said, I want to remind you that the living habits of this kind of bees may be slightly different from other species. I can tell you about these differences and precautions bit by bit. Don't worry about this. I have some special methods. Seeing Levi so confident, Bjorn could only nod and give up the idea of teaching him. Maybe he does have some special methods, just like Radagast the Brown Robe, the wizard who loves nature, and all kinds of animals can communicate with animals, and both ferocious and gentle animals get along well with the wizard. Except for the warg. Well, I believe you can handle it. It seems that the beekeeping manual I wrote recently is useless. Bjorn said regretfully, that may be one of the few things I can surpass you in. It's a pity that I can't give you a few lessons. Leave a lesson? Levi felt a chill on his back, and he quickly changed the subject. I think it's getting late. It's time to eat. Bjorn looked at the sun setting in the distant sky and ended the topic tactfully. Indeed. A moment later, the fire rose in the courtyard. The Eagle King landed nearby, constantly swallowing the fresh meat that Levi brought specially, and eating quite happily. These steaks that are always fresh and clean, not to mention the Eagle King, even Gandalf sometimes has an urge to taste them. But Levi never gave them to him. If you think your teeth are good enough, you can try it. Bringing a basket of Bjorn's special honey cakes over, and putting some wild fruits, vegetables, and dairy products on the table, Levi began to show his cooking skills. Snap. Soon, a plate of roasted meat was placed in front of Gandalf, with a piece of raw beef on the edge of the plate. Looking at the tempting bright red color, and the jade-like eye-catching lines, Gandalf finally couldn't help it. He tentatively forked the small piece of raw meat, and put it in his mouth to chew. Gulp. It doesn't taste good, but it can't be said to be unpalatable. Gandalf gave such an evaluation. In some urgent moments in the past, when there was really no time to roast the meat, sometimes I would eat it raw. Levi thought about his experience of opening up a new save file when he was still a novice. Except chicken. Eating this thing raw has a 30% chance of getting hunger debuff, which is not worth the loss. It can make you not even have time to cook. I can't imagine what that would be like. Of course, it's when you forget to bring food and are hungry and being hunted. If you don't eat, you won't be able to run. Then don't think about it. Okay, then I won't explore it anymore, and let it stay in your memory alone. After tasting the taste of raw meat, Gandalf's curiosity was satisfied, and he turned his eyes to other foods on the table. The piece of vegetable leaf that Bjorn was chewing seemed to be delicious. So he took a bite. This bite made old Gandalf silent for several seconds. Why do I have to compete with someone who only eats raw meat, and someone who only eats vegetarian food? Even so, the honey cake made by Bjorn himself is quite good, almost equivalent to a weakened version of limbus. One piece can increase a lot of satiety, and it's delicious. Levi took a bite, and was quite surprised. This is really good, and it is much more suitable as a travel ration than any dried meat or roasted meat. On the other side, Bjorn keenly noticed the change in Levi's mood after tasting the cake. He said, "This cake is a secret of our Skin Changers clan, but you are an exception. If you are willing to promise me not to spread it casually, I can tell you how to make it." I'm very happy. Levi accepted it happily. Although the recipe was actually unlocked after he came into contact with the baking oven and cake in Bjorn's house, he didn't mind hearing more about this kind of thing. The harvest of this trip is still quite good. A recipe for Bjorn's special baked honey cake that adds more satiety than roasted steaks, and a large beehive. There should be a lot of bees living in the beehive, but Levi only took 2 before leaving. 2 enough. The rest just needs to be handed over to the magical reproduction system. Before leaving, Bjorn looked at Levi and almost said something several times, but stopped abruptly at the end every time. What's wrong? Levi asked the leader of the Skin Changers. Bjorn looked at the broad road that crossed the forest and 2 river valleys, and finally inserted into the misty mountains. Thinking about the wonders in Levi's territory, and the most important rumors about his recruitment of people, a rare hesitation appeared on his rough and resolute face. "No, sorry, nothing." Bjorn sighed and said, "Please give me some time to think about it." "Think about it?" Levi stared at Bjorn for a few seconds, and he really couldn't tell what he was thinking about. "Well, no matter what it is, just think about it. If you want to say it, say it. If you don't want to say it, I don't intend to pry. Anyway, there is still a lot of time." Chapter 187. As Levi said, people have a lot of time to live freely, at least in the northern part of Middle-earth far away from Mordor. It was a sunny day, and the road builders were working in the misty mountains. The winding caves in the orc town were sealed one by one and repaired into smooth roads and walls. A huge and unprecedented mountain tunnel is being excavated. Its scale and space are even larger than the Grand Hall of Lonely Mountain. Many dwarves will come to take a look when they pass by, with trepidation, joy, and some complex emotions mixed with emotion. Fortunately, it's just a road. A passage. Some dwarves muttered and went back. But this sentence may not be quite right. Click. Lanterns are hung on the wall or flickering on the dome, emitting their light and heat. However, this space is too large, and it is obviously not enough to rely on lanterns or torches for lighting. So the dwarves' experience came in handy. Some of their ancient buildings were even larger than this, but the interior space was extremely bright. This was because they had a technique that could mix luminous stones with building materials, so that when needed, they could make the hall glow from top to bottom, from the dome to the floor, without having to worry about lighting issues. Luminous materials or light wells. The dwarves always had many ways to solve the problems encountered underground. According to some older dwarves with more experience, some places in Moria had enough light to grow crops, which allowed the dwarves to rely on their own agricultural system to achieve a certain degree of self-sufficiency when resisting Sauron's attack thousands of years ago, when the exit of Moria had to be closed. There is always a solution to a problem. Thanks to the dwarves' powerful craftsmanship, Levi was relieved. If he couldn't find a solution to the tunnel lighting, he would go to hell to dig hundreds of boxes of glowstone. Of course, it's easy to get tired if you really do it. Roadside castle. There were a few clouds floating in the blue sky. The sunlight in this season was not so strong. It was not as golden as in summer and autumn, nor was it pale like the thick snow in winter. It was just bright and transparent. Boom. The city gate suddenly opened, and a loud noise came. On the Malong tree, Xiofan turned over boredly, moved his eyes away from the dazzling glowing ball in the sky, blinked, and looked at the source of the noise at the city gate. After seeing this, the whole dragon stopped moving. Is it because he looked at the sun for too long and got dazzled? Questions emerged in his little head. It was not until the figure waved his hand to disperse the surrounding people and walked a long way towards the castle that Little Pink suddenly jumped down from the Malong tree happily, spread his wings and glided down, landing right in Levi's arms. Ding! The dragon head hit the dragon head loudly. You really don't feel any pain. Levi rubbed the dragon head twice with gritted teeth, sent it to the side to play, and then touched his chest armor twice. This long-distance dive almost knocked him out of the way. If it weren't for the knockback resistance, he might have flown. After going out for such a trip, Little Pink has grown a lot. In terms of size, he is already several times bigger than his playmate, the big yellow dog. He is almost as big as a pig. Of course, growing up is definitely a good thing. But the nature of some things will change as you grow up. Just like throwing yourself into someone's arms and acting like a spoiled child. When you are young, you can still call it acting like a spoiled child. When you grow up, you have to call it a dragon car. The light of the beacon is still shining, straight into the sky. Feeling the active vitality in his body, Levi pushed open the castle gate that had not moved for a long time, walked in on the wool carpet, and laid down on the simple seat in front of the beacon quite casually. There is no manners and majesty that a lord should have. A salted fish look. Without going to bed, not even at night, Levi just leaned on the uncomfortable castle main seat, listening to the hustle and bustle outside, slowly closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually became stable. At the outer wall of the castle, Xiofan glanced in the direction of the hall, and his movements were much smaller. It silently leaned against the wall, and squinted its eyes. Early the next morning, just after dawn, the city came alive. After breakfast, groups of residents went to work as usual. They chatted about this, and that while doing their own work, they looked quite relaxed. The housewife at home was thinking about today's menu, and watching her neatly dressed children walking to school with their school supplies. The sound of neat footsteps and drills came from the newly built training ground. Several vagrants stood on the side of the army and discussed something. After a while, they dispersed and interspersed among the soldiers to give instructions one by one. Hearing that the Lord had returned, the first community representative, Old Wade, came to the gate of the castle with some information. With him was Tabor, the first principal of Roadside Castle. But just when the two walked to the gate, a figure suddenly blocked the road and refused to let the two go forward. The two old men looked at the little dragon standing still in front of them, feeling helpless. "We are here to deliver some information to the Lord, which is the development and summary of various matters in Roadside Castle during this period." Because they had little contact with Little Pink, the two did not know whether it could understand what they said, but no matter whether it could understand or not, the explanation had to be made. But obviously, at Little Pink's current age, it still did not understand much except for eating. It instinctively wanted to bark to remind the two, but after thinking about it, its vocabulary was only dog barking. Levi said to bark less in the future, so it did not bark again. So Little Pink shook his head. Wade and Tabor looked at each other and nodded at it. Little Pink continued to shake his head. The two continued to nod, trying to make Little Pink understand what they meant. In a very strange atmosphere, the two people and the dragon were deadlocked. "Are you playing the nodding and shaking head game?" Click. The castle gate opened. Levi stretched and walked out, and at first glance, he saw two old men on the roadside staring at Xiaofan. I haven't been back for a while. What new customs have developed in Lubian Castle?" "No, sir, we are here to deliver information." Wade's face turned red, and he quickly handed over the documents in his hand. During this period, the old village chief also learned to write in school, and no longer had to force himself to remember everything with his brain. Seeing that Levi had woken up, Xiaofan's head drooped, but he recovered his spirit in the next second and ran straight to the cafeteria. Levi glanced at him, but didn't stop him. It seemed that the child hadn't eaten for at least several hours, so he didn't want to starve. "Okay, I take a look later." The information was put into the backpack. Even if there was no inquiry for nearly a year, there were very few things that Lubian Castle needed to deal with and worry about, which was quite worry-free. Especially in the case of comparison, the little information that Wade handed over cannot be considered work compared with the amount in River Valley City. Chapter 188. After confirming that there was nothing particularly important, the two old men left and returned to their respective posts. One went to school, and the other went to the farm. The roadside fort was not established for a long time, but the size of the population has been increasing day by day. Nowadays, it is possible to form an army of a certain size. The military camp was also established. On the playground, the soldiers were training attentively, and no one was distracted to look elsewhere. The discipline was quite good. So when Levi arrived, the first person to notice him was a vagrant, who was resting. He greeted Levi. With this vagrant taking the lead, others paid attention. Swish, following the signal of a vagrant instructor, the soldiers immediately stopped their actions and gathered together, standing in rows in an orderly manner at a fairly fast speed, and then straightened their chests and looked forward in unison. After doing this, they stood still like stones. Levi took a step forward. Bang! The soldiers closest to him at the back of the army immediately turned around and moved to the side in an orderly manner, leaving space for him to pass smoothly. Quite smoothly. Levi continued to move forward, and the soldiers in front of him continued to retreat to both sides in an orderly manner. After confirming that he had passed, the soldiers behind him returned to their original positions according to the original trajectory. With this smooth change, Levi walked to the front unimpeded in a short while. At this time, looking back, the army formation was still neat and unchanged. Looking at this group of energetic soldiers, Levi couldn't help but nod. "How is it?" At this time, a vagrant instructor next to him asked. "Good, great. This is definitely trained according to the standards of the Elven army. The nomads are really nice, they really teach you something. As long as you are satisfied. But some things can't just be judged by appearance." The younger of the nomad instructors said, "Why don't you try these guys' skills? Some of them are particularly talented." "Oh!" Levi was a little interested. He casually pulled out a steel sword from the weapon rack next to him, and said, "Then let me see." The young nomad instructor smiled at him, turned around and shouted, "Who wants to practice with our legendary lord?" Boom! Hundreds of soldiers stepped forward together. If one of them hesitated for half a second, they wouldn't be so neat. The nomad instructor nodded and said to the soldiers with satisfaction, "Yes, even if the opponent is an unbeatable existence, none of you is timid. I hope you can still maintain this courage when the opponent is a real enemy." When the soldiers heard this, They stood up straighter. No one spoke, but it was clear that everyone had expressed their attitude. For the Lord, it is our duty, although now they seem to want to fight the Lord more. Don't worry. A vagrant came over and said to Levi, our teaching is unreserved. Everyone will at least know some basic combat skills. Don't worry that they can't bear it. Just attack at will. Well, thank you for your hard work. Levi nodded, and he was actually a little nervous. They have been trained, but I haven't. Due to past experiences and characteristics, for Levi, fighting has only two results: life or death. The purpose of attacking is to end life. If you can withstand it, you can fight with Levi. If you can't withstand it, then the only result is to lose your life. At the same time, for him, the strength of the enemy is only two levels, or two categories: those who can be killed and those who cannot be killed. As for the game of skills in the battle process, there are few, very few. One is against the corpse demon, and the other is against the fire demon. However, for these two unconventional enemies, special strength and equipment are obviously more important. Shaking his head, Levi sighed. Forget it, anyway, there is a sword skill as a backup. Excluding those big killer moves, the three skills of dodge, block and disarm can also be invincible. With a mentality of it doesn't matter if we are family members, it doesn't matter if we get hit twice, Levi faced a young man who is said to have the strongest learning ability among this batch of recruits. The soldier took a deep breath and saluted Levi solemnly. From his slightly trembling arms, it can be seen that the young man is not in a very calm mood. His eyes are mixed with passion, admiration and anxiety. Come on, Levi said softly. So the young soldier stepped forward and swung the sword in his hand. Ding! The long sword was blocked at a tricky angle, and the arm of the young soldier swung the sword moved uncontrollably to the side, and the whole person took a step back. When he adjusted his body and stood up again, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The Lord in front of him was still standing there, not moving at all, but the soldier knew that he had lost. In just a short while, if the Lord thought about it, his heart would be pierced several times. The soldiers adjusted their mentality and continued to attack, but no matter how they fought, the conclusion was the same. If this was a real battlefield, and the Lord was a real enemy, they would be dead as soon as they met. There was no chance at all. He shook his head and bowed to Levi with conviction. I lost. After the simple instructions, the vagrant instructors nodded and evaluated the performance of the young man, and most of the other soldiers also glanced at the soldier who asked for advice. No one paid much attention to Levi, and no one was surprised by his casual crushing. In everyone's opinion, this was normal performance, and it should be like this. There was no reason. If you have to ask, it can only be said that he was Levi. What they didn't know was that Levi himself was also surprised. Because in the previous guidance exchange, he didn't use sword skills or anything else at all, just completely relying on his own training of combat skills and habitual instincts to react. That's right. Looking at another soldier who came up to ask for advice, Levi smiled. I was too stubborn. The so-called combat skills are ultimately for combat, and as for combat, ask the instructors, generals, and leaders who teach combat skills to soldiers in the entire Middle-earth, which one has personally killed tens of thousands of orcs, even compared with the elves, even the most warlike woodland elves in Middle-earth. Their king Thranduil, who has lived for more than 6,000 years, may not have killed more orcs than Levi. War is the best training. That is to say, the people who have been fighting together are also veterans on the battlefield, which makes Levi feel that he is too mediocre from beginning to end. Gandalf and other wizards are not mentioned. The average age is older than the whole continent. Just look at the dwarves at the beginning, except for Keely and Philly, each of them is over 200 years old, and they are all old warriors who have killed countless orcs. Although many of them had to change their jobs to mend pots and shoes, and forge iron to supplement the lives of the tribe after the fall of Lonely Mountain, there is a saying that the sword is still sharp. Then, there is Farad'n, who is also an old vagrant, who is on the front line of the battle every day. Apart from these people, there are Bard, Thranduil, Dane, Legolas in the Battle of 5 Armies later. Each of them is a master, either a hexagonal iron barrel warrior, or a special talent with unique skills, and each can give people different surprises. Perhaps when he was just starting out a few years ago, compared with them, Levi would seem a little mediocre. But now, after the war, everyone started to do their own things, or busy, or guarding their own territory as usual. Levi was the only one who never stopped, and never stopped swinging his sword. He was no longer the rookie, who was reckless a few years ago. Crash. Another soldier fell to the ground and admitted defeat, looking quite depressed. The instructor who had been watching sighed, helped him up, and said, "If you want your Lord to take you seriously, then keep working hard, at least try not to let him be distracted when you ask for guidance next time." This sentence also brought Levi back to his senses. It's bad. It seems that the new recruit's self-confidence has been hit. Ahem. Levi put the steel sword back on the weapon rack and said, "Very good. Compared with me, what you lack is only real fighting. You are all much better than the first time I came into contact with fighting. At that time, I was in a mess and almost lost my life. I believe that when the day comes when you really need to swing your weapons at the enemy, you will definitely perform better." With just a few simple words, it is obvious that the morale of this group of soldiers has risen all of a sudden. It doesn't matter what it says, what matters is that this is what the Lord said. Levi nodded, and suddenly saw a soldier staring at him, with uncontrollable curiosity in his eyes. He immediately pointed out this soldier, and asked him to speak. "I want to know what the enemy you first encountered was like." "Oh, this one." Levi thought about it for a while. "It's from the corpse demon." Chapter 189. As soon as these words came out, the vagrants who were listening to the excitement couldn't help but look over. As the remnants of the kingdom of Arnor, they knew too well the strength of this creature. The destruction of the kingdom of Arnor was due to these corpse demons. They were summoned by the Witch King, and they had all kinds of evil black magic. They were also immune to ordinary swords and blows. They could be said to be invincible on the battlefield. Even the former regular army of the Dúnedain had great difficulty dealing with them. Encountering this kind of enemy for the first time, it's really lucky to be able to survive. Corpse demon? The recruits remembered this name. There are not many records about corpse demons in this world. Most of them are in some unfounded rumors and bedtime stories that scare children. Very few people have actually seen them. Especially those who have seen them and survived, even fewer. However, some clever soldiers glanced at several vagrant instructors. It seems that the instructors reacted strongly to this name. Maybe they can ask them about it. "Okay, continue doing your work. I won't bother you for now." Waving his hand, Levi rushed to the exit, and the soldiers made moves to make way. After this instruction, Levi also had an idea of the strength of this group of recruits. Even if they haven't completed their training yet, they will have good combat power if they are thrown out directly. Everyone who enters the barracks is trained according to the highest standards as much as possible. After all, there is no shortage of food and various resources, and if they are injured, they can be carried to the beacon for rapid recovery. If you can't die, then train to death. Under this mechanism, everyone is making rapid progress. Feeling that they were indeed getting stronger day by day, and that they had visible gains and progress every day, a certain line in the hearts of the soldiers was also ignited. In short, it was a bit addictive. In the military camp, various strict trainings that broke the limit continued. Levi also continued to wander around the territory, and walk all the way to the vicinity of the school. Tabor, who had just finished a class, walked out of the classroom with a pile of books with great effort. He was panting and sticking his head out to see if there was anyone walking in front of him, so as not to bump into them by chance. At this time, a pair of hands reached out, and Tabor only felt the pressure on his arms reduced. When the books on the upper layer were moved away, he could see the person standing in front of him clearly. "I can move it, sir. I don't doubt your arm strength, but it will be easier this way." Levi shared half of Tabor's books, and walked side by side with him. He looked down and found that these books had different names written on them. Not books, but notes. "Do you have to move so many things every day?" Levi asked. "Yes, these are the students' homework. I have to go back and take a good look at them, and make corrections for them." "Is that so?" Levi pulled out a hand, and opened the top notebook. After walking and reading for a while, he understood it. This is a grammar course, and the content is quite practical. In addition to grammar, there are also some arithmetic contents. According to the average level of this world, a person who can write, has a certain literary talent and composition, can do arithmetic, and understands the law will have a living space anywhere. However, this is only the basics in Roadside Castle, and everyone will have to know it in the future. Closing the notebook with a click, Levi asked again, "Do you usually move these notebooks yourself?" "No, usually when I go out, students will come to help me." "Why didn't I see it today?" Faced with this question, Tabor just turned his head to the side, and Levi looked in this direction, only to see a row of little heads by the window looking at this side, with wide eyes and curiosity. There was a flash of agility and curiosity in their eyes, mixed with a trace of awe. They don't seem to dare to come over. Levi smiled at the group of children, and he didn't quite understand. Am I that scary? In comparison, The children in River Valley City are more open. When they see their Lord passing by, they come up to talk to him without saying a word, and give him their own small gifts, without any timidity. Levi hasn't opened the small gift box yet, and it has been kept in his backpack, occupying a grid. Obviously seeing Levi's confusion, Tabor explained, "Please understand that their parents always bring their own emotions into the story. Many children who have never seen you think you are a giant as tall as a mountain, who can kill a dragon bigger than a castle with one punch." Levi covered his face. "Now they have seen me. I am no different from ordinary people." Tabor did not speak for several seconds, just shook his head slightly. When a person does something worth celebrating, he is a hero worthy of love, and people will think he is an outstanding person. But when a person does one incredible thing after another, and saves the lives of many people, he will become a perfect legend in the hearts of some people, surpassing the existence of all heroes. Especially this person is not often seen, quite mysterious. And while mysterious, the miracles he showed are always around everyone, and can be seen at all times. This makes it even more mysterious to the point of being awe-inspiring. It seems that I have to get in touch with the children more, Levi thought. The same goes for the people. Although the roadside fort has been established for some years, the frequency of his going out is really quite high. He is offline every day, and he is not there when asked. After a few words, the two walked to another smaller study room, which is where Tabor usually works and corrects homework. Half of the stack of notes is with Tabor, and the other half is taken by Levi. Levi is also doing this kind of homework correction for the first time, but fortunately, the things in these notes are not complicated, they are all very basic common sense. Although the times are different, and the teachings are not quite the same, Levi's books are not read in vain. Tabor glanced at it, and couldn't help but be amazed. Combining what he had learned in the past, and the books he read in Saruman's earthen tower for dozens of days, plus the bright brain brought by mysticism, Levi has his own unique insights in many places. And thanks to his knowledge ahead of his time, even if he is not familiar with this business, the corrections he made can always be like bright red flowers in the green grass, which are eye-catching when you look closely. I can only say that he is worthy of being a lord, Tabor thought. Many of the arithmetic methods and grammatical viewpoints are quite advanced and worth learning. But, old Tabor rubbed his head as he looked at what Levi wrote. If the children are curious and point to a difficult sentence on it and ask, it will be a big punishment. I don't know how much saliva I will have to shed. Not long after, all the notes were corrected. Tabor put Levi's corrections aside separately, and planned to keep them here for the time being, and send them back to the children after he studied and understood the meaning of those words. Chapter 190. In the past, children were always hungry and often had to help their families with labor. The family's survival was a problem, and they had no time to do anything else. But now, we have everything, and children don't have to experience fatigue too early. They can play, learn, and experience all kinds of interesting things to satisfy their natural curiosity, just like. Tabor thought for a long time, and couldn't think of what to say. Just like a child. Levi said this for him. Tabor was stunned. Yes. Isn't this the ideal life of a normal child? This is what a child should have when he is born. A happy child. Just like a child. Tabor repeated this sentence. After correcting the notes, and finishing the tasks at hand, the two began to talk about other things. There are recent situations, and some problems with teaching strategies. For example, grading in the school. According to age and learning progress, the school is temporarily divided into 3 classes: primary, secondary, and senior. The primary class mainly learns some basic and practical knowledge, such as arithmetic, literacy, some common sense, and at the same time, some good moral habits need to be cultivated. The secondary class begins to involve some legal and textual knowledge. The senior class is the advanced level of the secondary class. At this stage, people can choose the skills, majors, they are interested in for targeted training, so as to become professionals in various fields. This is the preliminary plan, and the Libyan Bayos School is currently implementing it. As for future development and more details, such as the selection of professional teachers, the selection and compilation of textbooks, etc., they still need to be carried out together with the development of the school. Everything needs time to verify. The short-term results of the emerging schools and military camps have been accepted, and Leeway rushed to the farmland planting area to plant new crops. Buckets of water were poured into the rows of gullies that had just been dug. This is the necessary environment for growing sugarcane. The characteristic sugarcane also retains the need for a living environment that must be near water. There must be water next to the sugarcane to be planted. Under Leeway's light-speed shoveling, the new sugarcane planting area was established soon. A large number of sugarcanes brought back from the already developed sugarcane belt in the Valley City were planted next to the rows of gullies, and began to grow. After planting, Leeway also covered the ditches to prevent people from accidentally falling into them. The residents have one more labor project. Next to sugarcane, there are grapes. The cultivation of grapes is not much different from ordinary crops, except that in addition to moist soil, grape trellises for climbing are also planted. The variety of crops in the agricultural area is becoming increasingly rich, and each of these two crops will bring many changes to the area west of the Misty Mountains. Needless to say, sugar is an extremely important condiment. Its sweetness alone can increase the happiness of residents by one level, not to mention other functions. Then, there are grapes. In addition to adding one more daily food, wine can finally be produced in Roadside Castle. And raisins. Dewinian. In the wine cellar, Levi tasted the newly brewed wine and drank a glass of Dewinian's wine. Comparing the two, he found that each has its own merits. It has to be said that Dorwinian's thousands of years of old industry is really something, and it is worthy of being a country famous for its wine. For Levi, winemaking is just an interest brought by the winemaking system, but for Dorwinian, this is their lifeblood and development. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a country that has conquered the tongues of all elves with wine since the first age. It is not unreasonable for it to exist for a long time. Putting down the wine glass, Levi came to the southeast side of the roadside fort again. The original blacksmith shop was built here. On the surface, it is just an ordinary blacksmith shop with several furnaces and anvils. The appearance is ordinary and not eye-catching at all, especially compared with the various outstanding buildings around it. It is even more inconspicuous. Anyone who sees it will think that this blacksmith shop has been abandoned. But how can people who think so expect that under this blacksmith shop is an extremely large and wide underground space, which contains various huge smelting furnaces and forging platforms, and rows of dwarf fine steel furnace groups are sleeping here. Next to the huge smelting room, there is also a medicine refinery and raw material cultivation area, which can produce various potions wholesale when necessary. However, Levi came here neither for medicine nor for metallurgy. He took out the pickaxe and continued to dig down, opening up a new huge space, and then planted cactus here. At first glance, cactus seems to be useless. It can only be burned into dyes for dyeing, or planted in flower pots as ornamental plants. But that is the normal situation. When it is standardized and has MC characteristics, it can do more things. For example, it can be used as a garbage station. The blocky cactus can destroy all items dropped on it in the form of drops, just like magma, unless the item has a physical body. It can be used as a garbage station. Of course, the territory has long been equipped with a magma garbage station, so the cactus is not needed at all. However, in addition to the above characteristics, the cactus has another special use for Levi, and only for Levi, creating an experience farm. This experience farm is mainly made by the characteristics of furnace burning items. Burning things in a furnace will give a small amount of experience. The more things you burn, the more experience you get. And these experiences will be stored in the furnace until the items burned in the furnace are taken out. In other words, as long as you keep putting things into the furnace to burn, and at the same time let the things in the furnace flow out by themselves, you can accumulate experience infinitely. When needed, stop the output of the furnace burning items, and then take out the latest burned item, so that you can get all the experience accumulated before. To do all this, you only need 2 funnels, one to input items, and one to output finished products. Experience will continue to accumulate in the process. The efficiency of one may not be high, but the good thing is that it is automated. The more you do, the more efficiency you can increase. Experience freedom will not be a dream. Once the experience farm is built, the territory will directly realize enchantment freedom, and then everyone will have good things to use. Then the question is, what is the relationship between this experience farm and cactus? This has to mention the characteristics of cactus. Cactus has a demand for a growing environment. There cannot be other blocks around it, otherwise it will break immediately and become a drop. Using this feature, you only need to put an obstacle on the side above the cactus, so that it will automatically fall when it grows out, which realizes a simple collection automation. Then you only need to make a simple water flow collection device below to achieve the complete automation of the cactus farm. After laying sand on the ground, planting cacti, and placing obstacles, Levi felt inexplicably moved at this moment. It's not easy, it's really not easy. Cactus Farm can be said to be one of the few automated projects that do not require various redstone machines. The only activated rails to be used can also be replaced by gears. After so long, there is finally something that can be hung up and wait for output in a real sense. Today, the Lord of the roadside fort is still missing. But he did not leave the territory. Levi built the cactus farm layer by layer underground. If there was not enough space, he would continue to open it up. If there was not enough materials, he would go up to get them. Now the raw material, cactus, problem of the experience farm has been solved, but there is still a problem, which is fuel. But this is easy to solve. Levi went up and built a charcoal burning machine near the wood storage warehouse, and then used a large number of funnels to connect the charcoal storage box to the fuel filling place of the experience farm deep underground. The logs used for burning charcoal are filled by the people of the territory, which can barely be regarded as semi-nomadic. From now on, all weapons in the territory will be attached with the Lord's magic. Every mature soldier will move forward with the blessing of the Lord. Chapter 191. Time flies, and another spring and autumn has passed. A white light streaked across the sky, lighting up the dark clouds for a moment. Boom, thunder followed. The heavy rain and the strong wind whipped the ground like a whip, trying to bend the new green buds again, and smash them back into the muddy land. The long-accumulated storm finally broke out. The southern part of Bree. An old man walked to the closed window with a candlestick, listening to the noise of raindrops falling, looking at the darkness outside, with an unconcealable worry on his face. Having a shelter from the wind and rain on a rainy day, plus a heater and hot water, and a small rocking chair next to the heater, and a blanket on it, it is simply comfortable. It should be so. Why haven't these two bastards come back yet? The old man muttered in front of the window, frowning. You know it's going to rain, but you still go out to fool around. When you come back, I will let you know the real use of my belt. He stood in front of the window, and whispered with a fierce look on his face. The rain was getting heavier. Until most of the candles on the stage were burned out, there was still no movement outside except the rain. The anger on the old man's face gradually subsided. His brows were furrowed, and he could not stop pacing around in the room, unable to stop for a moment. I take back what I said just now. As long as you come back now, I will forgive you. The candle burned out. No, no. Finally, the old man stopped. He quickly put on his coat, put on a hat that didn't absorb much water, opened the door, and groped forward in the dark night under the bean-sized raindrops. Pete, Phil. He shouted on the muddy ground, but his voice was always drowned out by the howling storm before it could reach far. Are you there? Respond to me. He kept shouting. Most people in the village had gone to bed early at this moment, and there was no light in sight. The old man could only carefully grope forward in the darkness, with the help of some outlines that he could see from the corner of his eyes. For the two names he called out, the old man left the warm stove, groped his way out of the darkness, walked out of the village, and went to the grove further south. They were running this way, I remember. At this time, the rain finally stopped being as violent as it was at the beginning, and it was a little smaller. This also allowed his voice to be heard farther away, even if the voice seemed a little hoarse. Pete, Phil. Uncle. It seemed that God finally had mercy on the old man. A crying voice came from the left side of his body. The old man seemed to have a light in his heart. He turned his head quickly, and saw two figures struggling in the rain. One of them was struggling to step on the puddle. On his back was another child. The child was motionless, and seemed to be asleep, or fainted. Phil, what's going on? The old man ran over, and took the child from the boy named Phil. I don't know. Phil said in a crying voice. We were exploring in the woods, and then a black shadow fell on Pete, and then he couldn't wake up. Hearing this, the old man quickly leaned his head on Pete's chest. When his eardrum struggled to catch the sound of the heartbeat, he was slightly relieved. He patted Phil's shoulder and said, Okay, good boy, Pete may just be tired. Now go back with Uncle, wipe off the rain on your body, and then warm up in front of the stove. Everything will be back to normal tomorrow, and everything will be fine. Seeing the child in front of him almost collapsed, the original words of reprimand were stuck in his throat, and turned into comfort. Phil nodded desperately, and followed the somewhat hunched but resolute figure in front of him step by step into the village. There were no twists and turns along the way, and the three of them returned to the house smoothly. The old man relit the candlestick, slowly moved the boy on his back to the bed, and wiped his body. Pete, Pete, he called softly, trying to wake the boy up, but no matter how he called, slapped his face, and shook his body, there was no sign of waking up. The old man frowned and brought the candlestick closer. Suddenly, he found that Pete's lips were a little purple, and his complexion was not very healthy. The purple lips opened and closed, as if asking for help. Disease? A disease that had never been seen before. A moment later, in the other corner of the room, a pipe was lit. When all other methods failed, the old man only used this method to numb his brain and force himself to calm down. His poor child was still struggling in a nightmare, but he was helpless. I feel ashamed of your parents. Fear climbed into his heart. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the old man sighed again, there was a knock on the door. Hello, is anyone there? The energetic voice unique to young people sounded outside the door. It was very strange. Not the voice of anyone in the village. The old man did not respond, but put out his pipe and put it aside, and stretched out his hand to stop Phil, who was about to go to the door. He walked to the window quietly, and looked out sideways. He saw two young men in cloaks standing at the door, huddled up, looking quite embarrassed. Can you let us in to avoid the rain? Please, the weather is really bad, we can pay you. Creak. The door opened a crack. The old man did not let the two in immediately. You look like those sneaky wilderness rangers. Rangers? We are indeed rangers, but please believe that we do things absolutely openly. The old man could not deny it, but continued to ask, I have never seen you, where are you from? Roadside Castle. One of them replied, We are from Roadside Castle, and we are trainee rangers of Roadside Castle. Roadside Castle? The old man thought for a while, and said, I heard that the leather coat on the village chief was bought from the caravan of Roadside Castle when he went to visit relatives in Bree Town last month. Come in. Thank you very much. The two young men saluted the old man one after another, and then walked into the house. The house is not big, but it is very warm. There is a stove that is still emitting heat, a few familiar square wool blankets, a motionless rocking chair, and a burning candlestick on the oak table. Please forgive our interruption. It is really the only place in the whole village where you can see the light. We are unconsciously attracted here. Understood. The old man nodded. Next time, I will turn off the engine as soon as it gets dark, and I promise you won't disturb me. The two innocent young men didn't know what the old man was thinking, but they just said what they thought while taking the towel handed over by the little boy Phil and drying their bodies in turn. We don't have any extra beds at home, so you may have to sleep on a chair or carpet for one night. It's okay, we don't mind. One of the young men waved his hand and took off his cloak, revealing what seemed to be a standard fine steel sword and wooden bow underneath. Having a place to shelter from the wind and rain is better than anything else. Chapter 192. The young ranger with clear eyes said casually, took off his cloak and hung it aside, and squatted directly beside the stove. Leave me some room. The other person rubbed his hands and squeezed over, almost sticking to the stove. Seeing that the two people seemed to be really cold, the old man took a few pieces of firewood and threw them in, and relit the fire. The warm stove continued to radiate heat outward, drying the moisture on the body. I miss home a little. No future. The two young rangers chatted intermittently. The old man silently wet a new towel with warm water, and wiped the pale face of the child, who was still unconscious on the bed. This action was soon noticed by the two rangers. The two looked at each other, and at the signal of one of them, the other immediately stood up and looked over there. A comatose boy. His eyelids were still twitching, his lips were purple, his face was pale, and his breathing was not obvious. This is Pete. The old man took the initiative to break the silence and said, he was fine yesterday, but he went out and got caught in the rain today. He has been like this since he came back, unconscious. He looks sick. Of course he is sick. But no matter how hard the two of them recalled, they really couldn't think of what kind of disease this was. In the end, they could only classify it as poisoning, a vague and broad term. Although they didn't recognize the symptoms, it didn't matter. The ranger stood up and touched his body, and took out a bottle of milk. Maybe this thing can help him. Milk? The old man was a little confused. Yes, milk, but this kind of milk is a little special. It is the magical milk given to us by the Lord. It can eliminate all diseases and toxins. Magic. The old man muttered this word, and a hope rose in his heart. The so-called magic, for ordinary people, only exists in legends and stories. It is an illusory and untouchable miracle. But who in this world would not desire miracles? The old man nodded solemnly to the two rangers and chose to believe them. He could only believe it. There was no way out. The child's condition was not good. No matter who it is, please bless Pete and let him wake up. The old man muttered and poured the milk carefully into Pete's mouth. His hope was not in vain. When the last drop of milk was swallowed, it was visible to the naked eye that Pete's face became much rosier, and his lips were no longer purple, gradually turning to normal color. At the same time, his breathing became much more stable and stronger. Oh my God, he is really fine. The old man was very excited, and for a moment he He didn't know where to put his hands. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome, this is what we should do. The ranger was responding when a shadow flashed by. Peter's eyelids, which were about to open, suddenly stopped moving and his face turned pale again. Everything returned to normal. The old man's expression froze, and the two rangers frowned, sensing something unusual. The milk is ineffective? This kind of thing. There are some records in the manual compiled by the Lord. One of them recalled a term he saw in the book and analyzed. The milk is not ineffective. Judging from the performance just now, it must have worked, but it only worked for a moment. This means that the toxin in his body may be a beacon effect, and there must be something nearby that is affecting him. It's really weird. Another ranger couldn't help shaking his head. Lightning broke through the dark clouds, and a white light flashed in the sky. Ah! Phil, another child who had been watching silently behind him, suddenly burst into a scream. He pointed at the window with his finger, trembling and unable to speak. Boom! What is that? A ranger shouted and drew the sword from his waist. The other one hurriedly looked in the direction of his sight, and saw a dark and terrifying big face in front of the window. The face was hanging in the middle of the window, with a cold light in the empty eye sockets. Its skin was green and shriveled, and the protruding jaw showed that it seemed to be just skin except for bones. Then, there was a dark shadow made of something under the head, which seemed to be its body. Click! A twisted big hand slapped the window frame, and the monster squeezed out a low and stiff laugh from its throat. Everyone felt that the temperature in the room dropped a little, and everyone's heart was covered with a layer of gloom. Get out! The young man who drew out the sword mustered up the courage to stab the window frame. The next moment, there was a flash of lightning, and the big face disappeared immediately. I think I know what this disease is. Another person grabbed his shoulder and stopped him from rushing out the door. Didn't you recognize it, that thing? What? Corpse. Plop. The heart jumped suddenly, and the young man holding the sword calmed down a little. Is this the first enemy that the Lord has ever encountered? A fighting spirit surged in his heart. It should not be underestimated, but it should not be feared. The two looked at each other and understood what the other meant. Fight! Alas! The old man behind him also came to his senses at this time. He tried to stop it, but it was too late. This was no longer something he could intervene in. May luck follow you. The old man muttered to himself as he looked at the two backs in the rainy night, his body still shaking, obviously not recovered from the shock just now. These two young men rushed out without even taking their cloaks, and you know, the rain outside has not stopped. Too reckless, I don't know who learned it from. Boom, thunder continued. The gloomy laughter enveloped the entire village, startling one sleeping person after another, but no fire was lit. In the darkness, no one dared to move. The harsh movement gradually moved away, and the two figures followed closely behind, chasing all the way to a forest in the south of the village. Where did it go? A ranger shouted in the rainy night. I didn't see it. Another person responded loudly. Huh, suddenly a shadow passed by the tree trunk, and a quick-eyed and quick-handed person quickly drew up his bow and shot an arrow in an instant. Swoosh! The arrow passed through the shadow and nailed to the tree branch. Don't! Another person stopped him. Ordinary weapons are useless against them. Then, the ranger holding the bow silently put away the arrow, and drew out the long sword at his waist like the other person. There was a subtle light flashing on it. The Lord bless us. The two people whispered silently. Roar! Suddenly, a huge noise came from behind, followed by the sound of soil and branches being crushed. The two people almost instinctively rolled over and fled to both sides. Looking back, I saw that the ground had been plowed into a deep gully. A skinny shadow several meters high pulled out a twisted hand from the soil and came up with mud. The two did not have any time to react. Ding! The enchanted longsword collided with the ring on the corpse demon's hand, and the friction sound made people feel toothache. Thank God, the longsword blessed by the Lord can touch the corpse demon. The ranger who resisted the corpse demon's attack was thankful in his heart. But even so, as the corpse demon crushed, the young trainee ranger immediately fell into a disadvantage. Seeing that the hand was about to press the longsword to chop at the neck, he shouted, "Help me!" Swish! Another person rushed over with a sword and chopped the corpse demon firmly. Although he successfully forced the corpse demon back, it only left a not-so-deep scratch on its arm. "It's as hard as an iron golem," he commented. "I'm afraid we're in trouble." Chapter 193. Boom! Thunder rumbled, lightning illuminated the entire forest for a moment, and the tall and thin figure of the corpse demon also appeared. The two rangers couldn't help but take a step back together, looking embarrassed, obviously regretting provoking this difficult guy. But at this moment, there was no room for retreat. Only fight. The long sword cut through the rain curtain. One of them stepped forward and swung the weapon in his hand vigorously, and made 2 moves with the corpse demon with a clang, but each time he was forced back by its iron-hard arms. This thing is a real bouncing knife. At this time, the corpse demon seemed to have had enough fun. It laughed twice in a playful way, and suddenly pounced forward, without any signs, without any forward swing, as if it was teleporting and floating directly. Bang! The breastplate made a sound of being hit by a heavy object. The breastplate that could crack the thick stone slab in the test played its role well, and protected the ranger. Even so, when he rolled on the ground, he still felt a pain in his heart and liver as if they were dislocated. Ahem. Not well yet. Whoosh! A firework rose up, passed through the gaps between leaves and branches, and rose into the sky against the rain, exploding orange and red fireworks. It was particularly eye-catching above the dark jungle. Get out of here! Another person came a step slower, holding back the big hand of the corpse monster with his sword, but how could the power of a mortal compare with that of a monster? Soon he and the ranger lying on the ground were overturned together, and each hit a tree. It's so uncomfortable, I seem to be sick. The ranger who fell to the ground first began to cough, and the paleness on his face could not even be concealed by the night. Maybe he will soon fall into a deep sleep, like the boy in the village. The other man spat out the dirt that he had accidentally bitten in his mouth, and immediately stood up and said, "You haven't drunk your milk yet. Take it out quickly, and remember to run away after drinking it. I will hold it back." He didn't wait for a response on the spot, and rushed forward after saying this. "In the name of our Lord Levi, I will never take a step back." Dang! This sword used all its strength, and it collided with the shriveled skin of the corpse demon. Its ferocity was more like hitting the corpse demon than cutting it. For a while, the corpse demon actually took a step back. The ranger was a little confused. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I always felt that the corpse demon's momentum was much weaker after the war cry just now, so that it could be repelled by himself. But that's all. The corpse demon looked left and right, and after reacting, he was furious and rushed over with his big hands. When the danger of death was about to come, whoosh, an old dagger was thrown from a tricky angle and directly pierced into the corpse's dark and ethereal body. Ah! A piercing scream sounded, almost breaking the eardrums. Courage is the sharp blade that breaks through fear. A man in a dark green robe drew out a long sword with a rather simple shape from his waist, split the piercing noise, and rushed towards the corpse without hesitation, stepping on the rein. The strong and tall figure was deeply imprinted in the minds of the 2 trainee rangers. His figure was as swift as a cheetah, but his strength was like a tiger. Every sword could make the corpse stagger back a step. Several unexpected hits directly cut off several pieces of the burial ornaments on the corpse, and even the darkness on his body faded a lot, and was beaten to a little transparent. The glimmer in the corpse demon's eyes gradually turned red as the anger rose. It swung its iron-like arm, but the sword on the opposite side showed characteristics that did not belong to its mass, and directly knocked the arm back like a heavy hammer. A feeling of heat rose from the surroundings, but was quickly extinguished by the rain. This strange feeling made the corpse demon feel palpitations. Yes, the corpse demon who can best explain the meaning of the word strange finally experienced this feeling today. As the battle progressed, the darkness needed to maintain the body continued to drain away, but the mysterious man who suddenly appeared did not suffer any injuries, and there was no sign of fatigue. The corpse demon flashed and retreated deeper into the woods. This is a strategic retreat. Whoosh! A firework shot out horizontally, dragging white particles, and hitting the corpse demon at a moderate speed, producing a series of explosions. The kinetic energy was transmitted from the back to the chest. If the glimmer in the eyes is contagious, then the corpse demon should have turned red all over by now. The explosion of the fireworks did not harm the corpse demon. After all, this thing has nothing to do with magic, but the impact of its explosion strangely affected the corpse demon, causing it to stop for a moment. The person behind him caught up. Ahem. Everything happened in just a moment. The ranger on the ground quickly finished a bottle of milk and stood up, looking at the place where the man and the corpse demon disappeared. What is that? That agile figure in confident steps, as well as superb swordsmanship and the courage to chase the corpse demon. Could it be that the Lord himself came? The two were a little excited, but soon this excitement was extinguished with the falling rain. The cold water droplets, and the varying degrees of internal and external pain on their bodies calmed them down. No, the Lord is not so weak. If the Lord came in person, I dare say that the corpse demon would not last more than 2 hits. That makes sense, But there is one thing I don't agree with. If the Lord came, the corpse demon might have run away at the beginning. That's right. This time, the other ranger did not argue, and the two of them were surprisingly consistent. You two are very idle, and you still have time to discuss here. Are your injuries healed? Click. Suddenly, the two felt their shoulders sink, and a pair of hands quietly grabbed them from behind. Quite hard. The two shuddered and immediately turned around, only to see that the man who was chasing the corpse demon had actually circled behind them at some point. The man took off his hood, revealing a face full of vicissitudes. Thank you, you saved our lives. The two rangers immediately changed the subject and saluted him. Okay, now you might as well check if there are any wounds or toxins left on your body. It doesn't matter if you finish the milk. If you are lucky enough, you could also try to look for it in the weeds on the roadside. There is a grass called aceras that can also relieve the toxins and curses of the corpse demon. This grass may not be very common, but it is definitely not rare. You can definitely find it somewhere with a little effort. As he spoke, the tall man squatted down and pulled out a grass with a slightly curled top next to the tree root. It looks like this, remember, two small sprouts of roadside forts. Little sprouts? When they heard this word, the two of them immediately became energetic. Isn't this the name that only the vagrant instructors would say? Excuse me, who are you? Paladin, an ordinary vagrant. I knew it. The two of them lit up, and a sense of relief came like a tide. But along with the sense of relief, there was still a trace of guilt. I hope the instructor won't mind us comparing him to the Lord. We remember that, instructor. No matter what they thought, the two trainee rangers stood at attention and saluted. Paladin sighed, waved his hand to signal the two not to be tense, and continued, there are also some problems with your fighting style. Have you forgotten that fireworks can also be fired as crossbows? Although it can't really hurt monsters, like corpse demons, its own explosive properties can also effectively cause a repulsive effect. Did you listen carefully during the training in the barracks? Chapter 194. If you don't take it seriously, you will suffer a great loss in actual combat. I'm talking about you. The 100-year-old young ranger Faluodin taught earnestly. The two trainee rangers looked at each other, and kept silent for a while. Next time you encounter a monster like a corpse demon, remember not to act rashly when there are less than 5 people on your side, and seek support nearby first. Remember. The two responded. Very good. Faluodin nodded, which was considered to be forgiving their recklessness. He continued, if I'm not mistaken, you should report to the vagrant base in Nangang, right? Yes. I'm going back too, come with me. Please wait a moment. Just as Faradin was about to turn around and lead the way, one person said, can you wait a moment? There is one thing that has not been completed. What is it? It's a child in the village. In the dark village, only one house was still lit, and a hunched figure kept wandering in it, sometimes looking at the bed, and sometimes looking at the door. Finally, when the candle on the candlestick was about to burn out again, 3 people came over here. 2 of them were familiar rangers, and the other one was not very familiar, and had no impression. This is our instructor. As soon as they entered the door, the two introduced themselves. Instructor? Yes, the one who taught us each skill and trained us. The monster just now has been killed by us and the instructor. Don't worry, it won't come after Pete again. The old man was delighted. Great, I knew you looked like good fighters. The monster won't get any advantage from you. Hearing this, the 2 rangers showed a little unnatural on their faces. Faladin glanced at them, and kept his usual silence. Thank you, really thank you. The old man bowed and turned back to shout into the house. Phil, quickly bring towels to wipe the guests, and ask for new ones. Have you eaten tonight? There are some fresh meat and vegetables in the cupboard, and a few bottles of wine that have been hidden for a long time. No need. One person replied, we just want to see how Pete is doing. If he is recovered, we are in a hurry to go somewhere else. Okay. The old man replied and led the 3 people to Pete. At this time, the poor child was still lying on the bed unconscious, but he looked much better, and not as serious as before. There are still some sequelae, but it does not threaten his life. Faladin squatted in front of the bed and took a look. He took out the acelas he had picked earlier and handed it to the old man, saying, dry this grass and soak it in hot water. The fragrance it emits can dispel the curse that remains on the child. I understand. The old man carefully put away acelas, as if this not-so-rare grass was a treasure in the world. After finishing all the things here, the 3 of them put on their cloaks, put on their hoods, and continued to walk southeast in the heavy rain. It's so strange. On the way, one of the trainee rangers said, why would the whites take the initiative to attack the village? If every white did this, wouldn't the whole of Bree be uninhabited long ago? Who knows? Another person muttered. The location of this village is not very good. Faladane, who had been silent all the time, spoke up. It is sandwiched between the ancient barrows and the southern hills. It is normal for corpse demons to appear here. Really? Not quite normal. After reminding the two, Faradane returned to silence and did not continue to explain anything. It is indeed abnormal. In the past few decades, most corpse demons have stayed in the ancient barrows and rarely approached human gathering places. At most, they would go to the old forest for a stroll. Then, they would be driven out by the mysterious existence in the old forest. Under normal circumstances, corpse demons will only move within the territory unless they are driven by something. Driven. They are summoned by the Witch King with black magic. Generally speaking, only the Witch King or other ringwraiths can directly command them. This matter is worth noting. The road from the village to the nearest stronghold in the southern hills is not far. Not long after, the three of them stood under a tree that was not very tall. Creaky. The door panel opened, revealing a downward passage. Led by Faradane, the three climbed down one after another. Wow! The two trainee rangers exclaimed. This square space also has support pillars in the style of roadside castle, as well as warm fluorescent stones and various familiar facilities. It's just like returning home. Are these the two newcomers who were late? As soon as they landed, a homeless person came over. Yes. The two young men who looked quite embarrassed immediately stood in place when they heard this and said loudly, Trainee rangers from Roadside Castle are here to report. Very energetic, but it seems that your condition is not very healthy. The nomad said, I should have punished you for being late, but the weather is always unpredictable, and the responsibility is not on you, so I let you off this time. As he spoke, the nomad frowned. You look injured. What happened? They were injured by the whites. Faladane stepped forward to explain. Whites. The nomad muttered, and changed his attitude and said, I'm glad you're back in one piece, kid. But you can't participate in the next battle like this. Go and have a rest. There's a plan to attack the orcs in a week, and I hope to see you then. Yes. After giving the instruction, the nomad left. The two trainee rangers felt relieved. Faladane pointed in a direction and said, You can go to the bed over there to rest. There is water, and some wine produced by the roadside fort. Of course, I don't recommend you to drink too much, it won't help your injuries. Go ahead, have a good rest, and be refreshed to face the next battle. I don't want Levi to come back and find that two rangers who went out for internship have been reduced, especially you are the first batch. If this happens, according to his temper, he might cut all the way from Nangang to the White Mountains. Looking at these two reckless newcomers, Faladane was also full of emotion. These two kids are quite similar to their lord in temperament. When they see injustice, they rush forward without saying a word, without asking for reasons or rewards, just rushing. Unfortunately, they have the temperament of their lord, but not the strength of Levi. Such stupid potatoes still need to be polished. Lest poison sprouts grow on them. After making the final instructions, he was about to leave to do his own thing, when suddenly two pairs of curious eyes blocked Faladane's way. Instructor, are you familiar with our lord? I guess so, what's wrong? Just a little curious. We haven't seen the lord for several months. Can you find out where he went? Alas, thinking of Levi's movements, Faladane couldn't help but sigh again. Levi, this guy, every time he goes out, he just says hello and runs away, and leaves as soon as he says he will. Most people don't even know where he is going. Can't he learn from other lords? Hold a meeting before going out to explain the itinerary in time, and then arrange the work at hand, and then bring some servants. Forget it, he probably won't do this in his life. However, having said that, people in the territory are also used to Levi's travel when he says he will leave. If you ask for the reason, I can only say after all, he is Levi, he can do whatever he wants. Levi's itinerary is not a secret. Of course, if a stranger asks, Faradane will definitely detain the person in return to ask him what his purpose is. But the young sprouts of Roadside Castle are still trustworthy. Faradane said with a slightly complaining tone. He said that there must be something called watermelon in the territory, and he left a lot of things to me and ran south. This includes your internship. I hope he can come back soon, otherwise the completion date of that road will continue to be postponed. Everyone is waiting for him. Chapter 195. Boom, thunder rolled and heavy rain fell. You have a very sharp eye, my friend. In a small town built by the Harrods in the Harnan River Basin, south of Gundur, a wine merchant was selling his products. Across from him was a mysterious guest wearing a linen robe, with a wide hat, and a sheepskin towel covering most of his face. He looked like a nomad from the desert. The guest nodded and pointed to a barrel of wine on the ground. So the wine merchant moved the barrel of wine to the counter. "This is indeed the strongest barrel of date wine I have here." The wine merchant said, "I'm curious, you haven't tasted or smelled it. How do you know its quality?" "Secret." The man said so. After all, it can't be said that it is marked by the system. After paying, he lifted the barrel of liquor with one hand, found a small corner where no one could see, and put the barrel into his backpack like a magic trick. Levi continued to walk around the market empty-handed. A gust of wind blew the water into the market. What a rare heavy rain. A resident with bronze skin looked out, shook his head, and chose to shrink back and wait. Probably related to the climate and region, everyone here is basically this skin color. Going west from here is the port of Umbar, and going east is the great desert of Harad, which is a huge desert larger than Mordor. Going north is the Harnan River ferry, and after crossing the ferry is the battle zone between Umbar and Gondor, Harandor. The Harnan River is the historical dividing line between Gondor and Umbar. Harandor was once called South Gondor, and was Gondor's territory. However, due to the decline of Gondor's national strength and the invasion of the Haradrim, it no longer directly belongs to Gondor, but is in a state of dispute. The Harads and Gondorians constantly had various disputes and battles in this land, and the border guards of both sides were always on guard against each other. Levi came through this area. In this market with regional characteristics, which was built of dark stone bricks and red terracotta tiles, many people who were soaked hurried over to avoid getting soaked in a while. Levi was not afraid of water, but he did not go out because he had not walked around enough. Lemons, dates, bananas, pomegranates, oranges, olives. There are many things that cannot be seen in the north in this market, and you can get one if you can. At this moment, Levi has become a carefully selected traveling merchant, thinking seriously about what is worth taking back. Levi's careful selection must be exquisite. There will never be a bad taste that falls into his backpack and is taken away. Where is the watermelon? Why don't I see any watermelon? In front of the fruit merchant's stall, Levi looked left and right, but couldn't find what he wanted. "I saw someone selling watermelon wine. How come there are no watermelons?" The stall owner stared at Levi for a long time, speechless. He pointed behind Levi. Levi turned his head in the direction he pointed, and saw a pile of large melons with light green patterns piled on the ground. What else could it be but watermelons? Ahem. Levi picked up a watermelon, patted it twice, and leaned against it to listen to the sound coming back. Not bad, it's a good melon. How much do you sell this melon for? 2 silver coins per pound. Levi stopped moving. Interesting. Are the watermelon seeds made of gold or the melon rind made of silver? Obviously the fruit merchant also heard what Levi meant, and he said on the spot, "You can buy it or not, but I can tell you that you can't find another store selling watermelons in this whole market." Okay. Levi put the watermelon down and was about to take out the silver coins when suddenly there was a commotion outside the market. Clang! The wooden wheel rolled over a stone, causing the whole car to shake. A lot of eyes looked through the rain curtain in the direction of the sound. A car, or a prisoner car, was being escorted by 7 or 8 soldiers to the center of the town. There was a man covered in blood, with arrows stuck in his shoulders and legs. His skin color was different from everyone else here, and was white. He was also wearing a silver-white armor with a tree-like pattern engraved on it, and there were 7 stars on the tree. That was the symbol of Gondor, the white tree of Gondor. How could a Gondorian be here? The prisoner car stopped in front of the market, and the soldiers dispersed, showing the Gondorian who seemed to be unconscious and full. One of them shouted to the crowd gathered in the market, "We won a great victory in the battle with Gondor a day ago. This is the enemy's general, and we captured him." Oh, the crowd immediately cheered, and many people threw the things in their hands into the cage on the spot, but no matter how they smashed, the people inside were always paralyzed, without blinking. "Kill him! Kill him!" Many people shouted loudly. The soldier who shouted shook his head and pressed his hand down, indicating that people should not get excited for the time being. "It's a pity that we can't kill him." "Why?" someone asked. "Because he is dead." The crowd exploded again and cheered. Snap! Squeezed in the lively crowd, Levi couldn't help but split the watermelon in his hand and picked up one of the slices to eat. "You're chopping my melon, aren't you?" The noise directly alarmed the fruit stand owner, who suddenly turned around and found that the melon was gone while he was watching the excitement. "I pay you." Levi casually threw a handful of silver coins, and the owner's anger immediately turned into a smile, and he quickly put the silver coins away without counting them. There were more than enough silver coins, and if he counted them clearly, it would be bad if he asked for change. Not dead yet. Levi finished eating a slice of melon, put the rest into his backpack, and pushed through the crowd and took a step forward. The person who was squeezed outside and caught in the rain turned back and glared at Levi angrily, but when he met the cold gaze from under his wide hood, he suddenly shuddered and walked away with his head down. Levi raised his head and looked at the general of Gondor in the cage. When the soldiers in charge of escorting announced his death, people put away the stones and rotten fruits in their hands and stopped throwing them. But, not dead yet. Levi took another step forward, his eyes not leaving the cage. The Gondor general in the cage still had a drop of blood hanging on him. He was not dead yet. But he was not dead now. It was hard to say if he would die in the next second. There was no time to waste. Hey, over there. After announcing the news, the soldiers were preparing to escort the body to a certain place, and suddenly one of them frowned and turned his head to look at the man who walked out of the market. Can't you see we have to hurry? He pointed at the man in the linen robe whose face could not be seen clearly and scolded. I'm talking about you. If you don't want to cause trouble, step back and don't stand in front of us. Cause trouble? Levi smiled. The next moment, the long sword was drawn out, and the falling rain was briefly cut open for a moment. The linen robe was also cut open with this action, revealing the dark armor inside. Dong! The soldier's heart was alarmed, and he felt a little panic for no reason. Who are you? A group of soldiers immediately drew their weapons and went on alert. A passerby. The strong wind swept past with rain, blowing the hood slightly off. It also blew the war that was widely spread in the east into people's minds. The ruthless man who had harmed tens of thousands of orcs and Easterlings beat the king of Kun to his knees, and killed the ringwraith Lieutenant Eastern Shadow and several other ringwraiths in succession, and easily killed the general of Harad and tore apart the mammoth war elephant with his bare hands in the siege of thousands of troops, the legendary Shadow of War. The legendary image overlapped with the figure in front of them, and the soldiers felt an absurd sense of unreality. Could it be him? No way. Chapter 196. Blood flowed on the road paved with gravel, and was soon washed into the cracks by the rain. Damn foreigners! The only remaining soldier picked up his weapon and rushed over. With the sound of a metal collision, the soldier's wrist was numb, and he felt a tingling pain all over his body. He staggered and fell to the ground. Born 3, it will cause a certain amount of rebound damage to anyone who attacks at close range. Soon, the last soldier who rushed over also stopped moving. I don't kill civilians. The man said so. Just as he said, when there were only civilians left at the scene, he put away his sword. This sentence shocked several people who picked up weapons nearby, including the fruit stall owner, who picked up a machete behind him, and seemed to be planning a sneak attack. Now all the people present are indeed civilians, but if they swing the weapons in their hands, that would be another story. No one took action. Fear continued to spread around, followed by screams and noise. Ah! The crowd gathered in the market immediately dispersed, escaping in different directions despite the heavy rain. The fruit vendor lost his balance and fell to the ground with a plop. He shivered and crawled back, not caring about the mud on his hands and the dirty water on his clothes. After standing up, he screamed and ran away. However, he fell to the ground again after only 2 steps and fell into his own fruit stall. The silver coins in his pocket were scattered all over the ground. Shaking his head, Levi walked towards the cage, split the railings in a few strokes, took out a bottle of regeneration potion, and gave it to the general. The health value slowly increased. This is the last bottle of regeneration potion in the backpack. Speaking of regeneration potion, the output is really not much. Its brewing requires the use of the gas tears dropped by the ghasts, a monster in hell with a relatively low refresh rate. This means that every time Levi lacks regeneration potion, he has to go to hell for a long time, and he may not be able to get it. Compared with regeneration potion, the production cost of instant healing potion is much lower. It only needs to be synthesized with watermelon and gold grains. Although the overall effect and recovery amount are not as strong as regeneration potion, it can take effect instantly, and the cost is low. Now that watermelon is available, instant healing potion can be realized freely in the future. Carrying the Gondor general whose health value is slowly increasing, and picking up a blanket in the market to cover him, Levi started to walk back along the way he came. With a hint of blood that is not easy to detect. A lot of hurried footsteps, and the sound of rain falling on the ground merged together to form a low drum music. Where are the people? The commander of the army stationed in the Harnan River Basin arrived late. Looking at the messy market and the damaged prisoner cart, the anger on the commander's face almost overflowed. Damn it, what happened again? Just then, there was a slight movement in the market. The commander turned his head and saw a man crawling out of the fruit stall. "Stop!" he yelled, and the man trembled all over and dared not move immediately. A moment later, 2 soldiers carried the owner of the fruit stall to the commander. "What's going on here?" Facing the strong sense of oppression emanating from the commander, the owner of the fruit stall did not dare to hide anything. He trembled all over like a sieve, pressed his heart with his hand, and said, "Yes, a terrible guy in a robe took the body of the Gondor prisoner. I heard that he came from the east." "What else?" The commander grabbed the fruit stand owner's head and asked. "And what else?" Facing the pressure from the commander, the owner thought desperately and said, "Yes. Yes. A soldier tried to chop him with a sword, but it seemed like he chopped himself. He can use magic. Yes, he used magic to rebound other people's attacks. That's all I know really." Plop. The fruit stand owner was thrown to the ground, and the commander clenched his fists. From the east, he knows magic and likes to rob people. It's that wizard again. A bunch of idiots. The town is full of wanted notices for that wizard. Is there no one who recognizes him? The blue-robed archer who kidnapped our court wizard. Suppressing his anger for the time being, the commander waved his hand and called his deputy, saying, "Gather all the combat forces that can be mustered in the town, contact the garrison at the ferry, and don't let any suspicious people pass. Let's catch the wizard." "Commander, is this dangerous?" the deputy asked. "I heard that the wizard has all kinds of strange abilities. Even our court wizard can't defeat him." "That makes sense." The commander thought for a moment and said, "Let the soldiers take shields to protect against his magic and arrows." "Can we really defend with just shields?" the deputy asked. "I know you are always cautious, which is very useful on the battlefield, but this time you can put aside your doubts." The commander said, "Can't the shields of our strong warriors block those ice balls as big as stones?" "Just some ridiculous tricks." "I understand." The deputy took the order and immediately went to do what the commander had told him to do. "The black snake will strangle the white tree." The commander looked towards the direction of the ferry, muttering words like a spell. The black snake is the common symbol of the Harad people and the Umbar pirates, and they are united by this belief. The symbol of Umbar is 2 golden snakes entwined around the scepter. The symbol of Harad is a Ouroboros with its head and tail connected, and the symbol of Harad is a thick black snake. No matter how they change, they can't do without snakes. This is why the Dongi people think they are abnormal. These guys only know how to play with snakes every day. As for the white tree, of course, it is the symbol of Gondor. It originated from the white tree planted on the lawn of the White City Palace, which came from the holy land of Valinor like the Mauron tree. At present, there is only this one tree in the entire Middle-earth. What can be changed by taking away a corpse? Harnan River Ferry. This area on the riverbank is always strictly guarded to prevent enemy spies from sneaking in from the other side. Today is no exception. However, unlike in the past, many soldiers came with missions this time. Wanted the blue-robed wizard, who kidnapped the court wizard and the bodies of Gondor prisoners. Be careful, this man is good at using bows and arrows, and can also throw ice balls as big as stones to harass. Levi was speechless when he heard the rumors about this gathering place of Harad people. Isn't this talking about Oladar? He also robbed prisoners like himself? What a coincidence. By the way, what about the court wizard? It can't be another blue-robed wizard Polando, right? These 2 guys are really. One is the advisor of the Khan King, and the other is the court wizard of Harad. They are doing really well. However, judging from the news, the wizards in Harad don't seem to be in a very good mental state, otherwise they would not be kidnapped. Amid the urgent wanted notices for the blue-robed wizard, Levi swaggered and carried the Gondor general on his back, away from the strictly guarded ferry bridge that people could walk through directly, and came to another part of the river bank. He then made a small wooden boat on the spot, placed the sleeping Gondor general in the back, sat in the front, and began to row north. While rowing leisurely, Levi couldn't help but sigh. Olatar was a good wizard. Thanks to him for helping him to divert most of the attention, this ferry operation was so smooth. Perhaps this is the wizard's foresight. Chapter 197. You arrested the blue-robed wizard. What does it have to do with me? On the other side of the river, Levi and the patrolling soldiers argued, and they were helpless. Still didn't escape. Although Harandar under his feet is a disputed area, with both Gondor and Harad garrisons, it is after all the Harnan River basin. The entire south bank of the river is full of Harad towns, and the north bank is often used as their landing point to meet the Umbar pirates. I thought the bridge far away from the ferry would be fine, but it turned out that these guys didn't even let go of an area near the bridge. It's also because Gondor is too far away from here, and they can't reach it, at least not to the other side of the enemy's hometown. By order of the commander, everyone who has passed by recently must confirm their origins and purpose. You'd better be able to remove your suspicion within 3 sentences. I'm just an ordinary passerby, visiting my cousin. An ordinary passerby, visiting my cousin? The garrison soldiers looked up and down at Levi, with a very wonderful expression. There are only military camps and soldiers in this area. Who is your cousin and where did your boat come from? Don't you know that the commander has already issued an order prohibiting private crossing of the river? And what is that thing wrapped tightly in a blanket next to you? Is there a person in it? You need to explain. Do you believe me when I say there is a baby in it? He was overgrown when he was a child, and grew a little strong. I brought him to find his family. Levi picked up the gun door general, and spoke sincerely. Although his face was basically covered by the hood, the soldiers in front of him could not see no matter how sincere his eyes were. Do you think I am a fool? The guards looked very unfriendly, and at this time, several more soldiers came over after hearing the noise. At this moment, the soldier had already determined that even if the man in front of him was not the wanted man, he must be a murderer, and the blanket wrapped in his blanket was probably a corpse. You sneaky guy, you dare not even show your true face, come with me. Seeing that the soldiers behind were about to surround him, Levi knew that he could not delay any longer. Okay, I go with you. He shrugged helplessly, and took a step forward with the gun door general under the gaze of the soldiers. Then, he suddenly started to run forward, as fast as a rabbit. Catch him! The shout immediately alarmed the other soldiers in the tent, and at least dozens of soldiers rushed out, picked up their weapons, and chased in the direction where Levi ran away, and chased for several miles without giving up. Quite persistent, as if he would not give up until he died. I wanted to solve this problem peacefully. On the side of the road, Levi put down the burden on his back, and drew his sword. When did dozens of people dare to attack me? How could I bear this injustice? You chose it yourself. The garrison in the Harnan River Basin gradually approached. Just when Levi was about to remove his disguise, and clean up the chasing enemies, suddenly a few barn owl calls came from behind a tree nearby. Barn owl? Wait, where did the barn owl come from in this place? Levi turned his head, and saw a not-so-conspicuous oak tree in the middle of the dead wood where the sound came from. The 3 haired local flowers under the tree seemed to be able to form a regular triangle. Vagabonds? No, that's not right. It should be the frontline commandos of Gondor. Gondor Ranger. Levi waved his hand to show that there was no need to worry, and rushed directly towards the dozens of people. His mentality was very stable, but someone was anxious. Come back. The Gondor Ranger behind the tree couldn't hold it anymore, and quickly jumped out and said, Don't go to die, there is enough time for us to hide. No need. A brief response floated over, the ranger looked around, gritted his teeth, and had to take the people on the ground away first. When a corner of the blanket was exposed, the ranger's pupils suddenly shrank. Captain? The person in the blanket didn't respond. The ranger looked at his captain, then at the mysterious man who was going away, gritted his teeth, and chose to drag the captain to the underground base. What's the situation? As soon as he went down, 3 other rangers immediately surrounded him. Is this the captain? Still alive? Someone checked it, and his expression was quite excited. The wounds on his body have healed, and his breathing is stable. God, it's a miracle. When the captain was ambushed by those despicable Harad people a day ago, I thought I would never see him again. How did you bring the captain back? Not me. The ranger said. The person who brought the captain back is upstairs. I can't see his face clearly. Now he is facing dozens of Harad soldiers alone. What? The few people looked at each other and immediately decided, you stay here to take care of the captain, and the 3 of us will go up to help. No, there are dozens of people on the opposite side, and you will all die. We can't just watch that warrior die in the hands of the enemy. A ranger stood up and said to the ranger who brought the captain back and gave Levi a hint, take the message back to Gondor. There is not a single coward in our entire team. The 3 of them took their weapons, shared the last small cup of beer left in the base, and climbed up the ladder one by one. Click. The entrance to the underground passage was opened, and a faint smell of blood came towards them. A mysterious big face blocked the hole and looked inside. Who? The ranger reacted very quickly, and took out his weapon on the spot. The ranger behind him, who had not yet climbed the ladder, also quickly drew his bow. Don't get excited, we are one of you. Levi shouted hurriedly. He brought the captain back. The ranger who was taking care of the captain took a look and quickly explained. Where are the enemies? Although they were sure that Levi was a friendly army, the three of them still climbed up and looked around. They are all over there. Levi pointed in a direction, and there was no one standing there. All the pursuers were killed. Who are you? After a moment of silence, the ranger asked. Levi took off his hat and turban, revealing his original face, and moved his robe back. Levi, I live in Roadside Castle. Greetings. Boom. As if a heavy hammer hit their hearts, the rangers took a deep breath, looked at each other, and nodded. Confirmed, it was me. Sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. There's nothing to apologize for. Facing an enemy 10 times its number, you dare to take the initiative to attack. This courage is worthy of praise. How is your general? General? The rangers repeated this word in their hearts, feeling a little confused for a while. What's going on? When did the captain get promoted? I'm fine. At this time, a voice came from the underground passage. It was the Gundor general. I'm not a general. He climbed up in 2 or 3 steps and said, that's a lie told by the Herods to boost their morale. Thank you for your help, legendary Levi. I owe you my life. Chapter 198. It turned out to be the ranger captain. Levi was silent for a while. Looking at the posture of those soldiers in the town of Herod, I thought that they really caught a general of Gundor. These Herod people lied about military intelligence. Okay, I understand the general situation. But I'm curious, how did you end up in that situation? It stands to reason that the frontline commandos should be the most cautious group of people, especially a ranger captain. How could he be caught? This time it was the ranger captain's turn to be silent. It can be seen that he didn't want to talk about this matter. But the ranger captain shook his head. Forget it, it's not shameful to be known by this person. It was Harold's commander. He shouted and insulted our country when he confronted us, saying that the people of Gundor were cowards, and he challenged the most capable of us to a duel in front of the battlefield. I couldn't help it, and came out of hiding. As a commando captain, I failed in my duty, and what happened next proved that my actions were wrong. When I walked to the front of the open space and faced Harold's commander, several archers suddenly appeared from behind him and attacked me. Following the archers, a dozen soldiers jumped out and pinned me on the spot. Before my men could react, they quickly evacuated and took me back to the tent, torturing me in various ways, trying to get some information from me. I didn't say anything, and soon I fainted due to excessive blood loss or pain. At that time, I thought everything was finally over. The ranger captain sighed. Miracles always appear in unexpected ways. Only those with strong wills have the chance to wait for miracles. Levi also sighed. This world is a great movement, and the fate of many people is actually predetermined. But this fate is not absolutely inevitable. Just as the creator of the world left a leeway for everyone. That is, as long as the will of that person is strong enough, then he has the opportunity to break the fate. If the captain betrayed his companions after being whipped a little, then his ending might be more miserable than death. Unless he becomes a thorough traitor, betrays his beliefs and homeland, and directly turns to the Herods and works for them like a slave. That would only be barely surviving. Just barely surviving. Those real traitors would not think so. They would only feel that they have made the right choice, and try their best to belittle their country. They wish everyone would die to show their wisdom and success. This kind of people is not uncommon. Especially in Herod and Umbar. The latter was originally established by traders of Gundor, and would protect anyone who was hostile to Gundor. They built ships, and frequently harassed the coastal areas of Gundor. Later, they were called Umbar pirates. The kings of Gundor were troubled by them for a long time. However, in Herod, it was usually the Herod who were more troubled. Those commandos are really nervous. Why don't they fight us openly? At a stronghold on the north bank of the Harnan River, 2 soldiers were patrolling and talking at the same time. If the ranger captain heard this, he would definitely curse these Herods for being despicable. Did I not agree? As they chatted, the 2 walked to the next camp. According to previous experience, someone in the camp should take the initiative to come out and report the handover, but today it was very quiet, without any movement. The 2 soldiers looked at each other, and both noticed something was wrong. They ran over quickly and searched the tents one after another, but they didn't see anyone until they searched every corner of the camp. Dozens of people in the entire camp disappeared together, which was not a trivial matter. This matter was immediately reported to the deputy of the Legion in the Harnan River Basin, and then to the ears of the commander. Missing? Could it be the magic of the wizard? The commander frowned. Look for them. Gather people to look for them. Have people search all around. Have fishermen fish at the bottom of the river. Even if they are dead, I want to see their bodies. I don't believe there is any magic that can make dozens of people disappear out of thin air. This order was obviously effective. Someone sent back information that day. We found those soldiers on the road a few miles away from the camp. Judging from the traces at the scene, the enemy they encountered was very powerful, and they couldn't fight back at all. At least 100 cavalrymen. 100 cavalrymen bullied dozens of patrol guards? Bang! The commander knocked on the table angrily and said, "Those Gondorians have gone too far. We must pay them back with blood. But we don't know where the enemy is," the deputy reminded him. The commander stood up, stood in front of the deputy and stared at him, and said slowly, "You don't need to remind me about this. Didn't a Gondor noble come to us last month? Call him over." The deputy took the order. A moment later, a ragged, haggard, and dry-lipped Gondorian was dragged over. As soon as he saw the Herod commander, he knelt on one knee to express his attitude. "Sir, I surrender wholeheartedly. My ancestors once served the king of Castamere-Umbar. I have longed to come here for a long time." "Oh, good boy, it turns out that your ancestors were traitors. How did the Gondorians let him join the army?" It was the first time that the commander heard that this so-called noble who surrendered had such a background. As for the previous one, he was too lazy to ask, and was busy torturing him. "Tell me the name of your family." The noble proudly reported the name of his family that had been silent for more than 1,000 years. However, after he finished speaking, a trace of disdain flashed across the commander's face. Never heard of it. It could be a small noble who had long since disappeared and rebelled against Gondor with the first King Umbar. "Well, I see." The commander waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "The previous month of imprisonment was a test for you, and you have proved yourself. Now it's time for you to play your role." "Yes, I am willing to sacrifice my blood and loyalty," the Gondor traitor responded loudly. "Very good. Do you remember where the base of those commando rangers is?" "I know." The traitor thought for a moment and said, "But those cunning guys never stay in the same base for a long time, and my information may be outdated." At this moment, he completely regarded himself as a Herad, completely ignoring the racial differences between himself and the other party. "Is that so?" The commander continued to ask. "Your comrades don't know that you have surrendered to us, right?" "Yes, sir. They always thought I was captured and tortured, but they didn't know that I was already on the right path." Upon hearing this, even Commander Harold himself almost laughed. "There is no doubt that you were captured to torture. If it weren't for what happened today, you would have died in a few days. Go back and get the news. I want to know their movements and locations during this period. After the matter is done, you can serve as the captain of the guard. I will definitely complete the task." The traitor's eyes lit up with excitement. Chapter 199. We'd better stay away from here for a while. Go back a little bit. When the 4 commando members and the team leader came out of the base together, the team leader made this decision immediately. The Herad people lost dozens of soldiers here. This matter can't be concealed for long. They will definitely send people to search here. Although Herad is called the Southern Barbarians, their army is not so barbaric or rough. Let alone dozens of people, they have to see where they went if they lost one person. This is also the same for the Gondor commandos. Everyone has an accurate record. Unfortunately, I was unconscious before reaching the Herad stronghold on the other side of the river, and I was unable to find out any useful information. They not only caught me with despicable lies and traps, but also captured a new soldier. On the way to the transfer, the ranger captain confided, "I was deeply impressed by that soldier. He trained very hard when he was still in Gondor, and he took the initiative to ask to come to the front line, saying that he wanted to wash away the humiliation of his family and prove himself." Family humiliation? Levi extracted a keyword that he was more interested in. Seeing that Levi was quite interested, the captain also explained along with this sentence. His ancestors once betrayed the people of Gondor and followed the pirate king of Umbar. But that was more than 1,000 years ago. Those of their family who remained in Gondor have proved that they are dutiful people. Until his generation, they actively went to the front line and ambushed pirates and Herad barbarians with us. This should have been a good story, but unfortunately, I shouldn't have been so strict with him that day. What grudge did you have with him? The captain sighed deeply. Yes. He continued, a month ago, I punished him severely because he left the team without permission to pick wild fruits during the night break. The next day, he was captured by the enemy in an ambush against Herod's team. We haven't heard any news about him since then. At this point, the captain's tone slowed down a little. But this matter. Strangely enough, the ambush that day was not smooth. The Herods were quite vigilant, and of all our actions, only the first round of sneak attacks was effective, and we were forced to retreat to stop the losses. There were many wounded in that operation, and they were all recuperating in a relatively hidden camp in the back. That's where we are going. Things in the world are always unpredictable. Please accept my condolences. Levi comforted the captain of the Rangers. He was not injured when he was captured, right? If he was strong enough, his will was strong enough, and the Harrods had some needs for him, he would still have a chance to hold on until now. I hope so. The captain replied. When I was still in Gondor, a wise old man in a grey robe once told me that although we cannot change what has happened, we can decide our own actions after it happens. Grief cannot change anything. All people can do is make their own decisions immediately after the tragedy. Since I came back alive, I still have a chance to make up for some things. Very conscious. The topic ended temporarily with Levi's comment. Several people walked north along the road built by the Gondorians, when Harrendir was still under Gondor's rule thousands of years ago, and then left the road when the road turned straight and turned west. Soon, a small lake appeared in front of them. There were many more green plants and grasses around it than in other areas, and it looked quite lively. At this moment, this small oasis was silent, with only a slight sound of wind indicating that it was not a painting. The wind blowing from outside the oasis brought its drought and heat, and all of this disappeared when it passed through leaves and green grass. What a great place. Levi walked around the lake, touched the lake water twice, and only felt a hint of coldness on his fingertips. Where is your base? Standing up and walking to the Rangers, Levi asked with his hands on his waist. At this moment, the Rangers were gathering next to a tree with a crooked neck, looking left and right, as if waiting for something. When Levi came over, the Ranger captain also took 2 steps towards him, but before he could speak, Levi suddenly stopped, and at the same time, his eyes fixed on the bushes beside him. Huh? Where did the health bar come from? Levi stretched out his hand and pulled the brush. Suddenly, the bush moved, turned around and looked at him with a pair of innocent big eyes. Hey! The sudden change startled Levi, and he quickly stepped back several steps. When he stepped on the grass behind him, he suddenly felt his feet empty. Ah! He disappeared from the ground, leaving behind a classic William scream. Hiss! The Ranger captain took a breath and quickly slid down the rope with the other Rangers. Snap! It's really unexpected that the most serious injury I've received in Harad so far is actually a fall injury, and in this form. Levi climbed up, patted the non-existent dust on his body, and raised his head again. Only then did he see several Rangers and their captain sliding down an entrance. Sorry, I should have reminded you earlier. How are you? Nothing. The blood volume was immediately restored. Levi waved his hand, looked around and said, This place is really hidden. What came into view was a natural sandstone cave, in a circular shape, with a very large space. It was estimated that it could accommodate hundreds of people if they squeezed together. Looking up, there was a large hole above, and a little sunlight squeezed in through the gaps in the leaves, adding some natural light here. But although the hole was large, it was not easy to be discovered. The crooked tree above just covered the entrance of this cave, and Levi stepped on the leaves and fell down. I thought, forget it. Levi shook his head and gave up making excuses for his mistake. But at this moment, he finally experienced the concealment of the Rangers' clothes. The Rangers and nomads stood next to the tree in green and brown clothes, which blended in with the color of the trunk and leaves. If you don't look carefully, you can't really tell that it's a person. There is a reason why the Harad people live in fear all day. In just 2 sentences, several Rangers were startled by the sound of falling. They approached silently, and didn't let down their guard until they saw that it was one of their own. Captain? They seemed a little surprised. I came back alive. It was this friend who saved me. The Ranger captain introduced. Many of you should have heard of his name. He is the founder of the Free Cities, the nemesis of evil creatures, the legendary Levi. Although the introduction was brief, it was enough for everyone to match the rumors that had only been heard in their minds, with the person in front of them. Greetings. The Rangers greeted him. Levi nodded in response. Chapter 200. For those who accidentally enter here, the Rangers obviously have a plan. If it is not Levi who falls, but the Harad or some other enemy, then he will be backstabbed and killed by the commando members hiding in the shadows, and responsible for vigilance the moment he lands. There is a high probability that he will not even have a chance to make a sound. As enemies, these frontline commandos from Ithilien are indeed very dangerous. As friends, they are also scary. Why would the legendary Lord of the North come here alone? The Ranger ambushed above scared Levi, but at the same time, Levi's arrival also scared the Rangers. A legendary lord with great influence in the whole Middle-earth, although he calls himself a lord, his territory and influence are no less than a real king. Why would such a big shot come alone to the dangerous southern front far from his territory? I have some important things to do in Harad, Levi said seriously. The fruits there are delicious. So you are going there? I am going to buy goods. Are you alone? Yes, just me. The rangers were speechless for a moment. Because the specialty fruits of the enemy's base camp are delicious, he broke it alone to purchase them. Just to eat a few bites of fruit. Imagine if your own prime minister did this, it would be really shameless. This is really Morgoth singing against the music and going off the mark. Do the people in your territory know that you did this? Don't worry, I left a note before I left, they should be able to see it. Levi answered their questions. Should we be able to see it? I became more worried. But after all, it was someone else's business, so it was hard for us to say, let alone ask in detail. A moment later, in an open space deeper in the cave, the captain talked to Levi alone. I think I should introduce myself now. Captain of the 3rd Squad of the Ithilien Commando, Cain. Like the name of the team, all of us are from Ithilien, which is no longer suitable for survival. The east is full of Uruks from Mordor, and the south is often invaded by the Harad. Although we are unable to resist the armies of both sides, we can do what we can. When they set foot on the land of Ithilien, relaxing their vigilance is equivalent to exposing their necks to the sharp blade. But this is not Ithilien, Levi reminded. This is Harandr. It is Ithilien after crossing the Poros River to the north. That river is also the de facto boundary river in southern Gondor. Yes. Facing Levi, Cain did not hide any intelligence from his side. He revealed, since the Harads have strangely stopped harassing us recently, and even the frontline troops have taken the initiative to withdraw from the border of Ithilien and retreat to their base camp, the Prime Minister believes that there may be some bigger conspiracy hidden in it, so he sent us across the ferry to conduct reconnaissance here. It is indeed very unusual. Levi nodded in agreement. But we have not been able to find anything, and we have been very peaceful during this period. Peace. Levi didn't know what to say. You call the captain being captured by the enemy, many people in the team being injured, and one team member being captured by the enemy peace? What kind of battle should we have fought before then? Gondor will remember your help. After finishing the official business, Cain said in a normal tone, what are you going to do next? If you want to go back, we can send some people to follow you north until you reach a safe place. Hearing this, Levi couldn't help but smile. Escort me? Relax, there is nothing in this area that can threaten me, so let's send the warriors to where they are more needed. Compared to this, Levi walked to other parts of the cave, and saw more than 24 wounded sitting or lying on the ground, silently treating their wounds without saying a word. There are only 70 or 80 people in this stronghold, and nearly half of them are wounded. This is not good. I happen to be able to make some potions that can heal wounds, and the missing main ingredient happened to be found recently. Maybe you can ask your team members to help me try the effect. Refining medicine? Cain thought about it, and then he remembered that there was indeed a rumor about the legendary lord in front of him that he can make some magical potions. Trustworthy. Click. The ender box was released, and Levi took out the alchemy table and held ward from it. He dug a 2-meter wide puddle next to it to make infinite water, and put a few pieces of soil next to the puddle, plowed it into arable land, planted watermelon seeds, and added bone meal to ripen. In this way, a simple alchemy and raw material production environment was built. Next, you just need to wait for the watermelon to grow. This is a relatively random thing. If you are lucky, it may grow in the next second. If you are unlucky, you will have to wait for a day or two. Bon. Just as he was thinking, a big square watermelon suddenly grew and fell on the land next to the watermelon stem. It seems we are lucky. Levi patted the watermelon, and the crisp sound echoed in the cave. Cain looked over when he heard the sound. His eyes seemed a little dull. How did this thing grow? He couldn't help but squat down and knock the watermelon twice with his hands. As a result, cracks appeared on the watermelon immediately. When he stopped, the cracks stopped spreading. Levi continued to knock with his movements, and with a snap, the watermelon directly split into several pieces and fell to the ground. Cain couldn't help asking, can they continue to grow like this in the future? Of course. Doesn't that mean that this space will never lack watermelons to eat? Snap. A workbench was put down, and Levi took out the gold ingot and decomposed it into gold particles, and then synthesized it with the watermelon segments to make a golden watermelon, put it into the alchemy table, and combined it with a crude potion made from hellworts. In this way, 3 bottles of healing potion were freshly released. Feed these to the injured team members, 1 bottle for each person. Levi instructed Captain Cain, who took it without saying a word, without any doubt that he himself was the best proof of the potion's effectiveness. Gudong. Bottles of healing potion were produced and taken by the wounded. It really works. One team member stood up on the spot after removing the bandage, and even trotted left and right. The effect is remarkable. Even the bone injuries have healed. My chest has healed too. Everything is getting better. You not only saved me, but also saved the lives of many team members. After making sure that his men had indeed recovered, Kane approached with an unstoppable smile on his face. It's not a big deal. Levi collected the alchemy table and materials, put them back into the ender box, and then dug them out. Captain! Just as he was cleaning up, a voice came from above the cave entrance, and two team members lifted the leaves and climbed down the rope one after another. Captain, I'm back. A team member with a haggard face and a somewhat thin figure came over. Kane immediately went over and grabbed his shoulders. I escaped when the Herods were not paying attention. Captain, you don't know what they did to me. The team member immediately began to tell his story. They tortured me, whipped me, and didn't give me food. I thought I was going to die several times. But fortunately I held on. He sighed. If I hadn't held on, how could I have waited for this opportunity? Welcome back. Thousands of emotions turned into this sentence, and Kane hugged the team member. This action really made the team member stunned for a moment. Yes, I'm back. He quickly reacted and hugged back. At the same time, a pair of eyes scanned the entire base. Looking at the large number of former colleagues active here, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. There are so many people. Yes. I'm back. Chapter 201. The sight swept back and forth in the cave, and suddenly, a dark but extremely conspicuous figure came into view. It was a strange feeling. He was dressed in ordinary and low-key clothes, and his whole body was covered by a tattered linen robe. The whole person was still in the shadow of the corner of the cave, but he was very conspicuous, and people could not ignore him subconsciously. It was like gravity. Even if he was thrown into the crowd, the first glance would definitely attract his sight, even if the person attracted did not know why. This is not an ordinary person. The first time they saw that person, the returning team members to find him. You were not here just now, I have to tell you. This is Levi, yes, the legendary figure who has been in the limelight in recent years. Even those of us, who have been on the front line for many years have heard of him. You must have heard of him when you were in Gondor. Kane introduced to the returning team members, and also introduced to Levi. This is Trit, I mentioned to you before. Hearing the movement here, Levi finished his work and came over. Is this the recruit who was captured? The returning team member immediately saluted and said, Greetings, the Legend of the North. Yes. Levi nodded, patted the young man's shoulder, and came closer and whispered, Your captain has been worried about you. He blames himself for your affairs. Treat was stunned and looked at Kane. At this time, Kane also took 2 steps forward. He lowered his head and was silent for a while, then looked at his returning team member Trite, and said, I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't have been so strict with you that day. As a recruit, you have proved your courage by choosing to come here. As the captain, I should give more guidance and demonstration, rather than just punishing. Treat opened his mouth slightly, and did not speak for a while, as if he did not expect that the captain, who was extremely strict in the past, would take the initiative to apologize. For a moment, some beliefs in his heart were slightly shaken. But that's all. No, Captain, you did the right thing. I must apologize to you. He lowered his head. Kane said nothing more. It's good to be back. Levi took out a bottle of healing potion and handed it to try it, saying, I see that your physical condition is not very good. Drink it. This is the medicine I made. It will help recovery. Take it. Many people in our team were cured by this potion. Seeing that Triad was a little hesitant, Kane explained to him on the side. If you have a good memory, you will definitely not forget that there is also a pharmacist in his title. I understand, thank you. Treat took the potion and drank it in one gulp. It's a little sweet, it tastes like watermelon. As the potion went into his stomach, the scars left by the torture of the Herods were almost instantly healed. Not only that, but also a lot of the physical deficiencies were made up. Magical medicine. Ted stared at Levi, his eyes flashing with excitement. If this ability to make medicine can be used by Herod, it will definitely have a qualitative impact on the army. I must report this person when I go back. I can't let him get away. As for whether he can be taken away, no matter how powerful this legend is, no matter how outrageous the legend is, after all, there is only one person, and there is not even an entourage around him. Could he alone defeat our army of thousands of Herods? The brief reminiscence passed quickly. At night, the stronghold was quite quiet, and only occasionally could we hear the chirping of some unknown creature outside. That night, the Rangers in the entire stronghold slept quite peacefully, and no one was awakened by the torture of pain. When the team members responsible for the first half of the night returned, someone took the initiative to stand up and said, "Let me take the next shift." "Treat, you should have a good rest." "Sorry, I really can't sleep." The guard said, "That won't work either. The candidates for the rotation of positions have been decided, and I can't interfere without authorization." Treat looked a little depressed. "Don't you trust me and think I can't take on this task?" "Of course I believe you, but it's really hard to change this matter temporarily. Let's do this, Chue-Te. If you still can't sleep tomorrow, I can help you apply to the captain to change the rotation arrangement." "Okay, I understand." Chue-Te lowered his head and didn't refute. The team members didn't waste time. They turned around and walked deeper into the cave, intending to wake up their sleeping companions. As he turned around, Chue-Te looked around, suddenly stepped forward, silently raised his sword, turned the direction, and pointed the hilt at the teammate in front of him. Bang! This was fast and accurate. The rotating team member fainted on the spot and lost consciousness. Chue-Te caught him and slowly put him on the ground. After doing this, Chue-Te looked around again to make sure that there were indeed no witnesses to what happened just now, and there was basically no big movement. He quickly grabbed the rope and climbed up. "Chue-Te? Why is it you?" As soon as he got to the ground, a voice came from behind. His body suddenly stiffened, and Chue-Te turned his head, only to see another team member hiding in a hidden place. "I remember that you are not on the list of tonight's duty. I really couldn't sleep, so I took turns with the person on guard tonight." "Is that so? Which side are you responsible for?" Chue-Te asked, his hand under the dark green cloak already touching the hilt of the sword. "I almost forgot about this. According to past experience, the guards are indeed two people in a group, taking care of each other. I don't know if there have been any changes in the month I was away." "North," the team member replied. Chue-Te was happy. "Well, then I go to the south. The white tree blesses you." "You too." The two separated and moved towards the hiding point they were responsible for, leaving the back to their comrades. Plop. With his heart beating fast, seeing that his comrades behind him had completely believed in him and were watching the movements in the north, Chue-Te quietly stood up, left his post, and walked silently to the south. He was not discovered until he walked quite far away. He really understood the habits of his own people too well. But there was an outsider here after all. And he was a person who didn't need to sleep at all. A line of sight was cast from a tree by the lake, watching the figure move away from the base and disappear into the night. That direction, if I remember correctly, was the ferry crossing of the Harnan River. Levi smiled softly twice, and continued to look up at the stars through the gaps in the leaves. Cain, your sincerity is really in vain. This is a traitor." After looking at the stars for a while, Levi jumped down from the tree, drew his sword, and was about to chase in the direction where Chue-Te left, when suddenly an arm blocked him. Levi turned his head, and saw that the person who came was Cain, the leader of the commando team. "So you know everything." "I'm not a fool." Kate shook her head with a complicated look. Chapter 202. He should be thankful that he didn't kill his former comrade. Cain stroked the sword on his waist, and shook his head for a moment. Levi said on the side, "I have to remind you, he doesn't look like he's going to do anything good. That direction is the base of the Harans." I know everything." Cain sighed and said, "Not only do I know, I also know that direction is the base where the commander of the army in the Harnan River Basin is located. Don't underestimate our ability to obtain intelligence." Levi nodded. "It seems that you know what you are doing. If we go and capture him now, this base can continue to be used." "No need." Cain did not choose to pursue. "I have given him a chance. Since he did not repent in the end, he must pay the price for his choice. The Herads will not miss this opportunity. There will be an attack before dawn. Time is very tight. They will not be able to rush here in a short time. We can ambush them halfway. I know the total number of their troops on the north bank. This team can handle it. After this, I will settle accounts with Trit. He will understand how big a mistake he made." Buzz, the horn representing the battle, sounded, and the Rangers woke up from their sleep, equipped their weapons and longbows, and gathered on the ground. Cain stood in front of the battle and launched a mobilization speech. "Our base has been scouted by spies sent by the Herads. Everyone, we have a battle tonight. Everyone cheer up. The Herads will pay for their arrogance. No need to say more. Everyone in the commando has seen life and death, and is used to sudden battles, and various environmental changes. Just determine the target and then act. Several veteran scouts quickly set out to the north bank of the Harnan River, and the rest of them checked their equipment and made all preparations. When the moon moved for a few moments, the spies returned one after another. The Herod camp is quite restless. They are gathering at the nearest camp on the north bank. Then it's clear what to do next. Kane quickly decided on the ambush site. They will know why we are the commando. Take me with you. Levi came over. I can't help it. I have to join in the fun. If you like. Kane responded with a smile. With this legendary person joining, this operation is probably safe. Sir, I have found out everything. In the camp on the north bank of the Harnan River, Chui Te excitedly reported, there are 85 people in the camp, including a commando captain and an outsider. You did a good job. The commander immediately stood up and patted Chui Te on the shoulder to show encouragement. But you said there is another outsider there. Who is it? I was just about to report this to you, sir. Chui Te said mysteriously. He is a great lord in the north, with a status comparable to that of a king. He has many legendary deeds, and I heard that he killed a dragon with his own hands. And he also masters some magical witchcraft, especially refining medicine. He can refine a magical potion that can instantly heal all human wounds. This is my personal experience. As he spoke, Tate stood up and showed himself to the commander. All the wounds on my body, both external and internal, disappeared as soon as I drank the bottle of medicine. Is it really that magical? The commander couldn't sit still. No wonder this guy looked so much better all of a sudden, almost the same as when he was captured. Not bad, very valuable. If this kind of witchcraft can be used by us, what does the army of Gondor mean to us? The commander began to make a small calculation, but he still had a last doubt in his heart. But why would a northern king come here? I heard that he traveled secretly, without telling his subjects to find something in the south. Tribe replied, I checked carefully, sir. He did come here by himself, without even a follower. Okay, great. But in this case, we have to make some changes to our plan. A great lord from the north, who is comparable to a king, and who also masters some magical witchcraft, is much more valuable than the entire team, and must not be let go. The commander muttered, and waved his hand to call his deputy. Prepare 100, no, 200 cavalrymen to raid the commando's bases first. Let them also taste the taste of being ambushed. Then gather all the troops, including those in the South Bank base, and we will go to encircle and suppress the great lord. Didn't he claim to have killed a dragon? Then bring the mammoths over. I don't believe he can face the encirclement and suppression of thousands of people, and the trampling of mammoth war elephants at the same time. With so many people, even if he really had the strength to kill the dragon, he would be exhausted to death, not to mention that there were war elephants behind him. Moreover, slaying a dragon? What a joke. I would believe you even if you said that you shot the dragon in its weak spot with a bow and arrow, but you said that he fought against the dragon with a human body. Isn't this a bit outrageous? Do you think he is the shadow of war in the east? Capture him alive. I want to see how capable this great lord is. The tranquility of the night was broken. The order issued by the commander was executed quite quickly. Almost all the garrison cavalry on the north bank quickly gathered and began to march towards the lakeside stronghold of the commandos. Every Harad soldier was full of fighting spirit, just because they finally had the opportunity to retaliate against those elusive rangers. Tonight their roles will be reversed, from the usual victims of ambush to the attackers. But this is not very realistic after all. The cavalrymen marched towards the commando's base, but what they didn't know was that the lakeside base was empty at this time. The commandos had already moved to the main road leading to the base in advance, sneaking in under the cover of dead trees and darkness. Each of them held a large bow almost as tall as a person, and the huge quiver behind them was filled with long arrows with green feathers, and a sword was slung at their waists. They could shoot at any distance and at any time. Infected by the atmosphere, even Levi took out his bow and waited silently with the rangers. Just looking at the dark environment and the silent atmosphere in front of him, after thinking about it, Levi still changed to a bow without the fire arrow enchantment. After all, the flaming arrow was too conspicuous at night, and the direction of the first arrow would be immediately exposed. Rumble. The faint sound of horse hooves came from afar, gradually getting louder and closer. Everyone held their breath. Captain Kane stood at the front, concentrating on the approaching cavalry. After a few breaths, the ground began to vibrate, and it became more and more obvious. In the moonlight, Kane raised his hand, and everyone drew their longbows. At a certain moment, he suddenly waved his hand forward. Whoosh! A rain of arrows passed through the bushes and shot at the cavalry and horses. Hiss! Ah! Screams and the neighing of horses came, and a large amount of dust rolled into the air in the struggle, blocking the vision of the cavalry behind. The sneak attack came too suddenly, so that the people behind did not react, and they were tripped. Cain raised his hand again, and another round of arrows was shot out, and almost half of the cavalry was killed. Over there. Someone pointed at the hiding place of the commando and shouted, and the next moment, his throat was blocked by a silent arrow, and he fell to the ground. Seeing that he was about to be exposed, Cain made another gesture, and everyone immediately understood, drew out the long swords at their waists, and rushed out of the bushes, launching a general attack on the cavalry, who had not yet recovered. Fight! Fight! The cavalry captain died suddenly in the first round of arrow rain attack, and the deputy captain, who followed behind, immediately took over the command, but it was too late. The ranger in the dark night was silently shuttling through the chaotic battlefield, quickly harvesting the lives of the cavalry, with swift and neat movements. Except for one person, his momentum could not be suppressed at all. Boom! Fire burst out from somewhere, and the deputy captain subconsciously turned his head, only to see a black-armored warrior holding an elven long sword, igniting the enemies in front of him one by one, ending them. Fire, black armor, elven sword, magic. A chill suddenly rushed into his heart, and his mouth began to knot. War! War shadow! The shadow of war. The horse was frightened, and the deputy captain quickly clamped the horse's belly, decisively abandoned the main force, and turned back alone. The intelligence is wrong. It's that person. The so-called Great Lord mentioned by that damn Gundor traitor is that person. The news must be passed to the commander. Plop! Before running far, the horse suddenly fell forward and stopped moving. The deputy captain, who rolled to the ground, climbed up, and saw that there were several long arrows with green feathers stuck in the vital parts of the horse. You damn bunch of ugh! A hand suddenly covered his mouth, and the cold dagger was pressed against his neck and slid to the side. Puff! It was silky smooth, without any pain. The last enemy fell to the ground like this, without a sound. Chapter 203. We once lived in peace. On the north bank of the Harnan River, Commander Harold gave a final mobilization speech to the army gathered here. He raised his scimitar and said to the soldiers, "Some of you were farmers, some were free traders, and everyone enjoyed peace until the arrival of those Gondorians. They destroyed our farms, attacked our caravans, let our slaves go, forced us to lose our property, and forced us to take up arms against them. Those evil Gondorians will pay the price for what they did. Now is the time, warriors. Tonight, we repay with blood. Repay with blood." The soldiers shouted loudly, their eyes filled with hatred. The army set out, and surrounded the lakeside stronghold from all directions. This is an encirclement without any gaps, and no one can hide. Don't stay, retreat immediately. The front line, where the commando is. The commando team, which had just completed a perfect battle, did not relax its vigilance at all. The captain immediately issued an order for everyone to evacuate quickly. Something is wrong. There are many more vanguards than I thought. Why did they send so many people? Cain was not overwhelmed by this almost lossless victory. A lot? Levi looked back. It seemed that there were only 100 people. About 200 cavalry. The experienced Cain only took a glance and gave a rough number. If it is an unprepared frontal battle or a surprise attack, we can't handle even if only half of them come. In order to facilitate movement and disguise, all members of the commando team are wearing leather armor, cloaks and hoods. Their equipment is often effective in chaotic environments or small-scale sneak attacks, but it is hard to say when it comes to the front battlefield where both sides have no place to hide. It has nothing to do with the combat quality of the soldiers. It is simply that the profession and equipment are not suitable. There are 200 people in the vanguard alone, and there must be more people behind. Cain said, "I don't believe they only sent these people. Although the Legion commander in the Harnan River Basin is rude and mean, he is not so stupid. With his cunning character, he will definitely not send only this team." Makes sense. Levi nodded and asked, "What are you going to do next?" "Go north, retreat first, and retreat to the homeland when necessary, and then take a good look at what they are going to do." "Captain!" As soon as this sentence was said, a spy hurried back. "There are thousands of Herads approaching from the rear." Sure enough. Cain's eyes condensed. At this time, several other spies also rushed back. There is an army approaching from the east. There is a big noise in the west. His brows furrowed even more. "You said a big noise. How big is it?" Boom! The earth shook. Everyone couldn't help but look back, and saw a huge shadow approaching in the darkness. Boom! War drums sounded from all directions. Shadows gradually approached. Stop! Kane shouted hurriedly, so everyone stopped. Some figures appeared in front. Surrounded? What's going on? That cavalry team is just a bait to buy time. Why? It's totally unreasonable. Why would they use 200 cavalry as bait? This is a bit too much. It's weird no matter how you think about it. To say that Harold's commander is stupid is not the case. After all, he did not underestimate the enemy. If so many people attacked his 80 people, if the attack was successful, there would definitely not be many survivors. But to say that he is smart is not quite right. If he knew from the beginning that his plan would be exposed and counterattacked by the commandos, why did he send so many cavalry to die? Is it just to buy time? In this case, wouldn't it be better to surround the commandos while they are still in ambush? That would be more concealed and have a higher success rate. In just a few seconds, many thoughts flashed through his mind. At a certain moment, Kane suddenly turned his head and stared at Levi, and his heart skipped a beat. This is the only unexpected existence. That is, he disrupted everything. It's broken. They are coming for you. Levi raised his eyebrows. Really? Buzz, the horn sounded, and Herod's army gradually approached, closing the last gap for passage. Kane drew out the long sword at his waist and shouted, "We break out to the north." Swish! Levi drew out the nemesis and stood at the front of the team. "Do you mind if I lead the team?" Kane hesitated. According to the rules, it is definitely not possible. After all, strictly speaking, Levi is the leader of another camp. It is an act of crossing the line to directly lead the commando without the authorization of the upper echelons of Gondor. As for leading the army, even if the person in front of him is a wizard, after all, wizards do not belong to any camp, or it can be said that they belong to any free camp. But it has come to this. Kane nodded and said then, swoosh, an arrow suddenly came from behind, and the blood-stained arrowhead pierced Kane's waist. Then please. Before he finished speaking, he was obviously a little unstable. Captain! The two team members hurriedly helped him up, and after a quick check, they found that he was not shot in the vitals, but just lost the ability to move. Levi looked back and saw that a strong-haired man with a different identity was putting down his bow a few hundred meters away, punching and kicking at the person next to him, as if venting something. Fortunately, there are still 2 bottles of potion left. With a meaningful smile, Levi threw a bottle of instant healing potion to Kane, who quickly caught it, first pulled out the arrow, and then quickly drank it. Follow me to break through. Hood removed, sword raised high, Levi rushed forward, and rushed into the formation alone, bearing all kinds of attacks from the Herod people. Arrows, spears, sharp blades. Nothing could break through the black armor, and the amber runes that lit up from time to time on his body. Boom! Several Herod soldiers worked together to deal with the elf sword that chopped down, but their arms felt numb as soon as they touched it. They felt that the person in front of them was not a human, and he was not swinging a sword. This was clearly a giant beast more than 10 meters tall swinging a giant hammer wider than a human. Swish, with just one upward strike, several soldiers flew high, struggling in the air with flames. When the fire lit up and the shadow appeared under their feet, people were finally able to see the face of the newcomer through this brief gap. That face. The black hard armor, the amber runes on the body, the elf sword that can spit fire. Ah! Someone screamed in fear, and then like a mute, he couldn't squeeze out a second sound from his throat. This shout was like an alarm bell, which confirmed a certain premonition in everyone's heart at this moment. The doubt was revealed. Levi turned to the left, and the soldiers on the left immediately retreated together, desperately squeezing the people behind them to prevent them from moving forward. He turned around again, and swung the long sword to the right, so the soldiers on the right also began to squeeze back. Chapter 204. There are only a few people in this world who dare to swing their swords at something they don't understand. Even the brave elite of Gondor will be frightened by the cry of the ringwraiths and run away with their heads down. Even the fearless elves will cry loudly when the Balrog approaches. It's not that the soldiers are too timid, but the pressure brought by the enemy is too great. The black-armored warrior holding the elven sword in front of him seemed to have turned into a shadow, covering the entire battlefield. The shadow of war. Yes, how could such a person only leave a legend in the East? Everything is connected in series, and the big stone pressing on the heart becomes heavier again. Clang. Finally, someone couldn't even hold the weapon steadily and accidentally dropped it on the ground. All this happened in just a few seconds. When Levi arrived, the encirclement was immediately torn open, and the commandos followed and charged forward with a tense spirit. However, to their surprise, these Herods didn't even take action when they passed by. These people. Are they all insiders? Kane was a little confused, but this did not stop them from following Levi out. What are these rubbish doing? Why aren't they attacking? In the back, the furious commander threw the dying Chuete aside, kicked him hard, and then raised his knife and shouted, "Chase them, stop them. Whoever dares to retreat will be executed on the spot." Boom boom. The army marched forward, followed closely by the mammoth war elephants. When the last row of soldiers passed him, the commander turned around and kicked Chuete on the ground again in anger, breaking 2 of his ribs. Chuete had some difficulty breathing on the spot. After doing all this, the commander finally calmed down a little. He grabbed Chuete's neck, lifted him up and said, "You coward, I want to teach you a lesson. People with strong wills will always wait for opportunities, but those who waver will definitely die." "My lord." Chuete breathed desperately, tears squeezed out of the corners of his eyes. I really didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. My foot slipped." "Waste." Plop. He was thrown to the ground again. "If you hadn't touched me that time, the arrow would have hit his heart. You can't even be loyal. People like you will never join us, let alone go back. You are nothing. The horse is ready." At this time, the deputy came over with the commander's royal horse. The commander didn't bother to pay attention to Chuete on the ground, and turned around and got on the horse. "What should we do with him?" the deputy asked. "Just leave him here, let him be bitten by insects and ants in despair, or be pecked out by vultures. Let him slowly regret his disloyalty." After saying this, the commander squeezed his legs and rode his horse to chase forward. The deputy glanced coldly at Chuete on the ground, and followed the commander. The other side. When the command of the commando was handed over to Levi, the leader changed, and it was obvious that the morale of the whole team rose a lot. Although the captain was calm and wise, he couldn't resist the fact that the man came out of the legend. He naturally had an aura, and just looking at him would increase confidence. Although his command method is quite primitive, there is a kind of open and free beauty. But when he rushed forward with dense arrows, broke the shield formation of the Herod people with just one encounter, and tore open the encirclement by himself, everyone felt that this was not a shortcoming. Legends have their own legendary ways. Since you can run over, why play micro-operations? Isn't it superfluous? Charge. When Levi's voice sounded, the Rangers showed their long swords with cold light, and followed Levi like wings, with high adhesion, but not hindering his actions. At the same time, Cain was anxiously gesticulating behind Levi, quickly adjusting the formation of the commandos to match Levi's fighting style. In this way, a cone-shaped assault formation with Levi as the peak continued to advance forward. All obstacles in front were violently broken by Levi. He raised his hand and swept across. The team members behind were responsible for finishing the job and harvesting those soldiers, who lost their morale, and even waved their weapons in a limp manner. This was the first time that the commando team tried to assault on the front battlefield. Anyway, no matter what was in front, it would be broken by the leader with a sword, and then lose morale. The sense of security was simply full. It can be said that if the temporary leader at the front was missing, this team would be annihilated immediately. Now such an outrageous battle situation basically depends on him alone. The breakout was quite successful. The Herod army blocking the front collapsed at the touch of a button, and did not cause any effective obstacles at all. The group rushed out of the encirclement, and left the army responsible for intercepting the north behind. But the number of enemies is there after all. Boom! Boom! The shouts and vibrations came from behind him at the same time. Levi stopped and turned around, only to see a huge army that was endless and was still surrounding him. There were 3 mammoth war elephants in the back, and the archers and spear throwers on the elephants were staring at him, ready to attack at any time. Because of their presence, this night was no longer peaceful. "You continue to retreat," he said to Cain. "What about you?" "I go get to know them again." "It's too risky," Cain said quickly. "Please believe me, although we only have 80 people, each of us is an elite who has experienced at least dozens of battles. No matter what means we use, we will definitely bring you to Gundur." "Adventure?" Levi smiled and said, "Then you are right, I am an adventurer." "Okay." He patted Cain's shoulder and said, "If you waste time, their arrows will be shot. Now take your elite troops to retreat. Be careful. After all, I am only one person, and there will always be some who are missed. I officially return the command to you. You are here, I really can't let go." Cain was silent, only feeling as if there was a mountain pressing on him. This is not because of fear of war or death, but because he is afraid that this legendary lord will play too much. His position is really too important. If he really fails here, the entire northern Middle-earth will be in chaos for a while. This will have a huge impact. Kane took a deep breath, thought about it, and finally made a decision. Bless you. Retreat. He made a gesture and immediately led the commando to evacuate to the north, leaving Levi alone. Just kidding, no one here is blind. Wasn't this guy's performance just now outrageous enough? Seeing the commando evacuate, Herod's army also sped up, but when they advanced another 100 meters, they found that there was still a figure left there, and did not chase the main force. Oh! Under the moonlight, the commander looked at the dark figure whose face could not be seen clearly, and felt a burst of laughter. He confidently ordered, "Run over, leave alive." So the earth shook continuously, and the legion moved forward. Levi raised his long sword, and the sword was shining with a chill that stung people's eyes under the reflection of the moonlight. Whoosh! An arrow shot out and hit Levi's head accurately, but he just raised his head slightly, without even moving half a step, and casually pulled out the arrow, and then looked straight in the direction where the arrow came from. When his eyes touched, the commander felt his heartbeat stagnate. "You gimmicky guy, let's see how long you can pretend." He comforted himself like this. Finally, the army approached. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, several flaming figures flew into the sky and fell to the ground, frightening the war elephants to suddenly stop and take a step sideways. What? The commander stared at the place where the movement came from with his eyes wide open. What's going on? So many people can't deal with him. Just a lord, he shouted. Get out of the way, let me. In a short moment, the flames almost burned a circle, and it was also with the help of these flames that the commander could finally see the man's face clearly. At the same time, a great fear rose in his heart. Boom! The trampling of the mammoth war elephants brought the commander's memory back to 2 years ago, when he responded to the call of the Dark Lord with full faith and fighting spirit, and followed tens of thousands of troops to Kund as a pioneer at the forefront. At that time, he was just a small soldier, and was arranged next to the deputy of that army, quite inconspicuous. He had watched that man, the shadow of war, suddenly appear next to the commander of the 30,000-strong army like a ghost, and picked him up with a sword. The commander of the army lost his life before he even had time to wail. He rushed in alone, and everything that blocked him was destroyed, even the mammoth war elephants. He could withstand the trampling of the war elephants. Boom! The sound of something breaking was heard. As the mammoth's big feet fell, Levi's ruined shield finally couldn't hold on and broke. The bell triggered the emergency mechanism for the first time in a long time, and a shock wave broke out, pushing everything around away. Under the sudden and powerful impact, the mammoth's body leaning forward could not stabilize, and it fell over all of a sudden, and the tower on its body fell to the ground and shattered directly. The huge sound pulled the commander out of his memories. He looked over hurriedly. The scene in front of him overlapped with the memory of 2 years ago. This moment was just like that moment. As expected, the next moment the mammoth was on fire. The war elephant wailed and kicked its legs weakly. The soldiers around opened their mouths and couldn't stop backing away. The man cast his eyes over. Before the commander gave an order, the horse under him took several steps back uncomfortably, and the thick nostrils gasped. With a clatter, the soldiers made way for the commander. The commander had just said, "Let him come." Apparently, these soldiers were very obedient and executed the order without any hesitation. The commander held his heartbeat with one hand, his chest kept rising and falling, and his breathing was almost louder than the horse. His lips trembled, and he slowly spoke on horseback. "Can we reconcile?" Chapter 205. The sun gradually rose, and the second half of the night finally passed. Kane couldn't help but jump onto a high ground and look back to the south, where the Herod army was. What is that? He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance, only to see that the army had stopped advancing at this moment, and a piece of open space in the center of the army was vacated, with 2 figures inside. One of them looked very familiar, quite familiar. It was the despicable Herod army leader who attacked him a few days ago. As for the other person, it's Levi. He beat the Herod army leader to his knees. Maybe he wanted to take him as a prisoner, so as to force them to retreat. This thought popped up in Kane's mind. As expected, he easily captured the enemy leader, too powerful. As Kane expected, after a while, the Herod army collapsed layer by layer with Levi as the center, retreating madly, and even the formation was no longer maintained. Boom boom! The mammoth turned around and moved quickly towards the southern river bank, and the army withdrew to the mainland. "I will do anything, don't kill me." The commander knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and dared not look directly at the person in front of him. I swear that I will never be your enemy for the rest of my life, including your subjects and everyone close to you." Oh, so conscious. Levi raised his chin with his sword with some curiosity, put the tip of the sword against his neck, and forced him to raise his head. The commander took a breath, and had to look at Levi. But that face didn't seem as hideous and terrifying as he imagined. The dazzling sunlight spread on that face, shining directly into the pupils, but it didn't even make him blink. That eyeball just calmly reflected the things in the outside world, including himself kneeling on the ground. You should understand that oaths are very important. Once an army broke its oath to Gondor, and after death, it could only become a ghost, and was imprisoned in a temple without sunlight, and it has not been able to rest until now. How can I guarantee that you will not forget what you said as soon as you turn your head? Sir! The commander was no longer afraid at this time. He said seriously, "You are worthy of me doing this, and I know the price of wavering." Levi did not give an answer for a while, but just asked, "I heard that you are tracking down a blue-robed wizard." "Yes, he kidnapped our court wizard, and that wizard is also a wizard, and they had some disputes. Cancel the pursuit of him, and don't set foot on this land again in the future. Sir, I am just a small army commander on both sides of the river. Some things are not for me to decide." The commander looked embarrassed. But I promise that at least within the scope of my jurisdiction, your will be realized," he immediately added. Levi couldn't help but laugh. "Interesting. Do you still have Gondor prisoners?" "No, sir. Our only prisoner has also betrayed Gondor. This operation was caused by him, but don't worry, he is dead." Should he be dead? The commander was not sure, but he could only say so. Dead? Levi didn't speak for a while. If so, this guy died for what he deserved. "I have another question." He did not pursue the matter too much, but continued to ask, "I heard that you withdrew all the troops targeting Gondor 2 years ago. Why?" This question was asked on behalf of Cain, which was also one of the main investigation targets of the commando. The commander was speechless when he heard this. "It is because you, sir, the Dark Lord has gathered most of our troops and marched towards Kund. The front line cannot be maintained, and we can only retreat temporarily." "Okay." Levi put away his sword and waved his hand. "There is nothing to ask now. Go, remember what you said. I hope you are a wise man." "Yes." The commander stood up quickly and ran back after his army. "Sir, my name is Bashir." After running 2 steps, he suddenly turned back and said this carefully. "It doesn't matter. You don't care, but I do." Bashir's face was pulled, but he dared only complain in his heart. "I hope this lord can remember his name, so that he won't be killed by me one day without knowing the enemy." After a while, he finally caught up with his own army. "Commander, you are back." "Yes, I am back." As soon as he arrived at his base camp, Bashir immediately returned to his former indifference and violence. But the people here are not all fools. There are many suspicious points about Bashir's return, such as why he was not killed by the legend. Although it is disrespectful to his own commander to think so, how could he survive from that person? You could escape from his eyes. The deputy came over and took the initiative to mention this matter with a hint of meaning. "I used my treasures, and the lives of his companions to exchange for my return. Do you have anything to say?" Bashir's tone seemed a little cold. "No, I just want to say that it's all worth it. All treasures and prisoners are not as good as your life. Even our king will think it's worth it." The deputy lowered his head quickly. Bashir narrowed his eyes. This deputy is indeed a good deputy. He is conscientious, and can basically complete any order well. But he is too curious. What a pity. Bashir shook his head, and got on the horse led by the deputy, and walked forward. What a pity. We are no longer our own people. The Herat army retreated to the south bank of the river, and the Harandir region may usher in a period of peace. Levi stood there and looked around. After finding that there was indeed nothing left, he turned back. "How is it?" As soon as he caught up with the main force, Cain came over to greet him immediately. "They have withdrawn their troops, and will probably not come back for a long time. I have also asked for the intelligence you want to find out. They withdrew their troops because of some changes in the east. Sauron called on them to gather their troops and march eastward. The troops on the border of Gondor retreated because they could not hold on." "I understand." Cain nodded. "But I am a little curious. Who is the enemy that the Dark Lord wants them to attack? It actually requires the assembly of tens of thousands of troops. Their enemy is probably not weaker than Gondor. Since there is a common enemy, maybe we can win them over." "It's me." "Yes." Unexpectedly, even to Cain's own surprise, he was not surprised at all by this matter. Thousands of words turned into 4 words. Get used to it. "Well, do you mind if I take this news back to Gondor? It's not inconvenient, and it's not something shameful. I understand. One more thing. Cain hesitated and said, have you seen Trit? No. He was killed by the leader of Herod's army. Cain stopped moving and said nothing. He returned to the team and selected 4 people, and formed a standard 5-man ranger team with himself. He also appointed a temporary captain and ordered him to lead the others to continue to garrison here, while he returned to Gondor with the newly selected team members and Levi. Chapter 206. Ahem. Half a month later. At the border of Ithilien, a thin figure shuttled through the dense tall grass. He stretched out his hand to pull away the obstacle in front of him. When he was about to continue moving forward, he suddenly stopped. The smell of blood. No! The rustling sound of friction sounded around him, and he squatted down quickly to hide his figure. I'm tired of these maggot-filled breads. A rude voice came from the left, and 3 Uruks wrapped in hard armor walked out of the grass without noticing the humans hiding nearby. The thin figure became alert. These guys are different from ordinary orcs. They are bigger and stronger, not afraid of the sun, and their fighting power is almost comparable to that of humans, although they are still not as strong as a normal adult and not tall enough. It's time to find something to eat. One of them shouted, I haven't eaten fresh meat for a long time. Fresh human flesh, I'm drooling just thinking about it. As he was talking, his nose twitched suddenly. Wait! What's wrong? The other 2 Uruks were stopped by him. I smell something. Boom! The heartbeat of the people hiding in the bushes stagnated, and their breathing slowed down. Exposed? Over there. The leading Uruk showed a cruel smile, and led the other 2 to the ruins of a house. The people in the bushes breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't them. These guys probably found some animals. Clang! The sound of wood being split was heard, followed by the cry of a child. Ha ha ha! It's a tender and juicy human cub. The 3 Uruks were ecstatic. The arms are too thin. I want the thighs. I want his heart. I want the brain. His skull can be used as a wine glass. They immediately began to divide it. That's settled. One of them raised the butcher knife in his hand and was about to swing it down. Swoosh! A dagger was thrown and accurately stabbed into the neck, and the Uruk fell to the ground on the spot. Who is it? Damn bastard, get out. Dang! And Uruk turned his head sharply and blocked the sudden attack of the sword. It's the stinky ranger! He roared. Puff! He only had time to curse this sentence, and the sword came again, directly cutting off his head. Without any pause, the ranger immediately attacked the last Uruk and stabbed the sword straight into his chest. However, the Uruk just smiled cruelly, as if he could not feel the pain, and rushed forward with his hand holding the blade. Puff! The skinny ranger fell to the ground, his eyes almost popped out, and his whole body was in pain because of the collision. Especially the right rib. There were already 2 broken bones there, and this directly caused the old injury to relapse. Uruk pulled out the sword stuck in his chest, and threw it on the ground, then raised the butcher knife in his hand, and was about to chop it off. At this critical moment, the child next to him suddenly rushed over and knocked Uruk staggered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the ranger immediately grabbed the sword thrown on the ground, took a deep breath, endured the pain and quickly got up, and chopped with all his strength, ending Uruk's life directly. Finally, he sat on the ground panting, and rested for a long time before standing up. Child. He waved and called the child next to him. The child immediately ran over, and looked at his savior worriedly. Where are your family members? They are all dead. They were killed by the orcs. The boy said numbly. The ranger lowered his head in silence, made a prayer gesture, and then looked at the boy and said, Come with me, I will take you to a safe town, and you must grow up healthily. The boy nodded and suddenly asked again, Are you a ranger? Ranger. This question seemed particularly sharp. No, I don't deserve it. I am just an ordinary person. A despicable person. He picked up the bloody dagger on the ground, and scratched his face bit by bit in the boy's eyes that gradually turned from confusion to fear, until no one could recognize him anymore. Snap. The dagger fell to the ground. The man dressed as a ranger touched the boy's head and said hoarsely, Child, remember, No, you are a glorious citizen of Gondor. When you grow up, you must be loyal to your country and never waver. Since you grew up in this land, you must remember its grace. The boy trembled and nodded somewhat blankly. 2 figures, one big and one small, left the ruins and walked towards the interior of Gondor. Minas Tirith, White City, Gondor's capital. 5 Loki rangers, and a black-armored warrior, who looked conspicuous passed the inspection at the city gate, and walked into the city smoothly. The rangers were very low-key and dressed quite simply, but no matter how low-key they were, This was Gondor after all, and it was Gondor's capital. The residents would not even recognize their own troops. Cain was a little embarrassed under the gaze of a large number of residents. As a ranger who was used to lurking in the dark, he had long been accustomed to seclusion, and it was really a bit difficult to adapt to being stared at by so many people all of a sudden. The crisp footsteps sounded on the stone-paved road, and a little girl ran over quickly and handed a bouquet of flowers to Cain, who was walking in front. "Thank you. Thank you too, child." Cain smiled and accepted the flowers. "Every time I see a well-behaved child like you, I know that everything we do is worth it." The little girl ran back happily and told her family about this joy. Levi said with emotion, "It seems that you are quite popular. Mordor has persecuted the people of Gondor for a long time. Many people in the White City have retreated from Ithilien, including the child just now, and me too. Our homes were destroyed and full of Uruks from Mordor. In order to survive, we had to leave. Then, blood for blood. The Ithilien Commando, as their name suggests, all members are former residents of the Ithilien area." There was not much conversation along the way. Levi looked at the city curiously, and never lowered his head. "It's really magnificent. My hands are itching." The group walked all the way to a corner of the inner city, where Cain and the other 4 team members said goodbye to Levi. "Let's stop here. We have to make some reports to the Prime Minister. If you have time, we can have a drink later. I treat you." Finally, after paying a salute to Levi, Cain led the team members to leave, climbed up the steps of the inner city, and headed straight for the White Palace located at the highest point of the White City. After sending off the 5 commando members, Levi had nothing to do, so he simply wandered around the various levels of the White City and visited various sites. During this time, countless eyes stayed on him. "Is it him? I've heard the rumor, the Great Lord, the Guardian of the North, the nemesis of evil. It's exactly the same as described in the legend, but is it really him? He came to Gondor?" Rumors began to spread, and Levi's arrival was known to the people of the whole city, but no one came forward to talk or warmly welcome him. A person who can kill dragons and has the lives of tens of thousands of orcs and wargs in his hands is really awe-inspiring. The courage required to talk to such a person is also not low. A strong man who has experienced blood and fire and truly fought with strength is fundamentally different from those who rely on public opinion to deceive the public and bring up the limelight. The latter may also be welcomed, and someone may hand over flowers and applaud, but people will not have too much awe in their hearts, and what he relies on is mostly false and fragile. The two are fundamentally different. Levi didn't pay much attention to the sight around him. He could only say that he had gotten used to it over the years. It was the same everywhere. When he climbed up another step and reached the upper level, Levi looked around and saw a large garden with neatly trimmed vegetation and blooming flowers of various colors. At the entrance, there were 2 Gondor soldiers with white goose feathers on their helmets guarding. "Can I go in and take a look? It is forbidden here." The soldier turned his head and glanced at Levi, and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. "This is not someone he can control. No noise, please try to keep quiet." "Thank you." Levi smiled politely. After he went in, the 2 soldiers continued to stand guard at the door, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 207. Hiss Ha. On the bench in the garden, Levi took a deep breath, looked up at the open sky, and felt extremely happy. The royal family of Gondor also knows how to enjoy themselves. Rose, peony, tulip, lavender, all kinds of flowers are planted in clusters in the flower bed or on the side of the path. At this moment, Levi understood the value of the word a myriad of colors. In the past, he always felt that the combination of red and purple and other dark colors was a bit earthy, like a kind of big flower jacket. But now that he saw the red and purple flowers spread out one by one, he realized that the ancients were not deceiving me. These brightly colored flowers of different sizes are really pleasing to the eye. The image of the big flower jacket also became elegant at this moment. That's not called earthy, that's art. Levi looked around and made sure that there was no one around. He quickly took out the bone powder and copied all the flowers that could be copied and carried them with him. Gondor can grow them, and so can Roadside Castle. After a while, Levi walked out of the garden with satisfaction. The garden behind him did not change at all, as if no one had ever been there. Just when he was about to go somewhere else, a team of guards with swan feathers on both sides of their helmets marched in neat steps and lined up in front of Levi, blocking his way. Boom! Levi turned around and saw another team of guards coming, blocking the road behind him. He was shocked. "Is this what happened?" "I confess," he immediately said. "I secretly took 2 flowers from the garden, but I promise that I did not touch the original flowers. The ones I took away were all new flowers that I used bone powder to grow. If this is not allowed, I can return the flowers to you, and you don't have to give me the bone meal." Listening to Levi's words, the guards were silent for a while, a little confused. "If you like the flowers in the garden, we can ask the gardener to prepare some seeds for you later. It's okay if you want to take the gardener away directly." The captain of the guard walked out of the crowd and said, "But we are not here for this. The Prime Minister invites you." "Why does he command our soldiers?" Turgon frowned and looked quite unhappy on the Prime Minister's seat next to the high throne in the palace. Although the result is good, in principle, this is an infringement on the royal ruling power. If he is a simple ranger or wizard, it would be fine, but he is a lord from the north, and he is also the kind of lord whose legend is everywhere, and whose actual influence is greater than that of the king. I want to see if those rumors are true. Turgon sat quietly in the Prime Minister's seat, leaned back, closed his eyes and rested. At the gate of the palace, a group of people stepped on the steps and slowly ascended to the top floor of Gondor. At the fountain square in front of the palace, Levi suddenly stopped and looked up at the white tree in the center of the square. The guards around him also stopped with his movements. The captain of the guard was nervous and stared at Levi, unable to guess what this legendary figure wanted to do. No one dared to urge him. What a pity. What? The captain of the guard was pulled back by this idle chat. The tree is dead. Levi shook his head. Now standing in the fountain square is just a dead tree with no life, completely dead. If it is not dead yet, maybe it can be saved by some means. It's okay, let's go. After walking a distance, the guard stopped outside the door, and the captain of the guards and Levi walked into the palace together to meet the Prime Minister under the vacant throne. Turgon. Levi looked at the old man on the vice seat, and this name came to his mind. Of course, he is not the Turgon, the High King of Gondolin in the First Age. The two are just the same name, or to put it bluntly, his name is taken from the Hidden King. It's a bit of a hype. In fact, his son also took the same name as the hero of the First Age. Exilion, greetings to you. Next to the Prime Minister, a middle-aged man with thick black hair bowed slightly to Levi. Ecthelion. This is the name of the lord of the Wellspring family of Gondolin in the First Age. He is the legendary elf who killed 3 Balrogs and several orc generals and frightened them. It is also one of the battle cries that Elrond taught Aragorn to intimidate the enemy. The names of this family are all modeled after the heroes of the Old Age. Levi nodded at him in response. Unlike his father, Ecthelion looked quite energetic, standing there with his back as straight as a beam, although he was actually over 60 years old. Hearing that his son actually greeted a mere lord first, Turgon couldn't help but open his eyes and glanced at him. This bare thing, can he have some awareness of being the successor to Gondor? Turgon raised his hand and asked his unruly son to step back, then stared at the newcomer with his eagle-like sharp eyes, his face serious and indifferent. Lord, who has come from afar, do you know who you are facing? Obviously, the old Prime Minister intended to give this legendary figure from another country a warning. Of course I know, the Prime Minister of Gondor. Levi replied helplessly. This old man, can't he talk properly? The scene was silent for a while. Ecthelion on the side was so anxious that his eyelids were twitching, and he wanted to step forward and say a few words, but Turgon had asked him to step down before, and he could not act without authorization unless there was something else. He knew very well that even as a father, the patience of the man on the seat was limited, and he would not allow himself to overstep his authority twice. Since you know, why are you standing here so openly? Turgon said calmly. I think I should teach you the most basic etiquette. As a lord, you should greet the person in front of you. Levi sighed softly. It's neither morning, nor noon, nor evening. How do you want me to greet you? Have you eaten? No, but I'm full. Turgon patted the chair and shouted, Do you know that you are provoking the supreme ruler of Gondor? Do you know that you are provoking me? Levi took a step forward, and the captain of the guard was immediately alert. He quickly made a ready gesture, ready to call the guards in at any time. At this time, Ecthelion could not stand any more. He hurried over to block the two of them, and said to Levi in a low voice, My father is old and has a bad temper. Please forgive me. He was not like this when he was young. What are you whispering? Turgon stared at Ecthelion and asked. Father, I want to say that we should not greet a legend and hero who helped Gondor with such an attitude. My son, rumors have blinded your eyes and ears. You don't understand what I really care about. If he wants to do something in front of the high throne of Gondor, let him do it. Can't our guards and tens of thousands of troops in the city stop him? Father. Ecthelion glanced at Levi nervously, and took 2 steps towards his seat. Maybe he can't be stopped. Chapter 208. The meeting with the Prime Minister of Gondor ended hastily. The result of this meeting was that Levi and Turgon did not reach any agreement. They simply exchanged a few words, and then parted unhappily. Entertain our distinguished guests well. This was the last order issued by the Prime Minister. We are willing to make friends with you. Outside the palace, Ecthelion ran up and said, Please forgive my father, he just cares too much about power and glory, and has no intention of being your enemy. If it were an ordinary lord, the matter would be over after a salute, and then he would make friends with him, give gifts, and publicize it. As for not commanding the Gondor army according to regulations, can that be considered a problem? But he happened to meet Levi. Whenever the Prime Minister talked to him, as an ordinary old man, he would respond with respect and courtesy, but he insisted on using his power to pressure others. This is the first time I've heard someone talk to me like this. The Lord of the Elves and the King of the Dwarves are more reasonable than him. If Ecthelion hadn't stopped him to smooth things over, the ending of this matter would probably not be very decent. But it's understandable. Many elderly people always suffer from a disease that makes them paranoid. Levi smiled and said, Your father is also an interesting person. Although it doesn't seem harmonious on the surface, Gondor's reputation has actually increased and has reached the level of allies, which is the level that they are willing to send troops to help as long as Levi needs it. The speaker didn't mean it, but these words sounded meaningful to Ecthelion. Listening to Levi's words, Ecthelion felt a complex emotion surge in his heart. This legend, he didn't take these things to heart at all, or to put it bluntly, he didn't take the so-called royal family or power seriously at all. Even if today's scene was changed to a small village, and the village chief asked him why he stole the radishes in the vegetable garden, he would have the same attitude. No, maybe his attitude would be even lower, because after all, he ate the radishes in the village. The Prime Minister wants you to come over. After a brief chat with Levi, a guard suddenly came over and called Ecthelion away. I visit you later. After saying something to Levi, he left with the guards and walked into the palace again. Listen, Ecthelion. Beside the throne, Turgon stood up neatly, walked to his son, looked at him, and said seriously, The Northern Lord has bad intentions, you should have less contact with him in the future. I know, father. Ecthelion responded seriously, and then asked, What do you think we should give him? I always feel that he and his territory have everything. Maybe opening up a trade route would be a good idea? Did you listen carefully to what I just said? Turgon's old face pulled. What? Ecthelion, full name Ecthelion II, is the 25th Prime Minister of Gondor, that is, the next Prime Minister. Turgon, who is currently in office, is the 24th. But it is not far from the time for him to abdicate. Now Turgon is 90 years old, and he will not continue to serve as Prime Minister for more than 10 years. He himself knows this very well, which is why Levi can see Ecthelion in front of the throne. He is training his heir in advance. In recent years, my father has let me watch and even participate in some decision-making when he is in power. In the royal garden, Ecthelion and Levi were talking. This son of the Prime Minister, who is in his prime, is very different from his father. His oppression is not that strong, and there is more gentleness in his eyes. I know the pressure on my father's shoulders very well. He said, Since my father took the throne, Gondor has been in peace until a few years ago, when the news of the enemy's return came, Mordor suddenly revived, and the pirates in the south became rampant. It was then that we realized that the previous peace was a disguise, and the enemy was just dormant and accumulating strength. Mordor continued to send troops to Ithilien, and the Harrods began to be dissatisfied with just harassing Harrendir, and the pirates of Umbar also coveted the south coast of Gondor. They began to spread rumors that Gondor was about to be destroyed, and claimed that as long as they joined them, they could avoid the fate of destruction and go to the south to enjoy a wealthy life. Many young people were harmed by this rumor. Oh! Levi raised his eyebrows, and did not say much. In fact, under the fierce attack of the pirates and barbarians in the south, even many nobles were shaken, and some people took all their property and surrendered to the enemy, which made my father feel the crisis. At this point, Ecthelion smiled bitterly. Levi looked at the son of the Chancellor and said, I think your pressure is no less than your father's. After all, it's his turn next. I believe you can maintain the glory of Gondor. Levi recalled the information in his mind. In later generations, Ecthelion was recognized as a wise chancellor. His attitude towards governing the country was quite open. He encouraged all talented people from near and far to come to serve Gondor to fight against Mordor. It was during his reign that Aragorn, under the pseudonym Thorongil, served Gondor as a commander and made many contributions. Thank you. Ecthelion thanked him sincerely. It is my honor to receive your affirmation. Father! As the two were talking, a slightly childish voice came from the garden gate. The two looked up and saw a teenager running over. He first saluted Ecthelion, then looked at Levi, with a little hesitation on his face, as if he didn't know what to do. I was just about to introduce you. Ecthelion put his hand on the boy's shoulder, pulled him in front of Levi and said, This is my son, Denethor. Denethor, say hello to your uncle Levi. Hello, child. Before Denethor could speak, Levi stood up and tried to pick up the boy who was almost as tall as himself before he reached adulthood. Then he was stopped by a pair of resisting hands. Uncle, please don't be like this. I'm not a baby who hasn't learned to walk yet. Levi smiled awkwardly. Well, I missed another chance to say I held you in my arms when I was a child. Like Aragorn, the two children are more stubborn than each other. Inside the palace, after sending away his not-so-obedient son, Turgon stood up and took several deep breaths before he calmed down. Once he relaxed, he couldn't help but think about some random things. When did my son stop wanting to listen to my instructions? Recalling this, Turgon suddenly realized that since the borders were frequently harassed and the local affairs gradually increased, he had not paid much attention to his family life, and had not talked with his family outside the palace for a while. Alas! Somehow, the old man suddenly softened his heart. He waved his hand to call the guard to prepare a plate of fresh grapes, and then he took it in his hand and walked to somewhere outside the palace. At this time, I remember he likes to stroll in the garden, and sometimes Denethor would be there. They both like to eat grapes, especially green grapes. I don't know if their tastes have changed. The old man smiled rarely, temporarily putting all the troubles and the more annoying figure behind him. This relaxed mood continued until the garden gate. Paw! The silver plate fell to the ground, and the washed grapes were scattered all over the ground. Looking at the scene in front of him, Turgon's smile froze on his face. His son was happily talking with Levi on the bench, and his grandson was standing respectfully in front of the man, as if asking for advice. The movement at the door quickly attracted the attention of the three people in the garden. Ecthelion's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Father, listen to me. It looks like they are having a great time. The smile disappeared at the speed of light. Turgon threw his large robe and said with a sour face, You can continue chatting, I have some urgent things to do, so I won't accompany you anymore. He left quickly. Only grapes rolled down the ground. Chapter 209. This family of three. From grandfather to grandson, that is, the last three prime ministers in power. The further time goes, the greater the pressure on the prime minister. In the garden, Levi shook his head, not knowing what to say. The teenage boy in front of him, Denethor, he didn't know how much pressure he would face in the future, what kind of regrets and separations he would experience, and finally collapse. But Levi touched the boy's head and smiled. This is a good child. Alas! Staring blankly at the back of his old father, Ecthelion sighed, but soon recovered his spirit and continued to talk with Levi. I'm glad to hear you say that. At this time, Denethor suddenly said, Lord Levi, I want to ask you for advice. Oh! Swish, the boy drew the long sword from his waist, raised his head proudly, and said, I want to challenge you. After a moment, Denethor retracted the long sword with moist eyes. Child, you can come to the roadside fort when you have time. Anyone in the barracks, even the new soldiers, knows how to swing a sword better than you. Levi said something very discouraging. But I believe that the mentality of the last prime minister who will face Sauron face to face for decades in the future should not be so fragile, right? My lord, he is still a child. Ecthelion leaned over and whispered. Ahem. That's great too. Levi encouraged him a little. However, the seeds of dissatisfaction have taken root in his heart. Since that day, Denethor has worked extra hard on various matters. His life-threatening attitude has made his teacher and family members smack their lips. The day passed uneventfully. That night, Turgon was unable to fall asleep, and he could not close his eyes until half of the night had passed. Late at night, Ecthelion knocked on his door, and brought a plate of fruit and hot soup cooked by the chef. Father, maybe we need to have a good talk. What do you want to say? Turgon's tone was not very good. I have to refute your words. Perhaps it is not me who is blinded, but you. You are too busy with distant affairs that you no longer care about the current rumors. Oh, then tell me, what is the merit of this so-called current rumors? When this was mentioned, Ecthelion became energetic. This story is not short. First of all, we have to mention the refugees in the Anduin Valley, and then the Lonely Mountain. I have heard all of this. I know he is a very powerful lord. The magical swordsmanship and magic in his hands are used as if breathing. Tell me something I haven't heard. Maybe your story will help me sleep well. Turgon seemed a little uninterested. Then you may not have heard the rumors about the Far East and the South. You should remember Cain, the captain of the Athelian commando you sent to the South. He only answered your questions in the hall, but did not mention the rumors about the South and the Far East. It's also about Levi. The sun gradually rose. The next day, Levi visited the palace again and met Turgon in front of the throne. With Turgon were his son Ecthelion and Denethor. 3 generations of the family gathered here. Except for Denethor, the other 2, the old and the strong, looked a little haggard, as if they had not slept well. In the hall, after a brief silence, Turgon sighed and said, Gundur is willing to be on good terms with you. Then he kept silent. Don't I need to salute? Turgon said nothing, just looked at Ecthelion, then at Denethor. Finally shook his head. The future does not belong to me. Northern Lord Levi, it is an indisputable fact that Gundur has received your help. Do you want anything? Everything I want is already here. Levi took out a bunch of flower seeds that the captain of the guard personally sent yesterday and shook them. Turgon glanced at Ecthelion beside him in confusion. Those are some flower seeds, father. This is not a reward. Even though he was very reluctant, Turgon still said this in an awkward tone. If you really can't think of anything, then take this as a reserved promise, the Prime Minister's promise. Gundur will not mistreat anyone who helps it. It's not that we don't want to do anything. Levi suddenly said, I heard that Gundur has a crystal of true knowledge. Turgon frowned. Where did he hear this news from? There is indeed one. I want to borrow it. No. Turgon refused sternly. This time, even Ecthelion, who had been very friendly since they met, became serious. No. I hope you can understand. Turgon said slowly. The right to use the crystal is owned by the king. We are just keeping it for him. As you said, I am the Prime Minister of Gundur. I have no right to touch the crystal, nor do I have the right to hand it over to others. After saying this, Turgon felt inexplicably better. The words that Levi had said to him turned into a boomerang and hit him in the end. And even if we don't mention these, the crystal of true knowledge is also a very dangerous item. People who are not strong-willed will be controlled by the enemy on the other side if they are not careful. I have used other crystals of true knowledge. Levi retorted, but Sauron couldn't do anything to me. You should have seen how angry he was. How can you mention that name openly? Turgon said anxiously, but he suddenly reacted after he finished speaking. This, although the name of the enemy was mentioned, it seemed that there was no evil breath descending here. What's wrong? I underestimated you. Turgon's breathing slowed down a little, and he said, Perhaps you are so powerful that you don't care about this kind of influence, but I must warn you that this name contains magic. Those who recite it will easily be noticed by evil eyes, and will be corrupted if they are not careful. You don't care, of course, I don't care, and my son doesn't care, but this name must not be heard by the residents. If someone is curious and recites it casually, the most likely thing waiting for him is corruption. You don't want any evil to breed in your territory, right? Corruption? Levi frowned and said, It is indeed worth noting. If this happens, it will be quite a headache. For the troubles that happened to him, Levi has always been accustomed to finding the source directly, and then killing the source. However, if the source is Sauron, it is really not easy to deal with it now. Although Sauron is currently in a relatively weak period, he has the evil Black Tower Barad-dûr. Levi never forgot that Sauron was not only the Dark Lord as people called him, a powerful warrior who could defeat 2 high kings with one hammer, but he was also a wizard, and wizards had the advantage of home field in their own wizard tower. Just like Levi in his own territory, they all had their own environment to help them. Originally, they had not beaten Sauron in Dol Guldur last time, and even though their strength had been enhanced since then, and they could resist magic attacks and crush the ringwraiths, it would still be easy to overturn if they really broke into Mordor and faced Sauron in his home field. This matter still needed to be planned slowly. Chapter 210. That's a pity. In the end, the crystal of truth that remained in the royal city of Gundur was not available to Levi. Because the crystal belonged only to the king of Gundur, only the king could decide how to deal with it. At this moment, Gundur had no king. This place is closest to Mordor, and the use of the crystal of truth can directly explore the interior of Mordor. Sauron has been too quiet in the past 2 years. I suspect he is secretly planning something bad. Levi expressed his little concern. Don't worry about this. We will pay attention to it for you, and send someone to notify you as soon as there is any news. Turgon replied. In that case, I have nothing to say. Waving his hand, Levi turned around and planned to leave. Exelion took a few steps forward, chased Levi out of the palace, and sent him out. Turgon looked at the figure, with a variety of complex emotions in his eyes. Beside him, Denethor, who had only been watching and could not say anything, lowered his head, his eyes unblinking. It was the first time he knew the name of the great enemy that his father and grandfather had been talking about all day. Sauron. At the same time, another thing was also remembered by the young man. The Crystal of True Knowledge. Sauron and the Crystal of True Knowledge, these two things seemed to be able to make the invincible Levi suffer. The name that cannot be recited and the item that cannot be used. Really? A strong desire to win burst out in his heart, and the young Denethor raised his head proudly, watching the figure at the gate of the palace go away. Turgon beside him patted his shoulder, and couldn't help nodding. The men of Gondor should be so proud. At this time, Gondor was still strong, just like its ruler. Residential area of White City. Exelion and Levi strolled leisurely on the street, like two ordinary passers-by. Let's stop here. No need to send me off. I'm going to meet a friend, and then go back. Friend? Exelion was a little curious and asked, is he from Gondor? Yes, you may know him. He is Cain, the captain of the Athelian commandos sent to the south. I agreed to meet him here and say hello before leaving. As they talked, the two walked to a tavern and stood at the door. At this time, people passing by also stopped. Whether they wanted to go in or out of the tavern, they felt that this door was not necessary when they saw the two people at the door. The most excited among them was the tavern owner. The son of the Chancellor and the legendary figure came to visit my tavern together. This must be publicized. I do know him. In fact, I know him very well. I personally recruited Cain into the army and appointed him as the captain. Exelion smiled and said, look, he's here. When Exelion, Levi and Cain walked into the tavern together, all the noise disappeared immediately, as if the pause button was pressed, leaving only the sound of tableware and wine glasses hitting the table. My lord, you. The tavern owner immediately came over to entertain him attentively. Exelion waved his hand and said, I'm just an ordinary guest. Don't worry too much. Just do what you did before. Yes. Apart from all the cumbersome etiquette, Cain was not surprised by the situation in front of him. It seems that Levi's meeting with the Prime Minister went smoothly. Isn't this as it should be? Who would be so blind as to find trouble with him? Not long after the three of them sat down, simple bread, barbecue, beer and some fruits and vegetables were served. There was no picky eater present, and with Levi there, no one could put on airs regardless of their status, so they ate and drank as they should, and it was quite harmonious. There is a kind of magic in being with you. I always feel that when I am around you, everyone's identity and status disappear, and only ourselves are left. Exelion took a bite of bread, and then drank the beer on the table generously. He wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, thought about it, and for the sake of maintaining the image of the royal family, he still held back the burp that was about to come out. We are ourselves, Levi responded. While eating, he opened his chatterbox and began to talk about his territory. The rangers in the roadside fort are still waiting for me to comment. The road should be repaired by now. I need to personally handle the final handover. To be honest, I doubt whether they can do a good job in connecting the roads, but it doesn't matter. At most, they can demolish and rebuild. It's not much work anyway. The rumored Northern Sky Road? Exelion extracted some keywords. It connects the east and west sides. You could all come and have a look if you have the chance. The trade industry in the north has developed quite well in recent years. There must be something you like. That's great, congratulations. May the scene last forever. Exelion and Cain sent their blessings, but chose not to answer Levi's invitation. It's not that they don't want to go, but they can't go. In the past 100 years, even when the enemy's attack was the most relaxed, Gondor's forces could not afford to be careless for a moment. The two people in front of them, one is the next prime minister, and the other is the captain of the frontline commando. Neither of them can leave. For Levi's invitation, they can only listen. You mentioned the ranger. Cain also caught the word that he was more interested in. Does your territory also have commandos? Not really. They usually act in a dispersed manner. A team will not have more than 10 people at most, and will not face too many enemies. They cannot be compared with your scale for the time being. They are like the nomads in the north. They usually form a group of 4 or 5 people. They mainly hunt those orcs who have not gathered into an army, or occasionally clean up bandit dens, and then drive away the ogres who run down from the Etten wasteland in the north to prey. Listening to Levi's story, Exelion and Cain looked at each other. Northern Ranger. Cain said a word. Or nomads. This way of action sounds very much like nomads. That's right, Levi said. The people who guide them are nomads. I have also cooperated with nomads a lot. The children in Roadside Castle call them instructors. Every fledgling trainee ranger must go through the baptism of battle before he can officially serve as a ranger in Roadside Castle. Ranger, this position can do a lot of things. Actually, there is no difference between the ranger you mentioned and the commando. After Levi finished speaking, Kane began to explain to him. The commando and the ranger are essentially the same, or in other words, the commando is composed of a large number of rangers. A ranger acting alone is called a ranger, and a group of rangers is called a commando. It's just a different name. Is that so? Levi understood. I guess the north must be very peaceful. Exilian recalled the map and couldn't think of anything in the north that could threaten the great lord in front of him. Originally, the activity of the rangers was enough to make Oak nervous, and with a ranger sent by Levi's territory, that force should not be underestimated. It's okay. At least the road from the Shire to Rivendell is really clean. The orcs and wargs that used to be in groups have been cleared out. Not a single one is left. After answering casually, Levi thought for a moment, and suddenly said to Ecthelion, "Your father asked me what I needed before. In fact, maybe there is something." "What is it?" Hearing this, Ecthelion was excited. "I need a piece of land. Give me a territory." Even though Levi had already prepared that what he needed might not be ordinary, the word still shocked the two people at the table. What a big appetite. You want to divide Gundor's territory right away. Ah, don't get me wrong. I don't want a fiefdom or something like that. I mean, I want a piece of unowned vacant land, so I can build a house on it to store some items, and use it as a place to stay. Gundor is not closer to Wayside Fort than Wayside Fort to Dale City. It would be too painful to run the whole way back and forth every time. It's better to occupy a piece of land as soon as possible and open a hell gate. Chapter 211. That's it. Levi drew a circle on the map. Since the next thing to talk about was not suitable to be discussed in the tavern, the three of them moved to a study after eating. At the table, Ecthelion leaned over and frowned at the place circled by Levi. It was an open space on the north side of Osgiliath and the east side of the Anduin River, lying between Mordor and Gundor. Kane also glanced over here. Huh? Isn't this near Honus Anduin? That's an outpost of our commando team. Seeing Levi's puzzled look, Kane pointed to a place next to the river on the map and explained, "There is a waterfall here, flowing from the top of the cliff into the Forbidden Pool. Our base is here, in the cave behind the waterfall." "Oh, Water Curtain Cave." A new word popped out of Levi's mouth. Water Curtain Cave. A cave covered by a water curtain, a very appropriate name, you can call it that, but because it faces the west, the afterglow of the sunset can always penetrate the water curtain and refract into the cave. We usually call it the sunset window, or the western window. Kane said, "Originally, there was no waterfall covering the top of this cave, and it was our craftsmen who modified the river channel to make it look like this. Who would have thought that there would be a stronghold behind the waterfall? Yeah, it's really hard to think of." After Kane's explanation, Levi also remembered this place. "Isn't this the place where Frodo, Sam and Gollum were caught by the commandos when they passed through Ithilien? Of course, this has not happened yet. If there is no interference from other things, it will happen decades later. Don't worry, my pickaxe is very accurate and won't hit your base." Levi pointed at the circle he drew and said, "And the distance is not very far. Look at the place I chose. On the left is Osgiliath, and on the right is the crossroads leading to Mordor. After the crossroads is Minas Morgul. It won't interfere with anyone. To be honest, this place is really good. If you have something to do, you can go to the left to get to the White City of Gundor. When you are bored, you can turn right to Minas Morgul to visit the Witch King. Well, this location is really good if a new hidden base can be opened up." Kane nodded, quite in agreement. But he obviously overlooked something. Exilion turned his head and looked at the two people who were discussing seriously. "Is your focus a little off? What's wrong? Can't I use this place?" Levi also looked at him. "Yes, but are you sure you want to choose this place? I must remind you that there are groups of orcs and uruks passing by here every day, and wargs can be seen everywhere, more than hares. The defenders and commandos of Osgiliath have been entangled with them all year round, and killings occur almost every night. You said you want to build a house here? Are you awake? It is difficult for our craftsmen to reach here. There are too many enemies around. If we must build something here, I am afraid that in addition to the craftsmen, we will need an army of thousands of people to be vigilant and maintain it at all times. No, I can do it myself." Levi waved his hand and said, Just tell me whether you will give me this place or not. Give it or not. Ecthelion muttered, and replied, strictly speaking, since the fall of Minas Morgul and Ithilien, that place has long been out of Gundor's rule, and is now just a wilderness full of disputes. If you want to do anything there, just do it. Really? Really? Don't you need to report it to your father? I will tell my father, and he has no reason to refuse. Go and tell him now, I'm in a hurry. Okay. Ecthelion was away for a short time, probably just 2 cups of tea and a few words, and he pushed open the door of the study and walked in again. Father agreed. He said, you can do whatever you want in that area, as long as it can be done. Anyway, we don't care. This is another sentence that Turgon said that Ecthelion concealed. That's good. After discussing the last important thing, Levi said goodbye to the 2 people, and did not stay for long. He left the White City, and ran eastward on the spot. Just like that, we passed through the plain outside the city, crossed the abandoned city of Osgiliath in Gondor, said hello to the garrison inside, crossed the bridge, stepped onto the crossroads, and headed for the complex green land. This land is rugged and uneven. If you want to build something on it, you must first make a large-scale transformation. But who said that buildings must be built on the ground? Aha, fresh human flesh. Just thinking about it, a group of Uruks wearing black armor jumped out from the side of the road, and without giving me time to react, they raised their butcher knives and chopped without saying a word. Stupid human, even Gundor's stinky rangers know to avoid us, and you dare to expose yourself in the moonlight, huh? Levi turned his head, and drew out his sword calmly. This simple action caused the Uruks' hearts to stop suddenly. However, Uruk, who rushed over first, could no longer stop himself, and could only watch his damned butcher knife, which he had already swung out, drag him forward. Swish! A flash of sword light flashed across, and the head of the Uruk in front of him fell to the ground cleanly. His body was stiff for a while, before he fell down with a plop. Ah! The Uruk behind him screamed, but it was not the war cry of the past, but just a meaningless cry. After screaming, he closed his mouth and immediately turned around and ran away. Roar! At this time, another sound came from behind. The pack of wolves that cooperated with Uruk arrived late. They used their black fur to blend into the darkness. Only a pair of scarlet eyes indicated that there was something there. After arriving at the scene, the first thing the wargs did was not to search for the enemy, but to stare at the group of Uruks, twitching their noses, as if they were observing whether the group of guys were eating alone, and whether they had left some meat for themselves. Just as the wargs were about to growl to remind the Uruks to leave some prey for themselves, the next moment, the Uruks crossed the pack of wargs and hurriedly retreated. Suddenly, the Uruk running at the back stopped beside the leader of the wargs, pointed to the dark field behind and said, "We are full, there is some meat, you go." Then, he hurriedly caught up with the main force without looking back, as if he was urged by something. The warg leader did not doubt that when the master drove them to do something in the past, they were also like this. Suddenly they seemed to feel no fatigue and ran towards somewhere until they could not run anymore. It seems that today is really lucky. Chapter 212. The wargs drooled as their noses twitched. The direction that the Uruk pointed to earlier did smell quite a bit of blood, and it was still fresh. One could tell it was freshly slaughtered. Roar! Fresh. Snap. Just as the wargs were about to pounce and feast, a hideous head rolled over. The wargs lowered their heads and looked around. It was the head of Uruk, and it was indeed fresh. When they looked up again, a man walked out of the darkness. His armor was as black as the fur of the wolf pack, but the long sword in his hand flashed a blue light. Roar! The wargs roared, but the anger was not directed at the person in front of them. Damn Uruk! To be honest, Uruk is indeed a species that is much stronger than the orcs in terms of physical fitness, intelligence, and obedience. In order to complete the orders of their masters, they can even restrain their innate desire for killing and bloodthirstiness, and they are also quite united, with almost no internal strife. Sometimes they would do whatever they wanted. If there was an enemy in front of them, they would kill the enemy. If there was one of their own in front of them, "You bunch of stinky orcs, get out of the way." Just as they sent the pack of wargs away to deal with the ferocious human, another group of orcs came and gathered in front of the road. The leader of the orcs stood up and asked, "I smell blood, what happened here?" "The wargs are hunting, you are late." "Does that mean there is fresh meat?" The orcs became excited. "Of course, there is still a lot. It is estimated that there will be fresh blood and meat slaughtered every second." Uruk, the leader, said meaningfully, "Looks like we're going to have meat tonight." Captain Oak shouted to the back, and seeing that the orcs were about to fight with the wargs for food, he suddenly seemed to have a clue, and asked in confusion, "Wait, what about you? Why are you leaving?" Haha, we're full, the leftovers belong to you. Captain Uruk raised his head and laughed twice, waved his hand, and retreated with his men. Captain Oak spit at their backs, thinking that although it was leftovers, it was not bad to have something to eat. So he immediately said excitedly, "Follow me." Gaw! His throat seemed to be strangled, and suddenly he couldn't make a sound. A figure gradually approached, holding the body of a warg in his hand, which looked like it had just been killed. Plop! The dead warg was thrown aside. The warg pack was completely destroyed. "Damn you!" The leader of the orc shouted angrily, and his men scattered behind him, fleeing in different directions. However, no matter how fast they ran, they were destined to be outrun by a guy with endless physical strength. When the bodies of the orcs and the wargs fell to the ground, the Uruks no longer had companions to cover them, and could only continue to run forward in fear. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Midas Morgul was right in front of them. "Quick, speed up. As long as we retreat to Midas Morgul, the Witch King will protect us." Captain Uruk encouraged his men. "As long as we can get there, as long as we can get there." The Uruks ran forward desperately until they arrived at a crossroads. After passing the crossroads, walk a little further, and you will reach Midas Morgul. Isildur, the High King of Gondor who cut off Sauron's finger and took the supreme ring on it for himself, built Midas Ithil, the sister city corresponding to the royal city, and one of the most important cities in Gondor, at the border of his country, which is also the gate of Mordor. At that time, the White Tree of Gondor was even planted here, and it was almost as important as the capital. But later, as Sauron settled in Mordor, this land was gradually covered by shadows. You must know that Sauron was in his heyday before he lost the ring. Naturally, Minas Ithil was soon captured by the ringwraiths, and became one of the important fortresses of Mordor. The White Tree planted there was also destroyed. Fortunately, Isildur brought back a seed and planted it again in the White City. After Sauron was defeated, this place was recaptured by Gondor. However, in the days that followed, with the death of the High King, many things happened to Gondor, and the national strength gradually declined. Finally, this place was occupied by the ringwraiths again. When Sauron returned, this land was named the territory of the Witch King by him, and ruled by the Witch King. After the Witch King arrived, he cast evil black magic on this place, making it barren, the air full of poisonous fog, and the water flowing with deadly poison. Since then, Minas Ithil has been renamed Minas Morgul, which means Tower of Witchcraft. Except for evil creatures such as orcs, all life will continue to suffer from poison and disease as long as it sets foot on this land. In this environment, even if Gondor can gather an army of 100,000, it is difficult to capture this fortress. Because of this characteristic, Minas Morgul has gradually gained the title of Minas Morgul over the long years. This place, even Levi has to drink a mouthful of honey from time to detoxify. The crossroads is ahead. Captain Uruk looked at the ruins of the dilapidated statue of the King of Gondor that appeared at the end of his sight, and his heart was relieved. Hold on, after the crossroads is the territory of the Lord Witch King, he dare not come in. The Witch King protects us. Really? Dang. The long sword slashed out, and sparks rubbed against the armor of Uruk, who was running in the front. TSK so hard. But it was just a little harder. He slashed out with the sword again, finishing off the Uruk in front of him, and Levi kicked another one down and executed him on the ground. Can't run away, can't run away. Captain Uruk couldn't stop retreating. Seeing his men being slaughtered by the ghostly black shadow, Captain Uruk could no longer remain calm. Just as he roared and was about to rush forward to fight, Levi suddenly stopped, knocked away the butcher's knife with a sword, and grabbed Captain Uruk's neck and pressed him to the ground. The face that made Uruk feel terrified slowly approached, and he said, "Go tell your people that this place is mine. Don't come here to make trouble if there is nothing to do. If I see something coming to harass you again, I don't mind spending more time to clean up your camp from north to south. Go away." His neck loosened, the pressure on his chest disappeared, and Captain Uruk stood up panting and crawling, not daring to look at Levi, and ran back quickly. There will be more killing tonight. The blood-red sun rises from the horizon. Bloody day. There must have been a massacre last night. In a wasteland full of dead trees, and gray-yellow weeds between the crossroads and Minas Morgul, the two rangers looked at each other, and noticed the solemnity in each other's eyes. Have we had any major actions recently? Never heard of it. Then where does this killing come from? Ha. Ha. Rough panting, and the friction of armor came from the roadside. The two rangers immediately crouched in the grass, and hid themselves with the disguise of cloaks. One Uruk, no others. After confirming the situation, the two exchanged glances again. Fuck. Swish, the dagger was drawn out. When Uruk passed by, the ranger suddenly emerged from the bushes and put the sharp blade across Uruk's neck in an instant. Uruk dared not move immediately. "Tell me, what actions have you taken recently?" Realizing that he was captured again, Captain Uruk was furious, but he didn't dare to get angry. What should he do now? What should he do? Use the name of the Witch King to curse them and intimidate them? No. If the Stinky Ranger really does that, he will probably be killed immediately. That's the only way. Action? Haha, there is a big action. Stinky Ranger, I advise you not to touch me. I went there to pass on the message for that lord. If you delay his business, you will be in trouble. Who is the lord you are talking about? Tell me. The two continued to ask. Of course it's your legend, Lord Levi. The two rangers didn't react. This is really an eye-opener. A despicable man from Mordor actually wants to threaten us with the name of our own people? So are you going to let him go, or not? Somehow, Captain Uruk was unusually calm at this moment. He could clearly feel that the hand that was pinching his neck had slightly weakened its strength. The scene was a little quiet, and the two rangers were entangled for a while. Let him go or not? How can we be sure what you said is true or false? I can swear. Filthy creature, your oath is worthless. He. Believe it or not is your business, but I want to say, are your eyes grown just to make you look like blind people? Can't you see for yourself whether the matter is true or not? The big hand pinching his neck suddenly tightened, and Captain Uruk struggled and said, all the troops we sent out were wiped out by that lord, and he only saved my life. Isn't this enough to prove it? Or do you think that with the ability of that lord, he can still miss one and not kill it? The ranger narrowed his eyes, and stared at this cunning guy. It's just that the life of this Uruk is in his hands, but at this moment he actually felt helpless. He exchanged glances with his other companion again. The results of the two were the same. If what he said is true, then this matter is indeed more important than the life of a mere Uruk. Snap. Captain Uruk was released. Go away, and do your own thing. If we find out that you are lying, then you'd better never step out of Mordor, otherwise the first moment you step out of that land is the moment you die. Ahem. Captain Uruk took 2 deep breaths and smiled cunningly. Of course, haha, I'm glad you made the right choice, and didn't delay the adult's business. It works. It's really useful to report that person's name. Captain Uruk ran towards the direction of his large army again, feeling secretly happy. This is much better than the curse of the Witch King, even better than the Master. No, I am loyal to the Master, even if I sacrifice my life. The evil will once again prevail and envelop the mind. This will begin to waver slightly, but at the moment of the wavering, the darkness pounced on it more fiercely and filled the crack. However, the crack has appeared after all. It is under the huge dark will, or only under the darkness. Chapter 213. Remember, no one is allowed to go to that location. In an Uruk camp, the Uruk captain spoke sternly to his subordinates. But his words soon attracted doubts. Is this the master's order? The Uruk who raised the question was also quite straightforward and calm. He was also a thinker among the Uruk. He was a strong elite among the Uruk. If the captain died, he would probably be the next leader. What you need to do is obey. The Uruk captain leaned over and stared at the guy who jumped out to find trouble, with unquestionable majesty in his tone. If he couldn't even control his own subordinates, he wouldn't have to be the captain. Yes, obey. Of course I will obey, provided it is for the master. Obviously, the Uruk elite was very unconvinced, and he continued to repeat his question. So, I have to ask you, is this the master's order? Even if it is not, so what? Captain Uruk pinched his neck and said in a flat tone, Listen, I said, even if it is not, so what? The master did not order us to attack that place, did he? But the master did not order us to abandon that place either. Snap. Captain Uruk's hand was slapped away. It seems you want to challenge me. He was angry. I can't beat that adult, but I can't beat you? Foolish thing, do you know what kind of hell I came from? No one can fight him for more than one move, and no one can come back alive after fighting him, except me. Although the weapon was knocked away by the move, you just say whether you fought or not. I think you are a scared deserter, and you are trying to spread your cowardice to everyone. The Uruk elite was quite unconvinced. Okay, very good, then let me see what you have to dare to provoke me. Fighting is inevitable. Hearing the movement here, the surrounding Uruks gathered here and formed a circle. A natural duel field was formed. The captain of the Uruk raised his butcher knife and pointed at the elite Uruk. If I find that you can't even take my blow, we will have to add a dish named after you to our menu tonight. I say this to you, scum. The two Uruks stopped pretending. Fight, roar, The surrounding Uruk soldiers cheered and cheered for the two. Boom, and Uruk used a weapon to hit the dead tree lying on the ground, making a series of sounds, like a war drum. The Uruk elite found the right time, raised the butcher knife, and launched the attack first. Too slow. Captain Uruk didn't even use a weapon, just waved his hand violently, and used the armor to deflect the knife, and then kicked it again, directly kicking the Uruk elite to the ground. Die! The Uruk elite got up and waved the butcher knife again, but the next moment his wrist was grabbed, and his eyes suddenly went black. It turned out that he was hit by a headbutt. Boom! He fell to the ground again. Captain Uruk opened his arms, and swam around in the circle formed by his subordinates, showing his muscles. So far, he didn't even use the weapon in his hand, and he directly knocked down the unconvinced elite twice. Not everyone can be the captain of Mordor. If you don't have real skills, you would have been eliminated by the orcs, who love internal strife, and the more powerful Uruk subordinates. For the army and rangers stationed on the front line of Gondor, the calmer and more powerful Uruk captains are all small bosses, and the troops they lead are even more difficult to deal with. It is difficult to take them down directly, without some means such as surprise attacks. But, this is under normal circumstances. Thinking back to the one-sided slaughter and destruction of the team he led before, thinking of that person's figure, and looking at the guy in front of him, who dared to challenge his authority without knowing what was good for him, Captain Uruk felt bored. Too boring, let's end it. Get ready to eat meat, boys. He roared, stepped on the Uruk elite on the ground, raised the butcher knife, and chopped off his head, completing the execution. The scene was extremely bloody, but it made the surrounding Uruks even more excited. The camp was in chaos. All the soldiers rushed forward and divided up the corpses on the ground. All kinds of parts flew and splashed everywhere. Those who dared to challenge the leader would only end up like this if they failed. They would become torn meat strips. Ha ha ha. Captain Uruk raised his head and laughed, showing his strength. His cruelty and strength would spread to the surrounding camps in the north and south. This was the glory that belonged to the orcs. Not bad. In the hall of Minas Morgul, the Witch King looked at the brutal Captain Uruk in the picture through the perspective transmitted by the bat, and couldn't help nodding. Recently, we just lack a leader. Let him be the leader of this group of Uruks. With a wave of his hand, an order was issued. Go and call him to see me. A wolf rider immediately set out from Minas Morgul, and soon arrived at the camp where the incident happened. You are lucky. The rider found Captain Uruk and said, the Witch King wants to see you. Captain Uruk excitedly followed the rider back to the hall filled with evil power. For some reason, as soon as he arrived here, his heart became unusually at ease, and even his fear of someone outside was reduced a lot. From today on, the army in the crossroads area will be led by you. I will swear to be loyal to the master until death. The captain knelt immediately. Very good. Brutal and powerful, this is exactly why he became a leader. Looking at Captain Uruk in front of him. Oh no, now he should be called Chief Uruk. The Witch King nodded slowly. The group of strong orcs cultivated by Lord Sauron are capable, and can do things, and are much more reliable than orcs. If the orcs were allowed to capture a person, when they came back, there might only be a skeleton of that person left. It's not that they are disloyal, but the orc race is too chaotic. But Uruk doesn't have this problem. They would rather die than let the person their master wants die. Their execution ability is quite strong. The Witch King stood up. His tall and thin figure looked down at the Uruk leader, and a harsh whisper came from his throat. Perform well, you can get more power, blood, everything you want, here. Now tell me, what's the news from the front? After making a promise, the Witch King's figure disappeared, and the next moment, he shuttled through space, and appeared on the high throne. The defenders of Gondor are still shrinking in the ruins like turtles, and the rangers are sneaking around like mice, and only dare to hide in the bushes, not daring to be exposed to the sight of our army. The Witch King did not respond for a while. To put it bluntly, isn't it that the defenders can't take it, the rangers can't find it, and the attack has made no progress at all? However, it is indeed difficult to directly attack Gondor's ironclad defenders with only these large and small groups of orcs. This matter cannot be rushed, and we still have to wait until Lord Sauron has accumulated enough strength. By then, not to mention Gondor, even that person and that road will be. There is another piece of news, master. The Uruk leader said bravely. A person has claimed a piece of territory in the war zone. Chapter 214. Hiss. When the Uruk leader told the news in full, a terrifying roar came from the Tower of Witchcraft, frightening the evil creatures stationed here. I didn't go to find him, but he dared to provoke me. The Witch King was angry. The figure disappeared like a ghost. Just as Uruk was standing in the hall at a loss, the Witch King came back with a water bottle. He handed the water bottle to the Uruk leader. Go pour the water in this into that person's territory, which contains a curse. I will make his territory barren and full of poison. He will be corroded in his sleep and die painfully. The Uruk leader held the water bottle and couldn't help sweating. I go to calculate that great enemy? Why you don't dare? The Witch King stared at the leader he had just appointed, with an unhappy look on his face. The Uruk leader immediately bowed his head and obeyed. I will definitely do this, master. Very good. It's time to test your ability. Let me see if you are worthy of this position. Hula, at night, a large number of bats flew over the territory. Levi crawled out of the newly dug underground space and looked up. Where did this unlucky thing come from? He took out the fireworks crossbow and fired several consecutive shots at the bats. When the fireworks exploded, the dense bats were affected by the range damage, and a large number of them died on the spot. The remaining scattered ones were also accurately shot by bows and arrows, and their bodies fell down with fire. The Witch King lost his vision. Plop. Coincidentally, one of the bats just fell under a tree at the edge of the territory, where a sneaky Uruk was quietly doing something. When the firelight fell to his feet, the Uruk leader's heart skipped a beat. It's over. These damn bats, what are they doing here? Oh! When Levi glanced over, the Uruk leader froze on the spot, not daring to move at all. You look familiar. Sir! When Levi walked up to him, a balance in his heart tilted again. The Uruk leader knelt on one knee and said, I have brought back the message you asked me to convey. No blind guy will offend your territory again. It's you. Well, you did a good job. Levi walked over slowly and said condescendingly, now you can tell me what made you dare to come to my territory and do something? If you can't explain it clearly within 3 sentences, I will make you lose your hands and feet. Yes, it was the Witch King. He asked me to bring this thing here and pour it in your territory. The water bottle in his hand was immediately handed over. Levi took it and looked at it, but found that it was empty. Empty bottle? No. The nose twitched, and there was a rotten smell coming from the side. Looking again, the nearby grass had turned yellow at some point. In a small pit behind Uruk in front of him, a pool of green water was gradually seeping into the ground. Levi took out a bucket on the spot and poured out the water in it, so the pool of green water was directly replaced by clean water poured out of the bucket. The corruption stopped. The Uruk leader stuttered. This is my territory. The bucket has this property, at least in Levi's hands. The water poured out of his hand, or should I say the water that suddenly appeared, will directly replace the liquid at the target location. The rules are extremely aggressive. Fortunately, I found it early, otherwise you would have done it. Seeing Levi slowly shoveled away the corrupted lawns, and put new soil on them in a blink of an eye, the Uruk leader did not dare to move. Now it's your turn. After cleaning up the polluted lawns, Levi squatted down and looked at Uruk, who was kneeling in front of him, and asked, You said that the Witch King asked you to do this? Yes, sir. Tell me everything you know, and I can consider sparing your life. I have told you everything I know. Swish, the long sword was unsheathed. Death was approaching, and the Uruk leader immediately shouted quickly, I can be loyal to you, sir. I have been promoted to leader. I have an army under my command. I can help you. The sword stopped in front of the neck. Interesting. Are you going to betray your master? A little weird. Levi was a little interested. Logically speaking, these dark creatures belonging to Mordor would never betray. They were mentally imprinted by Sauron since birth. This mental control can keep them absolutely loyal. As long as Sauron gives an order, even if it is Levi on the other side, they will rush over without hesitation, and their morale will be locked. Sure enough, when Levi asked this question, the Uruk leader was silent. It's just a pretense. If the orcs from the Misty Mountains said this, it would be somewhat credible, but not Mordor. Their underlying logic was locked by Sauron when they left the factory. If they want to betray, unless Levi has the supreme ring, or at least one of the rings, then he can rely on the power of the ring to forcibly distort their thoughts and snatch control from Sauron. I don't care whether you are loyal or not, because it is of no use to me. Now I want you to do something. Tell your master, the Witch King, that I challenge him to a one-on-one duel here. If the cowardly guy who only dares to use dirty tricks dares to fight, then come to the crossroads. I will wait for him there for a day. If he doesn't come after a day, the whole Middle-earth will know that he is just a cowardly dog who won't bark without a master. As soon as these words came out, the leader of Uruk was literally sweating profusely. Do you understand? No one knew what kind of mood the leader of Uruk was in when he returned to Minas Morgul. But the army stationed there did hear the angry roar of the Witch King. Don't go. Just when the Witch King was about to ride his black horse that looked like a skeleton and rush out of the cave, a ringwraith suddenly appeared and stopped him. You can't beat him. Do you want me to endure the provocation of that human? The Witch King's soul became more and more ferocious, and the anger was so strong that it was almost overflowing, and there was even a tendency to implicate the ringwraith who was trying to stop him. The boomerang of history hit back at this moment. 1,000 years ago, he provoked the 33rd king of Gondor, Erner, calling him a coward and inviting him to a one-on-one duel. Erner could not bear this humiliation, so he placed his crown in the royal tomb and went alone to Minas Morgul to fight the Witch King. So he left and never returned. The bloodline of the king of Gondor was cut off, and the era of the prime minister's rule began. The crown is still in the royal tomb, and no one has touched it for 1,000 years. Now this boomerang has been stabbed back into the Witch King through Levi's hands. It's a heart-wrenching pain. You can't go by the master's order. The ringwraith spoke again. Now the Witch King was obedient. No matter how much he was unwilling to accept it, he could only choose to obey under the control of Sauron's will, even if it meant that he would suffer great insults. Follow the master's will. You can't do it. The ringwraith emphasized again, which made the Witch King a little annoyed. You don't need to remind me many times, I know. But I can. Leaving a word, the ringwraith walked towards the exit of the cave. The Witch King stared at the back, especially the broken sword that had never left his hand after he fell into a ghost, and recalled many past events. Interesting. The Witch King reminded with his hoarse and harsh voice. You better show some real skills. That's the first human who can cause such a big trouble for the master after you. Chapter 215. The Supreme Ring, the Ring of Mastery. Sauron forged a total of 20 magical rings by himself or through others, 9 of which were held by the strongest among humans, some of whom were kings, some were powerful warriors, and some were famous wizards. But no one knows their specific identities. There are only some ancient rumors that 3 of them are nobles of Numenor, and it is said that the Witch King is one of them. Another one with a clearer identity is the ruler from the Easterlings, who is now the Eastern Shadow, Camul. So far, the only ringwraith that has not been directly defeated by Levi is the Witch King. It can be said that he is the last card of the ringwraith group. Of course, it doesn't matter if the Witch King is defeated once, anyway, it's just a matter of resurrection once more. It doesn't matter who defeats him, at most it will weaken his morale a little, and it will be the same as it should be. But it is very important to know where he was defeated. Anywhere in the whole Middle-earth is fine, but not at the gate of Gondor. If they were defeated in this historic way, Gondor would have to explain it in the future. Back to the topic. 4 of the ringwraiths have clear origins, but no one knows who the remaining 5 are, including Levi. Even the elves or wizards may not know about this. Witch King? No, that's not right, you are not. At the crossroads, Levi stood up, stared at the ringwraith who was walking slowly, and asked loudly, I have been waiting here for almost a day. Where is your leader? He is not at the crossroads at all. Where did he go? The ringwraith did not answer, but slowly approached. The afterglow of the setting sun was reflected on the road behind through his dark soul, leaving some dim halos. In front of the broken statue of the King of Gondor, he pulled out the broken sword behind him. A broken sword that could only be used as a dagger at most in terms of length. Are you going to fight me with this thing? There was no response. The ringwraith remained silent. He looked at the person in front of him and stepped forward step by step. His steps were slow and steady. Don't talk? Yes, these ringwraiths really kept their mouths shut when it was not necessary. If they had to open their mouths, they would mostly scream to scare the other side. They are essentially a group of evil ghosts who have fallen and cannot be liberated. Although they retain the ability to act and wisdom in their lifetime, their self-awareness has been eroded, and everything they do is for their master, that is, Sauron. It doesn't matter. Seeing that the ringwraiths who came over had no desire to communicate, Levi also drew out his ancient elven sword Nemesis. He dared not face me, and sent his men to die. This is indeed a good move. Maybe he can save a little face. If it was just an unknown person who came to the door to shout, the Witch King would definitely not pay attention to him. He would not look down on him at all. But the person who shouted was Levi. His every move touched the nerves of many people, and the speed of his actions would spread very quickly. The Witch King must respond, no matter what method he used. But what's the use? The light on the horizon gradually dissipated. When the last ray of light faded from the world, the figure of the ringwraith suddenly disappeared. Ding! Levi turned around suddenly, and used his nemesis to block the broken sword that was heading straight for his neck. Shwa, the long sword was swung, and an unstoppable force came. The ringwraith could not stop retreating and almost lost his weapon. Block. It was a pity that the disarming that followed failed. My skills have been maxed out long ago. Why don't you try backstabbing again? Hearing this, the ringwraith looked up at the black-armored warrior in front of him, and only felt a sense of oppression coming at him, and a long-lost feeling of tension rose in his heart. This feeling was like many years ago, when he was still a human facing a giant beast. The only thing he could do was to try his best and risk his life. As he looked up, Levi rushed forward, and suddenly, the ringwraith disappeared again, avoiding his attack. At this moment, time seemed to slow down, or the speed of the ringwraith accelerated. He landed on the crown of the broken statue, slowly drew out his bow, aimed at Levi's head, and shot arrows one after another. Almost in an instant, he shot 5 arrows in a row, and each arrow hit the head accurately. Boom! At this moment, Levi felt dizzy, and the rune shield on his body flashed 5 times in a row, and each flash made him lose 2 or 3 points of shield value. This wave of attacks actually directly cut off a small part of the rune shield. The attack power is quite high, but it does not break the defense. Turning his head to look at the position where the arrow came from, Levi quickly cut out the bow and raised his hand to return it. The flaming arrow approached quickly, but the ringwraith just waved it slightly, and cut the arrow from the air with the broken sword in his hand, without moving his feet. Interesting. Levi's thoughts became active, and his long-dormant fighting consciousness was finally called upon again today. On the crown of the ruined statue, the ringwraith raised his bow, put on the arrow, and was about to shoot down, when suddenly a hook with a float hung on his armor. Fishhook, caught off guard. An irresistible strong pulling feeling came from the fishhook, and the ringwraith fell directly off the statue, while Levi had already raised his sword and was waiting for him below. Do you know what baseball is? Just as this seemingly fierce blow was about to fall on the ringwraith, the deep figure flashed again, and the ringwraith dissipated in midair. The next moment, it was behind Levi, and he used the same trick again to take out the broken sword. Levi turned around and blocked it with his backhand. The strong shock made the ringwraith's hand holding the broken sword stiffen. Taking this opportunity, Levi chopped again and directly knocked the broken sword aside. The sound of iron clashing rang out. The ringwraiths almost instinctively rushed over, one hand reaching for the broken sword on the ground. The movement was so fast that it seemed like they were accelerating, but Levi didn't watch helplessly, and immediately launched a sprint sword skill, with a cloud of dust behind him, and his whole body flashed in front of the ringwraiths at an incredible speed. When the ringwraiths got the broken sword, Levi had already swung down the nemesis. The power of the ring was activated, and the ringwraiths' movement suddenly accelerated, but they only had time to use the broken sword to block the nemesis with great effort. Levi continued to exert force, so the long sword pressed the broken sword of the ringwraiths and kept approaching him. Roar! In the end, the ringwraiths couldn't help but scream, but it didn't make Levi feel scared, but it was effective. This success gave the ringwraiths courage. He held the broken sword tightly, and used his greatest strength to block Levi's sword, winning a glimmer of hope for himself. The figure disappeared from the world again, and the ringwraiths escaped into the world of the dead. The next moment, they appeared in the distance. However, when he turned his head to look at Levi's position, he found that Levi had also disappeared, and there was only a piece of purple particles in the original place. The ringwraith looked left and right blankly, and at a certain moment, his heartstrings suddenly tightened. A big hand grabbed his helmet without any warning, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter how he struggled. He tried to fight back, but he couldn't break the rune shield in a hurry. In the end, he could only be dragged and hit the base of the statue helplessly. The edge was in front of him. Snap! At the critical moment, the ringwraith broke free from the hand and rolled to the side, avoiding the stabbing long sword. He turned his head and looked again, only to see that the base of the stone sculpture was pierced by the long sword like mud. Then, the sword moved. Zila! A harsh sound rang out, and the long sword deeply inserted into the stone scraped the base, and drew a long gully, and the ringwraith had to roll to the side against the base to avoid this overbearing attack that tested the material of the sword body. It was not until the entire statue base was cut open that the ringwraith finally got a chance to breathe. A roar like a leak came out of the ringwraith's throat, and a short-handled axe hammer condensed in his hand, attacking Levi at an extremely fast speed. When the axe hammer met the breastplate, there was a bang. With this blow, Levi, who was wearing the next-level alloy armor, actually took a small step back. Although the hammer was small, the power it burst out was no less than that of the dwarf's heavy hammer. Without giving the opponent a chance to combo, Levi raised his sword and fought hard with the ringwraith, and the result was evenly matched. The repel enchantment took effect, and the pressure attached to the long sword was not inferior to the impact of the giant beast. The two sides exchanged hands again, and the rumbling sound echoed at the crossroads, like thunder, startling the butterflies in the flowers, and making them unable to fly steadily. As the bombardment and collision continued, the pressure on both sides continued to increase. The evil power wrapped around the axe and hammer became thicker and stronger as the ring wraith swung, and the power became stronger and stronger. As Levi's combo continued, his attack power became higher and higher, until after more than a dozen confrontations, his attack power was superimposed to the maximum limit. At this time, the ring wraith seemed to have accumulated enough power, and were ready to come up with a fierce blow. Boom! A huge sound exploded at the intersection of the two people, and the axe and hammer in the hands of the ring wraiths dissipated. He was knocked back and rolled away. He hurriedly got up, and quickly raised his head to observe. But he was still a step too late. The next moment, a sword pierced through the armor and pierced his chest, igniting his spirit. Ah! Like other ring wraiths, this ring wraith also screamed in pain after being ignited. He struggled to grab the sword in front of his chest with both hands, trying to pull it out, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. Just because Levi didn't let go. The health bar, which was not very thick to begin with, continued to plummet. The ring wraith's hands fell on both sides, and he stopped resisting, as if he had accepted his fate. It's really interesting. Sauron still hides a guy like you. So this guy was slacking off in Dol Guldur, right? Or maybe he didn't have time to make a move because he ran too fast at the time? Who knows? Through the blazing flames on the ring wraith's body, Levi carefully looked at the ring on his hand. If it's as expected, it should be one of the 9 rings of mankind. The Ring of Power is just as its name suggests. Each of them has magical power. The reason why the dwarves have countless wealth is because the 7 rings of dwarves have the ability to replicate gold, which almost touches some laws of the world. At this moment, Levi had the urge to take the ring off and study it, but he became alert in an instant and put out this inexplicable idea. No, there is no need. But does an ordinary ring have this power? Recalling the ability shown by the ring wraiths in front of him, Levi said meaningfully, "It's very interesting. You don't look like an unknown person. Although you haven't fought with the Witch King, I don't think he can be very strong. After all, he didn't even dare to come to the duel as promised. In my opinion, you are more suitable to be the leader of the ring wraiths than him. Haven't you ever thought of stepping on the Witch King and replacing him? Your master will also be happy to see this scene." For Sauron, his subordinates actively rolled up to become stronger for power. This is definitely a good thing that there is no reason to stop. Anyway, no matter how much trouble the ring wraiths have, they will not be killed. No matter what the result is, they will still have to work for him in the end. I can help you do this. Levi sent out his own righteous temptation. Of course, he was not thinking of playing any scheming power struggle here on a whim, nor did he want to support a ring wraith as an insider. Such a thing is simply impossible in the underlying logic. I will trick you out and kill you all. This is his truest thought. The ring wraith who continued to be burned by the flames did not reply, but kept his usual silence, but his expression told Levi that he was not at ease. The feeling of a spirit being set on fire is much more uncomfortable than a body burning. I have never seen such power in Dol Guldur. Who are you? There will be records of people like you in history, or at least there will be titles. Levi kept asking like a stand-up comedian, trying to get some useful information from the ring wraith. Unfortunately, this ring wraith was like a mute, and refused to say a word no matter what. Maybe he was really a mute, or maybe he had lost his ability to communicate independently during the long time of being enslaved by Sauron. Forget it, there is no time. The blood bar could not hold up. Levi shook his head and gave up asking. He drew his sword, letting the ring wraith fall to the ground and continue to burn, and no longer looked at him. Unfortunately, there is nothing. When the blood bar burned out, the ring wraith finally took advantage of this gap to say the only sentence since meeting Levi. Suddenly, a shadow swept across the sky, and the seriously injured spirit was pulled back to the evil Black Tower of Mordor by a force, waiting for the next resurrection. Levi turned his head suddenly, staring at the black cloak burned to ashes on the ground, and the empty shell of the armor, without the support of the soul. Did he speak just now, or was it hallucination? Interesting. The ring wraiths, each one can really give people different surprises. A powerful warrior who is unknown. Unfortunately, I still couldn't use my full strength. I didn't eat the golden apple, didn't drink the potion, and didn't use many props in the backpack, and even the rune shield was not broken. Although my loss was not great, it depends on the specific situation. This ring wraith does have many unexpected and powerful means. If it weren't for the rune shield, the armor alone would have left him with only half of his health. He was half crippled in an instant. Add to that the axe hammer that gained more power the more he hit, and the ability to poison someone with a roar. If it weren't for the sword skills that provided layer upon layer of power bonuses that increased with each cut, he would have been easily defeated at this moment. Those seemingly insignificant accumulations finally showed their effects in turn today. It was the combination of those items that didn't seem particularly strong when taken out individually that made Levi what he is today. Snap. The slight movement beside him attracted Levi's attention. Next to the remaining armor of the ringwraith, a broken sword fell to the ground, with many traces of rust on it. After a slight pause, Levi picked up the sword. Broken straight sword, attack +1. That's it? He used this thing to fight me? Where's the mortal sword that every ringwraith has? Levi took a deep breath, and for some reason, he felt a little aggrieved. Shaking his head, he put away the broken sword and returned to the territory to continue digging underground space and building various facilities. No enemies came to attack that night. When the sun rose, a ranger stationed near the crossroads rode across Osgiliath and headed straight for the White City Palace. Gondor was not peaceful that day. Alas! At night, Turgon suddenly sat up from the bed, looking at the gauze curtain above his head for a while, then staring at the floor with his head tilted, and he couldn't close his eyes again. After a while, he put on his coat, walked to the terrace and looked at the lush starry sky outside, and sighed again. The news of the crossroads soon spread throughout the streets and alleys of the White City, and everyone was asking when the hero who killed the ringwraiths would return. That Levi, he really breathed a sigh of relief for Gondor. Why did I treat him like that in the palace that day? Turgon rubbed his face, feeling distressed. Someone will not be able to sleep tonight. Chapter 216. The portal swung particles, and Levi disappeared from Middle-earth and came to the hot hell. The new Hell Highway. Another laborious project. The distance from Gondor to Roadside Castle, or from Gondor to Riverdale City, is about the same as that from Roadside Castle to Riverdale City. If you want to build a Hell Highway to any of them, it will take a month or so even if you don't do anything else. It's far and laborious, but worth it. Roadside Castle, Riverdale City, Gondor. When the Hell Highways of these three territories are all built, Levi can achieve the true sense of elusiveness. If a few more territories are established between these three parties, and a few Hell Gates are opened, he can reach anywhere in the western and northern parts of Middle-earth within one day. Drinking with the dwarves in Lonely Mountain today, I can go shopping in Gondor tomorrow. After shopping in the morning, I can go back to the side fort to have a meal in the afternoon. After dinner, I can go to the Orthanc Tower to ask Saruman if he is asleep. This speed is ridiculous, faster than the high-speed rail. After planning the route of the Hell Expressway, Levi rubbed his head, marked the coordinates of this Hell Gate, and did not stay in Hell for long. Now there are not many materials on him, so he still has to go back to the side fort before he can proceed to the next step. Through the Hell Gate, Levi returned to the underground fortress of Gondor again. After a few days of repairs, the space here is already quite large, with all kinds of facilities, and a complete agricultural cycle production system. In theory, it can be used as a long-term underground living point, no less than the buildings of the dwarves. Let's do this for now. There are many things that can be done at this intersection, but there is no rush. After casually placing some decorative weapon racks and armor racks, and placing weapons and armor that can actually be used in battle on them, Levi climbed down the passage to the surface and felt the sun again. Today's intersection is also quite peaceful. Just as the Uruk leader said, since then, all the orcs and wargs under his control have never come here again, and some unruly orcs will be persuaded back by the Uruk leader with fists and butcher knives. Due to Levi's existence, they were forced to disperse to the wilderness on both sides as a whole, away from the capital of Gondor. For a while, the direct confrontation between Gondor and Mordor had a tendency to pause. At least before Sauron gave a clear order in person, this superficial peace would continue. Midas Morgul. Inside the tower, the Witch King sat in his seat in silence, thinking back to the news sent back by the spies, and had no reaction for a long time. There is a problem. The two guys fighting at the crossroads, one man and one ringwraith, probably didn't use their full strength. When that guy hadn't turned into a ringwraith, he was much more terrifying than now, and almost threatened his master. What a pity. After turning into a ringwraith, everyone, even his own soul, inevitably weakened and corrupted until he became a real ghost. Transformed from a human to a ringwraith, he gained the undead characteristics of being able to shuttle in the shadows and infinitely resurrect, as well as being able to use a lot of black magic naturally, and also had a fear aura. The overall strength is much stronger, but the soul's strength has become lower. Perhaps it is still far stronger than ordinary people, and even most of the kings among humans, but it is definitely not as good as his peak period before his death. He failed. Just as the Witch King sat still and fell into deep thought, another ringwraith flashed and appeared. The soul of this ringwraith was taller and more sturdy than the other ringwraiths, and it was obviously a very powerful warrior in his lifetime. As expected, the Witch King only replied briefly. "Are you still going to fight by yourself? There is no point." The Witch King shook his head. "Are you willing?" the tall ringwraith asked. "Then you go?" the Witch King asked back. The hall returned to silence. "We can go together with 9 people. He can't hold on." "Maybe so?" 9 people go together, and at the gate of Mordor. This time, there is no help from wizards, and no interference from elves. If they fight carefully, they may have a chance. But the master did not order this. Not appropriate. Thinking with his rotten brain, the Witch King still chose to retreat. If he really did so, it would easily cause some chain reactions, and Mordor and its allies would most likely suffer at that time. The ringwraiths of his highness were silent for a while, without saying a word. After a while, he retreated into the shadows and disappeared into the darkness. Silence enveloped the tower again. The Witch King's bright red eyes shone from under his hideous armor, flickering slightly. The last person who could insult him like this was Glorfindel, the elf who returned from Valinor in Rivendell. In 1975 of the Third Age, the Battle of Fernos broke out, and the Witch King and the army of Angmar invaded the kingdom of Arnor in the north. In that battle, the Witch King personally challenged Erner and scared his horse away, making him quite embarrassed. This battle became a stain on Erner, and it was also the reason why he could not bear the provocation, and went to the Morgul alone to fight the Witch King. When people in later generations mentioned this incident, they only knew that the Witch King scared away Erner's mount, causing him to suffer humiliation, but they always forgot to mention another thing. That was Glorfindel. He was also present when Glorfindel led the army of Rivendell to support Arnor. And as soon as he appeared, before the battle, he just ran over on horseback and scared the Witch King away, causing the Witch King to escape into darkness, and dare not appear again during the entire battle. It's not that he didn't want to fight, but he really couldn't. That was the elf lord of the First Age, who had returned from Valinor with the combat power of the Balrog. Although Glorfindel now lives in Rivendell, and obeys Elrond's command and orders, his status is no lower than anyone in Middle-earth. If you have to make an analogy, it is like a sweeping monk in Middle-earth. In fact, if he is placed at a crossroads, his role may be similar to Levi. If it was Glorfindel who came, the Witch King couldn't help but imagine it, and then quickly erased this idea from his mind. Why do you always think about these bad things? It's enough for that person to be here. If the two of them get together, how can they launch a general attack on Mordor? Fortunately, the elf never steps out of the valley when he has nothing to do, as if he will stay in the valley until the world is destroyed. Unlike the so-called Lord of the Free Cities, he can give up so many territories and run out to wander around every day. You can see him everywhere. But when you really want to find him, you can't find him. You can see him everywhere, but you can't find him anywhere. The rangers at the crossroads also have a deep understanding of the Witch King's feelings. My lord. When Levi climbed to the surface, 2 rangers suddenly jumped out of the bushes, which scared him so much that he almost drew his sword. We have been chasing your footsteps for many days, but we have never been able to find you. As soon as they met, the 2 rangers were extremely excited. Ahem, it's the Rangers of Gondor, what's up? Levi took a deep breath and calmed down. These guys are scarier than the ringwraiths and balrogs. Can you please sign here? One of the rangers took 2 steps forward, pulling his cloak, and the next second he was covered by another older ranger's mouth and forced to mute. Sir, the Prime Minister invites you to meet in Gondor. Chapter 217. The Prime Minister's invitation is important, but before going to Gondor again, Levi still took out a pen and signed his name for the young ranger. If writing my name can bring some kind of increase or protection, then I am willing to write until the pen is clean. Patting the young ranger on the shoulder, Levi expressed encouragement. May this cloak play its role and help you hide in the wilderness. Thank you very much. The young ranger looked at Levi with a fiery look, his mouth almost crooked with a smile. The calm ranger who faithfully passed on the Prime Minister's order was hesitant, his hands scratching each other, and after a while, he couldn't help rubbing his stubble. Or I want an autograph too. Buzz, the horn of Gondor sounded, and the city gate opened for the guests. Clatter, large petals were scattered in the air and slowly fell. The residents on both sides of the street waved their hands to greet the black-armored warriors who came in. For a moment, the whole city was bustling. All the places where the city gates could be observed were full of people. But Levi, who was in the center of the crowd, was stunned. "Is it a festival today?" he asked the ranger beside him. The older ranger thought for a while and said, "It could be." Levi nodded slowly and said, "Then I came at a coincidence." "You can come at a coincidence whenever you want." "Is that so?" Levi looked left and right, and felt that countless eyes gathered on him. The enthusiasm was so intense that it almost burned through the nether alloy armor. The young ranger on the other side couldn't stand the inexplicable conversation between the two people, which was like guessing riddles, and said to Levi directly, "Today is not any festival in Gundor. The residents came out because of you. You returned the humiliation suffered by Gundor thousands of years ago to the Witch King. This matter has spread to every corner of Minas Tirith." A string in my brain snapped. Hiss, Levi took a breath and thought carefully. Yes, it seems that there is such a thing. The reason why Gundor entered the era of prime ministers was because their last king was killed by the Witch King. It happened that the king was obsessed with martial arts, and was busy playing with big swords all day long. He didn't have time to leave any offspring. Well, I understand. I'm just surprised by the enthusiasm of the people of Gundor. Levi smiled and responded, and waved to the residents on both sides of the road and those on the upper floors to show his response, as if he had known everything for a long time. In fact, he was quite shocked in his heart. Now I say that I am just a little annoyed that the Witch King poured dirty water into my territory, so I just want to make an appointment with him to beat him up. I guess no one will believe it. It feels like beating a monster on the side of the road, but inexplicably triggering an important branch. Let's cheer for the Legend of the North and Gundor's ally, Hero Levi. Oh! When Turgon heard the cheers rising to the sky in the city, he knew who was coming. The old prime minister hurriedly stood up from his seat, walked all the way to the fountain square, and looked down at the edge of the top floor of the White City. Why are there so many people? Although I don't object to the residents praising the heroic deeds, is this a bit too exaggerated? The last time I saw such a welcome was when the army returned from an abandoned city on the front line. Our people should relax, father. At this time, Ecthelion followed closely behind. He stood behind his old father, looked down with him, and said, "Since the return of the great enemy, the enemies in the south are ready to move. Whether it is you, the soldiers or the residents, everyone's nerves have been tense because of this matter, until now. In recent years, everyone has been afraid that the long-lasting peace will suddenly disappear. Let Gundor celebrate this time. This news will inspire all the soldiers still fighting on the front line. No matter how good the string is, it can't be kept tight all the time, right? Okay, fine, it's up to you." Turgon sighed and waved his hand. "I'm old, and my eyes are no longer as good as before. Something should have been handed over to you long ago." Hee. After saying that, Turgon laughed again. He slowly raised his head and looked at the eastern sky. If the Dark Lord had returned decades earlier, he would have seen me on the battlefield. Ecthelion lowered his head and looked at his father somewhat hunched back, silent. Neither he nor his father were pure Dúnedain. 100 years was the limit, and now his father was over 90 years old. The noise gradually approached, and it didn't stop until it reached the stairs leading to the top floor of the palace. The Prime Minister and his son moved to the top of the stairs and waited silently. "Welcome, our ally." When Levi's figure gradually rose to the top, Turgon smiled. "Today, the gate of Gundor is open for you." Looking at Turgon, who suddenly became much kinder than usual, Levi was a little uncomfortable for a while. "Thank you. If there is a chance, the gate of the roadside castle can also be raised for you." The two shook hands and smiled at each other. The little unpleasantness that happened before was just forgotten. Ecthelion looked at this scene from behind, his mouth corners unconsciously raised, and he also laughed sincerely. Gundor's reputation rose again at this moment, comparable to the distant Black Forest Kingdom. If needed, troops can be gathered for it. Theoretically, if Levi wants to, he can immediately raise an elite army composed of dwarves, humans, and elves from various kingdoms, and gain support from multiple kingdoms and forces at the same time. To this day, I don't know how to repay your kindness to Gundor," Turgon said, waving his hand backwards, and a guard came forward with a box. He opened the box, and inside was an exquisitely crafted dagger with a golden hilt and gems inlaid on both sides. The blade shone brightly in the sunlight and looked quite sharp. Levi picked up the dagger, and a prompt came out immediately. Prime Minister's dagger, attack +6, attack speed +50%. What a sharp dagger! Levi looked at it carefully and found that there was a blank emblem frame on the hilt, with nothing on it. "That is our family's coat of arms." Ecthelion came over and explained in a low voice. The Prime Minister can only act on behalf of the state when the king is absent, and cannot use the emblem of power. So it is blank, and it can only be blank. Later, this blank became the symbol of our family. It corresponds to the dark coat of arms of the Dark Lord. We swear to fight against all darkness. We will talk about these old things later. Turgon interrupted his son's narration. He came closer and looked at Levi and said, I hope to use this gift to commemorate our friendship. In addition, the blank coat of arms on it can represent me and my family. When needed, just show it. Anyone who knows Gondor will know its meaning. I know this may not be of much use to you, but please accept it. Looking at the solemn and sincere eyes of the old man in front of him, Levi's expression also became serious. Then I will accept this friendship certificate from Gondor on behalf of myself and the people of my territory. The gift-giving ceremony was completed under the dead white tree at the highest point of Gondor, in the presence of the people of the city. The applause sounded like a rainstorm. Chapter 218. This year is definitely a memorable year for Gondor. The army of Harad in the south was defeated, Mordor retreated, the Witch King was humiliated, and the hatred of 1,000 years ago was repaid. And all this was done by one person. After the celebration and gift-giving ceremony, people's tense nerves were relaxed for a while. But as long as the threat still exists, some people are destined to never be able to relax. After the celebration, the Gondor Parliament followed. The so-called Gondor Parliament is a meeting composed of the high-level officials of the Kingdom of Gondor to make suggestions to the king or the ruling Prime Minister. The king's status is higher than the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister's status is higher than the other princes and lords who make up the Parliament. This time the Parliament was held slightly different from the past. Many of the topics were inseparable from one person, the Legend of the North, the founder and leader of the Free Cities, Levi. First of all, it is inevitable to reach an alliance with Levi and the many cities he led. There is no need to discuss this. Whoever dares to raise an objection will be unhappy for himself. The Prime Minister will be the first to stand up and kick him out. After the alliance was established, it was a routine report on the situation of various territories in Gondor, including the fallen Ithilien and the defense of the southern coastline. The Harads have not made any moves recently. They are quite quiet on the south bank of the Harnan River. Only a small number of soldiers are still on duty at the sentry tower on the north bank. They have no strong desire to attack and have stopped harassing people. Yes. Turgon nodded to show that he understood. I know about this. Fruit wholesaler Livy did it. According to the news from Osgiliath, the Uruk army gathered near the crossroads began to disperse to the wilderness of Ithilien, and the overall dispersion trend tends to retreat to Mordor. It is also known that this was done by the evil nemesis, the builder Levi. News from the southern estuary of Lebanon, a pirate fleet that attempted to plunder fishermen on the shore was destroyed by our warriors. Turgon hesitated for a moment and quietly asked the person next to him, Did Levi go there? No, sir, there is no record of his activities there. Well, it is worthy of praise. The pirates should know what the consequences will be if they set foot on Gondor's territory without permission. Turgon responded. The Lebanon region, especially Pelargir at the delta of the Anduin River, is a great shipyard of Gondor, and the main seaport of Gondor. The 12th to 15th kings of Gondor built a fleet there. With their huge fleet, the surrounding areas dared not raise their heads. These 4 kings were also called ship kings by later generations. However, the kings after them began to covet comfort and enjoyment, and the fleet there gradually became deserted and weakened, and Gondor's national strength also declined year by year. Gondor's rise and fall began at that time. The pirates of Umbar obviously saw the weakness of Pelargir. They had been watching there for a long time. It can be asserted that once Pelargir relaxes his vigilance, a large number of pirate flagships will immediately attack. Those pirates are too rampant. Even though the defenders, who are afraid of Pelargir, dare not attack directly, they still send fleets from time to plunder fishermen in coastal villages and towns. It's time to fight. At the meeting, discussions on various matters continued. Until the end, everything was reported and everything that needed to be said was said, and the scene became quiet. No one spoke anymore. Turgon didn't speak either, but his eyes glanced at the door of the hall from time to time. What's going on? Why haven't they announced the disbandment yet? My lord, is there anything else that hasn't been done? A commander who returned from the front asked the doubts in everyone's hearts. Don't worry, Sanger. Seeing that the business was over, Turgon also put down his airs a little at this moment, and he slowly said, I'm waiting for someone I think you all should know. Especially you, Sanger. Didn't you say you wanted to meet him a few days ago? Could it be? The Gondor commander named Sanger raised his head slightly, his eyes lit up. As Turgan said this, the other members of the parliament also began to look at each other. Some had some guesses in their hearts, and some were still confused. Yes, it's Levi. Now everyone understood. Recently, this person is as dazzling as the sun hanging overhead. Everything related to him is sought after by people, including the tavern he visited a few days ago. Now it is full every day. Even some nobles will curiously follow the trend to drink a glass of beer to see what is different here. It would be great if I could get to know this legend through the meeting. Did he forget that there was another meeting? Singer asked. This question choked Turgan. He took a deep breath, eased his mood, and said, No, in fact, I didn't find him at all. The defenders at the city gates said that he did not leave Minas Tirith, but the messengers I sent out searched for him all day and couldn't find him. He is clearly in this city, but he cannot be found. He is definitely a master of hide and seek. But you can rest assured. Ecthelion went to find him personally before the meeting started. I believe he will be able to bring the news soon. If you don't have any urgent matters, you may as well wait a little longer. Of course, I won't force you to stay if you have urgent matters. Just go and do it. Sanger nodded and chose to sit down and continue waiting. Except for him, no one else asked questions, and no one left. On the one hand, they were really curious about what the legend looked like, and on the other hand, they were also inclined to Ecthelion's reputation. They all believed that this wise leader, who was about to take over the power of the Prime Minister, could successfully bring people here. Even if he didn't take the position, his reputation had been built in advance, which could make everyone obey. When the sun moved a little bit, there was finally movement at the door of the hall. The Gondor high-level officials gathered in the hall looked over together, and saw Ecthelion wiping his sweat, tidying up his appearance, and walking into the hall. Slow down. A voice came from behind. Levi followed Ecthelion into the hall, while eating the apple crisp sent by the baker of Gondor. When he walked into the hall, all eyes were focused on him instantly, almost choking him. He quickly swallowed the apple crisp in his mouth, so that he didn't spit it out. It seems that our guests have a good appetite. Turgan made a joke quite rarely. Levi stuffed the apple crisp into his mouth in a few bites and ate it. Looking at Turgan with a smile on his face, he didn't bother with the old man. Okay, but I don't know what you want me to do here. Ecthelion ran too fast, and didn't have time to explain the business in detail. I want to introduce you to these people who are very important to Gondor. Turgan stood up, and came to greet them in person. Oh, it turned out to be a social gathering. Levi nodded, and didn't lose face, and followed him to look at them one by one. Greetings. Turgan introduced Gondor's high officials or important regional leaders, as well as the commanders, lords, and envoys sent by the princes, to greet Levi. Until Levi stood in front of a tall prince's envoy. Your blood is a little unusual. Yes, sir. The envoy said, I am from the Dol Amroth family. Most members of our family have some elven blood. I didn't expect you to see it the first time we met. Levi responded, I have many Dúdane and elf friends. After spending more time with them, it is easy to notice some differences. I see, your vision is really unique. The envoy said by Prince Dol Amroth nodded in praise. Levi looked at his 25-point health bar, and smiled without saying a word. Chapter 219. This is Singer. After the meeting officially ended, Turgan asked Levi to meet him alone and introduced him to a commander at the meeting again. Singer. This name sounds familiar. He is not from Gondor, but he is respected by all Gondorians. Oh! Levi looked at the general in front of him with interest. I remember this name. Singer, isn't this the only son of the current king of Rohan Fingal? In other words, this is Theoden's father, although it seems that Odin has not been born yet. I have heard of you. You seem to have many disagreements with your father? Levi took the initiative to bring up this matter. All of a sudden, the smile on Singer's face froze, and Turgan and Ecthelion behind him also paused, wondering why he brought up this matter. This is not a pleasant topic. Yes. Singer did not avoid it. He admitted directly, no matter who asks me, I will say this. I don't have the slightest affection for him. For others, he might not be willing to mention this family shame, but for the legend in front of him, it doesn't matter. No one can put on airs in front of him, and it is not shameful to tell him these things. That man, whom I must call my father by blood, has ruined Rohan. He only cares about himself, eating and drinking all day long, never caring about government affairs, nor about his family. The few times he took the initiative to mention it, he asked his men to plunder the resident's property to satisfy his endless greed. Although it was Levi who asked about this, Singer was depressed when he mentioned it. Perhaps he had been holding it in for too long and had no one to talk to, so he unconsciously said more. There are only treacherous villains around him, who flatter him endlessly and satisfy his desires. No Marshal of Rohan or people who really care about Rohan are friends with him. My two sisters also hate him. I can't stand his behavior of harming Rohan, but I have no right to interfere. Thinking of the current situation of the Rohan royal family, Singer frowned. Even if I want to do something to recover Rohan's losses, he will only stop me and imprison me. I think instead of staying there and wasting my time and enduring this situation, I might as well go somewhere else to do something for the people of this world. So, this is why the heir to the throne of Rohan leads soldiers to fight in Gondor? Levi looked at Singer in front of him with interest. That's right. Singer said, as long as he is in Rohan, I will not go back there. In fact, I don't really want to go back. Gondor is very good. Due to the constraints of etiquette and blood oath, he cannot directly overthrow his father. Doing so will easily lead to some bad consequences. But although he cannot resist, he can choose to leave. All this will eventually come to an end. I believe that both Rohan and Gondor will become more and more prosperous in the days to come. Shake hands with Singer, and the two of them are now officially acquainted. Is this a wizard's prophecy? Ecthelion said this as a joke, and Turgon and Singer also smiled knowingly. Everyone knows that one of Levi's titles is Cube Wizard. That was also the first title he spread in the wilderness. Let's take it as it is. Levi shrugged. He looked at the two men in their prime in front of him. Ecthelion, Singer. One is the next Prime Minister of Gondor, and the other is the next King of Rohan. In the records of later generations, the former was recognized as a wise Prime Minister who governed the country well. The latter was called a wise king. As soon as his father died, the people of Rohan asked him to return to inherit the throne. Even though he was reluctant, he returned to Rohan and made Rohan more and more prosperous during his decades of rule. A few years later, Gondor and Rohan will usher in their own wise rulers. The two most powerful free human kingdoms will continue to accumulate strength in these decades and confront Mordor head-on. When these two ended their rule, the War of the Ring would begin. That would be the end of the Third Age, and perhaps the end of the adventure. Decades. Just a few decades. In this hall with only 4 people, Levi fell into a trance for a second or two. In the blink of an eye, it has been 7 or 8 years since the expedition to Lonely Mountain. It really was just a blink of an eye, and it went by quite fast. Perhaps it was because the time was still short, and had not yet been reflected. So far, the years have not left any traces on Levi. He is still the same as at the beginning, even his mentality is the same. What he thinks about most in his mind all day is adventure and construction. But unlike his active thinking, his perception of time is becoming dull, just like an elf. So much time has passed without him noticing. Leave the rest of the time to you young people, I won't bother you. After introducing Singer to Levi, Turgon walked away, leaving the three of them looking at each other. Young people. Levi pondered the word. Although Ecthelion is over 60 years old and Singer is almost 40, in the eyes of Turgon, a 90-year-old old man, the two are still young and in their prime. As for Levi, he is younger, but no one believes it. If age must be counted from the time of coming to this world, then he is actually only 8 years old now. Okay, then what should we three young people do? Have a meal. Levi greeted the two. I agree. It's lunchtime. Me too. Then let me cook this meal. Levi waved his hand, and took on the job of cook. He suddenly thought of something and smiled. It's interesting. When he first met Bilbo, he asked if he was the royal chef of a certain kingdom. Now he really came to the palace of Gondor to cook. Are you going to cook for me? Ecthelion opened his eyes wide, obviously very interested in Levi's recipes and cooking skills. Singer also said, legendary recipes, it's really exciting, but please forgive me for leaving for a while. I have to go back and tell my family that I won't go back for lunch today. Wouldn't it be better to just call them all over? I don't mind cooking more dishes. Levi replied. In that case, I have to take out my treasured wine. Ecthelion said, wine from Dorwinion and Roadside Castle is really rare. Wait, wine from Roadside Castle? Levi suddenly turned his head. Yes, it's the wine from your territory. I think it will definitely make you feel like home. Wait. Ecthelion looked at Levi with a puzzled face, and was also stunned for a moment. Don't you know that the caravan from Roadside Castle arrived here yesterday? Ah? Levi's expression was a little dull. How did they get here? Chapter 220. How can a lord not know the trade routes of his own foreign trade? Didn't he follow you here? Ecthelion asked back. Levi thought for a moment and said, it's unlikely. I ran from the valley all the way south through the Black Gate in the north of Mordor. Only he could run like this. If someone else got a little closer to the Black Gate, he would be torn down by the orcs literally. The orcs in Mordor don't care who passes by. Sometimes even if their own people pass by with good things, if there is no strong captain in the team, some of them will be stripped off. Okay. Levi didn't pursue the matter anymore. Since they are here, they must have their own way. Where are they? I want to see. In the northern market on the first floor. I'll be back in a while. Take leave of the two people in the hall for the time being. Levi cuts the elytra and jumps down from the top floor. Exilian and Singer rushed over to check nervously, and the next moment they looked up at the sound of fireworks. As fast as an eagle. Looking at Levi soaring into the sky, the two looked at each other again, speechless for a moment. Just a second or two away from the sight, when they looked again, Levi's figure disappeared mysteriously, and they could not find it. Is that a wing? No, it looks more like a piece of cloth. How did he fly with that thing? Maybe it's magic. Makes sense. Exilian recalled the scene just now, and fell into thought. Next time I see a certain grey-robed wizard, maybe I can mention it to him. Maybe he can fly too. As soon as he arrived at the market, Levi found his target. He was very familiar with the flag flying high on the car in the center of the market. The flag itself had no special logo, only a name on it, which was Levi. This was exactly what he signed a few years ago. However, standing on a high place, looking at the carriage surrounded by the crowd, Levi also had a headache. No wonder Exilian said it was difficult to buy things. This caravan seemed to be a little too popular. Almost everyone in the market gathered here, making the owners of other stalls. Where are the owners? Where did all the stall owners go? Seeing that he probably wouldn't have a free time in a day if he continued to wait like this, Levi sighed and had to join the crowd. Make way, please make way. At the periphery of the crowd, Levi waved his hands and shouted to squeeze in. Thanks to the characteristics of the Netherworld alloy armor, even if there were people in front, behind, left and right, no one could squeeze him. He moved steadily and like a mountain. Who is pushing behind? I advise you to queue up first, or I hit your head with my basket. Oh God, please first. An old woman yelled, but when she turned around, her heart skipped a beat, and she almost had a heart attack. Was she a little too presumptuous? Although she thought so, it was obvious that the person who was scolded didn't care about this little thing at all, and even helped her to prevent her from falling over due to excessive shock. After the woman recovered, the corners of her mouth were almost crooked. I touched it. I just touched his armor. Sorry, forgive me. I have to go inside to take a look. No, it's okay. Please go first. Quite smoothly, when Levi's presence was noticed, the people in front of him spontaneously made way, and the market became quiet for a while, until Levi walked inside and climbed onto one of the trucks, and the noisy transactions continued. Lord, it's the Lord. From a distance, the head of the caravan saw his lord squeezing here. I didn't expect you to be able to walk so far. Levi looked at the goods on the car, and was also surprised. There are many kinds of good goods on it, all of which are roadside Ford features. These freight wagons can hold more than his backpack plus the Ender box. Lord, we heard about you on the road a few days ago, but we didn't expect you to be here. Not only Levi, but also the head of the caravan felt surprised. I didn't expect to run into my own elusive lord, which is really not easy. The Lord once said that as long as you walk far enough, you will always encounter some magical things. Now it seems that this sentence is quite reasonable. Look, didn't I meet the Lord himself? It's amazing. Charlie, the head of the first caravan, greets you. Well, thank you for your hard work. How did you get here? Not hard, sir. We just followed the main road. By the way, it is also thanks to our trainee ranger team wandering in the wilderness, and the leading ranger instructor. They took turns to clear the possible obstacles ahead of the road. These are the hard-working people. Sir! As he was talking, two young men ran over while waving to Levi excitedly. Apprentice Ranger Alger yawned, greetings to you. The two men saluted excitedly, with a clear smile from the heart on their faces, and their appearance was full of the vitality and energy unique to young people. Infected by these two guys, even Levi unconsciously became lively. Not bad, very energetic. He jumped out of the car, patted the shoulders of the two boys, and asked, "How is the internship going? Have you encountered any difficulties?" When they mentioned this, the two men were very energetic. We encountered a corpse demon and almost died in the woods near the ancient tomb. Sir, the first enemy you encountered that year was really difficult to deal with. The two of us tried every means to defeat it. The two boys spoke heartlessly, briefly describing the experience of taking shelter in the village, encountering the cursed child, discovering the corpse demon and chasing it out. But fortunately, Instructor Faladin came over and saved our lives. I should really remind you to be careful with those things. They are not something that ordinary people can deal with. Levi responded with a smile, his eyes slightly narrowed. These corpse demons dared to come out and harm people? That's a bit of a beating. Yes, Instructor Faladin also told us this. Next time we encounter corpse demons, we will not rush out without 5 people. Well, it's good to have this awareness, but even if there are many people, we still have to be careful and can't relax our vigilance at all. Yes. The 2 trainee rangers took note seriously. By the way, why did you come with the caravan? It should be time to check the results of the internship now. Our internship has indeed been completed. One of them explained. Under the guidance of the instructors, we have experienced more than a dozen raids and frontal battles in the past few months, and all the orcs in Nangang have been defeated. Later, we met the caravan on the Green Avenue. They had never been here before, and needed some guides. So we followed them. I see. 2 rangers who were more familiar with the road conditions in the south of Eriador, plus the guards stationed by the caravan, the cover of the secret rangers and other trainee rangers, were indeed enough for them to pass safely. But the radiation range of the roadside fort is limited to Eriador. It is hard to say what will happen after passing this isolated land. But these 2 young apprentices, in a village near Bree, they dared to challenge the whites to save a cursed child, followed the nomads to participate in more than a dozen battles, and later served as guides and vanguard scouts to escort the caravan through many dangerous places to Gondor. Levi waved his hand and said, "Well done, Alger and Arwen, right? I give you extra points when I go back." "Thank you, Lord." The 2 suddenly shouted very loudly, excited as hell. Chapter 221. We followed the north-south road, passing through Shabad, through Dunlodge, and across Isengard and the southern road of Rohan, all the way to the capital of Gondor. The 2 roadside fort apprentice rangers left happily, followed by the caravan leader Charlie, who reported to Levi. The first half of the journey was smooth, until we walked a distance in Dunlodge, and a group of people with dark eyes stopped us. They were wearing clothes made of animal skins, holding stone spears and axes in their hands, and suddenly jumped out from both sides of the road, trying to scare the horses in front, but it was obvious that they hit the wrong way. Idea, Marco of Roadside Castle will never be scared by anything. But in the end, we were forced to stop. Their number was too large, directly blocking the road ahead of us. Just when our guards drew their weapons, and saw that a hard battle was about to take place, an old man in a white robe appeared. He said his name was Saruman, and asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. Those shady Delmans were blocked behind him. In the end, not only did they not attack us, but they also escorted us all the way to the crossing of the Isen River until we arrived at the border of Rohan. Speaking of this, Charlie sighed. Our Lord really has friends all over the world, and he can get along with everyone wherever he goes. Dundelman? Levi muttered this word. The Dulmans are not the point. The point is Saruman. This guy has actually started to unite with them so early. Maybe something is about to begin. Saruman, he is indeed our ally now. Is he indeed an ally now? Charlie immediately grasped the key point of what Levi said. It seems that we still cannot let down our guard. He thought about it, and continued to follow the previous report. In Rohan, our journey was smooth at the beginning. The people there welcomed us very much, especially our cider and various woolen fabrics. Until we arrived at Adoras, the capital of Rohan. At this point, Charlie's expression became a little hard to describe. What happened to the capital of Rohan? My lord, I don't want to make rash comments on the ruler of a country, but the behavior of the king of Rohan is indeed a little hard to describe. Go ahead. Levi comforted. Don't think too much, I'm here. A plain sentence gave Charlie enough confidence. Yes, our trade in Adoras went smoothly at first, until the king of Rohan heard about it. He surrounded us with a large number of soldiers and asked about the price. I guarantee that our prices are fair and reasonable. You see, our goods are almost the same as the local market price of Gondor, and the quality is much higher. However, the king of Rohan said that we are black merchants and people with bad intentions who destroy the local market. He wanted to seize our goods and even confiscate our guards' weapons and even take away our horses. We almost had to walk home. Oh! Levi sat sideways on the cart, tapping the wooden board with his fingers, and didn't speak for a while. Sanger's father was a little rude. Isn't this just trying to get something for free? This practice is not much different from bandits and robbers. At that time, the people of Rohan were very angry. Of course, they were not angry at us. I could feel that they were mainly angry at the actions of their king. I also thought that we did nothing wrong. Before going to Rohan, we had already learned the local grammar in advance. I can swear that we absolutely abided by the laws of Rohan. I know something about the deeds of the king of Rohan. It's not your fault, Levi said. His greed should have a limit. But I don't think you look like your goods have been detained. Yes, sir, Charlie said. A marshal of Rohan saw your signature on the caravan flag. He tried his best to persuade the king of Rohan to let us go. Later, several cavalry captains came to persuade the king collectively. The atmosphere was quite tense at the time. I almost thought they were going to rebel. Under the persuasion of his subordinates, the king finally let us go. We didn't dare to stay in Rohan afterwards and hurried here. Even if the caravan's guards were all elite and their equipment was at the level of the regular elves, there were only so many people after all. Let alone a large army, a cavalry squad would be a big trouble. No one dared to bet. I understand. Levi kept this in mind. A new itinerary was quietly set. Well, now that we are here, relax. Gondor is our official ally. I am going to have dinner with my friends here. I hope you have a good appetite. With Levi's assurance, Charlie finally felt relieved and continued to organize the caravan members to sell goods. Seeing that there was nothing else to do here, Levi waved his hand and went back. Of course, before leaving, he also took some ingredients and wine from Roadside Castle, just in time for dinner. Whoosh, the sound of fireworks rang out, and Levi quickly returned to the top floor to meet with Exilian and Singer. I brought some good things from the caravan. When they reached the banquet hall, Levi laid out the wine in his backpack. He took a barrel of each type of wine brought by the caravan. Before the small banquet began, Ecthelion and Thinger brought their families to meet Levi, including Denethor. Even Thinger's daughter, who had just been weaned, was brought to greet Levi. For this innocent little guy, who couldn't speak yet, Levi gave a small silver jewelry made by Roadside Castle from the caravan as a gift. She will like it. Thinger's young wife bowed slightly to express her gratitude on behalf of the little guy, and her manners were quite elegant. Her jet-black hair and tall figure attracted people's attention. The wife of the Prince of Rohan was also extraordinary. Thinger had introduced her to Levi before. Her name was Morwen, and she had some high-level Numenor blood, in other words, some Dunedain blood. This is reflected in the fact that her and Singer's children are taller than the average Rohan, and their hair color is darker. A small gift to show my appreciation. Regarding the gift Levi gave to his daughter, Morwen smiled and said, "Anything you give is more precious than anything else." It can be imagined that whenever his daughter attends a social evening in the future, even if others wear exquisite gold ornaments on their heads and precious pearls and gemstones on their hands, they will not dare to show off in front of her. Any wealth is meaningless in front of that inconspicuous little jewelry. Chapter 222. Seeing the daughter of the uncle next door receive the gift, Denethor also looked over here eagerly, but when he met Levi's gaze, he quickly turned his head away, looking indifferent. With a smile, Levi temporarily ignored this interesting boy and walked directly to Singer and Ecthelion. Then, he took out 2 golden apples. What is this? Ecthelion stared at the 2 round and glowing apples in Levi's hand, which were the best treasures in the world, and couldn't bear to blink. This thing is so beautiful and perfect. The golden apple, as you can see, is made of a lot of gold. It can be eaten, and it has the power of healing and protection. Even if the heart is pierced, as long as it is not dead, it can bring people back to life. This is too precious. There was a faint throbbing in his heart, and the heir to the Prime Minister and the Prince of Rohan in front of him opened their eyes wide. Could it be? They were a little unsure, even though this was what was going to happen. I am giving you these 2 apples, hoping they can help you. This is a treasure that can be called heirloom. I will list it as a family treasure, pass it down from generation to generation, and never use it unless it is a matter of life and death. Exilian took the golden apple solemnly. Me too. Singer also took the golden apple and bowed slightly. But after accepting the gift, Exilian felt a little troubled. Originally, his father gave Levi a precious dagger with great symbolic significance and mixed with some mithril, as well as the promise of the Prime Minister's family as a reward for Levi. But now he gave back a more precious item. Another favor. But this favor is totally irresistible. Ecthelion carefully put away the golden apple, and at the same time kept it in mind. After sending all these things, Levi left the banquet hall temporarily. Ecthelion and Singer's families discussed in the hall. Everyone guessed that he went to the kitchen to cook. After all, this was agreed before. But obviously they were wrong. As soon as he left the reception hall, Levi found a secluded place, put down the ender box, took out the enchantment table, bookshelf, lapis lazuli and anvil from it, and rubbed out an iron sword on the spot. Then enchant. Buzz, the book turned, and the lapis lazuli turned into a stream of light and merged into the iron sword, showing its own attributes: durability 3, undead killer 4. Hiss. This is so unlucky. How could an undead killer pop up? Given the current situation where most enemies are orcs and humans, the role of the undead slayer is really limited, and its cost effectiveness is far less than that of the sharp sword. But Levi thought about it, and randomly enchanted a few books, and swiped out another undead slayer 4, merged it with the iron sword, upgraded the undead slayer to level 5, and then took out an experience repair book stored in the ender box and attached it to the sword. Now this is a solid iron sword that is specifically designed to break the undead. Of course, Levi himself does not need this thing. The ancient elf blessing attached to the nemesis has a very wide effect that Levi calls Evil Slayer, which has a restraining effect on all evil forces, naturally including the undead. So, he definitely didn't plan to use this sword for himself. As for who it was for, Levi packed up all the things he had put out and got up to walk to the reception hall. In the corner of the hall, Denethor leaned against the wall, feeling depressed. Looking at his father and mother, who were chatting happily, and his uncle's family next door, he felt that the joys and sorrows of human beings were not connected. As for why, there was a child present who didn't receive a gift. Guess who it was? Does he actually hate me? Denethor frowned and began to recall all his experiences with Levi from the time they met until now. It seems that nothing unpleasant has happened, right? If I had to say something that might make him hate me, it would be that I challenged him when we first met, but I was abused in that battle. Isn't it a proof of courage to dare to challenge the strong? That's what my father taught me. A truly brave person will not attack the weak to show his existence. Is this wrong? His face became more gloomy, and a different kind of negative emotion rose in his heart, and even had a tendency to change in a bad direction. Just when this emotion was about to solidify, Denethor raised his head suddenly, and his mind suddenly became clear. He suddenly remembered some storied books he saw in the study. In one of the fabled books, there was such a plot. A generous gentleman gave gifts to most of his friends, but not to one person. Because of this, the person felt resentful. Even if the gentleman had not done anything to offend him, he had no obligation to give him anything. People with high moral standards should not be like this. Am I going to be a petty person who holds a grudge over such a trivial matter? Oh, I won't. The haze suddenly dissipated, and confidence emerged on his face. Snap. Just as he was thinking, a big hand patted the shoulder of this stubborn boy. This pat made Denethor shudder all over. He turned his head, and saw that Levi was standing next to him without knowing when. You look in a good mood. I thought you would be depressed. Levi seemed a little surprised. Why should I be depressed? Denethor still looked like a stubborn kid. Not bad. Without further discussing this topic, Levi handed over the newly enchanted iron sword and said, You don't lack any precious things, child. So I want to give you an iron sword made by my own hands. It is not as sharp as the sword of the elves, nor as delicate and easy to use as the weapons of the dwarves. It is just a standard iron sword, perhaps ordinary, but strong enough. I give it to you, and I hope your will can be like iron and never yield. Denethor looked at the iron sword in Levi's hand in silence, and lowered his head after a moment, and took it with a very solemn and serious expression. I will always carry it with me. Denethor held the sword, and I didn't know if it was an illusion, but there seemed to be some obscure brilliance on it that was not easy to detect, but when I looked closely, that brilliance disappeared. Hula. A moment later, fireworks rose in the kitchen, and Levi synthesized a lot of pots on the spot and practiced various cooking. Thanks to the complete ingredients brought by the roadside fort caravan, local dishes or special dishes from other places were made by Levi and served one by one. The technique made the chef, who was helping him, stare. Today, after many times, Levi can skillfully fry, stir-fry, boil, stew and deep-fry even without the assistance of the synthesis system. Anyway, there are only a few fixed steps, and he has memorized them after doing them so many times. In this small banquet that was not so solemn, and the occasion was not very formal, but actually more like a family gathering, the two families experienced Levi's cooking skills that were rarely mentioned in the rumors. Many cooking techniques are quite fresh and very innovative. It's simply a new school. This is the evaluation of the chef who helped him. Good food must be paired with good wine. On this day, Exilian and Singer couldn't help drinking a little more and talked a lot. It was at this time that Levi mentioned the thing that Charlie, the head of the caravan, said. I don't like to keep secrets from my friends, so I have to tell you something, Singer. You say. Singer listened very carefully. Your father, King Fingal of Rohan, tried to seize the caravan of roadside castle by force some time ago and swallow all the goods they carried. For this kind of robbery, I want to say, I will find him and make him realize his mistake. This is what I want to say and what I want to do, and I am only making a public announcement in advance so that you know the reason for all this. In other words, this is just a notice, and will not be changed because of anyone's face or anything else. Can't be stopped. Bang! Sanger suddenly knocked on the table, and his emotions were obviously very excited. This posture scared everyone. Can I join you? He said something that was a little surprising, but not too surprising. Chapter 223. Some people are always very active. They make a decision 1 second and set off the next. That night, 2 figures rode out of the White City and ran fast on the grassland. At the same time, Ecthelion found his father Turgon and showed him the golden apple. Does it really have such an effect? A golden apple that will never decay and can save lives can be called a treasure in terms of efficacy, appearance, or material, even from the broad perspective of the ruler of the most powerful human kingdom in Middle-earth. Yes, father, I believe that Lord Levi will not lie. Gently taking the golden apple handed over by his son, Turgon's hand holding the apple sank slightly, and he felt that his heart sank with the apple. This apple is really heavy in every sense. I give it to you to keep. After thinking for a moment, Turgon returned the golden apple. I can no longer use this thing in my current state. Yes, father. The golden apple was quickly put into a custom-made small box and placed in a safe place. After discussing this matter, Turgon asked again, I heard that you held a small banquet. How was it? Did you have a good time together? Very relaxing. Levi showed us his superb cooking skills. It was quite delicious. Singer and I couldn't help drinking more wine. That's good. Turgon nodded and asked again, where is our friend now? If it's convenient, I will visit him again tomorrow. He is no longer here, father. When did it happen? Just now. He dragged Thingol out as soon as the party was over. They should be outside the city now. What did he do? Ecthelion was a little speechless for a moment, not knowing what expression to make. He said he was going to beat up the king of Rohan, and Thingol agreed with his idea and suggested going with him. Okay, I see. Turgon responded, was silent for a while, and then said, he is such a filial child. Are we just going to walk over like this? As the night was about to pass and the sky was just getting light, Levi and Thingol had crossed the Merlin River, the dividing line between Gondor and Rohan, and officially entered the territory of Rohan. Dew dotted the grass, and occasionally 1 or 2 drops were affected by the vibration caused by the horse's hooves not far away, and rolled down with a thin layer of frost on it. What else? You can't fly. Okay, but can we take a break? I feel a little difficult to breathe. Sanger made a request. You asked for it. Levi turned his head and looked at Sanger, who was wrapped tightly in a large robe and dark cloth, even covering his head, without any mercy. At this moment, his eyes were exposed, and those who didn't know would think he was a bandit. There are not many people around here. Can't you take off the thick cloth first? No, I don't want anyone to see my face. Sanger said stubbornly. I said at the beginning that I would never return to this land again. Now even if I am just passing by, I don't want to be discovered. Okay, then you have to be careful not to suffocate yourself. So can we take a break? Sanger made another request. Yes, it looks like he is really going to suffocate. The horses stopped and the bonfire started. Levi took out the pot and placed it on top. He picked 2 mushrooms from the rotten wood on the roadside and planned to cook a mushroom soup with meat. That mushroom looks too bright, and the cut surface will change color. To be honest, I doubt it. Is it really edible? Seeing that Levi was about to throw the washed mushrooms into the pot, Sanger expressed his concern. Don't worry, it will be fine. How did you know? I have eaten it. If there is no poison buff after eating it, it is a good mushroom. This is really quite convincing. Gurgle. The fresh fragrance wafted out of the pot, which made people's appetite grow. Even if it's just for this bowl of soup, I feel that my trip tonight was worthwhile. Sanger took the bowl handed over by Levi and drank it impatiently. This kind of mushrooms and meat stewed together is really delicious. I remember its method. Do you mind if I teach it to my family? It's a pity that they can't eat this kind of thing. Whatever you want, as long as you can do it. That's what you said. Even though the soup in the bowl was still steaming, Sanger drank it up in a few gulps, and then poured another bowl. When the second bowl of soup was finished, Sanger exhaled a long breath, spitting out all the heat accumulated in his lungs, and felt relaxed all over. How long has it been since I last felt this kind of relaxation like an outing? Inexplicably, Sanger felt quite happy until a group of black spots in the distance gradually approached. He quickly put down the wooden bowl in his hand, put on his robe, and wrapped his face with a cloth scarf again. Rumble. The vibration gradually approached, and a group of cavalrymen smoothly dispersed to both sides not far from the two people until they completely surrounded the two people. Only then did Levi gently put down the soup in his hand and stood up from the stone. "Hello, Rohan's cavalry." He waved and greeted the cavalrymen holding their spears. "They are not hostile," Sanger reminded quietly. "The spears are not pointing at us, and—" As he was speaking, a man walked out from behind the cavalrymen. He first dismounted and took off his helmet. Taking off the helmet means that the vigilance is relieved, and the person coming is a friend, not an enemy. "Hello, legendary Levi." As he spoke, he saluted Levi. Judging from the style of his armor, this is the Marshal of Rohan. By the way, the Marshal is the highest military rank in Rohan, equivalent to the commander of Gundur. Sanger, with his face covered, continued to whisper in Levi's ear. "You seem to know Rohan very well." The Marshal looked at Sanger with a somewhat surprised expression. After a little thought, he exclaimed again, "Hey, wait, this voice, is it you, your highness? You've made a mistake." A sharp voice suddenly sounded beside him, and Levi turned his head to take a look. Sanger pinched his throat and shouted, "I'm just a traveler passing by." Oh, I see." The Marshal looked at the sweaty traveler in front of him meaningfully and said to Levi, "Forgive us, we didn't mean to disturb you, but you just happened to pass through our patrol area." He pointed to a direction on the west and said, "That's Fort Ode, which is also the base of our cavalry. If you need a place to rest, you can go there with us first. I received your kindness, but I'm in a hurry. I will continue my journey after dinner. Then I wish you a safe journey." Nodding at Levi, the Marshal put on his helmet again and rode his horse. "By the way," before leaving, he turned his head and asked, "It's just a routine matter. Can I ask the direction and purpose of your trip?" "Go to Edoras and beat your king." "What?" The Marshal widened his eyes, looked at Levi on the left and Sanger on the right. "Say it again?" I said, "I'm going to beat up your king." "Sorry, the wind is a bit strong, I can't hear you." A few meters away, the Marshal shouted at the top of his voice, turned around and waved his hand, and quickly ordered, "Let's retreat." They left. Chapter 224. You are probably exposed. Levi turned his head and looked at Sanger, shrugging. "Don't you think the wind is really strong?" Sanger was still stubborn. "I had just become an adult when I left, and now it has been nearly 20 years. I have changed so much that they can't recognize me." "Okay, if you say so, then so." Levi was too lazy to continue arguing with him. This matter was already very clear. After all, Marshal Rohan did not work for nothing. As the general and supreme marshal under the king, he could not do nothing when he heard an outsider say that he wanted to beat the king, even if the king was notorious now. No matter what, he was their king, and the king's dignity could not be challenged. This was the duty and obligation of a marshal. Even if the opponent was Levi, he had to fight first, even if it was just for show. He couldn't just give in before he started. But if it was Levi plus Rohan's most popular prince, Sanger, the next and only legitimate heir of Rohan, then the nature would be different. After quickly cleaning up the still hot mushroom soup in the pot, the two mounted their horses, bypassed Orberg, and continued to move westward. One day later. In the field, Sanger pointed to the rather conspicuous and majestic palace on the hill in the distance and said, "Meduseld, or the Golden Palace, is where the king is." He looked at Levi. Levi also looked at him. The two exchanged glances and nodded to each other. At midnight, torches were lit, illuminating the road around the palace. Even at night, the splendor of this palace remained undiminished, with the flames jumping onto the gold-plated pillars in front of the door, and flowing on the bird and animal patterns inlaid with jewels and gold pieces on the gate, thus highlighting its existence. "Stop." When Levi and Sanger walked to the palace gate, two guards blocked them with their swords crossed. Although their hands holding the swords were steady, their unsmooth breathing showed that they were not as calm as they'd looked. Standing opposite this person, the pressure was too great. "I have something to do with your king." One of the guards glanced at Levi and said, "Please wait." A moment later, the Grand Marshal stationed in Edoras arrived with dozens of fully armed soldiers and gathered in front of the door. As soon as they arrived, they surrounded the place. "Greetings, Legend Levi." "Forgive me, I." The Grand Marshal looked at Levi, and the words he wanted to say suddenly got stuck in his throat. Normally, it is necessary to disarm when meeting the king, But is it really meaningful to do so for the person in front of him? Could it be that the dragon can do nothing to the small human without teeth? With his throat surging, the Grand Marshal took a deep breath and chose to firmly perform his duties. I have to take away your weapons before I can let you go in to see King Fingal. Levi raised his hand in cooperation. Seeing him like this, the Grand Marshal was relieved and went to check in person. No, he only had the black armor on him, without any weapons. After Levi checked, Singer was also allowed to pass. The two followed him into the hall at the Grand Marshal's signal. Who is visiting in the middle of the night? Don't you know it's time for me to have a midnight snack? On the throne, the gray-haired Fingal slumped down with a big belly and began to blame the visitor before he saw him. Levi, the lord of Roadside Castle. Levi answered briefly. A lord? Oh wait, I remember you, a big shot in the north. You've been in the news for the past few years. What's up? I heard you were planning to seize my caravan some time ago. Is that true? Finger pretended to be suspicious, scratched his head, looked away from Levi, looked at his hands and said, I'm sorry, I don't remember doing this, maybe you remembered it wrong. My people won't lie to me. Then you'd better be careful, there are many people who are inconsistent in appearance and heart. Don't worry, I know what happened here, I have already investigated on the way here, you did try to swallow the goods of our caravan, right? So what? Seeing that Levi and the mysterious masked man next to him were unarmed, Finger simply didn't bother to pretend. Your caravan is selling goods maliciously and disrupting the local market. I have legal grounds to detain them. What law? Relevant law. What relevant law? Relevant law I made. Beautiful. Levi applauded, and Singer beside him clenched his fists and trembled with anger. He couldn't help but shout, Stupid man. What did you say? How dare an outsider to comment on me? Finger pointed at Singer and scolded, For the sake of the people next to you, I can forgive you once, but if you can't control your mouth next time, things won't be so simple. Outsider. Ha, it's really interesting. You? The speech was suddenly interrupted. Levi stood in front of Singer and said, The conclusion is that you don't intend to admit your fault, right? What fault did I have? Okay. Levi smiled and said to Singer, You go out first and come back later. Okay. Singer looked at Levi, then at Finger, nodded slowly, and left the hall. It seems that you, a king who only thinks about eating and drinking and making money all day, are really confused and need to be corrected. Levi said, as he walked forward and moved his fingers. What are you going to do? Finger's heart tightened, and seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly ordered loudly, Stop him. Sir, stop. The Grand Marshal stepped forward. Bang. The next moment, he was knocked to the ground by a punch. Snap. Just as the Grand Marshal was touching his weapon with one hand and preparing to stand up and resist, a sword appeared out of thin air and stuck into the floor next to his neck, shocking him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat, and his breathing and heartbeat stopped for a moment. You're already dead? Their eyes met for a moment. Levi drew back his sword, blocked the attack from behind with a clang, kicked over and knocked down two people in a row, and knocked down the lamppost next to him with a clang. The scene suddenly became a mess, and Finger quickly stood up, covering his head and hiding behind the throne. The sound of metal clashing and fighting continued to sound. The soldiers led by the marshal rushed over one after another, trying to stop Levi's steps, and then they were knocked to the ground one by one. Some soldiers wanted to stand up and continue fighting, but suddenly a strong hand grabbed his feet and pulled him back directly. Don't make any noise. Just keep lying down. That man is His Highness Singer's companion. He won't do anything too outrageous. After saying that, the Grand Marshal closed his eyes, tilted his head, and looked quite peaceful. Chapter 225. The noise in the palace quickly alarmed the guards outside the door. The captain of the guard immediately led his men in. When he saw his comrades lying on the ground and the messy hall, he felt angry at first. However, when he met the eyes of the Grand Marshal lying on the ground, he seemed to understand something. Although there were people lying on the ground, and the noise was quite loud, it seemed that no one was injured. The sword in the hand of the legend was completely used by him as a blocking tool. He never swung it down once. All the people on the ground were knocked down by his fists and feet. Stop! After spending 2 or 3 seconds to figure out the situation, the captain of the guard knew what to do. He shouted and led his men to rush towards Levi, but unfortunately, all this was in vain. In a moment, people were lying all over the hall, and their expressions were quite peaceful. The long sword scraped the ground, destroying the regular stone pattern. When the only sound in the hall was the approaching harsh friction, Finger finally couldn't help but stick his head out only to see that none of the more than 100 soldiers led by his Grand Marshal and the captain of the guard were still standing, and they all fell to the ground. Waste, a bunch of waste. You might as well take off your armor and sell it, and then send the money to my house. Those treasures will make people feel much happier than you. Wait, don't come over. After scolding the soldiers, Finger's face changed from anger to fear. I admit my mistake. I can let you off the hook for what you did today. Don't come over, I warn you. If you dare to attack me, you are provoking the entire Rohan. Ah! The tall black shadow gradually approached, and Finger screamed and fell under the throne. For a moment, only help was left in his mouth, and he looked quite helpless. Bang! Snap! A burst of punches and kicks sounded, directly blocking Finger's mouth. Levi grabbed Finger's chest, and was about to give him another personality correction punch, but suddenly stopped. He turned his head, and glanced at the two soldiers behind him, who couldn't help but look up curiously. The two soldiers quickly looked away, tilted their heads, and continued to lie. Bang! With one last punch, Levi let go of Finger and threw him to the ground. Woo teeth! My teeth! I can't eat meat anymore. Snap! When everything was over, Singer, who had been waiting outside, came in. He shouted, "You should realize how much pain your actions have brought to Rohan. You have never cared about how your people live and what they need. You have never cared about Rohan's army, or the soldiers who run day and night on the land of Rohan to maintain national security. What does it have to do with me?" Finger shouted with his teeth covered. Singer choked. I don't know if it was an illusion, but when this sentence came out, the already quiet hall became even quieter. The chests of the soldiers lying on the ground rose and fell, and no one knew what they felt at the moment. You? Enough. You sneaky outsider, traitor, what qualifications do you have to evaluate my country? Finger shouted angrily. Singer gritted his teeth, walked over and grabbed Finger, staring at his old face. Looking at his old father, Singer's eyes were complicated, and the only remaining warmth also dissipated in Finger's eyes that were like looking at a stranger. He didn't recognize him at all, even though he only covered half of his face, didn't even disguise his voice, and the two had the same hair color. Even the Grand Marshal and the captain of the guards beside him recognized him, but his biological father didn't. He didn't care at all, never cared from beginning to end. Bang! A full-strength punch hit Finger's face, knocking him out of his voice. This greedy old man finally couldn't stand the multiple blows, and his eyes rolled over, and he fainted directly. Father, this is the last time I call you like this. Crash. Singer let go of his hand, and turned to leave here. Wait, your highness, didn't you come back to succeed to the throne? The Grand Marshal lying on the ground couldn't hold it anymore. He quickly stood up and asked. You recognized the wrong person. Singer responded loudly, and continued to walk out without looking back. But if you don't take the throne, what's the point of us doing this? The captain of the guard couldn't lie still any longer, so he stood up and asked. Singer turned his head, and looked at the soldiers on the ground staring at him eagerly, and the Rohan high-ranking officials, who came in from the side door after the storm was over. There was silence for a while. He didn't answer, but just left. My lord. When Levi shrugged and was about to leave, the Grand Marshal blocked him. He looked at the direction where Singer left, and then at Levi, as if he had 10,000 words to say, but didn't know how to express them. Don't worry, he will come back when the time is right. Everyone in the hall looked at each other in silence. The sun rose, and the farce should end. It is said that since the incident in the Golden Palace of Rohan, King Fingal has been ill, his appetite has deteriorated, and his body has become weaker day by day. He appeared less and less in the palace, and he was recuperating at home most of the time. I want to arrest that guy. Finally one day, Fingal began to talk nonsense, and forcibly issued an order to launch a wanted order for Levi. The execution of this order was not very good, and the news of the wanted order was only spread in a small range. Rather than being a wanted order, it was more like a kind of gossip. When people mentioned it, they would only say it is said that King Fingal wanted that legend, but whether this matter was true or not, even few people could confirm it. One day, an inconspicuous figure in a grey robe passed by a town in Rohan. Hearing this gossip, that was not widely spread, Gandalf frowned. What happened? Levi broke into the Golden Palace and beat the king of Rohan? How could there be a conflict between these two families? It shouldn't be. After some inquiries, Gandalf got the answer from a resident. It's so confusing. How dare he hijack the caravan of Roadside Castle? No, not only Roadside Castle, he shouldn't do this to any caravan. He's really crazy. Shaking his head, Gandalf couldn't help but light up his pipe and began to think. Speaking of the current king of Rohan, he is indeed a little selfish, greedy, and alienated from his subordinates, not caring about government affairs, and not very good to his family, but in the end, he is not guilty of death, right? Well, it doesn't matter whether he lives or dies. The important thing is that the order he issued was actually against Levi. This is not good for Rohan, very bad. I have to go and persuade him. Not long after, another visitor arrived at the Golden Palace. Gandalf the Grey, greetings. Ah, wizard, what news do you bring? Thengor, who looked a little weak, sat on the throne and asked Gandalf. Gandalf glanced at the conspicuous scratch on the floor of the palace and said, I heard that you issued a wanted order for the legendary Levi in the north. With all due respect, this is not a wise move. This order will do nothing for Rohan, and may even bring disaster to it. Shut up your crow mouth, wizard. The sincere persuasion was met with the king's rebuke. Gandalf lowered his head, sighed softly, and looked a little helpless. Forget it, another king who doesn't listen to others. Old Gandalf has seen many kings like this in his many years of wandering in Middle-earth. He can scold if he wants, it won't hurt him. By the way, there is one thing our wizard friend must have a way to solve. After scolding, Thingel turned around and said, Since that abominable guy left, I have suffered from a disease. This disease makes me depressed, unable to eat, and often have nightmares in the middle of the night. I think he must have cursed me. Come and help me. Curse? Upon hearing this word, Gandalf's eyes immediately became serious. If there is any black magic mixed in this matter, the nature is different. Other things have to retreat in front of this matter, including the scolding just now. At Fingal's signal, the guards retreated one after another to make way for Gandalf. After approaching Thingel and carefully investigating, Gandalf also sorted out the door. This disease is purely caused by fear. To put it simply, it is a more serious neurasthenia. Is there a way to cure it? Thingel asked eagerly. It can't be cured. Goodbye. Chapter 226. It's time for me to leave. On the third day after returning to Gondor, Levi said goodbye to the Prime Minister's family and the Singer family. The caravan's goods have been sold out, so I just go with them to go somewhere else. You must come often. Gondor's gate is always open for you. Exlion held Levi's hands with both hands, and was very reluctant to leave. This feeling was not polite or false. Me too, come to me anytime. Singer also came forward with his family. He smiled and said, The trip with you was very pleasant and relaxing. I will never forget it. Hearing what Singer said, Exlion also came over and said, I heard about what happened in Rohan. Ha ha, this thing is really quite unique. If there is such a trip next time, please be sure to call me. I also want to experience the feeling of traveling with you. In fact, I haven't been out of Gondor for many years. While speaking, he also secretly glanced at his old father. Ahem. Turgon coughed aside. There are still many things you need to do. Let's discuss this later. Ecthelion was visibly discouraged. He was no longer the ambitious young man who could lead the army to fight everywhere. Now he was over 60 years old, and his body was gradually getting old. Turgon was about to pass on the position. When Ecthelion really became the prime minister, he would have no chance to travel at all. Gondor's affairs were inseparable from him, and his subordinates would not let him go easily for safety reasons. If he wanted to go out for a stroll, he could only take advantage of these few years. Maybe there will be a chance. Finally, after a gentle hug with a few people, Levi planned to go find the caravan. But as soon as he turned around, he felt a pricking sensation on his back. He turned his head again. Oh yes, I have said goodbye to everyone, but I forgot the old prime minister at the edge. So Levi put his hand on his chest and stretched it forward. This is the etiquette of the elves, which means hug. After all, even his name was taken from the High King of the Elves, Turgon, so of course he understood the meaning of this gesture, so he also returned the gesture. Later, this scene was painted by a Gondor painter, and after being carefully framed, it was hung in the Prime Minister's bedroom as a commemoration. It records the friendship between Levi and the Prime Minister and even Gondor, and its value is immeasurable. I don't know how many people are looking for channels everywhere just to get a glimpse of it. It's time to go this time. Under the clear sky, several people watched Levi leave until his figure disappeared at the end of the stairs. The northern market of Minas Tirith. At this moment, the residents had bought everything they needed, and their needs were almost met. The caravan members packed up their things and set off just waiting for someone to show up. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to travel with the Lord. In the carriage, the two trainee rangers were quite excited. Do you think we will encounter something special, like in the adventure stories, encountering a strong enemy on the road, and the guards fighting desperately to protect the Lord. When talking about protecting the Lord, Alvin, one of the rangers, suddenly paused. Another ranger, Yon, also looked at him with strange eyes. Protecting the Lord, you are really bold. Read less of those meaningless story books. Isn't it okay to just think about it? Protecting the Lord. The possibility of this happening is not very high. It is possible for other countries or forces. Looking at those kings, princes, lords, etc., whoever goes out must bring a whole team of well-equipped guards. But in Roadside Castle, and even the Free City as a whole, the situation is completely reversed. I am afraid that the combined forces of all the territories of Roadside Castle and the Valley Land are not as capable as the Lord alone. It is hard to say who will protect whom. How are the goods selling? While discussing, Levi has already come over with his hand. Very good. Charlie, the head of the caravan, reported, our goods are sold out. The people of Gundor like them very much. With the money from selling goods, we have bought a lot of local specialty products. Everyone will like these things. Yeah, not bad. Levi nodded. Neither of them asked about the profit, and the other did not report how much money was sold. Obviously, for Libyan Bayo, neither the Lord nor the people focused on this. According to Levi's intention, this has become their top-down mindset. Asking is because it is unnecessary and useless. All I can say is, just be happy. Then let's go! Yes. The salesmen and guards of the caravan, including 2 rangers, gathered in front of the caravan, standing neatly in accordance with military standards and responding together. Sir, which way should we go? Return the same way. Charlie asked. North, to River Valley City. Levi announced. North. Charlie looked at the map, his eyes moving upward along the position of Gundor. Are we really going there? To the north, either take the Death Swamp and the hills full of stones, or take the road in front of the Black Gate. The former can avoid the dangerous Mordor army, but the terrain is impossible to walk on. As for the latter, since the Black Gate is mentioned, it must be the Gate of Mordor full of orcs. Neither of these two is a good place. It's okay, just take the road, that's how I got here. Levi took the map and indicated, go all the way from the North Avenue to North Athelion, then take the Harad Road, pass the Black Gate, and then take the Anduin Road. You can reach the wilderness of Rovanion. This is the shortest shortcut. Go north there and walk a little further to Long Lake Town. You haven't been there yet, right? Indeed, I haven't been there. When this group of caravan members set out, the Sky Road had not yet been officially opened, and in fact, it has not been opened even now. The culprit was the Lord in front of them, and everyone insisted on waiting for him to return before the completion ceremony. For the territory on the other side of the mountain, that also belongs to the Free City State, the city residents on both sides expressed great curiosity. Most people only heard about the situation on the other side of the mountain, and had such an impression, but never had the opportunity to go. But soon these two places will be directly connected, and a round trip will only take a few days. It can be imagined that the exchanges between the two places will be quite frequent at that time. However, curiosity is curiosity, and out of a responsible attitude, Charlie still expressed his concerns about the road conditions. Although theoretically this road is the closest, and the most stable, no caravan has dared to take this road since ancient times. Even if they have to climb the mountain and pass the high pass in the wind and snow, they are unwilling to pass here. It's okay, just go ahead. I take care of it if something goes wrong. Levi patted his chest to make a promise. Okay. All the caravan members were full of determination at this moment. Black Gate, here we come, boom! The convoy left the White City, and began to head north under the gaze of the people of Gundor. They passed by the outpost fortress of the White City, Amon Inn, the closest beacon hill to the White City, and stepped onto the bridge, crossing the small island of Caer Andris in the middle of the Anduin River, and also greeted the Gundor garrison on the island. A few days later, the group arrived at the border of North Athelion and stepped into the warplane Daggerlad covered with ash. Chapter 227. Daggerlad, a large plain with a wide view directly opposite the Black Gate in the north of Mordor. It is called the warplane because several important wars that affected the direction of Middle-earth have taken place here. For example, in the War of the Last Alliance at the end of the Second Age, the last alliance of elves and humans fought a decisive battle with Sauron here, and finally defeated him at the cost of losing 2 supreme kings and a large number of guards around him, and took away the ring on his hand. This battle mobilized the forces of almost all the free camps in Middle-earth, including Lindon, Arnor, Gundor. Rohan had not been established at that time, and that land belonged to Gundor, Moria, Khazad-dûm, Lothlorien, Golden Forest, Mirkwood. All the elites of dwarves, elves and humans gathered here. Their opponents were the orc army led by Sauron and the Black Númenóreans, as well as a large number of other evil creatures including various behemoths. According to records, their number is incalculable. The magnificent army of the Freedom Camp and the countless dark creatures of Mordor fought a decisive battle on this plain full of ashes. This battle lasted for 7 years. However, even if they fought to Sauron's hometown, the Alliance army still couldn't break through Sauron's evil Black Tower. They were helpless with the tower reinforced with magic. If Sauron hadn't walked out of it and faced the army alone, he might have survived for a while. To be honest, given the situation at that time, even if Levi was replaced in Sauron's position, he might not be able to survive. Of course, the premise is that he didn't use his various characteristics to prepare in advance and just rushed in. After all, even if we leave aside the army, the leaders on the opposite side are multiple supreme kings and elven lords, who are wearing the Ring of Power and have various magical laws. Not to mention that there are a bunch of guards with adult Aragorn-level combat power on the side, which is really difficult to fight. It seems that Sauron is not easy. After the last Alliance war, there was the war between Gondor and the Easterlings in the Third Age. The Easterlings at that time were very strong and almost defeated Rohan. The carriage kept moving forward on the road. Levi lay on the pile of goods, looking up at the sky, recalling what happened on this vast and gloomy plain. Thinking about it, he felt a little sleepy. With the slight bumps from time to time, he soon closed his eyes and slowed down his breathing. Although it is not necessary, sometimes sleeping can be used as a form of entertainment and relaxation. In the north of Mordor, a magnificent gate made of steel bars and black stone stands here, blocking the only entrance to Mordor. Apart from this place, the entire territory of Mordor is surrounded by the high, dark Shadow Mountains, which cannot be crossed by ordinary means. This is a huge natural barrier, which also provides security for Mordor. Under normal circumstances, the only way to enter and exit Mordor is through this gate. The number of garrisons and the strictness of the guards can be imagined. In the past, no one dared to pass by here. But, clank, clank, rows of carriages loaded with goods were swaggering on the road, without concealing their movements. What is that? When the orc sentinel on the gate saw the human caravan passing by slowly, he almost thought that he had hallucinations because he had not eaten meat for too long. Those maggot-infested breads are really hurting the orcs. Am I hallucinating? Just as the first orc who saw the caravan doubted himself, the orc patrolling nearby also spoke. I seem to see a human caravan full of goods walking on the road, not far from us, just over there. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Clang. At this distance, you can even vaguely hear the sound of wheels rolling. They don't look like our allies. The two orcs widened their eyes. A commotion broke out. Boom. The huge steel-cast door opened slightly, and a fully armed orc team rushed out from inside, with several huge Olegs in steel armor as the vanguard. The caravan guards raised their weapons and stood ready, nervously preparing for the impact. Several of them couldn't help but tremble with their hands. This thing looks much harder to deal with than the enemies we've seen before, or even the cavalry of Rohan. Even the equipment of those orcs is better than what we've seen before. In comparison, the orcs of Lonely Land are wearing a pile of rags. The atmosphere is getting more and more depressing. Seeing the distance between the two sides gradually shortening, when Oleg is about to rush over and overturn the carriage. A figure sits up from the pile of goods in the middle and glances over here. The orcs pause suddenly, and the leader quickly gestured to stop his subordinates behind him. Only Oleg is still rushing forward stupidly. Stupid, come back. Whoosh, an arrow ignites one of them. Levi throws an ender pearl and jumps off the carriage at the same time. While the orcs are still nervously observing his movements, a piece of purple particles falls, and Levi has appeared above the head of another Oleg, raising his sword and inserting it through the gap in the steel armor. Puff! A large amount of dark blood gushed out, soaking Levi's armor with a shiny color. Roar! Oleg roared, grabbed Levi and threw him high into the sky with his own strength. However, when he looked up the next moment, Levi's figure disappeared again. Familiar purple particles floated down. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing on the head of the third Oleg, and once again raised the long sword shining with azure light. Ah! In a flash, 3 Olegs were beaten, and the remaining one did not charge. There was a little fear in his eyes when he looked at Levi. Boom! Just as he retreated, darkness enveloped his heart and strengthened his will. For the Master! A dark language that was only popular among the evil creatures of Mordor was shouted. It was accompanied by an evil magic that made the orcs even break through the shackles of fear for a moment and were ready to move. The language was created by Sauron. The same language engraved on the Supreme Lord ring. Not good. Shut up. Levi quickly threw a pearl and teleported over, slashing the tendons of the Oleg along the gap in the armor, forcing it to half kneel, then charging for a second to launch an armor-piercing attack to damage the key parts, and then quickly finished it off with a few consecutive sword strikes. The other 3 unknown Olegs raised their huge battle axes, or clubs, that were wider than a person standing, and rushed over to fight with Levi. Levi did not dodge or avoid, and relied on the shield to resist the steamroller-like attack, and ended the Oleg that was previously the most injured in the fight. Boom! The shield broke, the emergency mechanism of the belt was triggered, and a shockwave burst out from it, directly overturning the remaining 2 Olegs. Since they have all fallen, their fate can be imagined. The last Oleg was silent. As one of the few troops in Mordor that can threaten Levi, they have done their best. The shield slowly recharged, and covered the whole body again. In fact, whether it is the giant elephant or the Oleg, a little operation like flying a kite can be done without injury. It is not certain whether they can touch Levi before they die. Unlike the ringwraith at the crossroads before, that time it was impossible to dodge, and it was impossible to be unhurt. It is a completely different level of battle from the pure power competition now. Killing the enemy without injury is good, but how can it be compared to the shock of confronting head-on? Swish, drawing the sword, Levi looked at the orcs who became restless because of the black language again. After seeing Levi resist the huge steel axe and heavy hammer of Oleg without dodging or avoiding, they immediately became honest. Crack. Oleg's head and helmet were cut off, and black blood spurted all over the ground. This was a brutal threat. He raised his sword and pointed at the orc leader and said, "If you don't want me to dig open this gate and clean up everything that moves inside, then go back." The orc leader swallowed his saliva, motioned to his subordinates behind him with one hand, and slowly retreated, while staring at Levi until he retreated into the door. Clang! The huge black and heavy steel door closed, blocking everything out again and isolating the things inside. "Let's go!" Levi put away his sword and got in the car. After thinking for a while, he said to Charlie, the head of the caravan, "You are right, don't pass by here next time." This action is still a little lack of thinking. The real elite of Mordor are like those Olegs. As long as Sauron is alive, they will not be afraid of anything, unless the opponent is a fire dragon over 100 meters long or a Balrog that can completely crush the opponent with an intuitive ecological niche. It's really okay to pass by the Black Gate alone. If the deterrence doesn't work, the worst that can happen is a fight. But it's not possible for the people. Just like just now, if you use the non-injury method to dodge a few times when fighting Orlog, the opponent may think that you are showing your cowardice, and then the orcs will rush over. I can't split myself, so I definitely can't stop them all at the same time. It's still too reckless. The relaxation of acting alone all the time almost made Levi overlook one thing. Mordor is never in existence that can be easily messed with. Chapter 228. Outside the gate, from now on, the journey will never end. Clang! Clang! The carriage swayed slightly, and the people on it swayed occasionally. There was a not-so-beautiful humming coming from there, plain and bland, but it attracted the attention of many people in the caravan. The Lord is singing. The 2 rangers with the most sensitive ears heard the source of the noise. As the carriage gradually moved forward, the group finally left the gray and unsettling land. It was vast and barren, not only without trees and grass, but even without broken trees and broken stones. It was a truly lifeless land. This was the impression it left on everyone. Of course, it was not born like this. This was all the result of Sauron's scorched earth policy. He set a large army to burn and flatten everything on this land, and even after more than 3,000 years, it could not recover it all. Later, this land was called Brown Land. When the caravan arrived at the ancient crossroads of East Rovanian Gate, on the south side of the Mirkwood, the humming stopped. 2 roads. Continue along the Anduin Road to the Anduin Valley, which is the territory of the Bjorn clan. Follow the Rovanian Road to the Free City Valley. Take the Rovanian Road. Levi gave the order. So the caravan started again. On the way, 2 rangers approached quietly, and soon Levi noticed this little action. "What's the matter?" "No. It's just, we are just a little curious about the song you just sang." "Oh, this?" Levi changed his posture and continued to lie comfortably, saying, "I learned it from Gandalf, the Grey Wizard, who is also my friend." "Grey Wizard? Are there other wizards?" the young ranger asked curiously. "Yes, but I have only seen 4 of them. One of them was kidnapped by another wizard before I had time to see him." "Kidnapped?" When they heard this word, they became more curious. So Levi talked about what he had seen and heard. As he told the story, not only the two rangers, but also other people in the caravan who could hear it listened carefully, and those who could not hear it also moved closer out of curiosity. The journey was uneventful. After walking slowly for a few more days, the caravan finally crossed the bridge of the rushing ferry and officially entered the river valley area. Along the road, a new gathering place appeared in front of everyone. Dala Town. This is a new gathering place established by the River Valley District in recent years. It is located at the intersection of the River Valley Road, the Rovanian Road, and the Eastern Road, which is also the origin of its name. A year ago, when Levi nodded and included this place in the territory, Bard immediately led people to build a town at the intersection of the three roads. When the road town was built at an incredible speed, many guilds and markets were also established. Gundur, Rohan, River Valley, Black Forest, Iron Hills, Dorwinian, even run in the Far East and the Red Mountains in the Far East. No matter whether it is safe or not, anyway, from the perspective of the route, it can be said that all roads lead to the road town. Due to the geographical location and the security guarantees brought by Levi's territory, a large number of traveling merchants stockpile goods here, and it seems to be a trend of becoming a logistics transit center in the north. Now it is more and more prosperous. The carriage gradually drove into the bustling market. At first, when Levi and the caravan entered Dala Town, not many people paid attention. After all, people have seen many caravans like this since Dala Town was established, and there are many larger teams than this. It was only when the flag with only one name on it spread out in the wind that people realized where the caravan was from. Roadside Castle is the first city of the free city-state west of the Misty Mountains in legend, and it is also where Levi lives. It is said that people there live more affluently and peacefully than in the River Valley. When hearing this news, many people can't imagine what kind of life it is, because the River Valley area is rich enough in their eyes. Everyone has a house to live in, no shortage of clothes, no shortage of food, and can enjoy the best education. After graduation, they can work in their favorite industry. When the River Valley area developed, a large area around it no longer had hunger and wandering, and there were fewer bandits and robbers, which was enough to show its outrageousness. What would be better than this place? Everyone is a millionaire? They couldn't think of anything more. But this didn't stop people from looking at them curiously. Hey, are you from Roadside Fort? Soon someone brave enough approached and asked. Yes. Charlie, who was sitting at the front, responded enthusiastically. The people in Dala Town were curious about Roadside Fort, but the people in Roadside Fort were also curious about the outside world. How did you get here? I heard that road hasn't been put into use yet. Of course I walked here. Charlie said, go south from the Roadside Fort, cross the Lonely Land, cross the Asin River, pass through Rohan and Gundur, and then go north all the way to the Black Gate. The Black Gate. Everyone who heard this was shocked. Oh my god, weren't you stopped by those orcs from Mordor? I heard that a caravan dared to step on that great plain, and then there was no news of them. Is it safe there recently? No, don't think so. Charlie said seriously, we dared to go there because... As he spoke, his eyes drifted back. Because of what? The person asking the question followed Charlie's eyes and drifted back. Then he saw a person sitting up. Okay, now I know why. Unless you have thousands of well-equipped elite guards, it's best not to go there. With less than 1,000 people, you may not even be able to stop their vanguard team. Levi said his opinion calmly. Hiss, it's the Lord. Someone shouted, and a lot of heads popped out from the roadside. People outside turned around and looked here, and people inside opened windows and stretched their necks to look out. Okay. The person asking the question stood there, still a little unrecovered for a while. Well, yes, indeed, in this case, it should be the group of orcs who should hide. Wait, the goods escorted by the Lord himself? He suddenly realized and hurriedly followed the crowd to the place where the Roadside Fort caravan stopped. Let me see what's going on. The goods and specialties of Roadside Fort are actually no different from those of River Valley City and Chenghu Town, and there are even more varieties of goods here. In terms of price, the two places are similar, and the quality is quite stable and uniform. But the composition of this caravan is quite unique. Don't buy, those are the specialties I want to bring to everyone in Roadside Fort. Charlie shouted, hurriedly packing up the stall and loading the car, protecting the specialties from other countries that the residents had entrusted to buy before departure. Levi clapped his legs and laughed. Let's go! After quickly packing up, the team rushed out of Dala Town and headed towards Chenghu Town along the River Valley Road. Chapter 229. You are finally back. In the mayor's office of Chenghu Town, as soon as Levi entered the room, Bard locked the door with a click, fearing that he would run out again without noticing. Levi had no doubt that if he stood up and walked over now, Bard would immediately say you cannot pass. Can't you have some confidence in your own lord? Yes, I have, very confident. I believe that as long as we are not careful, our lord will disappear. Although he said so, Bard still went to make a cup of hot tea. Drinking tea is also Levi's habit. Every time he comes, Bard will consciously go to boil water. I went to Dalla Town to see it. Levi took the hot tea and took a sip. Well, it still tastes the same. Very good. Rather than a town, the actual scale there is already larger than an ordinary city. Does it have to be renamed Dallas City? Bard also poured himself a cup of tea and sat opposite. It sounds weird. Levi shook his head. Let's do it this way for now. There's no rush. We can wait for it to develop further. When will we return to Libyan Bayo? When the topic of Dalla Town ended, but immediately brought up another matter. The road is just a little bit away from completion. Now everyone is waiting for you. The residents are also looking forward to its opening, although it can be put into use a long time ago. Soon. Levi ate a piece of soft biscuit on the table with tea and said, I'm back now. I go to preside over the opening ceremony soon. Okay. Bud breathed a sigh of relief. Things -1. By the way, I'm still a little curious. Where have you been recently? Although he was upset about the Lord's daily offline and disappearance, Bard was still very interested in Levi's adventures. This time I went to the south. Levi recalled and said, You should have heard that there are many fruits and crops in the south that we don't have here, such as lemons, oranges, pomegranates, dates, watermelons, etc., which are all good things. I went there to buy some, just right. I can also plant some in the nearby open space. Bard nodded. Okay, I will plan a new area to plant these things. While answering, he was also relieved. So it was just to go to the south to buy goods. That's easy to say. It seems to be just an ordinary trip, which is also good. The scenery over there is actually quite good. The architectural style is different from ours, very distinctive, and the residents have a darker skin color, bronze, but not very friendly. Not very friendly. Bard had a bad premonition. Yes, I went to kidnap a prisoner, but they sent thousands of people to chase me, including several giant elephants. I had no choice but to fight them all back. Well, that's normal. I guess you kidnapped some important person. Yes, the captain of Gundor's frontline commando. That's great. Their team members will definitely be grateful to you. Yes, the team members. Didn't lose any, well, I think so, he shouldn't be dead. Skipping this topic, the two continued to talk about other things. When Bard heard that Levi defeated the ringwraiths to restore Gundor's face, and accepted the highest gift from the Prime Minister, he was sincerely happy. On the one hand, he was happy for the courtesy and respect Levi received, and on the other hand, he was also happy that the Free City had gained a powerful ally. It seems that we can cooperate more with Gundor in the future. Then what? You came back? No, then I went to Rohan. Going to Rohan, do we have another ally? Bard muttered, raising his cup to drink a sip of tea. I beat up their king. Oh. Puff, wait, what? Bard coughed twice, and took a hissing breath. Major diplomatic incident. Why are you so nervous? Levi patted Bard on the back, took the towel from his son Bane, and wiped the table. Wow, the boy has grown so tall. Glancing to the side, Levi realized that Bane's height was almost catching up with him without him realizing it. Yes, uncle, I'm an adult. Bane straightened his chest, raised his head, and smiled confidently at Levi, accepting his inspection like a soldier. Good boy, your voice has changed a lot. The boy who used to tremble when holding a sword has really grown up. Levi sighed. He has also signed up for the army, and has just finished training. By the way, Bane's archery skills are the best among those boys. His hands are very steady. Very good. Levi nodded. If you are good at using a bow, you can become a ranger. There are professional ranger instructors in the roadside fort. They will tell you what to do, and you will have many opportunities for actual combat. This side of the valley is too peaceful. Since the orc town was cleared, there have been almost no orcs or goblins nearby. They are now hiding in Gundabad or the Black Mountains in the Black Forest. It can be said that they are all forced to go up the mountain. I will, Bane replied. Let's wait until the road is open. Bard waved his hand and sent Bane away to do his own thing. But after this interruption, he also figured it out. Yes, the king of Rohan was beaten by Levi, so Rohan should be nervous. Why should I be nervous? What is Rohan's reaction? Did they apologize? It sounds outrageous to ask the other party to apologize after beating the other party's king, but in this case, it's okay. It's complicated to talk about it. Levi explained a little, and Bard understood. It seems that his rule will not last too long. When His Highness Singer returns to inherit the throne, everything will be fine. This matter will not be too far away, at most a few years later. By the way, there is one more thing. When Levi thought that the two had finished talking about everything, and could finally eat a snack with peace of mind, Bard told another piece of news. Do you remember the Bjorn clan in the Anduin Valley? Of course. Their leader Bjorn asked if you were willing to accept their allegiance. The Bjorn clan was willing to be incorporated into the Free Cities, as a whole, and become one of the many territories. Poof. This time it was Levi's turn to spit out the tea. He really didn't expect this, or he didn't care too much about it. After all, even the entire area of the valley was half-heartedly included in the territory by him, and his desire for expansion was really not great. In terms of fundamental ideas, Levi also respected and supported the choice of every independent group. Whether it was Roadside Castle or many towns in the valley area, they had already expressed his wishes with actions. Regardless of whether you pledge allegiance to him or join his territory, no one in the surrounding area is starving or homeless. This is the current situation. The Free City will not target or force anyone for any reason. As long as the other party has no evil intentions, its kindness can be unconditional. Here, Bane came again and handed over a clean towel. Thank you. Levi wiped the table and asked, when did it happen? Last month. He said that this was the result of his serious thinking. Okay, since he is willing, let him do it. After wiping the table, Levi said, it's just right that I will stop by and claim that place as my territory, so that they will be satisfied. You said this as if they were forcing you. Why does it really seem so? Bard shook his head, shook off the random things in his mind, and said, as far as I think, this is always a good thing, for both parties. That's it. After drinking the last sip of tea, Levi stood up. Where are you going? Bard also stood up. Don't worry, I won't leave, I just walk around. I go with you. Whatever you want. The two walked out of the office, and after a while, they got on a special carriage to River Valley City, and along the flat road, they arrived at the foot of Lonely Mountain not long after. The city is still the same. Prosperous, lively, and bright. Wait a minute, I remember there is a pastry shop over there. Oh, it's still open. Levi walked over, picked a butter bun, and then the boss stuffed a large basket of pastries with him and refused to accept the money. It was the same as the last time, except that the boss gave him a large basket of honey graham. Well, he hasn't finished it yet, so he keeps it in his backpack. Okay, don't eat so much. Speaking of which, your cooking skills have improved again. Ha ha ha, this time the small bread is better than the last honey graham. Thank you, your praise is the best reward for me. The pastry chef was so happy that his mouth was about to twist to the sky. Holding a large basket of snacks, Levi walked and came to an alley again. A few years ago, it was here that he chatted with an old man while waiting for Gandalf. At that time, he didn't eat, and he also gave the old man half a cookie and a honey graham. Huh? What are you doing? Suddenly, several residents who were moving furniture attracted Levi's attention. Sir. A resident put down the old objects in his hand, greeted Levi, and then said, the owner of this house has passed away, and we are sorting out his relics. Levi was stunned for a moment, and nodded blankly. Ah, was its original owner an old man? Yes, sir, he died of old age, without any illness, and left this world peacefully. Well, good. The residents picked up their belongings, and continued to clean up the house. Levi stood there, holding the basket of bread, feeling lost, not knowing what to do next or where to go. The years began to show their power. After a long time, Levi sighed and bowed slightly to the house. Just like what the old man did to him back then. When he left, his expression became much heavier, and he couldn't help but start thinking about some random things in his heart, so he became more and more panicked. Sir! At this time, the resident who had just moved things shouted from behind and quickly chased after him. Please forgive my interruption, sir, but I found this. It was left for you by the owner of the house. He took out a letter. Levi quickly put down the basket of snacks in his hand, even forgetting to use his backpack, and took the letter directly and opened it on the spot. The crooked and not very pretty words filled the entire piece of paper, and it looked like it was written by a child who had just learned to use a pen. To my beloved Lord Levi, my life has not been so good. Since my wife left me due to illness, and my son was killed by Oak on the road, loneliness and poverty have been with me for decades. Even if you may not remember that there is an old man like me, I am very happy to meet you, to be protected by you, and even to have my own house, although I am the only one in this house. When talking with you, I felt quite relaxed and happy. The bread you gave me was delicious. It was the first time I ate honey in my life. I will always remember this taste. My dear Lord, I can feel that my time is running out. I am sorry that I can't see you again. But even if I can see you again, I don't seem to have much to say. I think I just want to say to you, thank you. The letter ends here. No signature. Sir, there is also this. This is found next to the letter. The resident handed over a piece of honeycomb wrapped in paper. This style of bread is rare now. After many years, the old man shared the bread he thought was the best with Levi. Just like what Levi did to him. Chapter 230. Have you finished shopping? Yes, I have. The chef of that pastry shop is still as enthusiastic as ever, and his craftsmanship is better than before. Levi reached into the basket and handed a piece of the pastry he thought was the best to Bud. How about the latest pastry developed by that chef? Very good. Bud couldn't help nodding and raising his eyebrows while eating. It can be seen that he really likes it. If you like it, eat more. There are a lot anyway. You still have to be moderate. After eating one, Bud didn't eat any more. It's almost time to eat. I have to save some space for dinner. Okay. Levi put away the basket and the pastries in his hand, followed Bud to find a tavern, and simply had a balanced meal of grilled meat with vegetables, plus a piece of bread. This combination can be said to be a classic tavern set meal. Most people who plan to have a full meal will choose this combination. If it's not enough, then add another bowl of thick soup and a piece of hard bread to soak in it so that the hard and crisp bread crust can absorb a little soup. This is also a very representative way of eating. Hello, give me a glass of honey wine. After finishing the food on the plate, Levi called the passing maid and ordered some drinks. Okay. Oh, it's the Lord. The maid covered her mouth and exclaimed, trotting to the counter to get a wooden cup and filled it with fresh and foamy honey beer. Since Levi took 2 bees from Bjorn, honey is no longer something that needs to be imported. Whether it is a roadside fort or a river valley, there are more places dedicated to beekeeping, and generally such places are planted with cherry trees. At first, the residents in charge of beekeeping would be frightened by the square bees that were almost as big as a human head, but after confirming that they would never swing out the stingers on their tails as long as they did not attack them, the residents became bolder, and sometimes even touched them when they met them on the roadside. After all, these big, fat bees are really cute just from the appearance. Gulp. Gulp. Huh. This feels really good. Putting down the empty cup in his hand, Levi sighed. It's really refreshing to have a little honeyed beer after dinner. Another cup. He couldn't help but drink more. Wouldn't you like some? While drinking, Levi asked Bud, who was sitting opposite, and ordered another bowl of soup and a loaf of hard bread. Well, I still can't do it. I have a lot of things to do in the afternoon. I have to stay awake. As always, Bud is still so self-disciplined and knows how to control himself. Okay. Putting down the wine glass, Levi did not force it, but ate another carrot while waiting for Bard to eat. Crunchy. After confirming that Levi really just wanted to go shopping, Bard stopped looking at him, but called a carriage in River Valley City, and returned to Long Lake Town to continue dealing with his never-ending affairs. Watching Bard leave, Levi stood there and thought for a while, then turned and left River Valley City, and walked towards the gate of Lonely Mountain. The guards near the gate stepped aside, and saluted slightly. This is the same level of treatment as the king under the mountain. After not coming for a few years, Erebor is still glorious and lively, and if you listen carefully, you can still catch the tinkling sound echoing in the mountain. The dwarves continue to dig deeper as before, starting from Erebor and continuing to develop the vast mountains behind. Although the Lonely Mountain seems to be such a small place, it is actually only an entrance. The space and development potential inside are no smaller than the human and elven kingdoms outside. After all, the Lonely Mountain is backed by a huge gray mountain range, and the dwarves have only developed a small corner of that mountain range so far. And the wealth accumulated by developing this corner alone has attracted dragons many times, whether they can breathe fire or not. Crossing the bustling market and the magnificent bridge, when we walked to the conference hall, as expected, Thorin was here. It's been a while. Glancing at Levi, Thorin immediately turned around and greeted with a smile. The subordinate, who was discussing something with him, was also stunned, and then turned around and greeted him with a little helplessness. No matter what is being discussed, no matter how important it is, it is not as high priority as this one. If someone else came to visit, Thorin might have said sorry and asked him to wait for a while, and then he would receive him after finishing the work here. But the current situation is like this. No matter what you have to do, don't do it for now, and talk about it later. It's been a while since we last met. How have you been recently? The two shook hands. As usual, there are many things to do, and I'm very busy, but I am also happy to be so busy every day, because everything is moving in a good direction. This is really great. Have you eaten? Levi asked habitually. Thorin was stunned. Oh, I really don't have that. There are so many things to do that I always forget about it. When you said that, my stomach also reacted. It is indeed a little hungry. What about you? Thorin suggested. Do you want to eat something together? I have eaten, but I don't mind eating more. Soon, the two moved to a table. Not long after, a large plate of large pieces of fragrant roasted meat with bones, which is quite characteristic of dwarves, was served, followed by a few pieces of bread. There are no vegetables, nor any fruits. Try to dip it in this sauce. Thorin tore off a piece of meat and handed it over, and pointed to a pile of original sauce next to it that looked like it had a very high fat content, which was mixed with butter, oil from the roasted meat, and some other ingredients. With the combination of the two, this piece of meat was directly eaten by Levi. Enough, no need to give me more, I'd rather have a glass of ale. After drinking the cold ale, Levi felt better. Unlike the comfort of honey beer, the dwarf's beer has another feeling, refreshing. I feel like I can eat another piece of meat. Then eat more, after all, only when you are full can you have the strength to work. After saying that, Thorin handed Levi another piece of meat, and then he was busy with the food on his plate, eating it in big mouthfuls. Levi's appetite was whetted by that look, except that it looked a bit dry. Why not some wine? Wine. Thorin shook his head and said, I'm afraid not now. As you can see, there are still many things waiting for me to do. I must finish eating quickly so that I can deal with what happened just now, otherwise they will chase me to my doorstep next time. It's really hard work. Levi shook his head and drank the rest of the beer silently. By the way, what are you doing here this time? Nothing. I just want to come and see my friend. Well, thank you for your concern. I'm happy to see you in my busy life day after day. The short lunchtime is over. As soon as Thorin stood up, he was blocked by the dwarf he had just talked to, and continued to work on the matter that was interrupted by Levi's arrival. Putting down the wine glass, stretching, Levi walked out of the gate of Lonely Mountain and took a deep breath. I still feel a little full. But to be honest, except for being a little greasy, the taste is really good. This kind of thing. The first bite is enjoyable, the second bite is satisfying, and the rest is a bit of torture. It's easy to say when the satiety is low, just eat as much as you want, and Levi can eat pure fat meat like a starving ghost. But after the satiety is full, forget it. Alas. Sighing for no reason, Levi returned to River Valley City again. He strolled around the square to see the statue commemorating the Dragon Slayer and the Dragon Slayer Archer, and then went to the palace at the top to look at the Lonely Mountain and Raven Ridge from a high place. After that, no one saw him in the city again. At night, when the warm yellow light from the lanterns on the roadside replaced the sunlight, the noise and busyness of the day also came to an end for the time being. People went home and talked about rumors and interesting things in the warm house. It was at this time that a gray figure walked into an alley, adjusted his robe, and sat down on a step. Just like a few years ago, he threw his cane against the wall and treated it like a clothesline. You seem to have been sitting here for a while. Gandalf lit his pipe, and a faint light appeared, drawing out the statue-like figure next to him from the darkness. It's been a while. Levi sighed and asked, have you eaten? Not yet. A piece of fresh-looking snack was handed over. It was made by the same chef. Oh, thank you. Very good. I've made progress. Gandalf chewed and couldn't help nodding. Then why did our gray-robed wizard come to visit? Wizards are never late. Gandalf replied irrelevantly. Late? I mean, when something happens, or when someone needs it. Maybe. The journey always has an end. Gandalf stared at the smoke from his pipe and said, Death is a road that everyone must take, an inevitable road. But it doesn't mean that people can't start the next journey. When life comes to an end, darkness will sweep away consciousness, and all senses will become nothingness. But after that, you will catch. What? The cry of a newborn baby, and the light that reappears in front of you. Levi suddenly smiled. Just as he is merciful, he gives humans freedom. All humans who die in Middle-earth can get rid of the constraints of the Arda universe, stay away from the hustle and bustle of the world, or go to other worlds. And humans are also the only race that can decide their own destiny and are not limited by the great music. I understand. He took a deep breath and stood up. The faint fire flickered. Let's go eat something. I'm a little hungry, Levi suggested. Me too. Gandalf touched his stomach and responded, You don't know how much I have walked in the past month, and how many bad things I have encountered. I was scolded and driven away in Rohan, drank uncooked poisonous mushroom soup when I was a guest in Gondor, and was chased by orcs all the way when I passed by the Brown Land. This world is simply crazy. It sounds really tortuous. Why don't we find a place to drink, and tell me about the interesting things you have experienced during this period? I'm afraid that won't work. Old Gandalf shook his head. Levi was really unhappy now. Why even you? Tell me what you are busy with. Busy looking for you. Gandalf pouted and complained. Why do you think I'm here? Bard and Thorin drove me out of the house, so that I could use what they call the wizard sense to find you. Ah? Levi was a little stunned. Don't treat people as fools. Some things people can see at a glance. Gandalf shook the pipe gently, extinguished it, hung it on his cane, and said, They came here as soon as they finished their work today, but they couldn't find you. Now hurry back with me, the protagonist of tonight's party cannot be absent. Chapter 231. From today on, this place will also be included in my territory. You can use all the magical properties, and someone will come to guide you later. The next day, the Bjorn family lived. In Bjorn's hall, Levi accepted the oath of Bjorn and his people, and from then on the northern part of the Anduin Valley became his territory. The Bjorn family also officially obtained the status of subjects. The declaration is valid. Gandalf was once again a witness, and this guy's ability to join in the fun was also unique. So far, the entire road has been completed from construction to maintenance. There are 3 territories, the roadside fort, the Bjorn family, and the subjects of the valley, who are responsible for the maintenance of the 3 sections of the starting point, the middle, and the end. At least the smooth passage of this road can be guaranteed, and any situation can be reported immediately. Go home, it's time to go home. Riding on the road, Levi soon walked halfway and arrived at the location of the Orc Town. Oh yes, now this place is not called Orc Town, it is now called Road Town or Halfway Town. Due to geographical location and practicality, a bunch of houses and various living and sentry facilities were built on both sides of this huge passage across the Misty Mountains. Similar to Halfway Town is the starting town located on the road section near Chenghu Town, and the 1/8 town located above the Black Forest at the entrance and exit of the road section specially set up for the woodland elves. However, although they are called towns, these places are more like service areas, which are more used to provide supplies and serve as temporary resting places. Everything has been perfected. After passing the Midway town, you will see the other side of the Misty Mountains. Once you leave here, you will see Rivendell on the left. However, due to the terrain, you cannot see Rivendell on the road. People's sight is blocked by the mountains surrounding Rivendell. Although Levi, Gandalf, and many wanderers are frequent visitors to Rivendell, most people in the world do not know the existence of Rivendell, even Bard in the past. Rivendell is just a rumored place where elves live in seclusion. Because Rivendell does not have much foreign trade demand, and they are secluded and like quietness, there is no special entrance and exit here. The nearest entrance and exit to Rivendell is near the last bridge. This also effectively avoids the threat of the troll forest on the right. There are still many trolls living there, but they will no longer be able to threaten passers-by in the future. The nearby farmers and villages have moved away early, and most of them have merged into the roadside castle to the west. And the roadside castle is also the end of this sky road. In one day, Levi ran from the starting point of this road, Chenghu Town, to the end point, roadside castle. Here, the people were waiting. The Lord is back. Someone shouted, and at the end, the workers and residents gathered, looking at Levi eagerly. And this much-anticipated completion ceremony was finally officially opened under the witness of many parties. The participating members included the project founder and leader, Levi, the project leader, Bard, the high-altitude construction technical guidance team of the Lonely Mountain Dwarves represented by Thorin, the road maintenance team represented by Bjorn, and Gandalf, who joined in the fun. And the most important and most productive workers from all over the territory. There was a cry in the air, and under the witness of the envoy sent by the Eagle King, Levi made the final speech. All the fruits of labor belong to the hard-working workers. Now let us open a new era of the Northern Road. There was thunderous applause, and everyone who participated in the construction of the road felt a huge sense of accomplishment bursting in their hearts. That was their construction achievement, and the Lord and everyone who walked on this road in the future would remember them, and know that it was built by them. In the autumn of 2947, the huge Sky Road was completed and officially opened to traffic. People called it the Miracle of the North, and also called its creator and initiator the Miracle Builder. Miracle Builder Levi. My brain is running out. What are your titles? Gandalf frowned and tried to recall. Don't think about it if you can't remember it. After the completion ceremony, Levi, Gandalf, Bard, Thorin and others walked down the road together and came to the inside of the roadside castle. It has been a few years since Gandalf last came to Roadside Castle. There are many more buildings here, and old Gandalf can hardly recognize the road. Gandalf, haven't you been here before? Bard looked around curiously, occasionally turning his head to see Gandalf stretching his neck to look at the place like him, and felt strange. This is Bard's first time here. Since he heard about this territory, his curiosity has never subsided. Now it can be said that it has been satisfied a little. This is really much better than I thought. The buildings that can almost be compared with the elves, the fountains that never run dry, the gardens that never wither, the clean and tidy streets, the huge golden malong trees, the unknown wizard tower that pierces the clouds by the lake, the oldest and original building in the city center, Roadside Castle. Everything makes Bard amazed. The first few infrastructure projects were fine, and there was no shortage of them in the valley area, which were all standard features of the territory, but the last few were really outrageous. Too amazing, Gandalf, Thorin, you. Huh? Bard wanted to ask the two if this was the scene when he came here before, but then he found that one of them lit up his pipe and started smoking without saying a word, looking as if he was doubting his life, while the other opened his mouth wide, raised his head, and stared blankly. If I remember correctly, it has been less than 10 years since I last came here. Thorin looked at Gandalf. Gandalf nodded slowly and said, to be more specific, it is 7 years and 4 months, Master Thorin. Durin. Thorin muttered. Miracle Builder Levi, this title is quite appropriate, and no one can have any objection to it. People who come to Roadside Castle for the first time, such as Bard, will only sigh that the rumors are not false. Roadside Castle is indeed as prosperous and magnificent as the rumors say. Only those who have been to the roadside fort before can appreciate the great changes here and be amazed. Is it my illusion, Levi? I always feel that you are guarding against something. Gandalf exhaled 2 streams of smoke from his nose and calmed down a little. Then he found Levi's abnormal behavior. Really? Yes, you are very nervous, like a soldier who has just entered the battlefield. Any slight movement will arouse your nerves. After Gandalf's words, Thorin also noticed his abnormality. What's wrong? Bard asked with concern. No, nothing. I just don't want to be knocked away. That guy is now bigger than an adult pig. I can't stand his enthusiasm. That guy? The 3 people next to him were a little confused. Chapter 232. Huff huff. The panting sound came from behind. When the ground trembled slightly, Levi knew that he should be ready. Waist and horse merge. Puff. The next moment, Levi fell to the ground, with huge pressure on his body. A big tongue licked his face, and it whimpered while licking. Levi reluctantly moved the big head in front of him away. But the other people were not as calm as he was. Evil dragon. Enemy attack. Thorin drew out his sword and rushed over with glaring eyes and shouting. Bard quickly drew out the longbow behind him, and instantly drew it to full, and even old Gandalf raised his cane. Wait! Ding! The cane intersected with the sword in Thorin's hand, and at the same time, Bard's vision was blocked by the gray robe. Gandalf? Don't be nervous. Levi patted the little pink head and moved it aside. This is not the kind of dragon you know. Thorin and Bard frowned and looked at each other. Out of trust in Levi, and seeing that little pink did not show any malice, the two put away their weapons, but they still did not relax too much. Lonely Mountain and Riverdale, both places were harmed too badly by the dragons, and they wanted to kill all the dragons in the world. Dragon? Gandalf asked. But there is no evil breath on it, and there is no greed in its eyes. Except for the appearance of a dragon, I can't find any similarities between them. Big Yellow slowed down. At this time, another voice came from the side, and the cook in charge of Little Pink's food was chasing a big yellow dog that looked old. As soon as he saw De Huang coming, Xiofan immediately turned his head away, took a few steps to approach, and carefully nudged De Huang with his mouth, and then the dragon and the dog squatted in front of Levi together. My lord. The cook greeted Levi and continued to stare at De Huang and Xiofan. Levi nodded in response, and also touched the dragon head in his left hand, and the dog head in his right hand. Wait. At this moment, Levi suddenly noticed something. Shifen. It seems that it can move more gently, just like it did when facing the Huang just now. Then why does it like the dragon car so much when facing me? Levi narrowed his eyes, but he still met the clear eyes like those of the trainee ranger. Okay. Maybe it's just some kind of animal instinct. For example, it can sense strength and weakness. De Huang will probably die if he pounces on it, but it's just a drizzle for me, and I won't even lose my shield. If it's not a dragon, then what is it? Thorin asked Gandalf. Gandalf was speechless for a moment, and felt that there were more outrageous things in the world. Woof. At this time, De Huang barked flatteringly. Woof. Little Pink also barked. Is that a dog? Bard asked with his eyes wide open, his eyes full of hesitation. It seems that the sharpshooter Bard should take good care of his eyes. Gandalf said mercilessly. Levi sighed and said, It is a dragon, but it has learned something wrong. I am considering sending it to school. For some reason, when Little Pink heard Levi's words, he shivered all over, so he pressed his big head, shrank his wings, and crawled away. That gloomy look made people wonder what to say for a moment. Dragons are sneaking around. Seeing Little Pink leave, De Huang followed closely, and the cook continued to take care of it. Interesting. Gandalf stroked his beard, his eyes never leaving Little Pink. A dragon with pure nature really subverts cognition. As an old Maya who witnessed the era of Morgoth, Gandalf knew very well what a dragon was. There were no dragons in this world until Morgoth cultivated and created them as a weapon of war. Dragons have been a collection and synonym of malice and darkness since ancient times. Their innate way of thinking and nature are evil, and they are extremely greedy and love money. Those are things engraved in their genes, the underlying logic of their existence, and they can't be changed just by teaching them well. Unlike other dragons, this is already a new species. Gandalf made such an assertion. Don't worry, Thorin and Bard, they probably just look alike. Yes. Levi took over the conversation, pointing to the little Pinky chewing grass in the distance and said, After all, there is no dragon that likes to eat grass. Then I believe what you say. Thorin frowned, obviously still a little unrecovered. This incident was really a big shock to him. The people of Roadside Castle have become accustomed to the existence of this dragon. Bard, who was good at observing the environment, looked left and right, and found that the residents of Roadside Castle had become accustomed to it. No one paid special attention to the little Pinky, and no one showed any fear or fear. On the contrary, they were very gentle when they saw it. Although he also had an irreconcilable hatred with dragons, Bard accepted Xiaofen earlier than Thorin. After all, Smaug, the last fire dragon in the world, was trapped and died in the Lonely Mountain. He had no chance to go out and cause trouble, and Lake Town was not affected and destroyed as in the original timeline. Compared with Thorin, who saw the fall of the Lonely Mountain and the slaughter of his people, Bard's hatred for the dragon was not so deep. He just knew that his ancestors were the lords of Dale City, and were persecuted by the dragon, but he had never witnessed those scenes. In the final analysis, the lifespan of humans is still too short, and the replacement of the old and the new is too fast. After just a few generations, the memory of the destruction of Dale City has been forgotten. For the old generation of dwarves, things that are still fresh in their memory have to be described as history for humans. Time is always unreasonable. Thorin also felt a little emotional. Even if he experienced it personally, the fall of the Lonely Mountain was something that happened when he was young. Now he is over 200 years old, no longer young, for a dwarf. This means that he has lived most of his life. The oldest dwarf is only over 300 years old. Okay, don't be so tense. Levi patted Thorin and Bard on the shoulders and said, Today is a good day for my territory. I am preparing to call on everyone in the territory to hold a banquet. How about it? Are you two interested in participating? Of course. Thorin smiled, straightened his clothes, bowed slightly, and said, Thorin, at your service. Bard, at your service? What are you looking at? Do you want an old man to bend his easily frustrated waist? Gandalf said indignantly. After all, Levi just said two and ignored him as the third person. That's a pity. The quality of our roadside fort's tobacco is no worse than the most famous ones in the Shire. I was planning to share them with my wizard friend. Oh, I was just kidding. Gandalf took off his hat and glanced at Levi with his peripheral vision, slightly performing a standard greeting. By the way, there is one more thing. Gandalf said, I have been paying attention to it since I came here. What is that? He pointed at the beam of light that broke through the sky above the castle. It was not until then that Thorin and Bard also followed this finger and discovered the abnormality in the sky, so they both looked up and squinted their eyes. Beacon, A magic prop I made a few years ago. Levi explained. It can bless people nearby, such as restoring vitality, speeding up movement, increasing strength, etc. I walked a lot to get this thing. Chapter 233. Beacons are not rare for Levi now. Because he likes to run around, he has been to hell a lot in the past few years. When he passed by Hell Fortress, he chopped a bunch of withers. The drop rate of withering skulls is not high, but Levi chopped a lot. Even if he didn't look for them deliberately, he just chopped them when he saw them. Over time, he accumulated a lot of them. If you have withering skulls, you have to use them. Now there are many nether stars in the castle. They are all dropped by Hell when you are bored. When you need to use a beacon, you just need to synthesize it. Now beacons have become a regular item in roadside forts. There are hospitals, squares, military camps, and various places where they may be used, and they are all full of layers. However, there are many beacons in roadside fort, but they have not been placed in other territories. I forgot. In addition to being beautiful, the biggest help of beacons in life is actually life recovery. But since the popularity of watermelon crops, the production of instant recovery potions has also increased dramatically, and both military and civilian use can be supplied. In this way, the life recovery effect provided by the beacon is not a necessity. But it is better to have it than not to have it. This gathering is a good opportunity to mention it to the heads of various regions, and let them make arrangements. Celebration Banquet. When Levi announced the news, not only Roadside Castle, but all the territories covered by the Free City-State began to plan related matters. Levi waved his hand, and gave a few more days of vacation. But before that, in the castle, several people stared at the star of the netherworld covered by glass behind the main seat, which was whiter than mithril, more shining than the best quality diamond, and more flawless and pure than anything in the world. Their eyes were straight. I'm not really willing to say this. Thorin took several deep breaths before saying, but it looks even more perfect than the heart of the mountain. Pure, flawless, shining, and with some magical powers. This thing, like the golden apple, conforms to the aesthetics of most of the world's life, and no matter which race it is, it will be admired. Dwarves, elves, humans. Even it's so beautiful. Even Gandalf couldn't help but get closer to observe. If he hadn't seen the Silmaril with his own eyes, he would have thought that it was inlaid with that thing. Among all the beautiful things I have seen, its brilliance is second only to the brilliance of the two trees, even though that memory is already quite vague and long ago for me. Thank you. Levi knew the value of this statement. This is almost the highest praise that can be said from Gandalf's mouth. But it is really amazing when you think about it carefully. Whether it is the golden apple or the star of the netherworld, some creations of MC are always so beautiful, and have some fairy tales and legends. It may be very surprising, but it does not seem particularly different or out of place, especially in this world. There have always been similar things, at most not so strong or absolute. At this time, allies from all sides are on their way. Bjorn, the leader of the Bjorn clan, the elves' messengers, the wanderers. All the forces that received the news came to watch and witness. Sorry, I forgot to call you when I came. Facing Bjorn with an indescribable expression on his face, Levi felt a little guilty. If my bees had not produced bees as big as human heads out of thin air after eating the flowers of the cherry tree, I would have thought you had abandoned us. Forgive me, I was just, too busy. Levi himself didn't believe what he said. In fact, it was just because the Bjorn clan's territory was recently claimed as their own territory, and I forgot about it. When I was inspecting the road construction results, I was too focused and accidentally ran past it. This matter should be blamed on Bard. He didn't remind me. Bard looked at him with a confused face. What? Okay, don't mention this, our other friends are here. I have to go and see. Welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, Levi went to the city gate, and saw several elves riding horses in front and behind. One of them was the deputy of the Woodland Kingdom, the elf whose horse was robbed by Legolas in Long Lake Town. Originally, this matter should not be done by me. The deputy sighed. In this kind of situation, Thranduil would normally send his son Legolas to show his importance, but now, since Legolas was still wandering around outside and had not returned home, Thranduil was unwilling to leave the Woodland Kingdom, so he could only send his deputy. Although this deputy usually had a low presence, his status in the Woodland Kingdom was not low. He was always the first to hear the king's orders, so letting him come was considered a great respect. After greeting the deputy of the Woodland Kingdom, it was the elves from Rivendell. The leader was the Lord of Rivendell, Elrond. Unlike Thranduil, an old otaku who had not set foot in the forest for thousands of years, Elrond led a team out to clear out the nearby orcs every now and then, and was relatively active. However, Since the first batch of rangers from Roadside Castle went out for internship, he had no chance to go out. There were really no orcs nearby, and he had no chance to stretch his muscles. Long time no see. Nice to meet you again. The two greeted each other at the same time, but the content and meaning were different. It's amazing. In just a few years, the changes here are so great. Elrond sighed and looked at the beam above the castle. He discovered this thing when the beacon was just put down a few years ago, but because of the elves' sense of time and the fact that this thing seemed harmless, Elrond had been delaying the investigation of the beam. It just happened that he came here to take a look. After greeting, Elrond and the deputy of the Woodland Kingdom went to the castle to meet Gandalf and others and waited for a while. At this time, one of the several elf guards brought by Elrond came out. Hey, you are here too. Long time no see, Agra. Levi went over to greet this old friend. Lord Elrond found me and asked me to come with him. Agra smiled knowingly. Elrond has seen the friendship between the two. Recently, he has directly entrusted many things to Agra to do so that his friends can meet. Look, he brought it this time. Whoosh! Bang! At night, fireworks flew into the sky, bursting with a bang, and bloomed with fireworks of various colors. In the territory, elves, dwarves, humans, and wizards from all over gathered at the banquet table set up near the castle, which was quite lively. Thorin Oakenshield, you look much better than the last time we met. In the lively venue, Elrond took the initiative to greet Thorin. He shook the wine produced by Roadside Castle in the goblet, with a subtle expression. Thank you, you two. Thorin responded with a rather stiff expression. Just looking at Elrond's subtle look, he sighed deeply again, turned around and almost shouted, You guys, come here. So the dwarves in the Lonely Mountain expedition, who always forgot to turn off the automatic pickup, suffered. I should have known not to come. Someone muttered. Soon, they lined up in front of Thorin, like children who had made mistakes. Do what you should do. Thorin said expressionlessly. Do you need me to remind you what to do? I'm sorry. Under Thorin's pressure, one of them finally spoke. With one person taking the lead, the others were no longer silent and apologized one after another. It's impressive. Elrond smiled sincerely. Dwarves can be so polite to elves, this is simply. Those who know the history of the two families and various grievances, I'm afraid that even if they believe that pigs can fly, they will not believe that the dwarves will be so soft. Of course, this also has something to do with Thorin's personal qualities and persistence. He has his own pride as a king. If he found his companions doing this in Rivendell, even if they were still hostile to the elves at that time, he would definitely stop them at the first time. After all, hostility is one thing, and the overall reputation and glory of the dwarves is another. Shaking his head meaningfully, Elrond recovered from his trance and said, The dwarves and elves were also so friendly in the past. I am sincerely happy for you. He toasted to the dwarves and Thorin in front of him, and drank the fine wine in the glass in one gulp. The solid and indifferent attitude of the two tribes, who had never interacted with each other, finally relaxed a little at this moment. Gandalf watched from the side, smiling and nodding uncontrollably. Good, that's great. Chapter 234. Welcome, welcome. At the city gate, a guest arrived late. I can't believe it, Levi. I never traveled at night before, but now I'm not only traveling, I even dare to sleep on the roadside, and after doing so, I might even have an extra blanket on my body the next day. It's so lively, has it started? While muttering, Bilbo walked in from the side door, and was immediately dazzled by the night view and the bustle in front of him. It started a long time ago, and you are the last one to come. Levi welcomed him in and pointed to the square next to the castle and said, They are all there, go and have a look. Oh, okay. Bilbo looked at the elves and dwarves in the distance and felt a trance. It looks like they have reconciled. Maybe? Levi sighed. Someone always told me that Thorin was the calmest and most reasonable dwarf, but from our expedition experience, many of his actions are not rational, and they are really not related to the word reasonable. I think that the desire to find his homeland, and the hatred and pressure for 100 years, have indeed made him almost crazy. Now he is more and more like a wise king. Well, and also a good friend. I agree. Bilbo nodded. Hey! Thorin, Bofer, Bifer, Bomber. As soon as the two finished talking, Bilbo shouted and went to the banquet table. And Levi closed the side door of the wall and walked up the stairs on the side. Don't you want to find a place to relax for a while? He said to a silhouette in the dark. I'm just relaxing. Theoden stretched and stood up from the rocking chair. It's too bright over there. I can't see the stars. Stars? Okay. Levi's eyes swept over the top of the city wall and saw several people who were also silently looking up. They were all wanderers. They had no home. It was enough to just take a look at the prosperity that belonged to others behind them, the darkness in front of them, and the stubborn struggle that had lasted from the last era to the present were what they had to look at. How similar, that star, and our star of Elendil, the treasure of the Dúnedain. It's a pity that it has been lost for thousands of years, just like our home. You mean the Star of Elendil? Levi mentioned it. If I remember correctly, this symbol of the kingship of Arnor, a gem that is like a white star and somewhat similar to the star of the Netherworld, should now be in Saruman's Orthanc Tower. Thousands of years ago, Saruman did not return this thing after picking it up, but kept it for himself, and no one knows what he is going to do with it. This old guy is a bit selfish. I have to talk to him when I have time. I have heard some clues about this thing occasionally, maybe I can help find it. Thank you very much. Farad'n smiled and nodded. But from the look on his face, it is obvious that he does not have much hope. This kind of life without a home, a place to stay, and even spiritual sustenance has long been lost. Everyone is almost used to it. After all, even if the average Dúnedain can live for hundreds of years, it has been thousands of years. Time may not dilute those unforgettable histories, but it can temporarily soothe emotions and make people realize what they should do now. Levi handed over a glass of cold honey beer. Want some? Farad'n was silent for a moment, took the wine, and drank it slowly. Many things in this world are broken, but fortunately there are always people who sew and patch them up. There are also people who put blocks on them. You are here. A voice suddenly came from behind, and made both of them turn their heads. The elves are not good at this. They walk without making any sound and don't say hello. Seeing who was coming, Farad'n breathed a sigh of relief. If this was not a roadside fort, he almost threw the wine glass and pulled out the dagger. Agra, you came at the right time. Levi waved his hand and said, we are looking at the stars. The night sky is particularly clear today, which is very suitable for looking up. Would you like to drink together? Of course. Agra raised the glass of wine in his hand and gestured to the two. The Dúnedain, the elves, and the unknown identity. The three of them just quietly admired the complex and flickering starry sky and tasted the wine. Compared to the elegant atmosphere here, the banquet table near the castle is not so quiet. More. Groin put down a large glass of beer with a thump, panting, and said, listen, drink it, and don't spit it out. Of course, I cherish food very much. Opposite, the deputy of the Woodland Kingdom picked up the wine glass without changing his expression, and gestured elegantly, then continue. Damn elf, I will make you lie on the table in a while. Gulp gulp. Gulping down one glass of wine after another, the empty glasses on the table piled up one after another. Clang. Finally, when another empty barrel was carried down, Groin's head fell to the side and fell on the table. You hiccup, why are you sideways? This is what he said to the deputy of the Woodland Kingdom for the last time. Humph. The deputy raised his head proudly, and threw a grape into his mouth. Dwarves, that's all. The mocking words came out. The dwarves were angry. I didn't want to get involved in this matter. Dwalin drank a large glass of wine angrily. But since you said so, don't blame me. I don't mind another round. The deputy touched the wine glass and said, his face was not red, and his heart was not beating. Just kidding. As the most capable assistant to the 1,000-year-old drunkard Thranduil, how could he not have a good alcohol tolerance? The dwarves gathered together, and the deputy was not afraid at all. Dwarves of Erebor, let me see how capable you are. It's not okay to watch your relatives fight alone. At this time, the few Rivendell guards brought by Elrond also came over, and they stood behind the deputy of the Woodland Kingdom. This surprised him a little. Although they are both elves, the relationship between the two families is not that close. During the War of the Last Alliance, the first king of the Woodland Kingdom died in battle because the Sylvan elves of the woodland were unwilling to be commanded by the High King of the Noldor. In that battle, they broke away from the main force and charged towards the Black Gate in advance, and then lost themselves. That's how the Death Swamp came about. The elves lying there were all the bravest warriors of the Woodland Kingdom. It's up to you. The elves and dwarves began a new round of competition. As soon as they left, only Elrond and Thorin were left at the table. It was impossible to tell what the former felt, but the latter just felt embarrassed. The two big leaders sat here, and there was nothing to say. Fortunately, another person came over at this time. Bilbo, how have you been recently? Elrond asked with concern. Thank you for your concern. As you can see, it's very good, Bilbo responded. Elrond nodded. That's good. Come to Rivendell anytime. The door of Erebor is always open to you. Thorin pulled Bilbo over here. Although the atmosphere was still a little subtle, it was at least lively. Gandalf, who was passing by to receive the wine, looked at the three people and was a little confused. Forget it, who cares, have another glass. Ha ha, I'm good at fireworks, let me set them off. Old Gandalf drank a glass of wine and waved to the residents in the distance. Crunch. On the other side, Bjorn was chewing on leaves and berries, and only felt the noise of the people behind him. Crunch. Beside him, Little Pink also nibbled a few bites of vegetables, imitating his example. Bjorn continued to nibble. Little Pink looked at him and continued to nibble. Bjorn opened his mouth. Little Pink also opened his mouth. The man and the dragon froze. Bjorn narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment, "What? Vegetables and fruits are not enough to eat." A resident shouted loudly. "This won't do. If others see it, they will think that our roadside castle can't afford it. Move all the food in the warehouse to them, one box for each person." Chapter 235. The wild wind blew away the singing of the roadside fort. Whether it was a banquet or a celebration, all the noise would eventually come to an end. With a whoosh, the deputy of the Woodland Kingdom woke up at the table and stood up suddenly. "I won." At this moment, there were no more dwarves standing, nor were there any other elves standing. Just looking at the silent venue, this little joy also faded inexplicably. This group of dwarves is actually quite interesting. But looking at these people in front of him, he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. The deputy took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. Now he understood why his king was reluctant to go out. The only ones who can accompany the elves forever are always the same kind, just like the people in the Black Forest, or the relatives in the valley, and even other places. It's time to go back. Shaking his head, the deputy walked towards the entrance of the Sky Road. Wait a minute. A voice called him. Groin leaned on the table and barely raised his head, saying drowsily, "You're not bad." Hiccup. He fell asleep again. After standing there for a long time, the deputy continued to move forward. Wait a minute. At this time, someone called him again. "It's not over yet." He turned around and saw Levi waving at him. "It's not over yet. Then it's not over yet. There's no rush now. Take this back. I think Thranduil will like it." Levi took out a beacon. The deputy's breath stagnated. No one can refuse this crystal of pure beauty. Last night, the most common phrase the elves said was, "Please let me look at the star in the beacon for a while longer." If the dwarves just admire and like the beacon out of general aesthetics, then the elves are addicted to it. This thing is simply grown directly on their aesthetic point. Elves especially like silver products, and even once surpassed gold. The fundamental reason for this preference is that silver is similar to the color of stars. They like the stars in the sky, because the first thing the elves saw when they were born was the sky full of stars. And the star of the netherworld. Guess why it is called the star of the netherworld? It is because it is similar to the stars in the sky, and even more beautiful and pure than those stars hanging in the sky. The most important thing is that it is right in front of you. You can touch it and appreciate it up close. Faced with Levi's understated gift, the deputy of the Woodland Kingdom really didn't know how to respond, and he didn't know where to put his hands. He felt that he should go back and pull out his own king to take this thing in person. For allies who are truly friends with him, Levi is not so stingy, especially since he doesn't lack this thing at all. Even if the other party regarded it as a treasure unparalleled in the world, he was too lazy to use this name to make any conditions or reach any agreement. It was just a simple gift. "If you like it, I will give you one, that's all." In the end, Rivendell, the Woodland Kingdom, the Lonely Mountain, and all the allies present were given a beacon by Levi. Thorin wanted to inlay this thing on the wall behind the throne as the new king's crown. Dig through the mountain, it must light up. The dwarves agreed unanimously, and their attitude is self-evident. On the other hand, Elrond felt heavy both physically and mentally. This great gift would be received by even the existence of the sacred land on the other side of the sea. We will remember it forever. Since this day, there is a holy place of Beacon in the valley, where the elven craftsmen freely display their artistic attainments accumulated over a long period of time, and carefully polish the various details and environment of the beacon. Then, according to Elrond's narration, several murals were carved, which recorded the origin of the beacon and the person who sent this great gift. The beacon, with obsidian as the base, is protected by a pure and clear glass cover on the outside. The star of the netherworld in it is pure and flawless, just like the real stars in the sky. Perhaps the power it contains is still not as good as the 3 elven gems, and the light it emits is not as good as the glory of the holy tree contained in the elven gems, but it has another kind of beauty and more intuitive power. When the elves followed Levi's instructions and raised layers of metal blocks below, the beacon also showed its own power. The vitality it exuded slowed down the elves' physical weakness, and even stopped it. This is an era destined to decline. The fate of the elves is to cross the west and return to the Holy Land, because only there can their physical weakness stop. All elves who are unwilling to cross the west will eventually have their bodies gradually dissipated by some force, and become invisible souls. Most elves don't worry about this, because they are eager to cross the west and just wait for an opportunity to return immediately. But the elves of the Woodland Kingdom are different. They resist being led by the arrogant Noldor elves, and are unwilling to respond to the call of the Vala. They believe that the natural life without the intervention of the Vala, God/powerful ones, was the best life for the elves, so this group of elves was unwilling to cross the west. But the only outcome for them was extinction. Even if they resisted, their fate was still not controlled by themselves, because the earth was no longer as pure as it was when it was created, and all its materials had been polluted by Morgoth. The elves were in such a world, and their bodies were also affected. They were not as strong and durable as they were designed to be. The longer they stayed in Arda, the more obvious the weakness of their bodies would be. In the end, they might lose their bodies, and become invisible souls to mortals. The next chapter of the world belongs to humans. But now Levi has provided another choice, or help. Beacon. The vitality emitted by the beacon slowed down the decline and loss of the elves' power, allowing them to gain more time to survive in this world. When the beam of light from the beacon broke through the leaves of the Black Forest, Thrandu, who realized this, suddenly stood up with his eyes wide open. I have to go see Levi. He stopped staying at home. Levi's behavior has a great impact on the fate of the elves. This matter is actually very subtle. I just hope to spend more time with my friends. This is his answer. They must have done something. In the distant lonely mountain, Balin's eyes were wet, guarding the empty hall alone. How could it be such a coincidence that I am the one staying here again? I will never play with you again. The old dwarf, with a gray beard, made such a declaration. Time is like water, washing away everything. This year, Levi finally stopped running around, but stayed in the territory, especially in the Nameless Tower, constantly repairing various things. While repairing, truckloads of books and copies were transported in from time to enrich the bookshelves. No one remembers how many batches of books were transported in. Everyone only knows that the number of books in the tower must be terrifying. Over time, it also got a new nickname, called Tower of Knowledge. Of course, Levi didn't stay in the tower all the time during this period. He also did another thing, which was to repair the Hell Highway from Roadside Castle to Gondor, and from Gondor to River Valley City. These two projects plus the renovation of the tower can be said to have taken Levi's life. He couldn't rest for a whole year. It can be said that he was working hard and happy. The road to heaven was open smoothly, and more people were riding on it. More and more people knew about the existence of this road, and they modified the routes passed down by their ancestors. The map of the entire Middle-earth also ushered in an update. Of course, the impact of this road is not limited to these. Things are still brewing. This year passed so uneventfully, and nothing major happened. In the blink of an eye, it was a spring and autumn. In 2948, a messenger from Gondor arrived at the roadside fort, bringing news from a distant place. A letter from Singer. Levi opened the envelope and read it. There was nothing special, mostly some formulaic greetings and words expressing nostalgia. But in addition to these, Singer still mentioned something about his family. My first son was born, and I named him Thodin. He is lively, active, cries loudly, and is a healthy child. If you have a chance, you must come and see him. Chapter 236. Click. After putting the letter in a special classification box in the castle, Levi stood up and greeted the Gondor messenger outside. I wait for you in Gondor. What? The messenger looked confused. What does it mean to wait for me in Gondor? The meaning of this sentence may not be known until he returns to Gondor, and from the roadside fort to Minas Tirith, the capital of Gondor, even if riding a fast horse, it will take at least 10 days or half a month to run back. Shaking his head, he did not think too much about the words of this mysterious legend. People say that digging into some mysterious things will only damage your head. The messenger listened to the advice. He did not dwell on this matter. After completing the mission of delivering the letter, he immediately started the second task given to him by Singer. Take a good look at the roadside fort for me. What does the great city that is rumored to be built by Levi himself look like? I look forward to your story. The words may be a bit roundabout, but in fact, to put it bluntly, he asked him to help explore the scenery, look around, and write a travelogue, so that he can go back and tell those who are trapped by busy affairs and can't come. It's quite shocking, not inferior to Minas Tirith. Perhaps only those lost cities in history can be compared with it. The messenger looked at the scenery in the city, and then at the building by the lake that people call the Tower of Knowledge, and made an evaluation. Rumble. On the wide road, carriages kept coming and going, most of them concentrated on the newly established market near the entrance and exit of the Heavenly Road. Now this territory is becoming more and more prosperous. As the end/starting point of the Heavenly Road, countless people come and go here every day. Just to see this legendary place, look up at the miraculous road and walk on it. Poets sat on the stones by the roadside to compose legends, caravans brought their specialties, and took away the goods of the roadside castle, and travelers looked up to see the amazing scenery. The reputation of the roadside castle gradually spread throughout the Middle-earth as these people walked. People began to call it the center of the northern world, the capital of the free city-state, and the place where the legend started. When the Gondor messenger had just settled his horse and began to look around curiously in the city, Levi had already entered Hell and stepped onto the highway. That day, he arrived at the capital of Gondor, the White City. I didn't expect you to come so soon. When Levi found Singer, he was just surprised. It seems that the rumors about him often disappearing and appearing far away the next moment are not without basis. Don't be surprised, I just ran faster. Levi symbolically adjusted his armor and stepped into Singer's house. Singer popped his head out of the door, looked left and right, but couldn't find the messenger he sent. Has my messenger not come back? He should still be in the roadside fort now. If you have anything to say, I can convey it to you. It's okay, I just thought you would come together. Singer shook his head and closed the door. You have to wait for your messenger to come back. Then you have to wait for a while. As soon as he entered the door, Levi looked around. You said in the letter that you have a son. Where is he? He will be back soon. Morwen took him to the back garden to bask in the sun. Just as he said this, there was a noise. Creak. The door opened, and Morwen walked into the house slowly, holding a lively little guy in his arms. My son? With a smile on his face, Singer immediately went over and carefully teased the baby in his wife's arms with one finger. It can be seen that he really loves his first son, who is also the youngest child in the family. The cautious and hesitant look was as if he was afraid that his rough hands would scratch the child's skin. A man who did not change his face when facing the ferocious Uruk army seemed a little at a loss at this moment. This was also noticed by Morwen. She smiled and said, It's not a girl. He will definitely grow up to be a strong warrior in the future. There is no need to be so careful. That's right. Let my son meet his Uncle Levi and say hello. Singer took the child. His movements were still gentle. Levi leaned over and immediately attracted the attention of the baby. Babies are always attracted by some strange things, especially this baby who is quite lively and active. A pair of big eyes full of curiosity, reflecting a dark figure. Levi stretched out his arm naturally, and after a slight hesitation, Singer handed Odin over. Hold his butt with your left hand, yes, that's it, and then put your right hand around his back and let his head rest on his arm, yes, yes, yes. This will prevent him from falling. Singer nervously gave action instructions, and Levi was also sweating, and carefully took Odin according to the instructions. Finally, he succeeded in holding him in his arms. Huh? When the child was successfully connected, the two grown men also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they held one. Unable to appreciate the current subtle atmosphere, Odin only thought it was fun. The little guy grabbed Levi's index finger and kicked his feet meaninglessly. When Levi wasn't paying attention, he suddenly tilted his head and sucked Levi's fingers. He might be hungry, Singer said helplessly. Who can control the baby's affairs? Just as he said, the child might be hungry. After sucking his fingers, he turned his head and leaned against Levi's chest, but what was waiting for him was only the dark netherworld gold armor with a hint of blood rust. He was confused now. The three laughed. After a while, Morwen carried Odin into the house, and only Levi and Singer were left in the hall. I'm really looking forward to seeing him grow up. Singer looked at the direction where his wife left and murmured to himself, When he is taller than me, my life may be complete. Levi smiled slightly and said, He will. He will grow up healthily and live well. Thank you. Singer responded, just thinking it was an ordinary blessing. It's getting late. He turned his head and said, Your timing is really clever. I went out yesterday to pick some fresh mushrooms, the same kind we ate in Rohan when we traveled together last time. This time I slightly improved the recipe and cooking method, and it will definitely succeed. This time? Levi raised the key point with some doubts. Oh yes, last time I used this dish to entertain a grey wizard Gandalf, you should know him. Unfortunately, it was not cooked properly, and there was probably something bad left in it. He fainted after drinking it, and fell asleep, and woke up a day later. But it's a good thing that he was the only one who drank it, Singer said with a bit of conscience. If Gandalf was there, he would have hit him hard on the head with his pipe. Chapter 237. When the smell of mushroom soup. Is that a smell? Levi felt that his nose seemed to be a little bit off. Anyway, when the smell of mushroom soup wafted up, Imogen came out of the room, fed the child and coaxed him to sleep, and after instructing the servants at home to take good care of him, she came out to check the situation at the stove. Are you cooking that soup again? Yes. Getting a positive answer, Imogen's expression was hard to describe. This is what Levi taught me, Singer said proudly. Now Imogen's expression was even harder to describe. She looked at Levi. Under this sight, Levi only felt that he seemed to have lost something, like a reputation in some aspect. Soon, Singer rubbed his hands, staring at the rolling meat and sliced mushrooms in the pot, with excitement on his face. After staring at the pot for a few more minutes, he stirred it with a wooden spoon and announced that it was done. As soon as the soup was ready, he scooped out a bowl and handed it to Levi first to taste. Levi took the bowl and stared at the mushrooms for a while. According to past experience, it is indeed cooked, so there should be no problem. Wait, what is that next to it? Fat? It looks greasy, but... Seeing Singer looking at him expectantly, and bringing a small spoon over attentively, Levi couldn't refuse. Forget it, it's a little greasy, but it can't be more greasy than the greasy barbecue sauce in Erebor. Just as Levi scooped a small spoonful of soup and was about to drink it, he suddenly noticed another gaze. It was Imogen. She shook her head behind Singer, as if she was afraid that Levi didn't understand. She quickly pointed at the bowl of soup and waved her hand. Don't drink it. This sentence almost came out of her mouth. Levi glanced at her, indicating that there was no need to worry. I can chew rotten meat and bread with maggots, so why would I be afraid of this? Gulp. When the mushroom soup full of fat meat touched the tip of his tongue, Levi's breathing stagnated and his whole body froze. Careless. He closed his eyes, made up his mind, and swallowed the soup with difficulty. His tongue had never suffered such a great injustice since he followed him. Maybe he knew mushroom soup well enough, but it was obvious that Imogen knew Singer better than him. Levi took a deep breath and glanced at the status bar. Nausea. Tens, no blood loss, no poisoning, just the simple taste is hard to describe. Don't say, in a sense, this guy is really a genius. How is it? Singer asked expectantly with eyes wide open, his face full of the joy of an apprentice showing his first work to his master. I can't bear it. I'm so old now, and I'm finally interested in learning a new skill. If I'm hit by this again, I'm afraid it will take a long time to recover. It's okay. Levi said something against his will with difficulty. There are not many people in the world who can make him do something against his will. Then drink more. There's still a lot in the pot. Singer ignored the heat of the pot that could burn people, and moved the whole pot of soup with his bare hands. Don't. Levi stopped him quickly. What's wrong? Singer was a little puzzled. I didn't mean to hide it from you, but I actually had dinner before this. Forgive me for not telling you in advance. I'm really not very hungry. This bowl is enough. Okay. Singer was a little discouraged, but he recovered quickly, served himself a bowl, and drank happily. Singer. What? Have you felt unwell recently, or have you caught a disease, such as a cold, which will make people's taste less sensitive? How is that possible? Singer shook his head, showing his muscles, and said, As you can see, I am very healthy. Those diseases may entangle people who lack exercise, but I am confident that even if I run a lap on the streets in winter with my upper body naked, everything will be normal the next day. That's really good. Levi nodded, looking at the soup in the bowl, with a look of embarrassment. He stirred the soup in the bowl with a spoon, and took the initiative to chat with Singer about this and that, laughing dryly, and couldn't eat it for a long time. Until Singer finished a bowl of soup and went to get the second bowl, Imogen pointed to the place where his family disposed of garbage. Levi understood immediately, and immediately poured the soup down. Did you finish it? Singer suddenly turned around and looked at Levi. Levi's hand froze, and he nodded guiltily. I serve you another bowl. As he spoke, Singer was about to take Levi's bowl away. Levi admitted that he was a little stressed at this moment. No. No, if necessary, I will do it myself. Hearing this, Singer retracted his hand with a slightly strange look on his face. Why is he still protecting the bowl? The simple meal ended just like that. Levi didn't plan to stay here for a second, At least, he wouldn't come again when eating. He was afraid that Sanger would cook another pot of soup, and he would not be able to refuse. It was better to leave this kind of thing for his own enjoyment. But before leaving, he still showed what he brought. It was an amulet strung together with a rope. The outer frame was made of pure gold, and in the middle was a green gem that shone with magical brilliance. I will give this amulet to Odin. It can protect the wearer from external attacks and harm, whether it is a sword or magic. Of course, there is a limit. When the magical brilliance shimmering in the gem fades, it means that the amulet has lost its power. But if one day it loses its power for something, you can send it to the roadside fort, and I will give it magic again, so that it can continue to protect the wearer. Listening to Levi's story, Sanger moved carefully. He took the amulet and carefully looked at it in front of his eyes. He felt that the gem inlaid in the gold frame gave people a heavy feeling, just like the earth. This feeling is not wrong. This amulet does contain the power of the earth. Emergency shield amulet. This thing is the same as the one Levi is wearing. It can provide 7 points of shield, and it can immediately provide another 7 points of shield after the shield is broken. This is also the origin of the word emergency. In total, it is equivalent to 14 points of shield, which can definitely save lives at critical moments. However, compared with physical defense, the most important thing about the rune shield is the targeted defense against magical power. It is precisely because of this that Levi can restrain the ring wraiths. It can restrain the magic of the ring wraiths, and it can also restrain some wizards with bad intentions. Just thinking about it, Sanger suddenly grabbed Levi's shoulders with both hands and said sincerely, "I will remember this friendship. This gift will always be with my child." Chapter 238. After bringing the gift, Levi did not stay here any longer, but turned back to his territory near the crossroads, chiseling and hammering underground, and continued to renovate. Renovating a high tower in a roadside fort, building a highway in hell, and building a bunker in Gundor. This life is inseparable from building things. Levi opened the base in Gundor, allowing Gundor's rangers and soldiers, as well as civilians seeking refuge, travelers, etc. to enter and use the resources there. There is only one condition, which is to consciously maintain the environment and respect everything in the territory, as if you were visiting someone else's home. This news spread in the form of a legend. In addition to knowing that the rangers and Gundor soldiers who knew that they were here would come here regularly to investigate the situation and maintain the territory and the surrounding environment, some people who were really desperate would also try to find this legendary safe haven built between Gundor and Mordor. Hold on to hope. Finally I found it. On the north side of Ithilien, Levi was lying in the grass, picking a few mushrooms from a rotten wood. Yes, this is it. The mushrooms were thrown into the backpack, and Levi was relieved. I have to go back and make a mushroom soup myself, in order to save the dignity of the chef. Aha, look what I found, a careless mushroom picker. Suddenly a voice came. Levi stood up and glanced back. I saw 7 or 8 Uruks staring at him behind him. They collectively took a step back. Looking at the "what's wrong with you" expression on Levi's face, the leader Uruk suddenly had an idea and immediately stood up and said, "Sir, I know where the mushrooms you picked are. I can bring them to you." You'd better know. I definitely know. They ran away. After drinking a cup of tea, an Uruk came back and carefully put down the pile of mushrooms in his arms. Yes, this is it. Go away. Leave this land. Levi gave an order. When he left a year ago, there were few OCS or Uruks in this area, but it seems that after a year, some guys seem to have some evil intentions. Yes, let's go immediately. The Uruk ran back quickly. Perhaps this area will be peaceful for a while. However, it won't last long. Looking at the charred land and mountains opposite, Levi touched his chin and thought for a while. After a while, he slowly shook his head and turned back to White City. The next day, at noon, a pot of delicious mushroom soup was stewed in Sanger's house. This is what mushroom soup should taste like. Levi tasted the soup he made himself, and his expression was quite comfortable. It tastes just right. A few days ago, Sanger's soup was so delicious that he almost doubted himself. Forgive me, I had doubts before. When Owen drank the genuine Levi's mushroom soup, he was also surprised. So this is what the normal taste of this soup is like. It's indeed better than what I made. Sanger nodded and said, I remember it. It just so happens that there is nothing to do on the front line recently, so I can relax for a while. I will make it a few more times in the next few days to restore this taste. Owen's face changed. You can drink it all by yourself. I heard that drinking too much mushroom soup is not good for children's growth. That's a pity. Sanger was a little disappointed, and reached out to take away the Levi brand mushroom soup in front of Morwen. In that case, this bowl. No. Morin protected the bowl of soup. Occasionally it's okay. Okay, Oklahoma. Another food protector. This trip to Gundur didn't last long. When the messenger said by Singer returned, Levi left and went back. The short journey ended. However, Levi has never been a quiet person. Since he has come out, how can he not go to other places? The next day after returning to Roadside Castle, he set off again. Go west to Linden. Many years ago, Linden's leader Certain invited him to visit, but this matter has been forgotten by Levi, and he has not remembered it many times. Fortunately, from the perspective of the elves, this time is nothing. Even if he goes 10 years later, Certain, who sent the invitation, will not feel that much time has passed. When Levi went out again, the residents said they were used to it. It would not work to do this in another place. After all, the affairs of the territory need to be managed, various relationships need to be maintained, and decisions about the future development of the territory need to be made, etc., especially places like Lubian-Bayo, which developed extremely rapidly and became the northern center in just 1 year, need to be managed. But Lubian-Bayo did it, or Levi's territory was like this. Due to the special nature of the territory, such as having such a lord, as well as a high level of education and unlimited material foundation, these places do not need special management and supervision at all, and there is no such thing as open and secret struggles for interests. The only possible problem is technical problems, such as some commonly used methods are too backward, or what can be improved. When everything tends to be stable, the new generation gradually replaces the old generation and becomes active, and the residents' perspective on the world gradually changes. The life needs of the new generation are no longer just to be well fed and clothed and have a warm house to live in, but to look further and higher. For example, follow the footsteps of their lords, who are mysterious, sacred, unknowable, easygoing, kind, and down-to-earth. The breeze sways the tender green grass, and a few small white flowers are looming in it. The colorful grass rises and falls with the wind, and several white towers stand on the high hills. Western Eriador is located in the west of the Shire, on a high hill in Linden on the east side of the Grey Harbor. A black figure on horseback slowly walks forward and stands on it to look into the distance. Tower Hill. As early as the beginning of the Second Age, this place was used as an elf outpost, and many white towers were built. The tallest tower is called Erosterion, where there is a crystal of truth. However, this crystal is very special. It cannot communicate with other crystals, nor can it be used to check the situation in various parts of Middle-earth. Its only function is to show the scenery of the Blessed Land, Amon/Middle-earth Holy Land, which is the area where the Vala live. Many elves come here for pilgrimage, just to glimpse the beautiful scenery of the Holy Land through this crystal. In front of the high tower of Erosterion, where the crystal is stored, several Linden elves are guarding here. When Levi approached, they showed some entanglement on their faces. The scenery of the Blessed Land is not something that everyone can see. For the elves, it is sacred, pure, and inviolable. If other races approach, they will most likely persuade him to leave. But this? Hello. The guard under the tower greeted first. Chapter 239. Hello. Levi turned over and dismounted, and tied his horse to a fence placed at the bottom of the tower. Lord Levi of Roadside Castle is here to visit. We know you. Your achievements in recent years are unparalleled, like a rainstorm, and every elf living here knows it. The elf in front of the tower said, May I ask what your purpose is here? Can I go in and take a look at the crystal? Sorry, I can't make a decision. The elf shook his head. Okay. Levi didn't feel much surprise. The elf's actions were not inappropriate. This thing was indeed not something that mortals could bear. After all, it was a holy object that could directly see the Blessed Land. If Sauron occupied this place one day, he might not dare to touch this thing. He would suffer if the Vala over there glared at him. And Levi? He didn't know what the guardians and managers of this world thought of him. Levi has a clear understanding of himself. Anyway, he can't sink the continent now. But the Vera living opposite can do it. Moreover, the physical manifestation of sinking the continent is only a quarter of their power. Some of them are in charge of matter. The earth, mountains, and minerals are all created by them. Some are in charge of water, so that the ocean and rivers and even all pure water can restrain dark creatures. Some are in charge of souls, some are in charge of plants, and some even directly control the concept of the flow of breath. In addition to these Vera, who are in charge of the laws in a relatively obscure form, there are also those who are good at fighting and have infinite power. If they really let go, they can directly hit the mountains and cracks, the continent sinks, and the world is broken and collapsed. This is why the upper limit of this world is now locked, and we will never see those outrageous gods and monsters again. At most, they can cast some small spells, curses, and will competitions like Gandalf and Saruman. All things and behaviors that are too outrageous are prohibited, because the existence that created this world does not want it to be destroyed. Even if he can create more worlds, he is kind and merciful, and does not want to abandon his children. He also does not want to interfere too much with the operation of the world. But then again, for the gods of this world, intuitive combat power is only a partial manifestation of power, not all. Wisdom, creativity, imagination, inspiration, these things can also be regarded as power. Even if a person's combat power is not strong, but the other above aspects are strong, he will be described as powerful. Just like Gandalf, although he is gentle, probably, and does not like to fight, perhaps, his strength is more prominent among the Maya, and he is one of the best Maya openly named by the Vala. However, if we only talk about power and characteristics. You know, another name of MC My World is be a creator god. Although this name is not very nice, it can also reflect something from the side. Even compared with Vera, Levi is definitely the most comprehensive one. Even if he is not strong enough, he can continue to expand and expand until it is enough. It's not that he can't grow, but everything is just right. If he takes a few more steps, he may not be able to stay in this world. In front of the Tower of Elasterion, Levi smiled, took 2 steps back, and did not force it. Originally, he was just stopping by to take a look. It would be best if he could use the crystal to glimpse Valinor to satisfy his curiosity. If he couldn't see it, that would be fine. Please come in. Just as Levi was walking towards the horse, a voice stopped him. The gate of the tower opened, and an elf walked out of it. Levi looked over, and didn't speak for a while. This elf. I don't know him, and he is not familiar with anyone. Maybe he is the person in charge and guardian of the tower. You can go up. He smiled and stepped aside, inviting Levi. Thank you. After a moment of hesitation, Levi nodded and followed him into the white tower. Until the top floor, when the crystal of Elendil appeared in front of him, the elf stepped back to the door and made room for Levi. This is the legendary Elendil crystal that can see the scene of the blessed land. Levi closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and moved closer. The crystal, as dark as the night sky, flashed with stars, and the scene on it kept changing, crossing the sea and the sky, all the way to an unknown place above the sky. The white coast and the large green land in the distance, and the rising sun. The beautiful and harmonious scenery appeared in Levi's pupils. As the perspective gradually zoomed out, the first thing that appeared was the Tower of Avalon, which was also the location of the main crystal among the crystals of true knowledge. It was because of this main crystal that the Elendil crystal in front of him could reflect the scene over there. After Numenor sank into the sea, the blessed land where the Vala and the elves lived was moved out of this world, to prevent future generations from making the same mistake. Now only those who are allowed can reach there through the straight channel across the sea and the sky, otherwise they will only face the vast sea. When the Avalon Tower appeared in sight, Levi felt a pulling force soon. This force pulled his sight past the tower, and even the pass behind the tower, all the way to a golden land full of vitality. Countless tall and magical creatures grow and live on it, and many beautiful and prosperous cities are built on it, where elves live. Valinor, everything in this territory, from rocks to water, is holy and flawless, and the life on it is also free from disease, corruption or withering, and can live forever in the world. Just like Levi's territory. On the Golden Land, there are many magnificent and sacred huge palaces. Even if no one tells Levi, he already has the answer in his heart, that is the residence of the Vala. In a trance, Levi's sight was pulled to the sky above these palaces again, passing through the vibrant pastures and the forests on the mountain, crossing the rivers and lakes, passing through an unforgettable beautiful garden, and coming to the edge of the world, a quiet palace close to the world wall. It was quiet and spacious here, without any moving life or things. There were morning songs echoing in it, although sad, but it brought peace and hope to people. Even Levi was infected by the song, and an inexplicable emotion burst out in his heart. Degree of corruption, 0%, the crystal suddenly dimmed. When it lit up again, it no longer showed the beauty of Valinor, but the various sufferings that had occurred in Middle-earth, including the dead and regrettable things. The screen turned again, and Levi's pupils shrank slightly. He saw his own territory, Roadside Castle, the Bjorn clan in the Anduin Valley, Dale City, Long Lake Town, Road Town. The people above were happy and rich, full of hope for life, and full of motivation to do everything. Just looking at them, you can feel a heartfelt joy. A pair of compassionate eyes with tears still stared at Levi. And at this moment, Levi also knew who was behind these eyes. Nienna, the lamenter among the Vala, was also Gandalf's mentor. He learned compassion and patience from Nienna, and also learned to listen from her to listen to others' sorrows, and use his own power to help others get rid of darkness and rekindle hope. Just like what he did to Levi. It's true that there is a teacher and a disciple. Levi suddenly smiled. The image in the crystal disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The short meeting ended. There was no revelation, no dialogue or communication. It seemed that the existence of Valinor just wanted to see him, nothing more. It was time to leave. After bidding farewell to the guardian of the White Tower, Levi mounted his horse and continued westward, heading towards the Grey Havens. Chapter 240. Seagulls flew into the sky, white waves and beaches appeared in the distance. Mislonged, Grey Harbor, it was built at the mouth of the Shuan River in the Shuan Bay, and it has a history of more than 6,000 years since its establishment. The lord here is the shipbuilder Círdan, an elf who is suspected to have been born in the age of the two trees, older than any other elf in Middle-earth. He is so old that he looks like an old man as an elf, which can be said to be unique in Middle-earth. When an elf with an infinite lifespan grows a gray beard and his hair turns silver, it means that he is really old, so old that he may have witnessed the history of all eras, including the withering of the two sacred trees, the battle between Morgoth and the Vala, the sinking of the west side of the continent, the rise and development of Sauron, the final alliance war, and everything Levi has done recently. Welcome, the new legend Levi. When Levi came to the gate of the Grey Harbor, the shipbuilder Círdan came to greet him. The elf was very tall, had a long beard, and looked very old, but his eyes were bright and sharp. He looked at Levi, bowed slightly, and said, "It's an honor for you to visit me. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I was delayed by some things in the past few years, and I just found the time recently." Levi dismounted and returned the greeting, and handed the leash to the elf, who came with Círdan to receive him. "He will take good care of the horse." "No problem." Círdan responded and shook hands with Levi. Although he looked like an old man, his posture was agile and steady, and the muscles under his clothes looked no smaller than Sengir's. This old man is not ordinary. Because he is too tall, even Levi has to look up when he looks at Círdan. His height is at least 2 meters. If such an elf takes a big sword and rushes into a pile of orcs with an average height of 1.45 meters, he will be unparalleled. With one swing, he can make a large number of orcs fly. This place is not suitable for conversation. Why don't we go to the hall to rest for a while? That's the best. Indifferently, the two walked into the city along the stone brick road. This coastal city is planted with many birch and poplar trees. At this time, the weather is getting colder, and the leaves of many poplar trees are also changing color, reflecting the golden color on both sides of the road. Grey Harbor also has a different kind of beauty. The Lord of Grey Harbor and its guardian, shipbuilder Círdan, walked around the city with omitted and wall builder Levi, and saw all the scenery. When they reached the port, Círdan couldn't help looking westward, his eyes full of longing and yearning. It's hard to maintain yourself when you are caught up in the crowd. Valinor has everything I love, and my longing for it makes me feel painful, but I can't go there, because I am guided by the Vala. Only when the last elf sails west will I see my figure on the ship. I have stayed on this earthly coast for a long time, but I still can't see the end of this chapter. Now, he looked at Levi. Perhaps everything is finally coming to an end. Probably not too long. Levi replied casually. But these words sounded very meaningful to Círdan. Thousands of years ago, when Lord Gandalf arrived at the Grey Havens, I gave him the Ring of Fire. Perhaps it could help him relieve his fatigue and ignite hope. Now you are here, but I have nothing. Childen withdrew his gaze from the sea and turned to Levi, saying, "If there is anything I can help you with, please don't hesitate to ask." "Yes, there is." In front of the port, looking at the brand new white ship that had just been launched, Levi said, "Shipbuilder, Childen, I need your skills." In fact, Levi called Childen's name twice in this sentence just now. The word Childen means shipbuilder. Because he can build ships, he is called shipbuilder. "At your service." The golden and red light flashing on the sea illuminated the two people, leaving only shadows. Childen agreed to this matter. In the autumn of 2948, a scholar from Roadside Castle recorded, the Lord set out to the west, and did not return for a whole month. It seems that he has never come back. The scholar muttered to himself. But this time it was really serious. Shipbuilder module added, this month, Levi followed Círdan and personally participated in the construction of a ship. During the construction process, new modules were unlocked, and many new recipes appeared in the synthesis table, which were various accessories for the ship. Rudder, anchor, measuring instrument, skeleton structure. Looking at these new recipes, Levi was moved. Being entrusted with a great task by the Vala, certain shipbuilding technology is undoubtedly superb. Even the navigation and shipbuilding technology of Numenor was taught by him, including the fleet of Gondor. Splash, the waves washed over the rocks. An elf looked at the ship parts on the woodworking table with surprise in his eyes. "My lord, this part is perfect." He couldn't help but say. "Perfection only exists in Valinor." Certain corrected him. However, when Certain came over and saw the part the elf pointed at, he was silent. It was too standard, it was the most ideal state, and there was no flaw. What did this do to me? Is this still Middle-earth? This is the part made by Lord Levi. Well, that's normal. Certain nodded. Where is he? In the port. After determining Levi's location, Certain walked over there without stopping. A month ago, when Levi asked to learn shipbuilding technology, Certain immediately taught in person and gave various explanations in great detail. When all the basic knowledge and practice were completed, he assigned Levi a small homework, to build a small boat that can carry 2 or 3 people to try his hand. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me at any time. After assigning the homework, Certain said this, but although the words were said, Levi never went to find him. Could it be that this new legend is a relatively introverted person? Chaldon originally thought so, but when he saw the part made by Levi just now, he changed his mind. Maybe he should go and see with his own eyes how the student's first practice progressed. Just thinking about it, before reaching the destination, Chaldon suddenly stopped and looked at the sea with a dull look. Under the setting sun, a huge shadow was stretched out very long, even completely covering the nearby houses. Chaldon took a deep breath and walked over. Good afternoon. Levi synthesized another part and greeted Chaldon. You came too early. Now the ship is not assembled and cannot be started. It's better to come at this time tomorrow. By then, I should be able to complete the last step and demonstrate it to you. As he spoke, Levi stretched and patted the huge monster beside him. Vera bless you. Chaldon finally recovered from the shock. I told you to build a small boat to test your learning, but you... He looked up and saw a huge ship moored next to Levi, which could be called a flagship even in Certain's eyes. Chapter 241. Small boat? Hearing this, Levi pointed to a boat several dozen meters long in the distance from the flagship and said, Over there, I was not satisfied with it, so I rebuilt one. Chaldon's eyelids twitched. You call this a small boat? Sir, we are a little short of materials. As if he had found a savior, the person in charge of the shipyard hurried to Chaldon to report. Enough, enough. Chaldon's tone was a little hurried. He pointed to the small boat several dozen meters long in the distance and said, That boat is already quite good, even enough to be used as a sailing ship for the westward crossing. I declare that you have completely learned the shipbuilding skills, and I have nothing to teach you. This learning ability is simply too terrifying. Chaldon clearly remembered that he only showed him the accessories needed to build large and small ships, and then told him how to assemble and splice them. Without even a hands-on demonstration, how did he get to this point? Did he learn it just by looking at the real thing? This power is simply too incredible. It becomes stronger when it meets a stronger opponent, and its upper limit is unknown. It is comparable to... Chaldon dispersed his thoughts, looked at the flagship in front of him and said, This is a good ship, but a good ship also needs a good driver and sailor. When you need it, please tell me, and our best navigators and sailors will come to support, and they will pass on their knowledge without reservation. As for this ship... Chaldon looked at the unfinished flagship in front of him, thought for a while, and said, It can be sent into the sea through Shuan Bay, and then all the way south, through the port of Longdale to the Lonely Land. I remember your territory is over there. Don't worry. Although the harbor of Longdale has long been abandoned, it can still play a certain role. No thanks. Levi waved his hand and said, Let this ship stay here. After all, it is made of your materials. Just think of it as a souvenir from an apprentice to his teacher. Graduated in 1 month. You are so modest. I really taught you very little. Everything you need to build this ship, at least most of the knowledge, was learned by you. Chaldon is very self-conscious. But Levi is more self-conscious than him. He can build it so fast, all thanks to a synthesis table. He unlocked and synthesized those sample accessories and design drawings as soon as he touched them, which means he needed to remember some things when assembling. If the correct method is not followed, the whole structure will collapse. You are a little too modest. Levi responded. Chaldon was speechless for a moment. A few days later, The flagship designed and polished by Levi himself was assembled and successfully tested. It was eventually left in the port of Linden and named Apprentice. It was commemorated by the elves as the first work of Levi after he learned the shipbuilding technology. Your selflessness is admirable. Another month passed, and when everything that needed to be learned was completed, Levi and Certain met again. Thousands of years ago, Certain took the initiative to give the Ring of Fire to Gandalf as an aid to Gandalf's actions. Today, he taught Levi the top shipbuilding technology in Middle-earth that he had mastered, so that Levi could get a boost. So Levi took out his return gift. A golden apple with a round and shiny luster. I hope you like it. Certain accepted the gift solemnly. This apple, like the things of Valinor, will never wither and decay. As long as it is not lost, it will always accompany Certain. If one day you have to use this thing to help yourself, please do not use it because you cherish it. If it is consumed, it means that the gift I gave is valuable, and I will be sincerely happy. I will. Certain nodded. A golden apple full of vitality that can save lives and has full material value and artistic sense as a return gift for teaching shipbuilding technology. Perhaps this story can end here. Both parties have done a good job. But there are always things that are unexpected. Levi took out a beacon and placed it in the center of the city of Grey Harbor. When it lit up, all the elves living here felt a throbbing. They looked up at the beam of light in the sky and gathered here. Vitality grows from the body, stopping their decline. This is really... Feeling all this, Kilden was a little absent-minded. This is the perfect thing, he muttered. Perfection, perhaps it has always been with us. When Levi left the Grey Harbor, a beam of light lit up in it and broke through the sky. People will record it, people will sing praises. It will be a new legend. However, although the technology is temporarily solved. After returning to the roadside fort, Levi immediately spread out the map and checked the terrain, especially the nearby rivers and water veins. First, near the roadside fort, there is a river located at the last bridge, that is, next to the Troll Forest. This river can be traced back to the south side of the Lonely Land, all the way to the river corner in front of the Valley Gate, and its source is the sea. As Kilden said, if it can be used, it may be a very convenient waterway. As for the problem that the river is not deep enough, or the river surface is not wide enough. Can't we just dig it? As for claiming more territories, since the Experience Farm was built, the upper limit of territories has also greatly increased. At least it is no problem to maintain dozens of territories under normal circumstances, but it is a bit difficult to increase the number. After all, more experience is required for each level up, and it is really difficult to upgrade when the level reaches a certain level. It is enough to maintain a certain number, and the enchantment usually consumes some levels. Here, Levi drew a cross on the map. The location drawn is the delta where the Xiangshui River and the Sanchuan River meet. With a little renovation and expansion, it can be used as a ship berth or even a shipyard. Again, it doesn't matter if the river is not wide or deep enough, it's just a matter of changing the terrain. This place is chosen because its natural terrain is more convenient and can save a lot of trouble. However, there are more waterways suitable for development. Levi turned his eyes to his new territory, the Anduin Valley where the Bjorn clan lived. The reason why the Anduin Valley is called the Anduin Valley is because there is a wide river called Anduin running through the entire terrain. It is the longest river in Middle-earth in the Third Age. It originates from the northern mountains, passes through the territory of the Bjorn clan and the Golden Iris Swamp, and is close to the Golden Forest, crossing Rohan and Gundor, and finally flows into the sea. This route can be said to be quite perfect. You can also build a few special transportation points. As for the Dale City, ships can basically only sail on the internal rivers and the inner sea of Rhone, so let's discuss it later. As the saying goes, professional matters should be left to professionals. The specific implementation of these matters still needs more discussion and consideration. Before that, we need to open a few new majors in the school. Chapter 242. At the end of 2948, Roadside Castle opened a navigation technology major, with Linton's navigators and sailors serving as lecturers. Since then, there have been a small number of elves in Roadside Castle. In theory, elves are more accustomed to a quiet and peaceful environment, and do not like to step into the downtown in crowds. Even if they have to gather, such as holding a banquet to commemorate a certain festival, most of them are with their own people. In fact, this group of elves who came to Roadside Castle for lectures were also told, if they cannot adapt to the environment here, they can apply to go back at any time. However, so far no elf has said that they want to go back. On the one hand, it is out of curiosity about things in the outside world. Even if the scenery is as beautiful as Linton, You will always feel a little bored after watching it for a long time. It is good to change places to see the scenery. In addition, out of curiosity about the new legend of this world, many lecturers voluntarily went there to explore the scenery of Levi's residence. The result was somewhat unexpected. In terms of scenery, Roadside Castle is no worse than any other elf territory. In terms of environment and atmosphere, although the elves were not very adaptable to life away from their relatives at first, and could not adapt to frequent contact with humans for a while. But after staying for a while, the elves found that the humans here seemed to be good, especially their mental outlook, which was different from the humans they had seen before. That indescribable energy was quite contagious. Very relaxed. And there was an unlimited supply of wine. The taste was simply intoxicating, and it was a unique Middle-earth. Fine wine, fine wine. With the opening of navigation technology, a branch discipline also appeared in the Artisan College, which was called ship engineering. All the knowledge and talents needed for river and ocean navigation are increasing. Time passed smoothly until the arrival of 2949. The snow and ice mixed with mud on the ground melted away. When looking at the wet land, many people came to their senses. Another new year has come. Life is peaceful, but in places that people don't know, there will always be some noise that will suddenly sound, scaring the people next to them. Just like the lonely mountain. A not very tall figure suddenly ran out, and another figure followed closely behind. Balin, where are you going? Come back! Thorin shouted and chased behind. He is calling you. On horseback, Gandalf glanced back at Balin, who had just come up behind him, and then looked at Thorin, who was approaching this side. Go, Gandalf, go quickly, I don't want to stay here. Balin anxiously grabbed Gandalf's robe and urged him from behind, his beard shaking. Okay, hold on tight. As soon as the words fell, a strong sense of push came over him. Old Gandalf smiled helplessly, and drove his horse forward. In a flash, only his back was left. Thorin wanted to continue chasing, but long-distance running was a bit of a stretch for dwarves. Huh? He panted and shook his head. Why are you running so fast? I'm not giving you a vacation. Can't you trust me a little more? But Balin was destined not to hear this. Is this freedom, Gandalf? Maybe. Durin, can you please stop learning the tone of those elves? Every time you ask them whether something is right or wrong, they like to answer or puff. Gandalf couldn't help laughing, and his beard flew up. Very fair comment, Mr. Balin. When the topic was over, Balin asked again, Where are we going? Well, yes, where are we going? Gandalf thought and said, I plan to go to the west of the Misty Mountains to have a look. What do you think? That's just what I want. Balin poked his head out from behind and said, I haven't been to the Blue Mountains for a while. I wonder how many dwarves are still there. And Bilbo, I haven't seen him since we parted in Erebor after the war. I want to see how he is doing recently. Well, very good. In this case we are on the way. Gandalf nodded. Bilbo, he recalled and said, he is very good. He also went to the last Wayside Castle banquet, and he looks quite good. Don't mention it, Gandalf. When he heard about the Wayside Castle banquet, Balin was angry. Such a big thing. Thorin and the others actually had the heart to leave me behind. Too much. It's simply bullying. Gandalf smiled. Thinking of the dwarves lying on the ground due to drunkenness at that time, he said, It may not be a bad thing. At least you didn't lose face. What? So Gandalf told the funny things that happened at the banquet. I never knew. Balin looked serious. They didn't mention this to me at all. Ha, it's really embarrassing. I can't even drink more than the elves. Now I have something to say to them when I go back. The old dwarf finally got back. Boom! At the entrance of Long Lake Town, the huge elevator started, and a wizard and a dwarf soon arrived at the starting point of the Heavenly Road. While feeling the hustle and bustle around him, Balin looked down at the forest and couldn't help sighing. It's so beautiful, I want to live here. So are you going to live here for a while? No. Balin shook his head quickly. This place is too close to the Lonely Mountain. Don't let yourself be caught and taken back. Then let's go. There will be many views like this on the road. You can keep looking. Gandalf opened the map he carried with him, pointed to the Sky Road sign that was obviously painted on it later and said, If everything goes well, we can reach the town of Kar before dark. Oh, you may not have been there. It is the latest town built by the Bjorn clan, near Kar Rock. We can rest there for a night, go to the Midway town in the Misty Mountains the next day, and reach the roadside castle on the third day. When talking about the third day, Gandalf seemed to think of something, and was silent for a long time. In the past, I would have to walk this distance for at least a month. Okay, stop sighing, let's go! Balin urged from behind. Okay. Don't worry, Uncle Balin, the weather is warm, the road is smooth, and there is plenty of time. We can walk slowly and safely. That's great. Balin smiled sincerely. Ah. Travel in peace. Just as Gandalf said, when night fell, the two of them happened to be near the town of Carl. When they walked down the road, Balin exclaimed, "What is that?" He pointed to a huge figure on a towering rock and asked. Gandalf looked in the direction of his finger, and showed a look of understanding. It's Bjorn. It's his habit. Gandalf raised his chin and gestured. Look, the night sky is very clear today, and the moon is not covered by clouds. It's very suitable for admiring at night, isn't it? Some people say that Bjorn may be able to see something from the moon, because sometimes he can stare at the moon all night. Of course, some people say that he sleeps on it, because even if he looks at the moon all night, he will not show any sleepiness the next day. What about you? What do you think he is doing? Balin asked Gandalf. Me. Gandalf showed a thoughtful expression and said, I think he may be thinking about something, such as the philosophy of life, and the moon can make his mind clearer. There are always many strange things in this world, Balin said with emotion. At the same time, Bjorn, who was staring at the moon on the car rock, had the same idea. He was indeed thinking, why can a bee grow as big as a human head? Chapter 243. Originally, when passing by the roadside fort, Gandalf and Balin planned to visit Levi on the way. However, when they arrived here, they received a message. He is not here. Gandalf could only remain silent. Then let's go. Balin looked up and asked. Otherwise, what else can we do? Can anyone catch him back? Gandalf sighed. Hearing this sigh, the iron golem beside him handed him a flower intimately, as if to let him not lose it. Thank you. If only your master could be as obedient as you are. The iron golem did not understand these words. When Gandalf took the flower, it continued to patrol. People say that the roadside fort is indestructible and cannot be broken. The reason is not only the solid high wall that is difficult to see the end when standing below and looking up. There are also these iron lumps, which are one of the trump cards of the roadside fort and even the free cities. To deal with them, either develop targeted tools or weapons, or send out an army 10 times larger and equipped with talented generals. Of course, even if you can come up with a way to deal with this group of iron golems, don't forget that there are still batches of excellent guards on the high walls who rotate around the clock, and they are all excellent warriors in all aspects. I would rather attack White City than approach the Wayside Castle. This has become a common saying among the orcs. Wait. At the intersection of the Wayside Castle and the Eastern Road, Gandalf was about to leave and continue to walk towards the Shire, but he suddenly stopped and looked to the south. I saw a road made of gray stone bricks in that direction. The road was square and had a certain style. So, when did a road appear here? I don't remember a crossroad here, at least not a year ago. This was newly built in the past year. We call it the Grey Road. A passerby solved his puzzlement. Seeing that someone knew the situation, Gandalf hurriedly stopped him and asked, where does this Grey Road lead to? Riverside Castle. It leads to Riverside Castle. Riverside Castle? Gandalf and Balin looked at each other, but they were more confused. I've never heard of this name. It was also built in the past year, the resident reminded. Then let's go and have a look, Balin suggested. Agree. So the two of them temporarily changed their route at the crossroads near the roadside castle and headed south along this new wide road. Pull back a little time. Just build the road. When the new major was launched, Leeway also marked a new point on the map, and then picked up the pen to connect this new point with the roadside fort. So it became a line. When this line appeared, the residents had new work to do. A road made of stone bricks started from the intersection of the roadside fort and the eastern road and headed towards the southern delta. Because the stone bricks synthesized from the stones were gray in color, people simply call this road paved with stone bricks the Grey Road. After hearing this less formal name that was only circulated as a nickname, Leeway slammed the table and directly used it as the official name. When the Grey Road reached the end, where 3 rivers converged, Levi started again and built a new building here. A castle built by the river. A new building must have a new name, so Levi suddenly had an idea and named it Riverside Castle. Just like its name, Riverside Castle is built on a high ground by the river, which is quite conspicuous and can be seen from a long distance. Surrounding this castle, many buildings and facilities will be built here in the future, such as shipyards, docks, cranes, etc. A brand new shipyard is about to be established. Here, the inherited wisdom and latest research and development results of the 3 races of humans, elves, and dwarves are fully demonstrated. With Levi's hands, all their wisdom can be maximized. However, even with Levi's efficiency, it still takes some time to build this place. Think about the great cities in the past. Which one was not built up bit by bit over dozens or hundreds of years? Even if this place is now his territory, it will take at least a few months to build. After all, there are still many facilities required, and it also involves some terrain transformation work. Even if it is built, the talent reserve in the rear cannot keep up for the time being. Maybe the site is built, and even the ships are made by Levi when he is free. As a result, the first batch of students majoring in navigation and ship engineering at the Roadside Fort School have not graduated yet. We can build a new branch campus here. In the Riverside Fort, Levi stood in front of the window and looked at the construction site outside, thinking about it for a while. That's it. When the shipyard here is built, open a branch campus and move all the related majors here. With a lecturer and complete teaching aids, the teaching quality and environment are absolutely top-notch. Nothing can make people progress faster than practice. Dong dong dong. The castle gate suddenly sounded. Creak. Gandalf? Levi seemed a little surprised. Why are you here? And me? As he was talking, a voice came from below. Levi lowered his head and found Balin there. Oh, long time no see, Balin, welcome. Have you finished your work? No, don't mention this, Levi. That's not a good memory. Don't you know that those guys are too much? They went out to play without me. While saying this with grievance, Balin gave Levi an unequal hug, like an old child seeking comfort. But it really scared me. I haven't been here for only a few years, but it feels like hundreds of years have passed. I almost doubt whether the speed of time passing on both sides is different. Balin was quite emotional. There is even a new territory here, and a new castle this big. Maybe it will become a new city soon. Gandalf gave his opinion on the side. This place is quite conspicuous, especially at night. We saw the beam of light belonging to the beacon from a long distance, and it guided us here. No need to ask for directions. This thing is really conspicuous at night. After a simple greeting, Levi stepped aside and welcomed the two in. You have been on a long journey, you must have worked hard. Have a bowl of hot soup to warm your stomach. It was dinner time at this moment, and Levi naturally went straight to cook. Thank you. The two took the soup and took a look. Mushroom soup. Very delicious. Balin couldn't help but praise. Gandalf nodded and commented, to be honest, since I drank mushroom soup at my friend's house last time, I have developed a fear of food with this ingredient. Now you have made me face it again. As long as you are satisfied, what do you want to drink? Wine. A glass of malt liquor. The two gave different answers. Fortunately, there are all kinds of wine here, and soon their respective needs were served. Soup, roast meat, vegetables and fruits, and bread. This meal can be said to be well balanced in all aspects, and the taste is impeccable. We originally planned to visit Bilbo in the Shire. Balin took the initiative to bring up the topic. But when we saw the new Grey Road, we changed our minds, and planned to come here first. This location is very good. Of course, I know you will definitely find a way even if the terrain is not good. But I must remind you, Levi. The white-bearded dwarf said seriously, next to this is Moria. Chapter 244. I have always wanted to lead people to recapture that place, but our spies said that it is still occupied by the boundless and brutal orc army. Not only that, there are also many ferocious beasts and ogres. Balin sighed. This matter needs more consideration, at least I don't think it is the right time now. But let's not talk about this matter first. What I want to say is that it is very dangerous there. This city is too close to Moria. The monsters there can arrive in a few days, and even faster at full speed. But the opposite is also true. Levi smiled at Balin. This location is indeed not wise. Not only is Moria right next door, but there is also Dunlodge a little further south. The mountain people there are not easy to deal with. They seem to be colluding with Saruman recently. From this point of view, for the time being, at least in the next few years, there is no need to worry. Saruman will restrain them to stay in their own territory honestly. In fact, even without Saruman's restraint, the mountain people would not be idle and uncomfortable. They can barely be regarded as a neutral camp. As long as they are not provoked, they will not be attacked. The only one they are hostile to is Rohan. They are controlled and used by Saruman mostly because of their hatred for Rohan. As for who is right and who is wrong, we can only say that history is always complicated and full of various things that are difficult to judge. No one can make an absolute judgment. The only thing that can be confirmed is that for the life of this world, the dark creatures controlled by orcs and Sauron must be evil, because they want to enslave everything in the world, and even destroy everything. The act of enslavement itself is against the nature of living things, let alone destruction. There is no room for negotiation on this matter, and it is one of the few things that can be absolutely judged. Well, I believe you can defend this place. Gandalf drank up the soup without leaving a drop, and echoed, as long as you are still here, I believe nothing will dare to invade. But the reminder should still be made. There is one point that Balin and I agree on, that is, we really need to strengthen our vigilance recently. After all, the high walls have not been built yet, and the city is only in its infancy. The territory will be very fragile at this time. If our great enemy has some ideas, it will definitely not be a small fight. Moria is very big, and there are many dark creatures in it, and most of them are quite cruel. Even if an entire army was defeated in the Battle of 5 Armies, the remaining orcs there still have to be counted in 10,000. Okay, I pay attention. Levi shrugged and continued to deal with the freshly baked barbecue on the plate. Seeing his look, the two people on the opposite side stopped talking. Anyway, they had said everything they needed to say, so they could just leave the rest to him. The ordinary meal ended. The next morning, the two of them led their horses and left the riverside castle, and Levi saw them off to the main road. Won't you stay a few more days? Levi tried to persuade them to stay. That's how the journey is, in a hurry, just go. Gandalf said, there will always be a day when our paths cross again. After that, he jumped on the horse. If you are still here when I come back, I will definitely come to visit. Balin also jumped up and sat behind Gandalf with his help. He had to help him, because he couldn't reach him. Well, I look forward to seeing you next time. Levi waved goodbye. Snap, snap. Just as Gandalf was about to leave on his horse, a burst of rapid horse hoof sounds came. Phew. Levi. A figure hurried over, stopped suddenly in front of the three people, blinked, and turned over to get off the horse. His movements were smooth and quite smooth. Faradin? What's the hurry? It's some intelligence. Faradin quickly glanced at Gandalf and Balin next to him, and after confirming that they were all his people, he continued, the news from the ruins of a region is that a large number of orcs gathered at the west gate of Moria last night, and there were several ghost-like figures, suspected to be wights, but more powerful and more terrifying than wights. Ringwraiths. Levi and Gandalf spoke at the same time. Faradin explained, the information was sent back by the latest batch of young graduates. They have never seen the ringwraiths, and only regard them as stronger wights. That's normal. Let them stay away, and come back to join us. That thing is not something that ordinary people can deal with. I have already done that. They will follow me. Listening to the conversation between the two, Gandalf silently turned over and dismounted. It seems that our trip to the Shire will be postponed. I agree. I should have stretched my muscles a long time ago. Balin jumped down immediately. Old warrior, but not old at heart. In the castle meeting hall, several people held a small meeting temporarily. Facing an upcoming war that is visibly large in scale, Levi's demeanor is more relaxed compared to the tension of the other three. This is really busy building the castle, and forgetting to beat them. Now they dare to come to us, it's just right, let's deal with it together. Then the question is, how many people are there? A lot, it is expected to be no less than 10,000. Is the information accurate? Gandalf frowned when he heard the number. Faradin's expression was not relaxed either. If Gandalf was just worried about the number, then Faradin was worried about the whole situation. As a wanderer who often wandered around this land, he knew more about the two territories in this area than Gandalf. As far as we know, there are only a few construction teams stationed in the Riverside Castle, with a total of only a few hundred people. Even if they have all undergone some training, and can be directly transformed into a few hundred soldiers on the spot, it is not very impressive. After all, there are several ringwraiths on the opposite side, and I think they must have made some preparations, otherwise they would not rashly launch an attack. After all, the whole Middle-earth knows whose territory this is. Thalodin made a guess. I agree with that. Gandalf nodded. He couldn't help but light up his pipe to make his mind work faster. What about us? Balin asked, how many troops do we have? There are only a few hundred in the river fort at present. Faradin gave him a number. That's not very optimistic. Balin gave his own suggestion. The roadside fort is nearby, and soldiers can be mobilized from there. As long as we can hold on for a while, and spread the news, Erebor will definitely send the most elite army. A smoke ring rose to the sky, and Gandalf also said, and the elves, Uncle Balin, don't forget that Rivendell is nearby, and Elrond will not watch this place being besieged. Time is urgent, I will go to Rivendell now. No need. Just as Balin and Gandalf were thinking of a solution for Levi, he suddenly waved his hand. Chapter 245. It's just some orcs, they don't need reinforcements. Gandalf and Balin frowned when they heard this. It's just, there are tens of thousands of orcs, and there must be trolls and various beasts. I know you are strong, Levi. If it's just you, you can kill one from the army, and it won't be a problem. But this is defense. You have to hold this territory. But after all, you are not those stone giants as big as mountains. You can't stop them all at the same time. While you are doing something, there must be other places that you can't take care of. Of course, I understand. Levi smiled and said, Faladin, can you tell me how many rangers are around here? Your own. Forget it. Faladin gave up the front. Instead of preaching to the offline brain, he said, from Fongyan Hill to Nangang, and then from Nangang to Hijiati, we can probably gather more than 1,000 rangers in 3 days. By the way, since our hidden gathering place is not far from here, my people can also come to support us, but you know our situation, we can only gather a few hundred people. The vagrants are already scarce in number, and most of them are scattered throughout Eriador. Maybe you can encounter vagrants anywhere in this wilderness, but it is obviously unlikely to encounter many vagrants at once, which is even less likely than Levi staying in the territory to do his work. There is also Roadside Fort. Judging from the training situation in recent years, excluding the rangers who are out for internship, there are about 3,000 ready-made troops that can be mobilized. 3,000 soldiers plus more than 1,000 rangers. Gandalf made a summary for him. Enough, these people are enough to deal with the gathered orcs, as long as we can deal with the ringwraiths and their unknown means. Ha, don't forget there is a dwarf here, my axe will serve you. Oh, but I don't think I brought it. Can you find me one? Balin looked at Levi. Of course, there will be, any axe you want will be available. After agreeing with Balin, Levi looked at Farad'n again. Is that all? That's all we can gather here in a short time. After that, the meeting hall fell silent. What's wrong? Gandalf was the first to break the quiet atmosphere. Isn't that enough? More than 4,000 elites, make the wall higher, and get some iron golems inside. As long as the ringwraiths can be dealt with, the army of Moria will never be able to attack. Similar things have been played out in the Battle of Five Armies, when the difference in the number of people on both sides was much greater than it is now. And just now, Farad'n also said that these are the only ones that can be gathered in a short time. As the war progresses and the news spreads, the number of people on our side will only increase. The reinforcements on our side are endless, while the number of oaks is decreasing. Not enough. Levi suddenly spoke. Of course, we can defend the city, but I want to see the limits of the territories. Levi stood up and said, I go to other territories. Other territories? Which one do you mean? All. On that day, hundreds of people on the construction team stopped all other work and turned to speed up the construction of the city wall. Because it was built by the river, the workload required to build the city wall was much smaller, and the river could serve as a natural barrier. With the construction team's expedited work, the base of the city wall was built in just one morning, and it had a prototype. The next thing to do was to raise it higher and higher. Just keep building up the height, and don't worry about the structure, stability, or adhesion. As long as it is still within the territory, it will be built to the maximum no matter how. He's gone. Outside the castle, the three people were a little at a loss. Balin turned around and asked the other two for advice. Then what should we do? We should knock on his head to let him know that the Lord should not leave before the war. Gandalf narrowed his eyes. Farad'n patted the shoulder of the old man, who was sometimes not so good-tempered, and comforted him. He is like that, don't be angry with him. Although he doesn't look reliable at ordinary times, he will definitely come back at the critical moment. Or do you think he is a person who will joke about the lives of his people? Of course not. Gandalf shook his head. From what I have seen, there is no one in the world who cares more about the lives of his subjects than him, even the elves living outside the mortal world. Then trust him. With that, Farad'n rode on his horse. Where are you going? To organize and mobilize at Roadside Fort. After Levi left, this task was naturally handed over to Farad'n, even though he did not join Roadside Fort in name. But in fact, Roadside Fort did not have a corresponding position, or it had not been established yet, so usually whoever was suitable would be given the job. At present, the most suitable person to do this is Farad'n. In terms of age and combat experience, he may not be the best among the nomads, but in terms of understanding Levi's territory and Levi himself in this area, he is definitely better than most people. This is indeed the case. When Farad'n came to the Roadside Fort and explained all the situations, Most of the nomad instructors and people stationed there for training nominated him as the leader of this operation. As for the candidates for reserve commander set up for safety, there are so many that they have to be arranged by number. Everyone is a soldier, but everyone can be a commander when necessary. Although this has not been fully realized yet, due to the implementation of relevant policies, many territories have already had this trend. At the gate of the riverside fort, Gandalf and Balin looked at each other. After Levi, Theoden also left quickly. Now there are only two people who are least familiar with the territory. Are you leaving too? Balin asked, looking up. Leave? Where can I go? I can't leave. Gandalf sighed. Levi and the Theoden, who had a record of killing the ringwraiths, have left. Now there are some unexpected situations that only I can deal with. I have to stay here to guard for them. Okay, then I follow you. Balin nodded. Come with me. Gandalf pushed open the door of the riverside castle and said, according to Levi's instructions, the armory is on the left. You can take this opportunity to find a handy weapon. Clang. When the door of the armory opened, Balin's eyes lit up. Elves, dwarves, humans, even orcs, all kinds of weapons made by all races are here. It's amazing. If I can have such an armory, I can sit here and stare at them all day long. This is it. He picked up a dwarven steel battle axe. I like this one. It's big, hard, heavy and sharp. No orc's head can withstand it. Chapter 246. In Middle-earth, wizards have a natural right to join in the fun due to their absolute position and powerful abilities. It is the same today. However, in addition to joining in the fun, wizards usually have a certain degree of command power in the same camp, as long as the lord and regional manager do not prohibit it. As for the level of this command power, it is linked to reputation. For example, Gandalf, if the White City loses its prime minister during the war, and there is no successor in a short time, he can even take over the prime minister's command on the spot. After thousands of years of accumulation, the status of wizards is now second only to the supreme ruler, and their role is also to be omnipotent, and they can make up for any lack. Oh, except for Brown Robe, he is a relatively alternative pure auxiliary wizard, not good at command and fighting. But he can summon animal friends. Everyone, pay attention, be careful of the southwest direction, the orcs will most likely attack from there. Ranger team over there, go to the bridge to collect intelligence and monitor the progress of the orcs' march. I need their latest news. In the Riverside Castle, Gandalf is preparing for the upcoming war. He is currently the highest commander of the Riverside Castle. This is with Levi's permission. As for Balin, who is following beside him, this wise old warrior, who is one of the few dwarves with profound knowledge and scholarly demeanor, is also a general-level figure. He can be the best striker on the front line and an excellent commander in the rear. Are we waiting here? Balin stared at the direction of Moria on the other side of the river, wondering what he was thinking. If you want to take some action, there are some things I can leave to you. What? Go to Rivendell and talk to the elves, and call for some reinforcements. Then I might as well rush into Moria by myself now. And didn't Levi say that he didn't need to ask for help? Of course, he certainly didn't need it. Gandalf thought about it and said, but if the time really comes, maybe he doesn't need to ask for help at all, and the nearby allies will come by themselves. When something big happens, if Levi asks for help, it means that the situation must be very urgent and must be supported as soon as possible. And if Levi doesn't ask for help, it means that he may not have time to ask for help, and the situation must be more urgent, and must be supported at a faster speed. The boiling magma fell down one by one, and when it fell to the bottom, it was turned into stone by a bucket of water that fell quickly from above. This is the emergency wall building method that the people learned from the Lord. Of course, everyone knows that this can only be done in the territory with the Lord's magical power, and it is useless if you are far away. There are naturally ways to do it outside. When the high wall was initially built, a ranger who had been sent out to investigate the news returned. He looked very anxious, and not as calm as before. They will arrive in 2 days at the earliest. The formal ranger who had graduated panted and said, in addition, the previous news was not accurate. The number of this orc army is even larger, at least 3 times the number of troops we can gather in the short term. At least 15,000, and equipped with a large number of siege beasts. It seems that they are coming out in full force. And, the ringwraiths you mentioned before, we observed that there are at least 3 here. At least? Yes, at least. We were discovered. I guarantee that there was no mistake in our disguise and lurking, but one of the ringwraiths suddenly rushed over with a scream. He seemed to know the hiding place we usually choose very well, or in other words, he knew our habits very well. When this was mentioned, The ranger looked frightened. Fortunately, our horses run fast and are very strong. They did not fall down even after being shot with several arrows. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would not be able to come back. The ranger patted the fast horse beside him and fed it some wheat. If Levi was here, he would see that the horse's health was recovering, and before feeding wheat, it was actually only a blood skin left. Those arrows almost killed a horse equipped with iron horse armor with more than 30 drops of blood. The horses in the roadside fort are all like this, fast, and not afraid of pain, nor of severe cold or heat. They can run for a long time with only a little grass occasionally. Even if they are injured, they can recover quickly by feeding them some wheat. Gandalf gave his own experience. The only disadvantage is that they are rather dull. If you don't ride them or tie them with a leash, they won't listen to you. I agree. The topic of the two people soon turned to discussing horse management. It must be said that this kind of horse is really convenient. You don't need to take care of it. When you don't need it, you can just put it somewhere like an object. You don't need to take care of it. When you need it, you can ride it and run. Wait, it doesn't seem like the time to discuss this. Balin couldn't understand what the two were discussing because he didn't ride horses very often. Dwarves usually ride wild boars and goats. And these two species. Levi didn't raise them. Oh, you're right. This is not the time to talk about this. Gandalf suddenly came to his senses. It's all Levi's fault. The residents of his territory have the same temper as him. They were fighting for their lives 1 second, and they could start chatting about daily anecdotes the next second. He has a strong ability to go off topic. What we should do now is to strengthen the defense measures. That's right. The ranger agreed and joined the construction team on the spot. He naturally mixed into the construction team and took a block to start building. Including the members of the reconnaissance team who returned later, after seeing the captain working, they also joined in. Gradually, with the return of the rangers wandering in the surrounding wilderness, the number of rangers working on the city wall even exceeded the construction team, and they became the main force of construction. Well, they did everything. Balin looked at the rapidly rising city wall, and was a little dazed for a while. It seems that there is no need for help. What should we do now? Gandalf was a little at a loss now. All the important work was done by someone, and there was no trouble. This was too smooth. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. It was getting dark, and the two went to the temporary canteen to line up and get some food for dinner. Although it was a temporary base, the supply was quite rich. Basically, there was everything you wanted to eat, and there was no limit, including wine. However, since it was in the war preparation period, you couldn't drink too much, and most you could have a small sip with your meal. Tonight was not peaceful. The construction team took turns to rush the work, so that the high wall completely surrounded the territory, and even built the revetment project. The sand and gravel on the riverside were replaced with a solid stone wall. The waves hit it, but the wall stood still. Chapter 247. This night was not peaceful. When night fell, in addition to the sound of construction that never stopped, some rangers rode out on horseback and kept high-intensity alert around. All the orcs who tried to get close to get information were quickly killed. From time to time, white fireworks could be seen exploding in the air in the distance. What is that? Balin suddenly raised his head. Bats. Gandalf squinted his eyes, not knowing how he could see things so far away at night. Rangers? The rangers are shooting at bats in the sky. White fireworks. It seems that there is no need to worry for the time being. If it is a call for help, the fireworks will be quite conspicuous red. The people were still busy with their own things, but Gandalf and Balin were not idle either. Although the two could not help much in the construction, one was a learned wizard who had traveled in Middle-earth for thousands of years, and the other was an old scholar who had lived for more than 200 years. They could also act as a guide and a small foreman. Everything went on in an orderly manner. The sun was rising, and when the dazzling sunlight shone on the earth, a silver-white army appeared at the end of the field of vision from the gray road in the north. The army from Roadside Castle had arrived. Standing on the high city wall, Gandalf looked from afar, and in a trance, he had a sense of déjà vu. This army had the style of an elf. Boom! The brand new gate opened, and the army entered the city in an orderly manner, arranging neatly on a large open space where no buildings had been built yet. It seems that we have arrived in time. At this moment, Farad'n also put on the same armor. Behind him, in addition to the army from Roadside Castle, there were some people whose appearance and figure could be called outstanding. Those are the vagrant instructors, who are stationed in the roadside fort for training. They look serious, firm and strong, and most of them have vicissitudes of life, like weathered rocks. Compared with them, The soldiers of the roadside fort are like children who have walked out of their homes for the first time. No wonder the vagrants like to call them young sprouts. It makes sense. The latest intelligence is that the number of the opposite side is more than 15,000, and there are at least 3 ringwraiths. Seeing Farad'n return with the army, Gandalf also walked down the wall to meet him. Upon hearing this news, Farad'n couldn't help frowning, and a sense of crisis emerged in his heart. The army is fine. Although the riverside fort has just been built, the wall is quite strong. Even if it is breached by something outrageous, it can be quickly repaired. The rangers in the city, the reinforcements from the roadside fort, and the people of the construction team barely add up to 5,000. It can be said that there is no one who can't fight. And not only are all soldiers, but all of them are double-cut warriors, all equipped with bows and arrows, and can attack at both long and short distances. If our enemies are only orcs, it would be fine. Farad'n looked worried. But there are more than orcs. Even if we don't mention those giant beasts, they also have the ringwraiths. Gandalf said, I can beat 2. Can you handle the remaining 1? Of course. Farad'n showed a confident expression and patted his breastplate. In the far east, I defeated the ringwraiths. Good, very good. Gandalf nodded. But Balin was not happy. Hey, don't forget there is a dwarf here. Can't you give me 1? Of course you can try. Gandalf glanced at him and said, when the time comes, you will stay with me. When the ringwraiths come, you will jump up and hit their heads. What did you say? Balin stared at Gandalf and asked, did you just say something insulting in a more tactful way? No, Master Balin, I am just giving you advice. That's a really good suggestion, Gandalf. I almost want to jump up and try it with you first. Oh, don't. I, an old man, can't bear such a big steel axe. Then do you think I'm young? The 2 old men started to quarrel. Farad'n, a young wanderer who was only over 100 years old, couldn't say a word. Out of respect for his elders, he could only watch and let them solve it themselves. However, sometimes, doing nothing is also a mistake. The fire that has been lit will not go out by itself. It will only get bigger and bigger until it burns the people watching the show. What do you think, Farad'n? I think. Farad'n was in a dilemma. I think I should quickly pull Levi back. Bard, who was far away in Riverdale, thought the same. Can't he wait a little longer? Gathering troops in the 3 towns in the Riverdale area and heading to the roadside castle on the other side of the mountain. The new territory riverside castle next to it that no one had ever heard of. This happened too suddenly, without any signs. Levi suddenly appeared in Riverdale and told him the news, and it was an urgent order. Gather an army as quickly as possible. Our enemy is an army of tens of thousands of orcs, and several ringwraiths. Bard knew the seriousness of this sentence very well. Tens of thousands of orcs? This scale reminded him of the Battle of 5 Armies, when there were more than 30,000 orcs, while the humans, dwarves, and elves on his side only had more than 5,000 people combined. But now, the river valley can mobilize more than 5,000 soldiers. Emergency assembly. While quickly putting on his armor, Bard gave instructions to the heads of various parties. Except for the necessary garrison forces, all wear armor and move at the fastest speed. Boom! The gate opened, and there was no time to even give a pre-war speech. A large number of soldiers rushed to the entrance of the Sky Road. In fact, there was no need for a speech, just one sentence was enough. Fight for the Lord. The Bjorns living in the town of Kar also took the same action as many towns in the river valley. This brave and warlike tribe also began to gather combatants and marched to the front line. A large number of forces were converging along the high Sky Road to the west of the mountain range at an incredible speed. What happened? The familiar scene reappeared again. Thorin hurriedly climbed the wall of Erebor and looked at the Dale city, which had obviously fewer people. He was a little dumbfounded. It was too fast, too fast. When he received the news, the army had disappeared at the end of his sight. This mobilization speed was simply terrifying. Erebor, as a neighbor within sight, hadn't even reacted yet, and the army had already walked far away. It's Levi. At this time, Dwalin, who was always quick, ran over to report the news. Levi issued an emergency order. He summoned all available forces to the west side of the mountains. This time it doesn't seem like they are going to attack a certain place. They are more like going to support. Support? What about more specific news? Thorin asked anxiously. I don't know. They are walking too fast. Billy rode a goat to chase them. We may have to wait for a while. Thorin paced back and forth quickly and said, if Levi can defend, then the enemy must be at least tens of thousands of orcs. This is not a trivial matter. We have to gather troops. But Levi didn't mention this to us. Dwalin reminded him. Thorin said slowly, That means he may be too anxious to mention it to us. In the palace of Mirkwood, Thranduil's orders were loud and clear. In the spacious hall, the king's voice was unusually clear. I know him well. He will never speak unless it is the most difficult time. But this does not mean that we should watch our allies step by step into difficulties. Prepare to mobilize. Also, tell me, have their troops gathered? Thranduil asked his deputy. My king, they are almost out of the forest. What? Chapter 248. Open the city gate. At dusk, all the rangers who were wandering outside returned, changed their equipment, and climbed the city wall, joining the garrison army. Compared to the soldiers who came to support the roadside fort, these rangers were obviously more calm, because they were used to fighting, wandering in the wilderness, tracking, and fighting every 2 or 3 days. If I had known earlier, I would have studied the ranger major. Some soldiers couldn't help thinking in their hearts. It's just that fighting is a matter of life and death, and it is never an easy job. When you are really on the battlefield, it's a different mentality. Right? The situation is very serious. The orc army is approaching. It is estimated that we can see it before the sun sets. It's really serious. In the camp, a soldier looked at the steak in his hand and said, This piece of meat is a little overcooked and hard to bite. Have you considered stewing it? Another soldier who came to deliver the message began to think of a way for him. I'm afraid it's too late. That's terrible. Let me think. Why don't we try to chop it into small pieces, add some spices, and eat it with bread? I've heard of this way of eating. The Lord said it's called Rigiamo. Mo? It's a different kind of flat bread. It sounds good. I want to try it. Then let's try it. We have to hurry while we still have time. Okay. As they said that, the two men found a piece of wood, put the meat on it, and pulled out their daggers, thinking about finding an angle to attack. Unfortunately, a shout stopped the two soldiers' actions. They hurriedly ran in the direction of the sound, and hurriedly ate 2 bites of bread while running. I was so busy studying Rigiamo that I missed my meal. An instructor looked at the crumbs on the mouths of the two people and was speechless. Wipe your mouth. Yes. The two did as he was told. These kids. The instructor was quite helpless. May courage and good luck favor you. Silence returned to the city wall, and the soldiers' spirits became tense. Their senses were fully mobilized at this moment, and they were perceiving everything they could perceive with high intensity, without missing any details. Boom, boom. Tremors came from the earth in the distance. Hiss, a terrifying cry sounded, and it was obvious that the soldiers' spirits withered, and many people's breathing trembled, including the wanderers. Take courage. Realizing that their own soldiers were affected, Gandalf and Theoden walked back and forth on the city wall. Every time they passed a place, the morale of the soldiers there would be greatly boosted. Like a fireball on a winter night, it dispelled the cold. However, no matter how big the fireball is, it cannot light up the whole night. When the two leave, fear will spread rapidly and quickly climb to the heart. This is much more powerful than the corpse demon. A ranger captain with an excellent graduate medal on his shoulder looked at the 3 dark and deep figures in the distance, and his breathing accelerated unconsciously. Keep your mind. Gandalf shouted over and over again on the wall, running around, using his magical words and the shining ring on his hand to ignite the hope in people's hearts. The cold wind howled, but the flames were strong and unextinguished, even if they swayed and trembled. Wizard, your power cannot match ours. An unpleasant laugh came from afar, and the orc army stopped at a certain distance from the wall, just a little further than the maximum distance of the fireworks rocket. When the army stopped, more than a dozen giant beasts in steel armor rushed to the front of the army and took their positions, acting as powerful vanguard units. Roar! Seeing the giant beast vanguard in place, some orcs couldn't help but roar and began to get agitated. They didn't return to silence until the ringwraith glanced behind them. Gandalf narrowed his eyes. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that this army from Moria doesn't seem to be very obedient. The army has arrived at the city, but Levi is still nowhere to be seen in the north. Balin. Hearing Gandalf calling him, Balin came to his senses, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand. He retracted his gaze and asked, What's wrong, Gandalf? Do you want me to jump over and hit those 3 guys one by one? You'd better be able to. Not in the mood to joke anymore, Gandalf said. You have to act calm in a while. I believe you can do it. Okay, don't worry, I can do it. Balin let out a long breath and returned to his usual state. That's good. As he spoke, Gandalf took him to the top of the gate, sat there, and stared at the ringwraiths. I always feel that something is wrong. We have to defend this place until Levi comes back. 15,000 orcs are nothing. If it were just orcs, the people on his side would not even need to defend the city, but could just rush out and fight them in the wild. The key is that those big guys standing in front also have ringwraiths. The ringwraiths threatened again, but Gandalf did not respond. He just sat on the city wall and looked at the army below indifferently. There was even time to drink a small glass of wine. He was calm and composed, and remained calm in the face of danger. Beside him, Balin also smiled and looked at the enemy below meaningfully, although he himself did not know why he did this. Gandalf, what are we doing? Balin asked quietly with a smile. Gandalf answered without turning his head, Levi once told me some interesting stories, and I think some of the methods in them may be worth trying. So what are we doing? Delaying time. Boom, the war drum sounded, but the orcs did not attack. The three ringwraiths stopped in front of the army on horseback, looked at each other, and did not move for a while. Only the wizard, that person is not here. Our spies have no news of him at all. Sometimes, what is scary is not the powerful enemy, but not knowing where the enemy is. Why can't he stay in his own territory? Even the ringwraiths are troubled by this matter. In front of the battle, two ringwraiths were constantly communicating in the shadows, while the third ringwraith was quite quiet, just sitting on the horse silently like a real armor, motionless. What do you think? Finally, when the other two ringwraiths could not come up with a definite idea after communicating for a long time, they asked this ringwraith. Attack directly? His answer was also quite concise. The relationship between the three ringwraiths seemed a little subtle. The third ringwraith, who was relatively silent, seemed insignificant and of low status, but as soon as he expressed his opinion, the other two ringwraiths immediately chose to execute it. Although his status might not be high, the attitude of the ringwraiths towards his words was quite consistent. If there was no better way, it was better to listen. With a swish, the sword of Mogul was drawn from his waist, and a harsh voice sounded, "Kill!" The war broke out quite abruptly. As the order was issued, a large number of stones were thrown into the air and thrown at the city wall. Boom! Under the repeated bombardment, even the strong city wall of the territory was smashed into several square gaps. Although the gaps that were smashed were only the outermost layer of skin, it was still a wall when you looked inside. Fire! On the city wall, archers drew their bows in unison and sent batches of arrows to the army. A large number of orcs fell down, and the behemoths rushing in the front were densely pierced with arrows wherever there was no armor protection. Roar! The behemoth roared, trying to cover up the pain with anger, but the next moment a flaming arrow rushed into its mouth and set it on fire. Free fire! When the enemy approached a certain distance, Theoden issued an order. Attack the beasts with fire arrows. As another order was issued, hundreds of archers with fire arrows on their bows turned around and focused on attacking the approaching beasts, and then a raging flame rose. This time, even if they were not afraid of the pain of arrows piercing their bodies, the beasts had to go through the test of the fierce fire before they could continue to move forward. The beasts in the front fell to the ground with a bang. They struggled and rolled, trying to extinguish the bright flames on their bodies. Seeing that the charge failed and the prepared siege equipment could not even get close, the ringwraiths exerted their strength again. Hiss, accompanied by a terrifying cry, an arrow-emitting green light suddenly attacked, and Theoden dodged to the side, but directly hit the second arrow. Obviously, the existence of the shot arrow had predicted his evasive action. The arrow broke, and an unreasonable huge force came from the tip of the arrow. Theoden flew backwards like a rag. Just when he was about to fly out of the edge of the city wall and roll down, a cane stopped him at the critical moment. Ahem. Bleeding began to spurt out of his abdomen, his life gradually slipped away, his eyes were spinning, and his head fell to one side uncontrollably. Life in the mortal world is always so fragile. A little accident or unexpected loss can greatly shorten the distance between them and death. Keep the pace. When Theoden fell to the ground, another experienced instructor immediately took over his command. How are you? Gandalf hurriedly checked his injuries. It's okay, don't worry about me. Gudong gudong. While speaking, Theoden quickly took out 2 bottles of potion and poured them into his mouth, one white and one pink, containing milk and healing potion respectively. After a while, when he finished drinking the milk and potion, he stood up and his body was restored to its original state. Only the damage and distortion of his armor showed that he had indeed suffered some kind of heavy blow. I can still continue to fight. Suddenly, a ghostly black figure suddenly rushed to the foot of the city wall, and strangely climbed up along the smooth wall without any leverage. Until the top floor. Ah! There was a scream from the left, and several soldiers fell to the ground with terrified faces. They all had at least one wound on their bodies, and fragments of Morgul's blade remained in them. The fragments would move to the heart by themselves, and the poison and evil power on them would also work at the same time, constantly torturing the owner of the wound, so that what was reflected in their pupils was no longer the scene in front of them, but the nightmare that they feared most in their hearts. If there is no treatment, they will be tortured by this nightmare, and severe heart-piercing pain until death. And death is not the final destination. If they are unlucky, some people will be gradually pulled into the shadow world in this torture and degenerate into terrifying ghosts. That is, corpse demons. Stop! Faladin shouted angrily, drew out the ancient long sword at his waist, and ran over, using all his strength to attack the ringwraith. Clang! The barrow's sword and the blade of Morgul intersected, and one man and one ringwraith competed, and for a while they were evenly matched. And those soldiers, who were unfortunately injured by the blade of Morgul, were taken away, and fed milk and healing potions by others. Even so, some people with weak wills still did not wake up from the nightmare, and were still in a coma, even though their bodies had returned to normal. The competition on the city wall continued, but after all, he had just recovered, and it was visible to the naked eye that Faradin seemed a little weak at some moments. It is almost impossible for a mortal to defeat the ringwraiths alone. The ringwraiths can make many mistakes, but as long as the opponent of the ringwraith is hit once, he will be miserable. The person who is hit will either quickly muster up great courage to fight back before the nightmare, disease, and excruciating pain start to attack, or be executed in the nightmare, or even more evil, the ringwraiths will watch him being tortured to death slowly. Stand back. Gandalf raised his staff, and the light on it was bright. The ringwraiths fighting with Faradin had to hide in the shadows, to avoid this light, and stay away for the time being. It's 2-1 now. After forcing the ringwraiths back, Gandalf drew out Glambring. As the ring in his hand flashed, a flame wrapped around the sword, making the blade red. No matter what it is, it will definitely not feel good if it is hit by this sword. Huh? A gust of cold wind blew by, and terrifying laughter echoed in the sky. The soldiers couldn't help but look up, and saw that the other two ringwraiths had climbed up the city wall at some point, and appeared at a high place. The three terrifying figures suddenly fell on everyone's heart like a mountain, and the feeling of powerlessness like facing a natural disaster like a mountain torrent, an avalanche climbed up the spine, and crushed the waist and back. Boom! At the same time, a shocking sound came from the city gate below. A full 6 behemoths carried huge siege weapons with evil flames at the front, and slammed into the city gate. With just one blow, cracks appeared on the city gate, and it was about to collapse. Boom! The second blow, some debris fell, and the place where it was hit even had a slight bend. Maybe the next impact will be when the gate is damaged. The last ray of light in the sky disappeared. Your sun has set. The ringwraiths slowly drew out their weapons and announced. Shadows cover the earth. On the other side, in the wilderness of Rovanian, a figure on horseback galloped along the wine road, crossed the ferry, stepped onto the valley road, and rushed to the valley city almost non-stop. When the sun went down, the city finally appeared in front of us. Ouch. The horse panted violently, constantly emitting the heat accumulated in its body. An elf quickly dismounted and looked around, looking like he was looking for something. I have never seen an elf like you. You are full of worldly breath. Just then, a voice came from behind. It is not undesirable to integrate into the secular behavior. There are also many amazing wisdoms in the mundane world. The elf answered subconsciously, and then turned back to look at the person who asked the question. Who are you? Legolas, from the Black Forest. What about you? Where are you from? And who are you? Legolas asked the elf in front of him curiously. Most elves in Middle-earth like to find a place to stay forever, and basically don't communicate with the outside world. After a long time, they will naturally have a kind of quiet and elegant temperament, which cannot be washed away for a while, even if Legolas has been out for so many years. But this elf, he is really unique. People who see him for the first time will definitely be attracted by his luxurious and elegant temperament, but after careful experience, they can also detect the feeling that he is more similar to humans that cannot be concealed. That is a sense of openness that can only be cultivated by long-term and frequent interactions with the outside world, or in a more vulgar way, it looks more down to earth. So I'm from the Black Forest. Greetings. The elf politely performed a common elf salute, and then replied, Orohir, from Dorwinion, an ordinary wine estate operator. Dorwinion. I know you. The last time an elf from Dorwinion visited the Black Forest was 1,000 years ago. Are you all right there? Still the same as before. Orohir responded and asked, We can talk about the past later. I came here this time because I have something urgent to tell the ruler here. Do you know Levi? I heard that he is the lord here. Legolas was stunned. Of course, we are friends, and there is almost no one here who doesn't know him. That's great. Where is he now? Can you show me the way? What's your relationship with him? This sentence was a bit of an interrogation, but Orlithir didn't mind. He replied, Like you, I am friends with him. He once deposited a horse with me. The horse was very strange. It didn't eat anything, and it was weird and almost impossible to communicate. It gave my groom a headache for several days. Okay, I believe it. Seeing Orlithir say these words, Legolas also confirmed the identity of the elf in front of him. If Levi wasn't someone he trusted, he wouldn't hand over his mount to him for safekeeping. Levi is not here. The executive here, or his deputy, has also left. They are leading their troops to the west side of the Misty Mountains to prepare for a war. I'm going there too. For this relative, who is not only Levi's friend, but also has a good relationship with his family, Legolas didn't hide too much. But when he heard him say these words, Orlithir was not calm. So the defense here is empty, and there is no general stationed? Yes. Legolas nodded, and suddenly noticed something unusual. And the Lonely Mountain, he said, the army of the Dwarf Kingdom is still there, and their king has a good relationship with Levi. If anything happens, he will definitely not sit idly by. Do you want to see him? If what you said is true, then I will go to see him. Orohir did not think much. The elves of Dorwinion have no grudges with the dwarves, and naturally no prejudice. He does not mind talking to the dwarves. Well, let's set off immediately. Get on my horse. Seeing that Orohir's horse did not seem to be able to run, Legolas led his own horse and motioned him to get on. So the two elves from different regions quickly marched towards Erebor. Can I ask what you want to say? During the short journey, Legolas asked the elves who came from afar behind him. Shadow. Orlithir said, the shadow from the east is approaching here. Chapter 249. It's 3-2 now. 3-2? A voice suddenly came from below. It's obviously 3-3. Balin rushed over. Gandalf looked at him, a little surprised. Why are you? Don't ask, Gandalf. I just came here before I had time to get scared. What should I do now? Who should I fight? Just stay with me. Hiss! A sharp scream resounded over the territory, and the three ringwraiths set off at the same time. One of them rushed towards Gandalf, and the other two went straight to Farad'n. Obviously, they also understood the principle of TNG's horse racing. As long as they could kill the relatively weaker Farad'n first, they could concentrate on dealing with the difficult wizard. Die! The terrifying figure roared, and Farad'n only had time to block one of the long swords, while the other ringwraith condensed an axe in his hand, and his scarlet glowing eyes stared at the front without any ripples, as if there was only a piece of iron in front of him, and he was a craftsman who was about to forge iron. But Farad'n is not made of iron after all. If he is hit hard, even potions will not be able to save him. In a hurry, he drew out his dagger, quickly made a defensive move, and shifted his body position, trying to minimize the damage. At least, he can't be killed by one blow. As long as he is not killed by one blow, there is still a chance. Ha! Clang! A steel axe appeared in sight, hitting the helmet of the ringwraith, who was trying to swing the axe and hammer, making him stagger. Balin rolled to the ground, patted his chest, and took a deep breath. Ha! I did it. He jumped up and hit the ringwraith's head. This is a feat that no dwarf has ever accomplished. The ringwraith whose helmet was hit twisted his neck and stretched his hand behind him habitually, but he didn't catch anything, so he had to switch sides and draw out the Morgul blade on the other side. Then, he rushed towards the sneak attacker who was shorter than him. The other side. With a snap, the Barrow's sword and the Morgul blade almost rubbed out sparks. Farad'n used his sword to block the ringwraith in front of him with all his strength, then raised his other hand and stabbed the ringwraith's helmet fiercely. There was nothing in the dark helmet, as if it was empty, but the dagger actually hit something. The touch was weird and indescribable, and it couldn't be compared with any existing material. If I have to use a word to describe it, it would be taboo. Ah! A shrill cry broke out in front of him, and the ringwraith disappeared, flashing dozens of meters behind him. The soldiers along the way hurriedly flew to both sides, and rolled to avoid being hit by this thing. Help! Just when Farad'n had temporarily severely injured a ringwraith, a cry for help came from the side. Balin used his battle axe to hold a Morgul blade, staring and looking around for help. The ringwraith he attacked was putting pressure on him. No one told me that the ringwraith was so strong. He is comparable to the most warlike dwarf. I have never dealt with such a monster. As a dwarf, Balin had never fought a ringwraith, But similarly, this ringwraith seemed to have no experience fighting dwarves. When facing rangers or humans, he could hit them hard, or even pull them out of their almost perfect hiding places, but when facing dwarves, he had to think a little more. The final conclusion was to use his super strength to crush them. Seeing that the sword was pressing down on his axe, and was about to cut his skin, Balin hurriedly looked to the left and shouted to the soldiers on one side, "Young men over there, don't just stand there and help." Just as several soldiers were about to step forward, the ringwraiths turned their heads and glared at them, growling. This roar made several soldiers stiffen all over and lose the ability to walk. At the same time, their chests kept rising and falling, and their foreheads were sweating, as if they had suddenly contracted a serious illness. Balin looked to the other side again, but before he could speak, the ringwraiths followed his sight and threatened the other side in advance. No one dared to come on either side. So the scene just now happened. "Help!" Balin shouted loudly. Boom! White light exploded, and a flaming straight sword chopped over, forcing the ringwraiths back. That was Glamdring. A gray figure appeared in front of him and stopped the ringwraiths. "Gandalf, you are so brave. Follow me, and don't go too far." As he spoke, another group of soldiers who were infected by the power of the ringwraiths and developed diseases were carried away. For a time, the defense force above the city gate was reduced by more than half. Fortunately, when Gandalf came over and joined the other two, the three ringwraiths on the opposite side were suppressed for a while, and were at a disadvantage. "We three are really strong, right?" Balin held the battle axe tightly, and stared at the ringwraiths. There was a silence beside him. "Yes, you can keep this idea," Gandalf answered, and his eyes did not leave the ringwraiths. Obviously, if there is no more powerful means, the ringwraiths will not be able to break through the three people's obstruction for the time being. The scene was deadlocked for a while, until a huge explosion sounded from under him. Bang! The gate was broken. The giant beast roared, and the orcs laughed and cheered, but they were dumbfounded after only a second of joy. Behind the imposing gate was a wall. The orc leader in charge of the siege was so angry that his face was crooked. Although it seemed to be crooked to begin with. Damn it, they don't have a door at all. Then how did these people get in? At this moment, even the ringwraiths were annoyed by this wall. But the situation was still serious. Although the wall and the gate had failed to break through, a huge siege ladder had been built and was pushed forward by the trolls. Pop! The fireworks exploded, blocking the trolls' steps, but they did not cause much damage. Their skin was so hard that ordinary swords might make a hole in it. But obviously, the swords held by the soldiers on the scene were not ordinary. Attack, defense. "Hey!" Just as the situation continued to stalemate, a loud shout attracted everyone's attention. Faradin turned his head and said to the trainee rangers, who were obviously struggling to breathe due to fear, "Perform well, maybe your lord will personally give you extra points." "What? Extra points?" Swish! The ringwraiths suddenly felt that many eyes stopped on them, and there was a certain desire in those eyes. A trainee ranger gasped hard and shot an arrow. Snap! The arrow was immediately cut off by the ringwraith, and the residue collapsed to the side. The ranger smiled. He launched an attack on the ringwraiths. Although it did not cause any damage, it made the ringwraiths feel a bad trend. At first, these soldiers would tremble, and their eyes would be straight when they heard the screams, and they could hardly think. But after witnessing the battle on the city wall, they seemed to gradually begin to resist. Perhaps they would still be afraid, and would still be infected by the evil black breath and black magic, thus becoming seriously ill. Not only would it be difficult to draw the bow in their hands and aim, but even walking would be weak. But now, they could pick up the sword and face the enemy. Although they were still weak, at least they were not powerless to resist. Chapter 250. When the momentum of the ringwraiths was stopped, the soldiers recovered and the offensive of the orcs quickly fell into decline again. It was clear that if they continued like this, they would be consumed sooner or later. But the ringwraiths did not seem to be in a hurry at all, and they did not seem to care about how much they had lost. Orcs and trolls were constantly falling, but the ringwraiths did not continue to issue orders, as if those soldiers were not their own. On the wall, their figures dissipated and retreated to the rear. "He is indeed not here." After leaving Gandalf's perception, one of the ringwraiths spoke out his opinion. "If that person is here, he should have come out to clean up everything." "I agree. He is not the kind of person who likes to hide behind the scenes and watch his men fight to the death. The exploration ends here." "Where did you dig those things?" "Under our feet. They are afraid of the light and breath inside the city wall, and don't want to get close. It's already difficult to bring them here. Then attack directly." As soon as the voice fell, as if a switch was touched, A loud rumbling sound came from the ground. The city wall trembled continuously, and the ground began to collapse. With a crash, a place close to the outside of the city wall suddenly sunken, and some kind of huge monster suddenly drilled out from the ground, opened its mouth, and crashed into the city wall next to it, swallowed the stones that made up the city wall, and crushed it into slag in an instant. A large piece of earth and stone debris splashed, covering the faces of the surrounding soldiers. The night sky was covered by the huge body, and the territory was dark. Earthworm. Balin recognized the thing. But why outside the wall? Wouldn't it be better if they just brought those orcs in to launch a surprise attack? No one answered this question for him. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the huge creature that suddenly appeared. What is that? A soldier subconsciously slashed at the giant in front of him, and the twisted and wriggling giant that was almost endless immediately let out a painful cry and shrank back at once, returning the light of the stars and the moon. At the same time, it also made way for the gap in the wall that it had smashed with its steel-like fangs in the cavity. Attack! The terrifying roar covered the entire venue, urging and whipping the army like a thorny whip, making them rush to the gap one after another. The trolls charged forward and faced the iron golems that came over after hearing the sound. It was a pity that the territory was established too short, and not many minerals were brought in a hurry. Levi only summoned 100 iron golems when he left. They were not enough to stop the impact of tens of thousands of troops and giant beasts, especially the giant beasts. The size of the trolls was similar to that of the iron golems, and the two were evenly matched. But in front of those giant beasts that were born from unknown things, the iron golems had to raise their heads just to see their full appearance. Hold the wall! Gandalf shouted and ran down, charging forward with Glambring in his hand. The hard skin that could be cut by ordinary swords was like paper in front of this sword. Gandalf swung hard, and each sword could deeply cut the skin of the trolls, causing them great damage. The giant beast's feet were also stabbed by him, and its body was unstable. Behind him were the soldiers, who mustered their courage. They formed an iron wall, and firmly blocked everything out. They blocked it, but the other group of people were anxious. The temporary wall repair team rushed forward, but they had no idea what to do. There are too many entities. The wall can't be repaired at all. Think of a way. They spoke some technical terms that only their own people could understand. The bugs ran away. It's our turn. Outside, 3 ringwraiths saw the opportunity to join the attack, and the pressure suddenly came. Even Gandalf felt a little anxious. Boom! Under the targeted attack of the ringwraiths, an iron golem fell to the ground, leaving behind a few iron ingots and a bright red flower, but when the iron golem rushed over with heavy steps, it could only capture a residual image. They are not affected by fear, but are limited by their own attack methods and speed, as well as the constraints of the surrounding army. When the ringwraiths tore a breakthrough, the giant beasts also gathered and followed closely, squeezing in one after another. Seeing that the iron golems were about to fail to stop them, and it was the soldiers' turn soon, Balin knocked on the heads of the orcs, who were about the same height as him, and said, "Ringwraiths, giant beasts, trolls, orcs, their attack is too fierce. Gandalf, what should we do now? Continue to block here? Stop, it must be possible to stop them. Although the enemy is fierce, the soldiers of the roadside fort are also elite, and they are also very tenacious and difficult to die. At least before the ringwraiths kill all the iron golems, and turn their attention to other places, this gap will definitely not be broken." Hee hee, old Gandalf struggled to chop down a troll and panted and replied, "You should ask the person who is most familiar with this territory about this matter. I am not the one who was appointed to lead the army." Ah! This answer was instantly drowned in the scream that almost tore the eardrums. "We have a backup." Farad'n rushed over to answer, and then quickly turned around to organize the various teams to take corresponding actions. Retreat, retreat, leave the gap. Although he didn't know the meaning of this order, a soldier must obey and execute orders unconditionally to be a good soldier. So the people in front immediately retreated, as if they didn't care about this place. Seeing that the enemy seemed to give up the confrontation, the orcs who had just squeezed and pointed at their backs and cursed and laughed. But they didn't know yet that all the sudden incomprehensible actions usually implied something else. The ringwraiths noticed something strange, but did not remind them. They just let the orcs rush in, and they silently retreated and stood there to observe. Maintenance team ready, blasting group waiting for instructions. Fire! Screech, whoosh, boom, the huge noise appeared together with the white light and fireworks particles, and they covered the gap completely together. In an instant, the orcs who were still squeezing it were physically shattered to pieces. Even the ogres and behemoths could not avoid it. They swayed left and right in the dense explosion impact, and finally fell to the ground with their skin and flesh torn apart. They were then attacked by the Fire Arrow Archer Brigade. If they were not dead, they would have to face the special execution of another armor-piercing team. Under the bombing of the blasting team, there was a momentary empty area at the gap in the city wall. The maintenance team seized the opportunity and immediately stepped forward to quickly build an interception line with wooden boards. As long as the attack from outside can be temporarily blocked, even if it is only a dozen seconds or even a few seconds, the subsequent engineering team will be able to react and transport stronger materials for further repairs. As the city walls and terrain were quickly repaired, this wave of offensive also failed. Hold it? I guess so. Faradin climbed up the city wall again and said, "Actually, what I want to say is that defense and the like have always been the weak points of the soldiers of Roadside Castle, although people usually don't think so. After all, given the conditions of Roadside Castle, especially the wall with countless layers of obsidian in the center, I'm afraid that even 10 earthworms can't bite it. As for breaking through from underground, forget it. Most of Levi's important facilities, and some things that are inconvenient to show, are built underground. Not to mention earthworms. Even if Soren dares to dig there, he will have to cover his head and run out after a while. People think that Roadside Castle is unbreakable, largely because of its extremely strong defense measures. As for the soldiers guarding there, what they want to do more is to go out and hit the enemy's head hard. The new round of attack failed, and all available means were used, but the orcs did not retreat, but continued to make some seemingly meaningless attacks. For example, they sent the few remaining ogres and giant beasts to carry heavy siege weapons to attack the city walls. Wherever they hit, the maintenance team would repair it. Even if they paid a huge price to break through the original solid city wall, they would find a new wall behind it. As for if they still planned to hit the new wall, it would be terrible. A bucket of magma would be poured down immediately from above to sterilize and remove fleas. The Riverside Castle was temporarily defended. The ringwraiths did not make any new moves, but kept changing positions and quietly observing the overall situation of the battlefield. This absent-minded feeling that surrounded them from beginning to end made people quite uneasy.